Capitalism and the Ecological Rift. The Robbery of Nature. John Bellamy Foster and Brett Clark. Contents. Preface. Introduction. 1. The Expropriation of Nature. 2. The Rift of Era. 3. Women, Nature, and Capital in the Industrial Revolution. 4. Marx as a food theorist. 5. Marx and alienated speciesism. 6. Capitalism and the paradox of wealth. 7. The meaning of work in a sustainable socialist society. 8. Marx's ecology and the left. 9. Value isn't everything. 10. The planetary emergency, 2020 to 2050. 11. The long ecological revolution. Notes. Index. Preface. As long as human beings exist, the history of nature and the history of human beings mutually condition each other. Karl Marx. The Robbery of Nature draws on the classical historical materialist critique associated with Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels to explain how capitalist commodity production robs human society and life in general of the conditions of natural and social reproduction, generating a planetary rift that today knows virtually no bounds. 1. The result is an existential crisis in the human relation to the earth that can only be overcome through a long ecological revolution. In Marx's classical critique of capitalism, human production alters the material form of physical existence, but can do so only in conformity with natural laws and processes if it is not to create an irrevocable rift in the interdependent process of social metabolism, a metabolism prescribed by the natural laws of life itself. 2. This insight forms the basis of Marx's famous theory of metabolic rift. In this perspective, the labor process constitutes the vital social metabolism mediating the relationship between humanity and the universal metabolism of nature, that is, natural processes as a whole. 3. Capitalist commodity production, however, introduces an alienated mediation of this essential ecological relationship through its one-dimensional pursuit of the value form, exchange value, at the expense of the natural form, use value. 4. The result is the metabolic rift. This requires a revolutionary reconstitution of society as a whole in order to restore a viable socio-ecological metabolism, one that will sustain the elemental conditions of life for the chain of human generations. 5. In this book, we seek to elaborate on Marx's theory of metabolic rift by employing his notion of the robbery or expropriation of nature, which, since human beings are inherently a part of nature, is undermining the natural material basis on which humanity's existence rests. 6. This degradation of the human relation to the earth results from treating nature as a free gift to capital, and from the violation of the basic conditions of reproduction and ecological sustainability, including those of the earth system as a whole. 7. The expropriation of nature is at one and the same time the expropriation of land/ecology and the expropriation of human bodies themselves. Much of this book is therefore concerned not simply with the robbing of nature but also the robbing of the physical basis of human existence, through various forms of oppression, associated with class, race, gender, and imperialism. In extreme cases, this manifests itself as what Engels called social murder. 8. The ecological rift is thus also a corporeal rift, reflecting the interdependent character of the social metabolism, which connects human beings with nature and their own corporeal organization. Capitalism's degradation of the earth depends ultimately on an alienated speciesism, according to which to be an animal, or indeed a living thing, means to be an object of expropriation. Yet, for Marx, following Thomas Muntzer, all living things must also become free. 9. We first articulated the notion of the expropriation of nature, around which the present argument revolves, in our article The Paradox of Wealth, Capitalism and Environmental Destruction, appearing in Monthly Review in November 2009, now revised and updated in this book as Chapter 6, Capitalism and the Paradox of Wealth. The introduction and most of the other chapters, chapters 1 to 5 and 8, the expropriation of nature, the rift of era, women, nature, and capital in the Industrial Revolution, Marx as a food theorist, Marx and alienated speciesism, and Marx's ecology and the left were all written, beginning in 2016, as extensions of this notion of the expropriation or robbery of nature, as perceived from a historical materialist perspective, and with this book explicitly in mind. Exceptions to this are Chapter 9, Value Isn't Everything, written by John Bellamy Foster and Paul Burkett in response to attacks on the labor theory of value by eco-socialists, Chapter 7, The Meaning of Work in a Sustainable Society, which was part of a debate on the role of work in a future green society, Chapter 10, The Planetary Emergency, 2020-2050, addressing the question of a climate change exit strategy, which is extensively revised and updated for this book, and Chapter 11, The Long Ecological Revolution, emerging out of a debate on ecology, technology, and eco-socialism. These chapters have all been included to round out the argument and to give more concrete meaning to the long ecological revolution to which the entire argument necessarily leads. All of the previously published essays have been adapted to form integral components of this book. Chapter 2, The Rift of Era, appears here for the first time. This book is focused on putting forward a critique of capitalism's catastrophic degradation of the environment. But in the process, we are often compelled to question other left environmental views that approach these issues in partial, one-sided ways. In doing so, our intention is not to create further divisions within the left, but rather to unite the movement by insisting that the age-old revolutionary principle of the masses, I am nothing and I should be everything, be extended to the world of life itself, merging the calls for substantive equality with ecological sustainability in a universal struggle for sustainable human development. Point 10. This demands a much deeper and more revolutionary materialism, one that only an eco-historical materialism can provide. The multifaceted analysis provided in the following chapters would not have been possible without the help of those with whom we have, between the two of us, written on these topics over the years, including Daniel Auerbach, Kelly Austin, Paul Burkett, Rebecca Clausen, Hannah Hallman, Stefano B. Longo, Fred Magdoff, Brian Napolitano, Pedro Urquijo, Richard York, and Karen Xianzhang. We are also deeply indebted to our colleagues at Monthly Review, including, in addition to Hannah and Fred, Susie Day, R. Jamil Jana, John Mage, Martin Patio, Al Rubin, John J. Simon, Intan Suwandi, Camila Valle, Colin Vanderberg, Victor Wallace, and Michael Yates. Ian Angus, editor of Climate and Capitalism, has given us continual support and encouragement. Our friend Desmond Crooks generously helped in the design of the book's cover. In the process of developing our ideas, we have benefited from interactions with a wide range of thinkers. We would particularly like to acknowledge in this respect Lazarus Adua, Elmer Altvater, Samir Emin, Robert J. Antonio, Shannon Elizabeth Bell, Amanda Bertana, Jordan Bisek, Ted Benton, Natalie Blanton, Paul Burrell, Alex Kalinikas, Michael Carolin, Matthew Clement, Julia B. Corbett, Michael Dawson, Peter Dickens, Ricardo Dobrovolsky, Sue Dockstader, Liam Downey, Adam Driscoll, Wilma Dunaway, Riley Dunlap, Eric Edwards, Martin Empson, Andrew Feenberg, Jared Fitzgerald, Joseph Fracchia, R. Scott Frey, Michael Friedman, Paul Gellert, Martha E. Jimenez, Jennifer Givens, Patrick Greiner, Ryan Gunderson, Gregory Hooks, Leontina Hormel, Alf Hornborg, Kate Jameson, Andrew K. Jorgensen, Naomi Klein, Peter Linnebaugh, Dolores, Lola, Lustana, Andreas Malm, Philip Mankus, Jeffrey Mathes McCarthy, Robert W. McChesney, Julius McGee, Istvan Mazaros, Marcelo Musto, Cameron Nayeri, Carrie Norgiard, Frank Page, Marcel Parrott, Mauricio Betancourt de la Parra, Thomas C. Patterson, David Pello, Paul Prue, Camilla Royal, Kahei Sato, Ariel Sala, Jean-Philippe Sapinski, Keith Scott, Helena Sheehan, Eamon Slater, Richard Smith, Christian Stach, Joanna Strawn, Stephen Tatum, Howard Waitskin, Kyle Powis-White, Chris Williams, Ryan Wishart, and Christopher Wright. Our ideas on ecology and society are inextricably interwoven with those of the two people with whom we share our lives on a daily basis, and without whose support and encouragement these pages would be blank. We therefore dedicate the Robbery of Nature, with deep humility, to our earthly muses, Carrie Ann Naumoff and Chris Shields. Introduction. The chapter on machinery and large-scale industry in the first volume of Karl Marx's Capital closes with this statement: all progress in capitalist agriculture is a progress in the art, not only of robbing the worker, but of robbing the soil. Capitalist production, therefore, only develops the techniques and the degree of combination of the social process of production by simultaneously undermining the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the worker. Robbing the worker referred to the theory of exploitation, which entailed the expropriation of the worker's surplus labor by the capitalist. But what did Marx mean by robbing the soil? Here robbery was connected to his theory of the metabolic rift arising from the expropriation of the earth. As he stated earlier in the same paragraph, capitalist production disturbs the metabolic interaction between man and the earth, i.e., it prevents the return to the soil of its constituent elements consumed by man in the form of food and clothing, hence it hinders the operation of the eternal natural condition for the lasting fertility of the soil. 1. The same basic logic was present in the other famous passage on the metabolic rift, at the end of the chapter on the genesis of capitalist ground rent in the third volume of Capital. There Marx referred to the squandering of the vitality of the soil by large-scale capitalist enterprise, generating an irreparable rift in the interdependent process of social metabolism, a metabolism prescribed by the natural laws of life itself too. In both instances, Marx's notion of the robbery of the soil is intrinsically connected to the rift in the metabolism between human beings and the earth. To get at the complexities of his metabolic rift theory, it is useful to look separately at the issues of the robbery and the rift, seeing these as separate moments in a single development. This is best done by examining how Marx's ecological critique in this area emerged in relation to the prior critique of industrial agriculture provided by the celebrated German chemist Justus von Liebig. Of particular importance in this context is Liebig's notion of the robbery system, Raub system, or robbery economy, Raubwirtschaft, which he associated with British high farming, a high input, high output, capital-intensive form of large-scale industrial agriculture. 3. For Marx, as for Liebig, this robbery was not of course confined simply to external nature, since humans as corporeal beings were themselves part of nature. 4. The expropriation of nature in capitalist society thus had its counterpart, in Marx's analysis, in the expropriation of human bodily existence. The robbery and the rift in nature's metabolism was also a robbery and a rift in the human metabolism. This was visible in the many forms of bonded labor, in the conditions of social reproduction in the patriarchal household, and in the destructive physical impacts and the loss of the vital powers of individual human beings. Liebig, Industrial Agriculture and the Alienation of the Soil. Beginning in the late 1850s and early 1860s, Liebig, who had long advocated the use of scientific methods in agriculture, began to argue that British high farming's systematic alienating of the crops of the fields was irrational from a long-term perspective, since it ultimately despoiled the earth of its nutrients. A farmer, he declared, may sell and permanently alienate all that portion of the produce of his farm which has been supplied by the atmosphere but not the constituents of the soil. A field from which something is permanently taken away, cannot possibly increase or even continue equal in productive power. He stressed that the axiom thus enunciated is simply a natural law. 5. The natural law at issue here was what Liebig called the law of compensation or law of replacement, Gesetz des Ersatzes, whereby nutrients removed from the soil had to be restored. 6. This was in turn based on the recognition of the metabolic interaction, Stoffwechsel, governing the exchanges of matter and energy between life forms and their environments. Metabolism was a fundamental concept of natural science, and Liebig was one of its 19th-century pioneers. 7. In essence, it raised the question of the material interchanges and processes governing the complex interrelations between organic and inorganic nature. All plants, without exception, Liebig wrote, exhaust the soil, each of them in its own way, of the conditions for their reproduction. To sell the food and fiber to populations in cities hundreds and thousands of miles from the land prevented the return of these essential nutrients to the soil, resulting in a system of spoliation. Attempts to compensate for this, for example, through Britain's imports of guano from Peru, and bones from the battlefields and catacombs of Europe, were temporary and makeshift solutions, almost inherently insufficient, which plundered other countries of their earthly resources. 8. Liebig's emphasis in the late 1850s and early 1860s on the alienation and robbery of the soil can be seen as a product of developments that began in the 1840s and extended to the time that Marx was writing Capital in the 1860s. Responding to the deterioration of soil conditions and the commercial demands for higher agricultural productivity, what historians have called the Second Agricultural Revolution, English farmers in 1841 began importing massive amounts of guano from Peru. 9. Meanwhile, the Irish potato famine, beginning in 1845, led to the abolition of the Corn Laws in England, allowing for the importation of cheaper grain and forcing new, competitive market conditions, which in turn gave rise to what Marx called a new regime of the international food system. 10. This period saw the development of high farming or intensive agriculture in England, itself symbolized by the importation of guano, bones, oil cakes, and other natural fertilizers, and the shift to an increasingly meat-based agricultural system grounded in practices such as the famous Norfolk rotation, establishing a mixed animal crop system. 11. In this context, concerns were raised about the loss of soil nutrients from new intensive forms of agriculture and the waste of nutrients in human sewage resulting from massive food and fiber imports to the cities. 12. In Germany and other parts of Europe, there were growing worries among agronomists and soil scientists about England's voracious importation of bones from the continent. The entire period of the Second Agricultural Revolution was thus one of crisis and transformation in the socio-ecological metabolism of British soil cultivation, associated with the Industrial Revolution. To underscore the enormity of the crisis of soil ecology, Liebig made a point of attacking entrenched notions propounded by some agriculturalists and the classical political economist David Ricardo that the power of the soil on any given plot of land was indestructible and hence inexhaustible. 13. The development of modern chemistry had discredited such views. Plant growth, Liebig contended, depended on 8 substances. Today we know this to be 18, 16 of which, excluding carbon and oxygen, are chemical elements that for most plants, with the partial exception of nitrogen converted into organic nitrogenous compounds from the air by legumes, such as clover, peas, and beans, are derived from the soil and not the atmosphere. All of these elements had to be replenished for the soil to remain fertile. 14. Of these, the nutrients needed in the largest quantities were nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Liebig's famous law of the minimum, moreover, indicated that there was a complex balance of soil nutrients such that, to enhance the productivity of the soil in a given area, it was necessary to supply the nutrient in which the soil was most deficient, to the point at which that nutrient was once again in proportion with the next most deficient soil mineral. Growth rates were determined by the most limited factor. Soil exhaustion meant that the mineral composition of the earth had been so compromised that nutrients needed to be massively imported by the hand of man from outside the farm. In this sense, Liebig declared, most of our cultivated fields are exhausted, requiring massive infusions of chemical nutrients from outside. 15. Liebig was not alone from the 1850s through the 1870s in addressing the issue of the destructive relation to the soil. Other major natural scientists, agronomists, and political economists raised the same questions, including George Waring, Henry Carey, James F. W. Johnston, Karl Fraß, and Wilhelm Georg Friedrich Roscher, all of whom, except Waring, Marx studied closely. 16. It was Liebig, however, who advanced the most critical and global concerns with respect to large-scale industrial agriculture. In doing so, he focused in particular on the extraordinary ascent of the guano trade as a measure of the extent of the European soil crisis. By far the richest deposits of guano were to be found on the Chincha Islands off the coast of Peru, where it was the product of cormorants, boobies, and pelicans feeding since time immemorial on huge shoals of fish in the coastal currents and depositing their excrement in what became mountains of natural fertilizer. Peruvian guano was rich in nitrogen, ammonia, phosphates, and alkaline salts. Historian Gregory Cushman writes that all told, from 1840 to 1879, Peru exported an estimated 12.7 million metric tons of guano from its islands, the great bulk of it destined for British fields. 17. Between 1841 and 1855, according to Liebig, upwards of 1,500,000 metric tons of Peruvian guano had been imported into Great Britain, and 2 million tons into Europe as a whole. This was enough, based on the figures for Europe in this period, to produce an additional 200 million cwts, or hundredweights. An imperial hundredweight is 112 pounds, of grain, compared to what would have been produced without the guano. This was sufficient to feed perfectly 26.75 million human beings, more than the population of England, Wales, and Scotland at that time for 1 year. Liebig indicated that 1 cwt of guano was, in terms of the effective mineral constituents it contained, the equivalent of 25 to 80 cwt of wheat. 18. A sense of the deficiency in English agricultural fields in relation to their full productivity could thus be found in the immense quantity of guano imported at great cost and applied to fields, as well as in the importation of bones, bone meal, nitrates, oil cakes, and other fertilizers and feeding stuffs for farm animals. Reflecting on this situation, Liebig charged that if England were to continue with its high farming system, it would so despoil the soil and become so dependent on increasing inputs that it would need quantities of guano of about the extent of the English coal fields. No wonder that British and American ships have searched through all the seas, and there is no small island, no coast, which has escaped their inquiries after guano. 19. All this reinforced Liebig's argument that the much vaunted industrial agriculture of British high farming was simply a more intensive, modern robbery system, undermining the conditions of reproduction for future generations. To be sure, this was a more refined form of robbery, where robbery improves the art of robbery. But the resulting impoverishment was the same. Indeed, the system's new techniques often effected an even more thoroughgoing impoverishment of the constituents of the soil. Rather than a mark of progress, under these circumstances, an increase in crop production was likely a sign of long-term regression, the more so if examined on a global scale. 20. The English importation of bones from the continent to be used as fertilizer, and its effect on the growth of individuals, could be seen in the greater height of British military conscripts relative to their continental counterparts. Great Britain, Liebig declared, robs all countries of the conditions of their fertility. She has already ransacked the battlefields of Leipzig, Waterloo, and the Crimea for bones, and consumed the accumulated skeletons of many generations in the Sicilian catacombs. We may say to the world that she hangs like a vampire on the neck of Europe, and seeks out its heart's blood, without any necessity and without permanent benefit to herself. 21. Such a modern robbery culture, based on the total alienation of the soil, was the antithesis of a rational agriculture rooted in the application of science. Liebig did not hesitate to point out the structural reasons for this contradiction. As he wrote in the conclusion to the introduction of the 1862 edition of his Agricultural Chemistry, the entire rapacious system associated with industrial agriculture could be attributed to the folly and ignorance, which private property interposes in the way of the recovery of the constituents of the soil. The natural law of compensation was being violated by a production system that knew no bounds, operating as if the earth is inexhaustible in its gifts. 22. Moreover, attempts to compensate for the loss of soil nutrients by using only particular fertilizers might yield still more irrational results in the form of an excess of nutritive substances, as opposed to rational husbandry. 23. Marx, The Robbery of Nature and the Metabolic Rift. Marx's conception of the robbery or expropriation of nature was necessarily much broader than that of Liebig, though the latter's natural scientific researches had a decisive impact on Marx's thought. Marx emerged as a materialist thinker in his early 20s through a long and intense struggle with the Hegelian system of German idealism, in which his doctoral dissertation on Epicurus's ancient materialist philosophy of nature played a central role, together with his encounter with the work of Ludwig Feuerbach. Epicurean materialism, which exerted a powerful influence on the scientific revolution of the 17th century, would remain a crucial reference point in Marx's critical outlook, even as he developed his own historical materialist approach. Point 24 As a thinker concerned centrally with the human relation to the earth through production, his analysis already displayed, in the early 1840s, a broad ecological outlook, though his sharper critique of the environmental contradictions of capitalist development was only developed in his mature works. Still, in the 1840s, he addressed such issues as the expropriation and alienation of the land, the division between town and country, the pollution of air, water, and food in the cities, and the corporeal reality of humanity, since human beings remained inherently a part of nature, albeit increasingly alienated from their natural environments. Point 25. By the 1850s, due to the influence of his close friend Roland Daniels, physician, natural scientist, communist organizer, and author of Microcosmos, which Marx read and commented on, but which, due to Daniels's premature death, was not published until the late 20th century. Marx took up the concept of metabolism, integrating it into his system. Point 26 No doubt he also drew upon Liebig. During this period, he introduced the concept of social metabolism, representing the real material relation between nature and humanity formed by the labor and production process. Point 27 The social metabolic process, he wrote, constituted the real exchange of commodities, including the productive exchange with nature, encompassing both matter and form, use value and exchange value. The labor process itself was defined as the eternal natural necessity which mediates the metabolism between man and nature, and therefore human life itself. 28. Marx's analysis of the social metabolism was thus never conceptually divorced from what he called the universal metabolism of nature, of which the human social metabolism was simply a part. Point 29 His entire dialectical framework rested on what would today be called an ecological, or socio-ecological, systems theory, connecting the materialist conception of history to that of nature and requiring continuing study not only of changing developments in human history, but also in natural history, which, in Marx's work, took the form of extensive inquiries into geology, agronomy, chemistry, physics, biology, physiology, mathematics, and more. Point 30. While writing Capital in the late 1850s and 1860s, Marx famously paused twice, not only to absorb Charles Darwin's evolutionary theory and its implications for the human relation to the environment, but also to study Liebig's analysis of the robbery system characterizing modern agriculture. In taking up Liebig's critique, he was to develop this more fully than Liebig had, forging a dynamic theory of the alienated social metabolism based on the exploitation of human labor. For Marx it was clear that socio-ecological contradictions were embedded in the process of capital accumulation in historical ways that went far beyond Liebig's natural scientific perspective. 31 The result was a much deeper and richer sense of the structural imperatives underlying the expropriation of nature in the modern system of commodity production, informed by developments in natural science, while also connecting these processes to the inner contradictions of capitalism as a historical social system. To understand Marx's ecological critique, it is necessary to recognize that the contradiction between natural material use values and economic exchange values lay at the core of his entire system. Inspired by George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel's contradiction between matter and form, Marx's critique of the capitalist political economy rested in large part on the contradiction between metabolic interchange and the economic value form of commodities. The circuit of exchange value ultimately depended on the production and exchange of commodities embodying natural material use values. The chemical process, regulated by labor, Marx wrote, has everywhere consisted of an exchange of natural equivalents, whose violation meant the expropriation of nature, with disastrous consequences. 32 The capitalist valorization process could thus never free itself from the conditions of metabolic interaction stoffwechsel between man and nature. 33 All attempts to do so, as in industrial agriculture or the exploitation of labor power, generated a metabolic rift, a crisis of social metabolic reproduction. Marx's concern with the break in social metabolic reproduction of capitalism was undoubtedly deeply affected by the growing public discussions in the 1850s, during the Second Agricultural Revolution, of soil nutrients, the impact of the guano trade, and the enormous waste of human sewage. These developments all derived from English high farming and what Marx called the new regime of international food production following the abolition of the Corn Laws. He stressed in the Grundriss how self-sustaining agriculture had broken down and been replaced by an industrial agriculture that required machinery, chemical fertilizer acquired through exchange, seeds from different countries etc., while guano was being imported from Peru in exchange for the export of other products. 34 In the new regime of food production, 25% of the wheat consumed in Britain in the mid-1850s was imported. Meanwhile, large tracts of arable land in Britain were being transformed into pasture. The derangement of the British food trade in the period, including competitive price instability, which interfered with securing the necessary foreign supplies, was such as to make even an abundant harvest, under the new regime, appear relatively defective. 35. These concerns regarding the contradictions of capitalist agriculture and its material impacts were further heightened by Marx's reading of the 1862 edition of Liebig's Agricultural Chemistry, especially its long incendiary introduction, on which Marx took extensive notes in 1865–66 while struggling to complete the first edition of Capital. One of Liebig's immortal merits, Marx declared in Capital, was to have developed from the point of view of natural science, the negative, i.e. destructive side of modern agriculture. Nevertheless, he followed this immediately by pointing out that Liebig's work contained the most egregious errors whenever its author ventured beyond the laws of natural science to comment on the laws of political economy. 36 Only by integrating these new natural scientific developments with the critique of capital would it be possible to understand the wider implications for the human nature metabolism. Thus, in Capital, Marx argued that all progress in increasing the fertility of the soil for a given time is a progress towards ruining the more long-lasting sources of that fertility, and that the more a country proceeds from large-scale industry as the background of its development, as in the case of the United States, the more rapid is this process of destruction. 37 Here he emphasized that capital accumulation, through its rapacious expropriation of nature, inevitably promoted ecological destruction. Hence, in his economic manuscript of 1864–65, he expressly raised the question of the declining productivity of the soil when successive capital investments are made. 38. At the heart of the contradiction was the reality that the social metabolism with nature under capitalism was mediated by value. Thus the cultivation of particular crops depends on fluctuations in market prices and the constant changes in cultivation with these price fluctuations. This reflects the fact that the entire spirit of capitalist production, which is oriented toward the most immediate monetary profit, stands in contradiction to agriculture, which has to concern itself with the whole gamut of permanent conditions of life required by the chain of human generations. 39 Writing in Theories of Surplus Value, Marx observed that even manure, plain muck, has become merchandise, not to speak of bone meal, guano, potash, etc. That the natural elements of production are estimated in terms of money is not merely due to the formal change in production as compared with pre-capitalist forms of agriculture. New materials are introduced into the soil and its old ones are sold for reasons of production. The seed trade has risen in importance to the extent to which the importance of seed rotation has been recognized. 40. Yet the mediation of value, the high inputs and high outputs required by capitalist agriculture, long-distance trade, and the pressures on the soil all pointed to the intensification and long-term instability of the agricultural metabolism. Marx argued that more intensive forms of agriculture, even as they produced a record harvest, could so deplete the soil that famine followed, requiring years for the soil to recover. 41 Ireland, he noted, was even forced to export its manure soil nutrients across the sea to England in a dramatic instance of ecological imperialism. 42 In the East Indies, English-style capitalist farming, only managed to spoil indigenous agriculture and to swell the number and intensity of famines. This was part of a colonial bleeding process, with a vengeance. 43. The deeper significance of Marx's analysis became clear as he developed the implications already present in his concept of social metabolism in order to conceptualize the systemic nature of the ecological contradictions of capitalism. Hence, in Capital, he brought the natural material or ecological side of his social metabolic reproduction to the fore, in an attempt to understand the wider ramifications of the capitalist robbery system and its disruptive, indeed destructive, impact on natural systems. It was in this context that he raised the critical issue of the irreparable rift in the interdependent process of social metabolism. 44. By irreparable rift, he did not of course mean that a restoration of a rational and sustainable metabolism between human beings and the earth was impossible. Indeed, he was to define the need for socialism ultimately in these terms. 45. Nevertheless, the destructive aspects of capitalism's alienated metabolic relation to the earth were not to be denied. Here Marx's deep understanding of Epicurean materialism is evident. Central to his materialist ontology was the Epicurean conception of mortality, to which he often made reference. 46. Thus, in The Poverty of Philosophy, he referred to mors immortalis, death the immortal, an allusion to Lucretius's immortal death has taken away mortal life. 47. Both in Epicurean materialism and in Marx's own philosophy, this referred to the transitoriness of things as the only permanent material reality. In evoking the enormity of capitalism's destructive impact on the metabolism prescribed by the natural laws of life itself, nothing would have been more characteristic for Marx than to recall Lucretius's epic poem De Rerum Natura. In Thomas Charles Baring's classic 1884 translation, we read, "A property is that which ne'er can cut itself adrift, nor can be sundered anyhow, without a fatal rift." 48. It is quite conceivable that Marx, confronted with capitalism's growing ecological contradictions, turned back to Epicurus, and Lucretius, to call up the notion of a fatal rift, or irreparable rift, reflecting the disruption and destruction of nature's properties and processes. In this perspective, capitalism, by robbing the elements of reproduction on which future generations depended, undermined not only external nature, but also the basis of human life itself. The corporeal rift. The metabolic rift generated by capitalism is not confined to the alienated relation to external nature but affects the human metabolism itself, the bodily existence of human beings, a phenomenon we can call the corporeal rift. This is related to what socialist ecofeminist Ariel Sala has called metabolic value, that is, struggles around social reproduction focused on the household and the reproduction of humans themselves, as both physical and social beings. 49. It is also connected to what Howard Waitzkin called the second sickness, the social epidemiological effects of capitalist development. 50. A key component of Epicurean materialism, one that distinguished it from later Cartesian dualism, was the fundamentally corporeal nature of human beings, who are part of and dependent on nature. As Norman Wentworth DeWitt explained, to Epicurus body and soul are alike corporeal, they are coterminous. 51. Following this approach, Marx consistently integrated his materialist conception of history with the materialist conception of nature, as developed within modern science, while also incorporating physiological developments. Human beings, like other animals, have specific bodily needs essential to their survival, such as hydration, sufficient calories, sleep, and clean air. Marx argued that in meeting these physiological imperatives, human beings actively make history, transform the world, and produce a social metabolism interconnected with the universal metabolism. 52. Yet while humans can make history, there are real constraints on this potential, given the limits associated with inherited socio-cultural conditions, the corporeal structure related to evolutionary descent, and the biophysical characteristics and processes of the Earth system. 53. With these considerations in mind, Marx offered a rich historical examination of the numerous ways that the capital system degraded, undermined, or disrupted the corporeal metabolism, thwarting human social development. During the long transition from mercantilism to industrial capitalism, the expropriation of nature also involved the extreme expropriation of human bodily existence. Marx wrote that this history, which involves the outright seizure of title to property from immediate producers, is written in the annals of mankind in letters of blood and fire. 54 peasants were forcibly removed from the countryside when the customary rights associated with land tenure were abolished. British soldiers carried out evictions by burning villages, as well as individuals who refused to leave. Bourgeois property laws helped steal the land, ushering in a revolutionary transformation, whereby the human population was progressively removed from access to the means of subsistence. As a result, landowners conquered the field of capitalist agriculture, incorporated the soil into capital, and created for the urban industries the necessary supplies of free and rightless proletarians, who had to sell their labor power to earn wages to purchase the means of subsistence. 55 This is a relationship of force and deprivation, because, as Marx remarked, if the workers could live on air, it would not be possible to buy them at any price. 56. With colonial expansion and European settlement of distant lands, the violation of corporeal existence took the form of the expropriation associated with the genocide against the indigenous peoples of the Americas and the enslavement of Africans. 57 Violence and coercion were integral components of the bonded labor system. Confinement, flogging, beating, and rape were commonplace. In this living nightmare, slaves were beasts of burden, regularly deprived of the conditions that allowed for adequate sustenance. Escaped slaves were hunted, tortured, and killed, so long as there was a steady supply of more bonded workers. 58. With the demise of slavery, the British devised the infamous coolie trade. Large numbers of Chinese bonded workers were forced to dig in the guano islands off the coast of Peru, to provide the fertilizer to spread on English fields. As one contemporary English observer described the conditions of these workers, "I can state that their lot in these dreary spots is a most unhappy one. Besides being worked almost to death, they have neither sufficient food nor passably wholesome water. Their rations consist of 2 pounds of rice and about half a pound of meat. This is generally served out to them between 10 and 11 in the morning, by which time they have got through 6 hours' work. Each man is compelled to clear from 4 to 5 tons of guano a day. During the last quarter of 1875, it is reported that there were 355 China men employed at Pabellon de Pica alone, of whom no less than 98 were in the hospital. The general sickness is swelled legs, caused, it is supposed, by drinking condensed water not sufficiently cooled, and by a lack of vegetable diet. The features of this disease are not unlike those of scurvy or purpura. The bodily metabolism of these workers was thus being sacrificed to obtain the guano to compensate for the impaired soil metabolism on English fields. The suicide rate of the Chinese bonded workers digging the guano was so high that, as a U.S. consul to Peru noted in 1870, guards had to be placed around the shores of the guano islands, where they are employed, to prevent the coolies from committing suicide by drowning, to which end the coolie rushes in his moments of despair. 59. Throughout their critique of capital, Marx and Friedrich Engels exhaustively assessed the system's effects on corporeal conditions. They were horrified by the extent to which it failed to meet bodily needs, resulting in disease, suffering, and shortened lives. Marx stressed that capitalist production squanders human beings, living labor, more readily than does any other mode of production, squandering not only flesh and blood, but nerves and brain as well. 60. This contradiction exists at the heart of the capital system, whose purpose is not the satisfaction of needs but the production of profit. 61. Drawing on first-hand experience, fieldwork, and official reports and studies, Marx and Engels detailed changes in corporeal existence. In 1839, when Engels was 18 years old, he wrote a vivid description in his Letters from Wuppertal of corporeal and ecological conditions in his birthplace, Barmen, Germany, then the most industrialized city in the region. He observed that the river was red due to pollution from cotton factories using turkey red as a dye. He linked many of the city's problems, such as the lack of a vigorous life and degraded health, to working conditions, both in factories and at home. Work in low rooms where people breathe in more coal fumes and dust than oxygen, and in the majority of cases beginning already at the age of 6, is bound to deprive them of all strength and joy in lives, he wrote. The weavers, who have individual looms in their homes, sit bent over them from morning till night, and desiccate their spinal marrow in front of a hot stove. 62. For the condition of the working class in England, his pioneering study in urban sociology and environmental injustice, Engels, accompanied by his partner Mary Burns, went door to door conducting interviews and collected official medical and public health reports, documenting and analyzing the social and ecological conditions in Manchester, whose dominance in spinning and weaving cotton had made it the center of the Industrial Revolution. The city was ominous, due to the black smoke that blocked out the sun. Charles Dickens described the ceaseless smoke pollution as black vomit, blasting all things living or inanimate, shutting out the face of day, and closing in on all these horrors with a dense dark cloud. 63. Engels detailed how the conditions within factories further robbed workers of their health. The atmosphere of the factories is, as a rule, at once damp and warm, unusually warmer than is necessary, and, when the ventilation is not very good, impure, heavy, deficient in oxygen, filled with dust, and the smell of the machine oil, which almost everywhere smears the floor, sinks into it, and becomes rancid. 64. These workers spent long hours, day after day, tending to machines. As a result, they were physically exhausted, yet only slept a couple hours a day, preventing rest and restoration of their bodies and making them more susceptible to diseases. Engels documented how specific types of work contributed to distinct corporeal problems. 65. Working in mills caused curvatures in the spine and bowing of leg bones. Women suffered pelvis deformities. Winders, who wound thread onto bobbins, suffered from eye problems, such as diminished eyesight, cataracts, and, in time, blindness. Dressmakers were confined in small rooms with almost total exclusion from fresh air, breathing in foul air. These girls also experienced skeletal deformities at a young age, and their growth was stunted. Exposure to dust, toxins, and air contaminants was a major problem. Workers in the combing rooms of spinning mills breathed in fibrous dust, causing chest affections, such as asthma, constant coughing, and difficulty breathing. These health problems also resulted in a loss of sleep. 66. Metal workers laboring at grinders inhaled sharp metal particles, often developing grinders asthma, which included shortness of breath, spitting blood, and coughing fits. The conditions were worse for those who worked with a dry stone versus a wet stone. The average lifespan was 35 years for the former and 45 years for the latter. 67. Workers bleaching textiles were exposed to chlorine. Potters who dipped the wares were exposed to lead and arsenic. Their clothing was contaminated with these dangerous materials, to which their family members at home were thus also exposed. These workers in particular experienced stomach and intestine disorders, epilepsy, and paralysis. 68. Using medical reports, Engels considered how miners, which included adults and children, were exposed to the inhalation of an atmosphere containing little oxygen, and mixed with dust and the smoke of blasting powder, such as prevails in the mines, which seriously affects the lungs, disturbs the action of the heart, and diminishes the activity of the digestive organs. He noted that these miners developed black spittle disease when their lungs were saturated with coal particles, causing intense pain, headaches, and difficulty breathing. 69. All these ailments and conditions disrupt corporeal existence, disturb metabolic bodily processes, and shorten workers' lives. Engels illuminated corporeal class differences, as machine operators looked decades older than their wealthy counterparts. 70. The bodies of workers were simply worn out due to the conditions of work. Reflecting on the consequences of factory conditions and their effects on the human metabolism, Marx wrote, "Every sense organ is injured by the artificially high temperatures, by the dust-laden atmosphere, by the deafening noise, not to mention the danger to life and limb among machines which are so closely crowded together, a danger which, with the regularity of the seasons, produces its list of those killed and wounded in the industrial battlefield." The economical use of the social means of production, matured and forced as in a hothouse by the factory system, is turned in the hands of capital into systematic robbery of what is necessary for the life of the worker while he is at work, i.e. space, light, air, and protection against the dangerous or the unhealthy concomitants of the production process, not to mention the theft of appliances for the comfort of the worker. 71. Technological innovations, which could improve working conditions, were only employed if they reduced labor costs and increased production or when there was enough social pressure that forced protection and regulation. 72. As Marx pointed out, the decisive factor is not the health of the worker, but the ease with which the product may be constructed, which is on the one hand a source of growing profit for the capitalist and on the other hand the cause of a squandering of the worker's life and health. 73. In addition to documenting how working conditions robbed workers of their health and shortened their lives, Marx analyzed extensively the ways in which the system of capital affected the nutritional intake and corporeal constitution of workers. This issue is especially important, given that nutrients provide energy and support vital bodily functions. Thus, an insufficient supply causes an array of corporeal problems. On this front, two of the major concerns for Marx included adequate food/calorie consumption and health risks associated with food adulteration. Drawing on official reports regarding public health in the United Kingdom, such as those by John Simon, the chief medical health officer of the Privy Council, Marx considered how class and gender influenced calorie intake. He noted that agricultural families had diets deficient in protein and carbohydrates. Insufficiency of food among these families fell as a rule chiefly on the women and children. Adult industrial workers consumed around 9 pounds of bread each week, constituting almost their entire diet. Needlewomen consumed the least, at just under 8 pounds, while shoemakers ate the most, at 11.5 pounds. In general, as far as consumption of butter, meat, sugar, and milk, the worst nourished categories were the needlewomen, silk weavers, and kid glovers, all jobs predominantly occupied by women. 74 Historian Anthony Wall stresses that at the time of these studies, individuals performed physically demanding labor and had to walk long distances to work. Thus, the caloric intake for the average working class family was not sufficient. They ate few fresh green vegetables and drank little liquid, water, or otherwise. As a result, they received minimal protein and were deficient in vitamins A and D. Families with children too young to work suffered even greater food insufficiencies. 75. The intimate connection between the pangs of hunger suffered by the most industrious layers of the working class, Marx explained, and the extravagant consumption, coarse or refined, of the rich, from which capitalist accumulation is the basis, is only uncovered when the economic laws are known. 76 Capitalists attempted to reduce the workers' individual consumption to the necessary minimum, except in special cases, such as in the mines in South America. Quoting Liebig, Marx noted that the men cannot work so hard on bread alone while forced by mine owners to carry almost 200 pounds of metals up 450 feet, so the workers were compelled to eat beans as well. 77. Using this documentation, Marx and Engels highlighted how the capitalist system disrupted corporeal metabolic processes due to insufficient or inadequate food, leading to various illnesses, ailments, and starvation diseases. In particular, Engels detailed how working-class children were very vulnerable to rickets and scrofula due to poor quality food and inadequate nutrition. 78 In working-class neighborhoods, sewage ran through the streets and no clean water was available. When food prices increased, families reduced their daily rations. All these conditions made them more susceptible to contagious diseases and illnesses, as in the regular cholera epidemics of the period. To make matters worse, the adulteration of food, drink, and medicine was common. The working poor consumed dark bread rather than the white loaves prepared for the wealthy. The former was made with alum, sand, and bone earth, often with feces and cockroaches baked into it. 79 Other common adulterations included adding mercury to pepper, white lead to tea, dirt and red lead to cocoa, clay and sand to medicinal opium, copper in gin, bread and butter, chalk in milk, and strychnine to beer. Regular consumption of these items resulted in chronic gastritis and food poisoning, which was sometimes fatal. 80 Many of the pigments used to color food were poisonous and would accumulate in workers' bodies. Marx remained concerned about corporeal issues throughout his life. In A Worker's Inquiry, a questionnaire Marx devised in 1880 at the request of La Revue Socialiste that asked French workers to share details and stories of their labor conditions, he listed 100 specific questions, many of which addressed bodily matters. In particular, he requested information connected to the sizes of workrooms, including details regarding ventilation and temperature, muscle strain, exposure to industrial effluvia and specific diseases related to the work, safety standards and actions in case of accidents, specific bodily dangers and detrimental health effects related to work, whether or not children were working at the site, duration of shifts, time it took to travel to and from work, prices of lodging and food, including types of food consumed, how many years workers average within specific trades, and the general physical, intellectual, and moral conditions of life of the working men and women employed in the trade. 81. Just as the profit-driven capital system disrupts natural processes and cycles, it creates corporeal rifts, undermining general health, the bodily metabolism, and longevity. It violates an array of biological needs whose satisfaction is an absolute prerequisite of human existence. 82 The satisfaction of basic bodily needs is central to humans' capacity to make history. Joseph Fracchia argues that Marx's materialist focus on bodily questions enabled him to decipher the exploitative character of capitalism and to expose the corporeal depths of capitalist immiseration. In this way, he wielded human corporeal organization as a limited, but effective normative measure for social critique and as an attribute of freedom. Labor practices which deform the body and atrophy its dexterities are indicators of exploitation and expropriation, while those that enhance its capacities and cultivate its dexterities are emancipatory. 83. Marx and Engels sought to uproot the capital system, which vampire-like, lives only by sucking living labor, and lives the more labor it sucks. 84 None of this was inherent in the human condition, nor had the human body been so systematically and intensively exploited before. Capitalist methods were designed to carry corporeal exploitation, that is, expropriation of bodily powers, to its maximum. Nothing could be more at odds with the ancient Epicurean materialists, who rejected the pursuit of wealth at the cost of the human being. As Lucretius writes in the opening paragraph of Book 2 of De Rerum Natura, therefore we see that our corporeal life needs little, altogether, and only such, as takes the pain away. 85. For Marx and Engels, a society of associated producers socialism is founded on mending this corporeal rift, along with the rift in the metabolism between society and nature in general, to establish a sustainable path for human social development, and to overcome needless pain and suffering. It is necessary, as Sala has argued, to develop a society that moves beyond capitalist commodity value to one that emphasizes metabolic value, encompassing the entirety of social and environmental needs. 86. The conditions of reproduction of nature and humanity. For Marx, it is not the unity of living and active humanity with the natural, inorganic conditions of their metabolic exchange with nature, and hence their appropriation of nature, which requires explanation or is the result of a historical process, but rather the separation between these inorganic conditions of human existence and this active existence, a separation which is completely posited only in the relation of wage labor and capital. 87 Likewise, we can say that it is not the universal metabolism of nature, or even the human social metabolism, that requires explanation, but rather the metabolic rift, the active estrangement of this universal social metabolism with nature. Human beings in Marx's conception are corporeal beings, constituting a specific part of nature, the self-mediating beings of nature. 88 With the development of class society, this crucial self-mediating characteristic that distinguishes human species being, takes an alienated form. The expropriation of nature on behalf of the capitalist class becomes the basis for the further expropriation and exploitation of humanity and nature, in a vicious circle leading ultimately to a rupture in the metabolism of nature and society, including corporeal existence. In the most important revelation to come out of Marx's doctoral thesis on ancient materialism, he wrote, "It was only with Epicurus that appearance is grasped as appearance, i.e. as an alienation of the essence which gives practical proof of its reality through such an alienation." 89 For Marx, the alienated social metabolism between humanity and nature provided the practical proof of the possibility of a new, more organic system of social metabolic reproduction, to be organized by the freely associated producers. Stripping away the alienation and destruction, it was possible to perceive the potential for more egalitarian, collective, and sustainable relations. In such a higher society, socialized man, the associated producers, would govern the human metabolism of nature in a rational way, accomplishing it with the least expenditure of energy and in conditions most worthy and appropriate for their human nature. 90. Should we see Marx's theory of metabolic rift as ecological by today's standards? Some have argued not. Sven-Erik Liedman, in his ambitious and in many ways enlightening 2018 biography, A World to Win, The Life and Works of Karl Marx, insists that Marx cannot be considered an ecologically conscious person in the modern sense. True, he notes, Marx found support in Liebig for his thesis that over the longer term capitalism was devastating in all aspects. But Marx, Liedman tells us, also imagined that the society that would replace capitalism could also restore the balance between humanity and nature in agriculture. Hence the pessimistic conclusions that Marx drew from Liebig's book were not unconditional. In another society, agriculture would not drain nature of its resources, just as industry would not devastate the air, water, and soil. The irreparable break he spoke about is thus only irreparable in a capitalist society. 91. By Liedman's yardstick, then, it is precisely because Marx offered a conception of a future society beyond capitalism, directed to sustainable human development, in which the associated producers would rationally regulate the metabolism between nature and society, that his views can be said to have fallen short of those who can be considered ecologically conscious persons in the modern sense. The implication is that modern green thinkers, by definition, see ecological devastation as unconditional and hence wholly insurmountable, and are inherently pessimistic and apocalyptic, conceiving of no way forward for humanity, at least if this requires a break with the existing social order. This is no doubt an accurate description of the views of most mainstream environmentalists today, who categorically refuse to consider any solution that involves going beyond capitalist relations of production. For Marx, in contrast, it was essential to treat nature, as the Epicureans had, as my friend, challenging the entire system of the alienation of nature and society. 92 If the classical historical materialist ecological critique little resembles today's contemporary mainstream ecology, this is hardly because Marx's critique is somehow antiquated. Rather, it is Marx's critique that has emerged in recent years as the theoretical and practical point of departure for the most advanced planetary movement of the 21st century, eco-socialism. In our time, the famous words of the Internationale take on new meaning: the earth shall rise on new foundations. We have been naught, we shall be all. 1. The expropriation of nature. 21st century monopoly finance capitalism constitutes what Karl Marx once called an age of dissolution. 1. All that is solid in the current mode of production is melting into air. Hence, it is no longer realistic to treat even by way of abstraction the crucial political economic struggles of our day as if they were confined primarily to the exploitation of labor within production. Instead, social conflicts are increasingly being fought over capitalism's expropriation and spoliation of its wider social and natural environment. 2. This historical shift and the deepening fissures that it has produced can be seen in the growth of what David Harvey has termed anti-value politics, directed at the boundaries of the system and visible in such forms as the ecological movement, growing conflicts over social reproduction in the household/family and gender/sexuality, and global resistance to the expansion of imperialism/racism. 3. To understand these rapidly changing conditions, it is necessary to dig much deeper than before into capital's external logic of expropriation, as it was first delineated in Marx's writings during the Industrial Revolution. Point 4 Most important, because at the root of the problem, is the extreme expropriation of the earth itself and the consequent transformation in social relations. Like any complex, dynamic system, capitalism has both an inner force that propels it and objective conditions outside itself that set its boundaries, the relations to which are forever changing. The inner dynamic of the system is governed by the process of exploitation of labor power, under the guise of equal exchange, while its primary relation to its external environment is one of expropriation, appropriation, without exchange or without equivalent. Point 5. Capitalism, or generalized commodity society, had its origins in the mercantilist age from the mid-15th to mid-18th centuries. Mercantilism was a period dominated by expropriation under the hegemony of merchant capital, including robbery, enslavement, and the outright seizure of the title to real property, a process misleadingly dubbed by the classical economists previous also primary or primitive accumulation, whereby vast numbers of human beings were separated from the natural conditions of their existence, through the alienation of both land, nature, and labor. Point 6. This historic transformation required the forcible dissolution of all earlier property forms and relations of production via the enclosure of the commons and the expropriation of small peasant holdings, enforced by the gallows, pillory, and whip, and extended worldwide to the extirpation, enslavement, and entombment in mines of indigenous populations. Point 7. The emerging bourgeois order, as Marx put it, was a vampire that sucks out its small land-holding feudal peasants' blood and brains and throws them into the alchemistic cauldron of capital, imposing new private property relations. Point 8. The reenslavement of women in the transition to capitalism took various forms, including the burning of witches and wife-selling, both of which enforced capitalist patriarchy. Point 9. Nature, or what Marx termed the universal metabolism of nature, was itself expropriated wherever possible by the emerging capitalist system, reduced to a mere free gift, to capital to be used and abused at will. Point 10. But if capitalism thus came into being dripping from head to toe, from every pore, with blood and dirt, in a violent process of expropriation that commercialized the soil, enslaved populations throughout the periphery, and created the modern working class, thereby making the systematic exploitation of labor possible, expropriation did not simply cease at that point. Point 11. Rather, it continued to define the external logic of the system, establishing, maintaining, and extending capitalism's boundaries through its relations to households, colonies, and elemental natural processes, all of which lay outside the circuit of capital. As Sven Beckert writes in Empire of Cotton, war capitalism in the mercantilist period rested on the violent expropriation of land and labor in Africa and the Americas. From these expropriations came great wealth and new knowledge, and these in turn strengthened European institutions and states, all preconditions for Europe's extraordinary economic development by the 19th century and beyond. 12. Such war capitalism continually metamorphosed into new historic forms. At various points in the development of the system, this dialectic of exploitation and expropriation, or the relation between the system's inner and outer dynamics, shifted in emphasis from one to the other, even though both invariably characterize the operation of capitalism. In its early period, under mercantilism and colonialism, expropriation principally defined the system. In 1770, at the outset of the Industrial Revolution, overall profits from slavery, according to Robin Blackburn in The Making of New World Slavery, were sufficient to cover a quarter to a third of British gross fixed investment needs. Point 13. However, by the mid-19th century, at the height of the Industrial Revolution, capitalism had metamorphosed into a developed mode of production centered on impersonal value relations and based on the systematic exploitation of what Marx called formally free labor. 14. In its descending phase of monopoly capitalism in the late 19th and 20th centuries, distinguished by a tendency towards stagnation in the accumulation process, the overall thrust of the capital system shifted back toward profit upon expropriation, while maintaining the myth of a system based on equal exchange, or quid pro quo. 15 Monopoly profits became dominant while the imperialist expropriation of surplus under conditions of enforced inequality was extended to the entire global periphery, and given a systematic basis through alliances between multinational corporations and imperialist states. In today's phase of globalized monopoly finance, capital characterized by secular stagnation in the capitalist core, planetary ecological crisis, and the rise of neoliberalism as a system of financialized redistribution, relations of expropriation have further asserted themselves, to the point that the system seems at times to have entered a period of the forcible dissolution of everything in existence, an age of structural crisis and exterminism, extended to the web of life itself. Profit upon expropriation. For Marx, as for George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel in the Philosophy of Right, appropriation, that is, property, was an inherent feature of human life. It was present in all societies, constituting the material condition of human existence, making production possible. 16 Marx observed in the Grundriss that all production is appropriation of nature on the part of an individual within and through a specific form of society. In this sense, it is a tautology to say that property, appropriation, is a precondition of production. That there can be no production and hence no society where some form of property does not exist is a tautology. An appropriation that does not make something into property is a contradictionary in subjecto. 17. Particularly absurd, in Marx's view, was the attempt in bourgeois ideology to associate appropriation in general with the formation of private property, as, for example, in John Locke's Political Theory of Appropriation in the Second Treatise on Government, or Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe, both of which saw private property as emerging out of the state of nature in isolation from society. Seeking to justify the bourgeois economy, Jean-Baptiste Say wrote in his treatise on political economy that property was originally a gratuitous gift of nature, but that all men had consented to the appropriation of these gifts of nature as private property by a few individuals, to the exclusion of all others. 18 In sharp contrast, Marx insisted that the appropriation of nature was a universal phenomenon of social life, of the social metabolism of humanity and nature, while the alienated laws of capitalist appropriation gave rise to bourgeois private property and capital accumulation. Few ideas were more grossly distorted than that of the liberal conception of the free gift of nature to capital, or the subordination of the entirety of human metabolic interactions with nature through production to the narrow laws of capitalist appropriation. 19. Although Pierre-Joseph Proudhon had declared in What is Property? That all property, and hence all appropriation, was theft, Marx pointed to the illogic of such a position, since there could be no theft, that is, expropriation, without the prior appropriation or property. Proudhon's view, with its lack of historical analysis, failed to account for numerous, varied property forms, including common or communal property, and even small peasant holdings. Hence, in characterizing property or appropriation as theft, Proudhon mistakenly associated all property with bourgeois private property, particularly landed property. 20 Nevertheless, while Proudhon's analysis was much too crude, there was no doubt that bourgeois private property rested on the alienated appropriation or expropriation of the elemental conditions of production, and that since this was a product of the historical class struggle, it could be transcended. Expropriation in Marx's conception is specifically identified with appropriation, without exchange appropriation minus the equality in all actual exchange relationships. 21 Expropriation thus meant theft of the title to property. In pre-capitalist or tributary modes of production, including feudalism, the forced appropriation of the surplus product from the direct producers is transparently a form of expropriation. 22 Under mercantilism, expropriation was often direct, as in the enclosures, where common property was confiscated, and as in the enslavement and extirpation of populations and the looting of land and resources throughout the world. In ordinary commercial transactions in the mercantilist era, this reliance on the forced confiscation of property was only somewhat more hidden. Thus, Marx quoted Benjamin Franklin's statement that war is robbery, commerce is cheating, as representative of the mercantilist view. The cheating that constitutes merchant capital in its normal commerce, Marx explained, occurs by means of a long series of intermediate steps in the circulation of commodities, including commercial capital's domination over production throughout the mercantilist period. It is not to be explained merely by frauds practiced on the producers of commodities. 23 In the organization of modern manufacturing, capitalist handicraft, with its historical roots in the prior mercantilist form, expropriation could be seen as occurring at every step, because a whole series of plundering parasites insinuate themselves between the actual employer and the worker he employs. 24. In developed capitalist production, class-based expropriation is disguised by a system of formally equal exchange within the market, in which workers, via the wage contract, are said to be paid an amount equal to their labor. Workers in the hidden abode of production are, it is true, paid the value of their labor power, equal to the necessary, historically determined costs of their reproduction, during the portion of the working day necessary to cover this. Yet capital nonetheless extracts a surplus product from the unpaid labor in the remainder of the working day during which there is only apparent exchange, hence the labor is appropriated without an equivalent, a disguised form of tribute. 25 But given the specific form in which this expropriation occurs within the value circuit in capitalist production, under the guise of equal exchange, Marx distinguishes the exploitation of labor power in developed capitalist industry as a specific type. Sui generis, not to be confused with expropriation in its more general historical sense as robbery or theft outside the process of production and valorization. 26. In the transitional stage represented by mercantilism up to the mid-18th century, profit was often identified in political economy with buying cheap and selling dear. The most rational expression of the mercantilist view in this respect was to be found in the work of James Steuart, with whom Marx was to commence his theories of surplus value. In his 1767 Inquiry into the Principles of Political Economy, Steuart distinguished between the real value of commodities rooted in labor and production costs and what he called profit upon alienation, or what Marx preferred to call profit upon expropriation. Profit upon alienation/expropriation derived from buying cheap and selling dear, what today is called arbitrage. This meant, in effect, appropriating without exchange a part of the surplus produced by labor by purchasing the commodity below its value, as determined by the costs of reproduction, and then selling the same commodity at what the market would bear, yielding exorbitant gains. 27 The tendency to see profit upon alienation as an explanation of profits in general formed the principal economic fallacy of mercantilism, pointing to both its methodology and its limits. Insofar as profits are made simply by expropriatory gain, such profits are cancelled out at the level of the economy as a whole by the losses elsewhere. Hence, no general theory of profits could be derived from the mere notion of profit upon expropriation, requiring rather an analysis of value and production. It was only the rise of value in the form of abstract labor, the crystallization of socially necessary labor time, that made the system of unlimited capital accumulation possible. Still, Marx saw profit upon expropriation as a particular form of profitability, distinct from profit upon production. Marx drew on Steuart's profit upon expropriation, or profit upon alienation, again and again to explain the origins of capitalism and the outer boundaries that defined it as a system. In Marx's words, to buy cheap so as to sell dearer is the law of commerce. Hence not the exchange of equivalents. Merchant capital, whenever it takes a dominant form ruling over productive capital, relies on profit upon expropriation and fraud, constituting a system of plunder. 28 Although productive capital's dominance over commercial capital was established by the Industrial Revolution, the wider process of expropriation of land and labor that brought industrial capital into being continued to define much of the system. Indeed, the concentration and centralization of capital pointed to the absorption of small capitals by bigger ones, and a socialization process that would eventually lead to the expropriation of the expropriators. 29. In his overall analysis, Marx designated numerous forms of appropriation without exchange, or without reciprocity, some general, others more specific, encompassing widely differing levels of analysis and spheres of operation. These included such broad terms as robbery, plunder, theft, looting, tribute, cheating, swindling, usurpation, parasitism, spoliation, dissolution, confiscation, enslavement, colonialism, patriarchal domination, squandering, bloodletting, and vampire-like relations, along with more specific concepts such as rent, usury, monopoly profits, free gifts of nature to capital, impoverishment, in the formal sense of undermining conditions of reproduction, profit upon alienation/expropriation, profit by deduction, secondary exploitation, odious exploitation, the metabolic rift, and the alienation of land/labor. 30 Although the critique of capital at its most abstract level in Capital necessarily assumed conditions of equal exchange with respect to the value of labor power under the wage contract, thus focusing on exploitation, the reality of expropriation on the boundaries of the system was never absent from Marx's analysis and continually crops up in his more concrete historical discussions. 31. Marx's general framework with respect to exchange and expropriation can be understood more fully by looking at the analysis of economic anthropologist Karl Polanyi. Not only was Polanyi directly influenced by Marx's critique of political economy, but he traced out some of the same underlying logic in the development of concepts surrounding historic forms of appropriational movements, or property transactions. For Polanyi, as for Marx, a fully developed exchange system has exchange of equivalence as its basis, and thus is rooted in quantitativity. So significant is quantitative equivalence in defining exchange, that unequal exchange as such is a contradiction in terms. 32 To confuse developed commodity exchange, which operated under the guise of the exchange of equivalence, with non-exchange economies, such as the feudal relations of lord and serf, where the expropriation is direct and transparent, would, in Marx's words, be like calling the relation between the robber who presents his pistol, and the traveler, who presents his purse, a relation between two traders. 33. To distinguish property transactions of the non-exchange variety, Polanyi usefully defined two other forms of appropriational movements of goods and services: 1. Reciprocity, which demands a broad adequacy of response, as in use values that are of commensurate importance and represent the fulfillment of needs on all sides, and 2. Redistribution, which involves the movement of shifting proportions of surplus product in and out of a center to be apportioned in varying ways through an essentially political process. In modern society, the two forms of exchange of quantitative equivalence and redistribution dominate, while reciprocity, geared to substantive equality in the interchange, bartering, of use values, a form historically identified with communal modes of production, is largely absent. 34. The capitalist expropriation of nature. The term expropriation, in English, originally meant the appropriation without equivalence of the title to real property, and hence the separation, removal, and alienation of human beings from the land. To expropriate more generally was to dispossess a person of ownership or right to a property. The term also took on the more general connotation of confiscation and robbery. 35. It is in the sense of separation and removal of the workers from the land, the natural conditions of production, introducing a universal alienation and the dissolution of all prior property relations, that the concept of expropriation can be seen as dominating Marx's two major discussions of primary accumulation, in the Grundriss and in Volume 1 of Capital. In what has traditionally been called pre-capitalist economic formations, the title given to the section of the Grundriss, published in a separate volume edited by Erich Hobsbawm, Marx was principally concerned with what he conceived as the age of dissolution, extending over centuries, involving the separation and expropriation of workers from the land. 36 The central theme of the dissolution of earlier forms of property, and hence of the human relation to nature through production, was set out early on in Marx's discussion of pre-capitalist economic formations, where he famously wrote, "It is not the unity of living and active humanity with the natural, inorganic tool-mediated conditions of their metabolic exchange with nature, and hence their appropriation of nature, which requires explanation or is the result of a historic process, but rather the separation between these inorganic conditions of human existence and their active existence, a separation which is completely posited only in the relations of wage labor and capital. 37. Exploring this separation in the conditions of the metabolic exchange with nature or the double alienation of land and labor therefore became the major theme in Marx's analysis of primary accumulation. 38. At the same time, his conception of the separation and estrangement of land and labor in conjunction with the development of 19th-century science and in response to the crisis of the soil led to his mature ecological critique focusing on the metabolic rift. 39. In Marx's analysis, the dual alienation of land and labor took the form of a dissolution of the relation to the earth for the majority of the population. Individuals were suddenly faced with the objective conditions of production as alien property, as their own non-property, expropriated by others, creating a whole new relationship of domination. It was this alienation that came to define the entire human metabolism with nature through production. 40. In this new social division of labor, characterized by universal estrangement, workers, the dispossessed, had no means of livelihood except through the alienation, selling, of their own labor power. Closer analysis, Marx wrote, will show that what is dissolved in all these processes of dissolution, as capitalism grows and spreads and the majority of humanity is separated from the metabolic exchange with nature, are all those relations of production in which use value predominates, production for immediate use. This age of dissolution of pre-capitalist economic relations was made possible by the growth of a system ruled by monetary wealth, giving rise to generalized commodity production. It had its logical culmination in the genesis of the industrial capitalist. 41. The great movement of expropriation of the mass of the people from the land through enclosures in England was part of an even greater age of global expropriation, often characterized in the dominant ideology as the age of exploration, in which land and labor were seized through colonization, enslavement, and the plundering of resources. Under mercantilist relations, profit upon expropriation, associated with commercial capital, dominated over profit upon production, associated with manufacturing capital. The hegemony of merchant capital over production was most clearly evident in English wool production and the putting out system, where merchants provided the raw materials and the instruments while household labor carried out the production, a process that gave merchants numerous opportunities for expropriatory gain. 42. The amassing of monetary wealth in world trade constituted a crucial precondition for the transition to a developed capitalist economy. But the decisive transformation, leading to the rise of industrial capitalism, emerged only with the expropriation of human beings from the land, that is, from the natural material conditions of their existence. As Polanyi wrote, "What we call land is an element of nature inextricably interwoven with man's institutions. To isolate it and form a market for it was perhaps the weirdest of all the undertakings of our ancestors. We might as well imagine his being born without hands and feet as carrying on his life without land. And yet to separate land from man and to organize society in such a way as to satisfy the requirements of a real estate market was a vital part of the utopian concept of a market economy." 43. In all of this, we can distinguish two general forms of expropriation: 1. Expropriation in the form of private property, involving appropriation without exchange, and 2. Expropriation in a more general sense, manifested in alienated human relations with the material world as a whole, the realm of use values or real wealth, and what Marx called the natural economy that is characterized by appropriation without reciprocity. 44. Here the conditions of reproduction are not maintained, and expropriation takes the form of the running down of the entire world outside the narrow realm of capital accumulation. It is in this latter sense that Marx referred to the spoliation, squandering, and robbing of the earth, in his theory of metabolic rift, according to which the extraction of soil nutrients from the land in capitalist agriculture, and their shipment to the new urban industrial centers in the form of food and fiber, preventing their recirculation to the fields, results in the rupture of elemental natural processes. In this way, the German chemist Justus von Liebig's law of replenishment was violated by the very nature of industrial capitalist metabolism, conceived as a robbery system, Rob system or Raubau. Point 45. For Liebig, English industrialized agriculture gave rise to a spoliation system that undermined the conditions of reproduction of the soil. A rational agriculture therefore had to be based on the principle of restitution, or the restoration of the elementary constituents of the soil. 46. Likewise, for Marx, it was necessary to return to the soil, its constituent elements consumed by man in the form of food and clothing, ensuring the systematic restoration of the earth, thereby maintaining its conditions of reproduction. Such a rational agriculture and a rational science, in Marx's conception, depended on a society of associated producers. Seen in this way, the ecological depredations of capitalism were obvious. Instead of a conscious and rational treatment of the land as permanent communal property, as the inalienable condition for the existence and reproduction of the chain of human generations, we have the exploitation and the squandering of the powers of the earth. 47. With the growth of the system, capitalism's rapacious expansion led to the expropriation of nature as a mere adjunct to capital, giving rise to enormous unforeseen consequences, on an increasingly global scale. Already in the mid-19th century, the dire effects of this were becoming apparent, with the social and ecological costs of capitalist production reaching levels that were incalculable. This was visible in colonial expansion and in the accompanying thoroughgoing destruction of the conditions of reproduction of numerous species, even among those not appended directly to the market, and their resulting extermination. In an attempt to rationalize this process, Charles Lyell, in his Principles of Geology in the 1830s, wrote an extensive justification of this anthropogenic extinction of species in the interest of the advance of human commerce, seeing non-human species as provided in excess by Providence. If we wield the sword of extermination as we advance, he wrote, we have no reason to repine at the havoc committed. 48. In relation to indigenous populations, Locke, the Massachusetts Bay colonist John Winthrop, and other 17th-century colonial thinkers contended that Native Americans had failed to appropriate land through their labor, and hence had no real property save for movable property and could therefore be removed from the land altogether as savages who lack sovereign rights. Although Locke, an investor in the slave trade through his shares in the Royal African Company and a principal author of the slave-based Carolina Constitution, clearly favored indigenous populations in the Americas over slaves brought over from Africa, whom he depicted as inherently inferior, the privileges that he accorded to Native Americans did not go far. His contention that the indigenous populations merely occupied and did not improve the land, and so did not own it, and were thus subject to the laws of capitalist expropriation, amounted to an elaborate justification for their elimination as peoples and nations. 49. Not just bourgeois political economy but also bourgeois natural science was enlisted in the abuse of nature's powers, and natural economies, on behalf of the accumulation of capital, without reciprocity or restraint. 50. Hence Marx's larger critique of capitalist expropriation focused not only on the dissolution of previous social relations, but also its attempted dissolution of all natural limits in ways that led to the enslavement and extirpation of indigenous peoples and natural economies throughout the world, while undermining the conditions of reproduction. 51. In developing this wider critique of the system, Marx employed Hegel's dialectic of barriers and boundaries. Elemental natural processes constituted an objective limit on the system, given that production could change only the form of what nature created. Nevertheless, capital treated all such natural limits as mere barriers to be transcended, rather than boundaries or limits to be respected. 52. The result was to generate systemic crisis tendencies ultimately traceable to contradictions between use values and exchange values, and between elemental natural processes and the capital accumulation process. The ruse of conquering nature by supposedly following its laws, adopted by bourgeois science and famously presented by Francis Bacon, was duplicitous, Marx pointed out, insofar as it served to justify the short-sighted, instrumental expropriation of nature for capital accumulation without end, Disregarding the universal metabolism of nature. 53. Capitalism, he argued, systematically degrades the conditions of reproduction not only of external nature, conceived abstractly as separate from humanity, but also those of human beings conceived as metabolic, and therefore natural, as well as social, beings. By means of its expropriatory processes of externality and alienation, capitalism squanders human beings, living labor, more readily than does any other mode of production, squandering not only flesh and blood, but nerves and brains as well, along with the larger natural environment. 54. The genesis of industrial capitalism. As famed historian Peter Linebaugh writes in Stop, Thief, expropriation is prior to exploitation, yet the two are interdependent. Expropriation not only prepares the ground, so to speak, it intensifies exploitation, so together I call them X2. The dialectic of exploitation and expropriation throws light on the preconditions that set the stage for the Industrial Revolution, as well as on the later development of the system. Taking their cue from Marx, Nancy Fraser and Michael C. Dawson refer to a system of racialized expropriation, explaining that the massive expropriation of bodies, labor, land, and mineral wealth, especially in what was called the New World, took place prior to the emergence of large-scale capitalist exploitation of industrial workers. 55. It involved dividing the world into racialized superior and inferior humans, with the labor, property, and bodies of the latter subject to robbery, violation, and murder. It created a hierarchy of nations, predicated on the global alienation of the earth. Echoing Marx in his chapter in the first volume of Capital on the genesis of the industrial capitalist, Dawson writes that this division facilitated and justified the brutal colonizing of Africa, Asia, and the Americas, the genocide aimed at indigenous peoples, and the enslavement of Africans. These expropriations enabled the launching of the Industrial Revolution and the growth of both the United Kingdom and the United States as hegemonic economic powerhouses. 56. The English Industrial Revolution would have been virtually impossible without cotton and the expropriation of populations and the land in Africa and the Americas with which the empire of cotton was built. The origin of the age of capital was thus intimately bound to a racialized system of accumulation that integrated the global economy and engendered a series of distinct ecological rifts. In an article titled The British Cotton Trade, written for the New York Daily Tribune in September 1861, Marx highlighted the fact that cotton fiber and manufactured cotton textiles, along with the potatoes that helped feed a great part of the working population, were the two critical pivots with respect to food and fiber upon which the Industrial Revolution was laid. Later, as we shall see, a new intensive food pivot was introduced, following the Irish potato blight and the repeal of the Corn Laws, of which guano was to be the symbol. English modern industry, in general, Marx explained, relied upon two pivots equally monstrous. The one was the potato as the only means of feeding Ireland and a great part of the English working class. This pivot was swept away by the potato disease and the subsequent Irish catastrophe. A larger basis for the reproduction and maintenance of the toiling millions had then to be adopted. The second pivot of English industry was the slave-grown cotton of the United States. The present American crisis, the U.S. Civil War, forces them to enlarge their field of supply and emancipate cotton from slave-breeding and slave-consuming oligarchies. As long as the English cotton manufacturers depended on slave-grown cotton, they rested on a twofold slavery, the indirect slavery of the white man in England and the direct slavery of the black men on the other side of the Atlantic. 57. The Industrial Revolution in this conception had one crucial fiber, taken from the earth, as a central pivot: cotton. This tropical and subtropical shrub had been cultivated for thousands of years in both the Old and New Worlds, flourishing in the drier regions of Asia, Africa, and the Americas. The Romans had imported cotton cloth from India as early as the 1st century. But cotton textiles were largely non-existent in most of Europe in the subsequent feudal era, until the Italian city-states beginning in the 12th century started to obtain cotton goods regularly through trade with Asia via the Arab world. By the early 17th century, European merchants aggressively competed over access to high-quality, colorful cotton goods from India and China, to sell in their home countries, to trade for spices in other parts of Southeast Asia, and to exchange in Africa for slaves to be shipped to the Americas. With the outward expansion of Europe in the long 16th century, merchants were able to gain control of transoceanic trade from which expropriatory gains were made, but were long unable to establish a hold on cotton production itself, which remained based in the East. As Beckert explains, three moves: imperial expansion, expropriation, and slavery became central to the forging of a new global economic order in which the empire of cotton was to play a central role, leading eventually to the emergence of industrial capitalism. 58. The languishing European cotton industry encountered a number of constraints at first, such as lack of adequate access to raw cotton, low-quality textiles in comparison with the products of India, and higher costs of production. Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch, English, and French merchants relied initially on purchasing Indian textiles for the acquisition of slaves from Africa to work the plantations of the Americas. As Basil Davidson states in The African Slave Trade, this pattern of trade and contact carried the coastal people of Western Africa inextricably into a system of spoliation, and, in so doing, continually deepened their dependence on overseas partners whose own interests were to increase the spoliation, not to lessen it or transform it into productively creative forms. 59 Over 8 million slaves were sent to the Western Hemisphere between 1500 and 1800, with 5 million of them shipped. During the 18th century alone. 60. The cotton system, based on the triangular slave trade, produced the white gold on which the Industrial Revolution was built, establishing a cheap source of raw cotton, initially imported from the British slave plantations in the West Indies. Nevertheless, cotton textile production in England in the 18th century could not have survived without trade protections introduced in the period against cheaper, higher quality cotton textiles from India. This war on cotton textile imports from India was furthered by the evolution of British colonialism. By 1813, the British East India Company was deprived of its monopoly on trade in the subcontinent, marking the victory of industrial capital over mercantilism. This led to the forcible deindustrialization of Indian production, to the benefit of Lancashire cotton manufacturers. Meanwhile, the main source of raw cotton for British industry shifted from the West Indies to the United States around the time of the 1793 invention of the cotton gin, which greatly accelerated the processing of raw cotton, creating new economies of scale. 61. The combination of these developments allowed England to increase production of cotton textiles, with the amount of cotton processed in its industries soaring from £2.5 million in 1760 to £366 million in 1837. In 1760, one-third of British cotton textiles were exported, but by 1850, 94% were sent to the Americas and Africa. 62 Cotton served as the thread that connected Asia, Europe, Africa, and the Americas, allowing the British to gain control over land and people, and to acquire immense expropriatory profits that helped establish a centralized and hierarchical capitalist system. The entire system rested on the triangular slave trade between Africa, the Americas, and Britain. In 1730, Marx observed, Liverpool employed 15 ships in the slave trade, in 1751, 53, in 1760, 74, in 1770, 96, and in 1792, 132. 63 The profits of the slave trade, Eric Williams wrote in Capitalism and Slavery, fertilized the entire productive system of Britain at the time of the Industrial Revolution. Mercantilism and the slave trade were to create industrial capitalism, which subsequently destroyed them. 64. The same system required for its expansion the expropriation of indigenous lands. In the Grundrisse, Marx noted that at certain periods people lived exclusively by plunder. But to be able to plunder, there must be something to plunder, and this implies production. Moreover, the manner of plunder is itself determined by the manner of production, e.g. a stock-jobbing nation cannot be robbed in the same way as a nation of cowherds. 65 From the long 16th century to the mid-20th century, the doctrine of discovery decreed by European monarchs and adopted by the U.S. government in 1792, together with more sophisticated rationales such as Locke's political theory of appropriation, served as legal justifications for the expropriation of lands of Native Americans, who clearly possessed the land but were deemed to be without property rights. 66 The right to land was conferred on colonists, dissolving prior productive relationships, undermining indigenous trade networks and communal/gift economies, and imposing an alienated mediation with nature. War and terrorism were directed at Native American tribes. So murderous was this expropriation that, as Marx observed, in 1703 those sober exponents of Protestantism, the Puritans of New England, by decrees of their assembly set a premium of £40 on every Indian scalp and every captured redskin. In 1720, a premium of £100 was set on every scalp. In 1744, after Massachusetts Bay had proclaimed a certain tribe as rebels, the following prices were laid down: for a male scalp of 12 years and upwards, £100 in new currency; for a male prisoner £105; for women and children prisoners £50; for the scalps of women and children £50. Some decades later, the colonial system took its revenge on the descendants of the pious Pilgrim Fathers, who had grown seditious in the meantime. At English instigation, and for English money, they were tomahawked by the Redskins. The British Parliament proclaimed bloodhounds and scalping as means that God and nature had given into its hands. 67. According to U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Marshall in the Johnson v. McIntosh decision of 1823, the doctrine of discovery established that the white settler colonizers had acquired the exclusive right to extinguish the Indian title of occupancy, either by purchase or conquest. 68. This gave legal cover to the Trail of Tears in the Jacksonian era, when, as W.E.B. Du Bois wrote, the Indians of the Southeast were removed to Indian territory, and settlers poured into these coveted lands. There stretched a great fertile land, luxuriant with forests of pine, oak, ash, hickory, and poplar, hot with the sun and damp with the rich black swampland, and here the cornerstone of the cotton kingdom was laid. 69. Raw cotton accounted for over half of U.S. exports during the first 60 years of the 19th century. In 1858, the United States exported on average over 3.8 million pounds per day. 70. Slaves were seen in capitalist accounting as work animals or as machines, hence mere capital stock. The slave owner, Marx wrote, buys his worker in the same way as he buys his horse. If he loses his slave, he loses a piece of capital, which he must replace by fresh expenditure on the slave market. 71. The destructive treatment was even more pronounced when there was an active slave trade, given the increased ability to replace those who prematurely died. John Eliot Cairns, in his classic analysis of slavery, The Slave Power, 1862, on which Marx drew, stated, "It is in tropical culture, where annual profits often equal the whole capital of plantations, that Negro life is most recklessly sacrificed. It is the agriculture of the West Indies, which has been for centuries prolific of fabulous wealth, that has engulfed millions of the African race." 72. Once the international slave trade was abandoned in Britain and the United States in 1807 to 1808, U.S. plantations became dependent on the reproduction of slaves in border states. 73. The rise of industrial capital also promoted encroachment on natural limits, such as robbing the earth of necessary soil nutrients, a form of expropriation without replenishment, or earth robbery. The economics of slavery led to large-scale plantations growing monoculture crops. In the United States, slave production was carried out with crude, inferior tools, further increasing the hardships of this work. 74. All available land was devoted to growing cash crops, without crop rotation. Constant, intensive cotton and tobacco production violated the law of replenishment, as soil nutrients were taken up by the plants and shipped elsewhere. The slave labor system, while profoundly destructive and inefficient except when judged by the narrowest capitalist productivity criteria, encompassing the brutal super-exploitation of slaves through what Edward Baptist has called a torture system, was nonetheless a historic necessity of cotton plantation agriculture. It was heavily supported by the state and supplied necessary raw materials and capital for the Industrial Revolution, both in England and later in the United States. 75. What cannot be ignored or downplayed in all this is the dehumanization and degradation of the racialized chattel slaves themselves, the expropriation of their bodies and their lives. Production based on slavery, Marx noted, was more expensive, including its long-term effects on the conditions of production and reproduction. Under slavery, according to the striking expression employed in Antiquity Vero, Rerum Rusticarum, Libri Trace, I. 17, the worker is distinguishable only as instrumentum vocale speaking instrument from an animal, which is instrumentum semi-vocale semi-mute instrument, and from a lifeless implement, which is instrumentum mutum mute implement. But he himself the slave takes care to let both beast and implement feel that he is none of them, but rather a human being. He gives himself the satisfaction of knowing that he is different by treating the one with brutality and damaging the other con amore with zeal. 76. Marx went on to refer to the work of Frederick Law Olmsted, with whom he was personally acquainted, and who had attributed the heavy, clumsy tools that slaves were given, compared to farmers in other parts of the United States, to the fact that they would destroy anything else as a result of their conditions of labor. Slaves were likewise made to use mules instead of horses, because only the former would endure the utter brutality that pervaded all aspects of the system of slave labor. As Eugene Genovese pointed out in The Political Economy of Slavery, the South's inability to combat soil exhaustion effectively proved one of the most serious economic features of its general crisis. 77. Competitive pressures to serve domestic and international markets stimulated efforts to increase yields, exacerbating the spoliation of the soil and driving a westward movement for new lands for slave production. Monoculture impeded the rotation of crops, and the low prices for raw cotton and vast amount of land under cultivation in need of enrichment contributed to the lack of investment in fertilizers, given the costs of such actions. Improvements to the land were not made and the destruction of the soil was soon caught in a vicious circle, violating the laws of replenishment of nutrients and organic matter, leading also to soil erosion and thus generating an ecological rift in the nutrient cycle. 78. Nevertheless, the extreme expropriation of the earth, in combination with the slave system and imperialism, provided the wealth and raw materials that spurred the development and expansion of industrial capitalism, especially in Britain. In effect, the slave colonies were indirectly exporting their soil via cotton fiber to England, in what Marx characterized as a brutal spoliation of the soil. As Olmsted put it, production in the tobacco plantations in Virginia generated not so much legitimate profits, but rather a kind of profit upon expropriation. Such gains resulted from transmuting the soil of the country into tobacco which was sent to England to purchase luxuries for its masters and into bread for the bare support of its inhabitants, the slave workforce, without making any real return. 79. Cotton manufacturing in Britain went from 2.6% of the value added in the economy as a whole in 1770 to 17% in 1831, above the percentages associated with iron, coal, and wool. In 1830, 1 in 6 workers in Britain labored in cottons, with most of these workers being women and children. By this point, British colonialism had finally succeeded in deindustrializing and destroying the cotton textile industry in India, with which it had been unable to compete on a free trade basis, with the result that India became a major destination for English cotton textiles. 80. All of this aligned with Britain's larger plundering of the subcontinent. Writing to the Russian economist Nikolai Danielson in 1881, Marx commented on the enormous expropriation of India's surplus product and the devastation that this bleeding process had wrought on the society. In India, serious complications, if not a general outbreak, is in store for the British government. What the English take from them annually in the form of rent, dividends for railways useless to the Hindus, pensions for military and civil servicemen, for Afghanistan and other wars, etc., etc. what they take from them without any equivalent and quite apart from what they appropriate to themselves annually within India, speaking only of the value of the commodities the Indians have gratuitously and annually to send over to England, it amounts to more than the total sum of income of the 60 millions of agricultural and industrial laborers of India. This is a bleeding process, with a vengeance. The famine years are pressing each other and in dimensions till now not yet suspected in Europe. 81. The expropriation of the earth brought on by the new, rapacious system was also evident in the rise of industrialized agriculture in Britain, which introduced a second agricultural revolution in the midst of the Industrial Revolution. 82 Following the 1846 repeal of the Corn Laws, prompted in large part by the Irish potato blight, which required the elimination of agricultural protection and an increase in the importation of foodstuffs, a new, more intensive food regime emerged in British agriculture. The recourse to Peruvian guano as a way of enhancing the productivity of the soil symbolized the rise of a new food pivot for industrial capitalism, while also constituting a temporary fix for the metabolic rift arising from the expropriation of the soil in capitalist agriculture. 83 In addition, many slave plantation owners in the U.S. South saw guano as a key to restoring the fertility of their own exhausted fields. 84. In the 1840s, agricultural chemists and agronomists discovered that the new, intensive, industrial agricultural practices and the town-country divide were depleting the soil. Soil nutrients, such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, contained in food and fiber were being shipped hundreds and even thousands of miles from farms to the new urban industrial centers, only to end up as waste polluting the cities. In an extensive analysis of industrial agriculture and soil nutrients, Liebig highlighted the problems associated with violating the law of replenishment, preventing essential nutrients from being returned to the soil to support the growth of plants. 85 As Marx argued, citing Liebig, large landed property reduces the agricultural population to an ever-decreasing minimum and confronts it with an ever-growing industrial population crammed together in large towns. In this way it produces conditions that provoke an irreparable rift in the interdependent process of social metabolism, a metabolism prescribed by the natural laws of life itself. The result of this is a squandering of the vitality of the soil, which is carried by trade far beyond the bounds of a single country. 86. Liebig claimed that the system of robbery led Great Britain to expropriate resources from other nations. Like a vampire it hangs on the breast of Europe, and even the world, sucking its lifeblood without any real necessity or permanent gain for itself. 87 In an attempt to compensate for lost nutrients, the battlefields of Leipzig, Waterloo, and the Crimea and the catacombs of Sicily were plundered for bones to pulverize for phosphorus fertilizer. But so long as the law of replenishment was being violated, through appropriation without reciprocity, ever more inputs of fertilizer were required to maintain intensive production. The spoliation of soil plagued capitalist agriculture throughout the world. Marx noted that England had turned Ireland into an agricultural district that provides corn, wool, cattle, and industrial and military recruits. Hence, England has indirectly exported the soil of Ireland, without even allowing the cultivators the means for replacing the constituents of the exhausted soil. 88. While a variety of manures were incorporated into farming operations, from 1840 to 1880 guano was the most prized fertilizer in the world. Off the coast of Peru, the Chincha Islands were the site of the world's largest deposits of high-quality guano, hundreds of feet deep. Peruvian guano, rich in the nutrients plants need, particularly nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, was the product of thousands of years of seabirds eating anchovies and other fish rich in nutrients from the ocean. Their dung accumulated and retained the nutrients, given that it rarely rained on the islands. Peruvian farmers had long harvested relatively small quantities to support agricultural production on less fertile soils. 89 As the soil crisis deepened in Britain and other parts of the global north, a scramble to secure access to guano ensued. Peru was in debt to Britain for monies that were borrowed in the fight for independence from Spain. The government in Lima entered into trade negotiations regarding guano. In the 1840s, Anthony Gibbs and Sons, a British commercial firm, secured a series of monopolistic trade agreements, giving it exclusive rights to the sale of Peruvian guano on the global market. 90. Gibbs and Sons paid the Peruvian government per ton of guano shipped. In 1846-47, these sales supplied only 5% of the state revenues, but the proportion increased to 80% by 1869.91 during the heyday of the 19th century guano trade. In 1870, over 700,000 tons were shipped from Peru alone. Between 1850 and 1860, Gibbs and Sons dispatched over 3,000 ships, transporting guano throughout the world to fertilize agricultural fields, including thousands of tons to the United States to enrich the exhausted fields along the East Coast and the South. 92 Marx pointed out that the blind desire for profit had exhausted the soil of England, forcing the manuring of English fields with guano. But neither guano nor the new commercial synthetic fertilizers that began to appear at this time offered lasting solutions to the ecological problems associated with the capitalist expropriation of the earth. 93. Whereas the original workforce on the Guano Islands consisted of male convicts, army deserters, and slaves, it was eventually switched over to Chinese coolies, who started to arrive in Peru in 1849. As Gayatri Bahadur, author of Coolie Woman, has stated, coolie was the bureaucratic term the British used to describe primarily Asian indentured laborers, though it was later to take on the character of a racial slur. The infamous coolie trade consisted of the 19th century transportation of East Asian contract workers under force or deception, as a substitute for the earlier slave trade, constituting still another form of racialized expropriation. The British first introduced the coolie labor system in the early 19th century, when 200 Chinese laborers were transported to Trinidad. By 1838, some 25,000 South Asian coolies had been exported to the British colony of Mauritius. Although the British mainly transported Indian workers inside the British colonies, between 250,000 and 500,000 Chinese coolies were shipped to various British, French, Dutch, and former Spanish colonies in the Americas, Southeast Asia, and Africa between 1847 and 1874, as well as to the United States. So merciless was this trade that Marx declared that the conditions of these bonded emigrants sold to work on the coast of Peru was worse than slavery. 94. Between 1849 and 1874, over 90,000 Chinese workers were contracted to be shipped to Peru. Around 10% of those transported died during the voyage across the Pacific. Most worked on plantations or on railroads. The most unfortunate were sent to work in the guano pits, where they were forbidden to leave the islands. The total workforce fluctuated between 200 and 800 Chinese workers. New workers simply replaced those who died, given the extensive coolie labor system. 95 This work was done exclusively by men. It involved grueling physical labor, using picks and shovels to extract the guano from the mountainous deposits, loading wheelbarrows and sacks, and transporting the manure to chutes for loading boats. Each worker was expected to load 5 tons of guano each day. Behavioral infractions and failure to meet daily quotas were met with physical punishment. The work was exhausting, the stench was overwhelming, and guano dust coated everything, penetrating the eyes, noses, and mouths of the workers. Opium was imported in an attempt to prevent further revolt and suicides among the workers. 96 Alanson Nash, a contemporary witness, reflecting on these conditions, explained, once on the islands a Chinaman seldom gets off, but remains a slave, to die there. 97 They were seen as expendable beasts, forced to live and feed like dogs. 98 An account in the Christian Review noted that the subtle dust and pungent odor of the newfound fertilizer were not favorable to inordinate longevity. Guano labor involved the infernal art of using up human life to the very last inch. 99 and 1856 article in the Nautical magazine reported that few probably are aware that the acquisition of this guano deposit, which enriches our lands and fills the purses of our traders, entails an amount of misery and suffering on a portion of our fellow creatures, the relation of which, if not respectably attested, would be treated as fiction. 100. Here the hidden abodes related to the expropriation of land and people, the rift in the soil nutrient cycle, and racialized expropriation were evident. 101 Guano played a pivotal role in maintaining the expansion of industrial capitalist agriculture, despite the deepening of the ecological rift. This remained the case until the large historic deposits in Peru were greatly diminished, compounded by the practice of driving away or killing birds on the islands, as they were deemed a nuisance. With guano in short supply, there was a shift to nitrates as a fertilizer source, and eventually the production of synthetic fertilizers. Reflecting upon Liebig's understanding of the robbery system, environmental historian Joachim Radko writes, in his eyes, British agriculture was the pinnacle of destructive agrarian exploitation, and guano covered up the ecological crisis that had long since begun. 102 The spoliation of the soil continues today, despite the development and application of synthetic fertilizers, given that the inner dynamic of the capital system continues to rob the earth of its conditions of reproduction. Progress here, regression there. One of Marx's most profound ecological insights, unique among political economists of his time, was his observation that with increasing economic development, ecological limits become more serious impediments to the system. Progress in capitalist accumulation and expansion thus normally results in ecological regression. As he wrote in Volume 3 of Capital, the productivity of labor is also tied up with natural conditions, which are often less favorable as productivity rises as far as that depends on social conditions. We thus have a contrary movement in these different spheres, progress here, regression there. We need only consider the influence of the season's climatic changes, for example, on which the greater part of raw materials depend for their quantity, as well as exhaustion of forests, coal and iron mines, and so on. 103. By the time he wrote Capital, Marx was not only acutely aware of the seriousness of the metabolic rift between humanity and nature that emerged with capitalist expropriation of the earth, but argued that this was related to the expropriation of human beings themselves. From the standpoint of a higher socio-economic formation, the private property of particular individuals in the earth will appear just as absurd as the private property of one man in other men. Human slavery. Even an entire society, a nation, or all simultaneously existing societies taken together, are not the owners of the earth. They are simply its possessors, its beneficiaries, and have to bequeath it in an improved state to succeeding generations, as boni paterfamilias, good heads of the household. 104. Marx of course was not alone in his day or even before in perceiving these intersecting contradictions. Among English thinkers at the time of the Industrial Revolution, none captured the dialectic of worldwide expropriation more fully than William Blake in his attacks on the entire system of the British Empire. In his 1793 engraved, allegorical poem Visions of the Daughters of Albion, Blake simultaneously evoked the sexual oppression of English women, daughters of Albion, the enslavement of Africans, the extirpation of the indigenous population of the Americas, as Marx was later to put it, and the ecological destruction of the New World. Grimly inspired and deeply enraged by John Gabriel Stedman's searing narrative of a 5 years expedition against the revolted Negroes of Suriname, 1790, for which he provided around 16 engravings, Blake produced in his visions perhaps the most powerful lyrical protest against the intersecting expropriations of his time, giving a glimpse of the other, even more terrible, side of the dark satanic mills. As Kevin Hutchings writes, Visions explicitly correlates the villainous La Vie trader Bromian's brutal appropriation and rape of Oedhoon's body with a figurative but nonetheless violent rape of the natural world, as Oedhoon represents both a person and a landscape. Indeed, nothing can happen to her human portion that does not also affect the environmental aspect of her identity. As the despicable Bromian boasted post-rape, thy soft American plains are mine, and mine thy north and south, stamped with my signet are the swarthy children of the sun, they are obedient, they resist not. 105. It is perhaps a commentary on our own time that this revolutionary, dialectical criticism of settler colonialism and the empire of the earth, connecting the various forms of extreme expropriation, which figured so largely for both Blake and Marx, is now being revisited in recent scholarship. As Fraser emphasizes, today's financialized capitalism constitutes an age of the racialized interplay of expropriation and exploitation. 106 In our epoch of crisis and dissolution, capital now seeks to overcome all social and ecological boundaries to its expansion, extending to the biogeochemical cycles of the planet itself, treating all of these as mere barriers to be overcome. According to economist Riccardo Bellofiore, the present structural crisis of the capital system threatens not simply housing, education, pensions, health and care services, as well as the aggression to the body and life of male and female workers. Extending to the spoliation of nature itself, what is at stake by now are the conditions of existence and reproduction of human beings in their entirety. 107. All of this points to the pressing need for an anti-value politics aimed at resisting capitalism's expropriation of all that exists. 108 Nevertheless, today's widening struggles cannot be fought simply on the boundaries of the system, that is, in the realm of expropriation, but require a return as well to the implicit issue of appropriation without equivalent within capitalist production itself, the realm of exploitation. In the present age of dissolution, in which everything solid within production seems to be melting into air, to be replaced by we know not what, and with the planetary climate heating up due to anthropogenic rifts generated by a system of unrestrained accumulation, there is no alternative in the end for humanity other than the expropriation of the expropriators, opening the way to a new, more sustainable and egalitarian, socialist future. 2. The Rift of Era. A number of critics of Karl Marx's metabolic rift analysis have argued that despite his crucial ecological observations, his views on nature are not exactly systematic and have little importance for his critique of capitalism as a whole. 1 Similarly, Marx's analysis of Irish history has often been characterized as overly empirical and episodic and lacking a comprehensive treatment. It is significant therefore that the last decade has seen a revolution in ecological studies of 19th-century Ireland, highlighting the unity and complexity of Marx's historical analysis in this area, in which his theory of metabolic rift has played the central role. 2 Based in part on the recent path-breaking work of Irish scholars, including Owen Flaherty, Terence McDonough, and Eamon Slater, we argue that Marx's, and Frederick Engels's, analysis of 19th-century Irish history revealed what is referred to here as the Rift of Era in the colonial period. 3 Indeed, it is in relation to the analysis of the systematic disruption of the Irish environment that Marx's ecological inquiries can be seen as taking on a concrete and developed form, encompassing the ecological as well as economic robbery that characterized the Irish colonial regime. Marx and Engels were strong critics of English colonialism in Ireland and supporters of Irish revolutionary movements throughout their adult lives. Their writings on Ireland, including newspaper articles, speeches, letters, and unpublished and unfinished manuscripts, come to around 500 pages in print. 4 Marx's most important analyses on the Irish question, however, occurred in November and December 1867, shortly after he had completed the first volume of Capital. On September 11, 1867, 3 days before the first 1,000 copies of Capital were to be published in Hamburg, 2 Fenians, Irish nationalists, were arrested in Manchester: Colonel Thomas Keeley, who had organized an abortive Fenian uprising the preceding March, and Captain Thomas Deasy. A week later, on September 18, the prison van was ambushed by the local Fenian organization, liberating both men. However, in the process a shot was fired into the van, perhaps intended to break the lock, and a police sergeant, Charles Brett, was killed. Keeley and Deasy escaped, making their way eventually to the United States, but 3 Fenians were arrested on the spot and many more men were arrested indiscriminately in Irish communities in Manchester. 5 men were charged with the murder of Sergeant Brett. 5. Marx wrote to Engels on November 2, 1867, that he was seeking in every way to back the English workers supporting Fenianism. On November 13, all 5 men were found guilty and condemned to be executed. On November 19, Marx called for a full discussion of the Fenian question at a meeting of the General Council of the International Working Men's Association. The meeting was held on November 26, 3 days after 3 of the convicted men were executed, one of the 5 was pardoned and the other had his sentence commuted. Marx had prepared 5.5 pages of notes for a talk on the occasion, but feeling that his broad historical analysis of the Irish question was inappropriate so soon after the executions, he yielded the floor to the Englishman Peter Fox. Marx's full address was given to the German Workers' Educational Association in London on December 16, when he presented a 90-minute talk based on a further set of 13.5 pages of notes. Although he did not write out his entire speech on that occasion, we have in addition to his notes, a 2.5-page summary of his talk, taken down in the meeting by Johann Georg Ecarius. In addition, Marx wrote a detailed summary of his analysis of the Irish situation in a letter to Engels on November 30.6. These 4 documents from December 1867, together with supplementary material from Capital, his New York Tribune articles going back to the 1850s, and other related writings, along with some of Engels's correspondence and unfinished history of Ireland, form the basis for the present analysis of Marx's systematic treatment of the Irish question, including what Slater has called a more severe form of the metabolic rift than exists under capitalism per se, reflective of the colonialism that was imposed on Ireland by the English, both before and after the Great Famine. 7 Marx provided a long historical perspective on the colonization of Ireland, though concentrating on 19th-century conditions separated by the Great Famine, the period of rack renting, 1801–46, and the period of extermination, 1846–66. The rift of era, he was to argue, culminated in the expulsion of the population and the destruction of the soil, presenting a choice between ruin and revolution. The period of rack renting, 1801–1846. For centuries, the British Crown waged a campaign of conquest on Ireland, which involved murder and expropriation. Throughout the 16th and 17th centuries, the native population of Ireland was pushed onto marginal lands, at best, particularly in the western region of the country. Protestant penal laws ensured that Catholics were not allowed to hold office, own land, or receive inheritance. The English, Marx pointed out, effectively robbed the land and became the land-owning aristocracy. 9 Westminster came to directly rule Ireland, which was formalised in 1801, when the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland was established. In his historical analysis of the rack-renting period, Marx devoted much attention to assessing how the property, technical, and food regime relations took distinct forms, which created the foundation for the emerging colonial metabolic rift. During the 1800s, the manufacturing industries of Ireland were dramatically diminished or eliminated, unable to compete with British operations. As detailed by the famous Irish nationalist leader and lawyer Isaac Butt, 1813–79, in 1800 in Dublin, there were 91 wool manufactures, with over 4,000 workers. By 1840, there were only 12 manufactures, employing 682 people. The same trend was evident in industries associated with the production of silk, flannel, hosiery, and blankets across the country. There were 1,000 looms in County Wicklow in 1800, however, by the 1860s there were none. 10 As deindustrialization advanced, Ireland was turned almost exclusively into an agrarian nation. 11. As a result, during this period, the power of the landlords increased. There were a few English and Anglo-Irish families, as part of the ascendancy class, who controlled the only means of survival and wielded expansive influence. 12 The landlords, many of whom were absentees, often employed middlemen as intermediaries who handled the subletting of holdings to tenant farmers in the expanding rack renting system. 13 Named after the instrument of torture, rack renting stretched these farmers to the margins of existence, as they paid excessive rents, as part of year-to-year contracts that gave them access to agricultural lands. The tenant farmers, depending on the size of the land they rented, would in turn lease out small plots of land to cottiers, rural laborers living in cabins, in exchange for labor in the fields. 14. Under this rack renting arrangement, Tenant farmers paid for the use of the land and any improvements they made. In other words, if they invested in the means to enhance the productivity of the crops, such as enriching the soil, their rents increased, eliminating any additional earnings they generated. To make matters worse, the owners regularly demanded higher rents on the expiration of the existing lease, exacerbating the insecurity of tenants. 15 Either tenant farmers renewed leases under less favorable conditions or they were evicted. If the latter situation arose, the new tenants paid higher rents, associated with improvements from the previous occupants. Marx explained that the consequences of the system of rack renting were extremely clear, as the people had now before them the choice between the occupation of land, at any rent, or starvation. In this situation, he indicated, middlemen accumulated fortunes that they would not invest in the improvement of land, and could not, under the system which prostrate manufactures, invest in machinery, etc. All their accumulations and those of the owners were sent therefore to England for investment. 16. For the small farmers and cottiers as tenants at will of the owners, there emerged a tendency to maintain the general conditions of the soil just enough to support the production of desired crops, with little to no added investment in drainage and irrigation, as this would have resulted in even higher rents and losses for the farmers. These rack renting conditions, Marx assessed, created a situation that left the Irish, however ground to the dust, holder of their native soil. 17. The farms generally consisted of the tenants and cottiers. The latter lived in modest cabins, generally with access to a few acres of land for tillage that the tenant leased, which was known as the conacher system. The cottiers commonly did not receive wages, as they agreed to provide a specific number of days of labor to the tenant farmers in exchange for housing and access to small parcels on which they raised their food potatoes. Marx noted, the great mass of agricultural wages were paid in kind, only the smallest part in money. 18 Cottiers, if possible, raised a few pigs, which were fed surplus potatoes, or spun linen in their cottages, in order to sell locally to make a small amount of cash to cover any shortfalls related to the agreed-upon hours worked in relation to rents. 19. Beginning in 1815, the Corn Laws in Britain generated high prices for grains, encouraging an expansion of tillage in Ireland, in order to serve the needs and interests of the English. Marx documented the increase through the years in the 3 years following passage, 300,000 QRS, quarter of a hundredweight, were exported to Britain, followed by over 1 million in 1820 and 2.5 million in 1834.20 in the early 1840s. The Irish were producing grain yields per acre that were just below the English, and potato yields twice that of the French. 21 This situation intensified the plundering of Ireland of its resources, in a colonial metabolic transfer that increased the vulnerability of the country, its people, and the soil. In the rural economy of England, Scotland, and Ireland, 1855, Leon Stilaverne pointed out that it was widely recognized in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, in the writings of figures like Arthur Young, that the soil of Ireland was far superior to England, given that it was richer in nutrients. 22 These conditions dramatically changed as a result of the colonial relationship, the rack renting system, and the practices on farms. Tenant farmers in Ireland primarily practiced a rotation consisting of growing 2 grains, such as wheat and oats, in succession, and then potatoes. The grains served as cash crops for export to Britain and as the basis to cover the costs of leasing the land. Potatoes provided a basis for subsistence. Farmers moved through this rotation, without letting the fields lay fallow or growing clover in order to rest the land and help restore fertility. In an attempt to replenish the soil, farmers added much manure when it was time to plant potatoes. 23. The ridge system of cultivation, Slater explains, was used to grow potatoes via a method of deep cultivation, whereby a spade was utilized to access the nutrients in the subsoil and mix them with the topsoil. Earthing, hilling, potatoes was a labor-intensive process. The cottiers laid the manure directly on the surface of the sod. The seed potato was then placed upon the surface and covered with an inverted sod dug with the spade from the trench paralleling the seed row. This was repeated across the width of the field to create a series of troughs and ridges. 24 As the potatoes grew, cottiers used spades to dig up even more soil from the trench, in order to cover the stems of the plants, which encourages tuber growth. Through this process, not only was the subsoil mixed with the topsoil, but minerals from the iron pan, the hard layer that forms under soil due to the deposit of iron salts, which prevents adequate drainage, were brought up, as it was broken up. 25. In his discussion of how distinctions in the chemical composition of the soil influenced variations in the natural fertility of land, Marx specifically focused on how various techniques brought different types of soil into cultivation, which could enhance or diminish available nutrients. For example, he explained, artificially induced improvements in the composition of the soil or of a mere change in the hierarchy of soil types could take place when various subsoil conditions come into play, once the subsoil also begins to be tilled and turned over into top layers, as was the case in the spade production of potatoes in Ireland. It turned the subsoil into the top layer or mix the two together. 26. The practices associated with the ridge system of potato production in Ireland helped increase the amount of nutrients available to support plant growth. Nevertheless, further enrichment was needed, as potatoes required more nutrients than the other crops. 27 Cottiers devoted much work to gathering additional fertilizers, including dung, sand, seaweed, shells, and ashes, in order to enrich exhausted soils. While manure from farm animals was used, it was in short supply, as much of the land during this period was devoted to tillage, rather than pasture. Thus, some cottiers collected manure-soaked grasses where animals were concentrated to integrate these nutrients into the soil to grow potatoes. In the winter, the animals were sheltered and fed potatoes within the small family cabins, allowing cottiers to collect 10 to 15 tons of manure in the spring. The sand, seaweed, and shells were carted from the sea to markets in towns for sale. For ash fertilizer, the top 5 inches of the land were dug up and dried before being burned. The resulting ash was then mixed with the soil. This was not a sustainable practice, however, since it led to the loss of organic matter. 28. Given that manuring by cottiers was reserved for the potato rotation, the ridge system improved the drainage of the fields and brought up necessary nutrients and minerals from the iron pan and subsoil. The incorporation of additional fertilizers further enriched the soil. These practices supported the potato crop as well as the rest of the grain portion of the rotation. The metabolic rift in the soil nutrient cycle remained present, however, manifesting in a number of socio-ecological challenges. After a full rotation of crops, the soils were generally exhausted. Planting and manuring potatoes played an important role in trying to help improve soil conditions. Slater points out the differing roles of the potato. For tenant farmers, it was necessary for helping restore soils to support cash crop production. For cottiers, it provided them with food. Nevertheless, the crops were still taking up more nutrients than were being incorporated into soil. Cottiers thus had the demanding task to devote even more time and energy through the years to restoring these depleted fields, given that under the Conacher system the potato crop was their responsibility. The mining of nutrients from the subsoil and the gathering of additional fertilizers, by cottiers, helped temporarily support this arrangement, but lands were often rendered unproductive for years. 29. The property relations, the rack renting arrangement, and the Conacher system created a constant drain of rent, which was shown in the continual export of agricultural produce of grains to Britain. Laverne indicated that this drain created a void which was not filled up by any return. 30 Irish families subsisted on a diet consisting of potatoes, along with some milk and fish. During this period, the average male, doing physically demanding work, reportedly consumed up to 12 to 14 pounds of potatoes per day. 31 The lack of other nutrients, and marginal existence, created according to Marx a state of popular starvation. 32 Laverne proposed that the potato was one of the most valuable gifts, but only on condition that it is not too greatly extended, as then it becomes a scourge, for it exhausts without renewing the means of production. 33 For Marx, this situation was bound to the larger colonial metabolic rift, associated with the conquest of Ireland and the period of rack renting. The landowner, Marx remarked, who does nothing at all here to improve the soil, expropriates from him the tenant the small capital which he incorporates into the soil for the most part by his own labor, just as a usurer would do in similar conditions. Only the usurer would at least risk his own capital in the operation. It is this continuous robbery that forms the object of the dispute over Irish land legislation. 34 During this period, the intensification and expansion of the rack renting and conacher systems created a fragile agroecology, with an underlying metabolic rift in the nutrient cycle, which was extremely vulnerable to the famine that followed. The period of extermination, 1846 to 1866. In 1845, the potato blight caused by Phytophthora infestans, a fungus-like pathogen, which first appeared in the United States and the European continent, broke out in Ireland. By 1846, it generated a general famine, known in Ireland as the Great Hunger or Great Famine, which lasted for 3 to 4 years, with failures of the potato crop occurring partially in 1847 and then more generally in 1848 to 49. 1 million people died and more than 1 million people emigrated. Ireland at the time was especially vulnerable to the effects of the blight because of the destitute condition of the population, given that its subsistence diet was based entirely on the potato and the reliance on a monoculture consisting of only one variety, the lumper potato. The British government, based in Westminster, responded to the famine inconsistently and inadequately. Grain continued to be exported from Ireland to feed England. 35. The actual cause of the blight was unknown at the time that it appeared. Perhaps the most prominent theory then was offered by the respected scientist John Lindley, editor of the Gardener's Chronicle and Agricultural Gazette. He argued that the blight was the result of a deluge whereby potatoes had sucked up water through their roots and had become saturated, leading to their tissues becoming swollen and rotting away. However, Miles J. Berkeley, a mycologist who worked closely with Charles Darwin, proposed in 1846 that it was a fungus operating as a plant pathogen, calling the pathogen Botrytis infestans. The pathogen was more definitively isolated by Anton de Bary in 1876, building on Berkeley's work, and renamed Phytophthora infestans. 36 Engels was aware of the scientific debates and discoveries, indicating in a letter to Marx in 1858 that it was single-celled fungi that were causing disease in potatoes. 37. Yet, for Marx, in seeking to explain the conditions in Ireland in 1867 and why the Irish peasantry remained in a perilous state, the primary issue was not the plant pathogen itself, viewed as a natural cause, but the social conditions that had paved the way to the Great Famine, that is, the entire history of the rack renting system and the subsequent transformation in the socio-ecological food regime beginning in 1846. As he wrote to Engels on November 30, 1867, the system of 1801-46, with its rack rents and middlemen, collapsed in 1846-38. Underlying it all, he explained in his talk the next month to the German Workers' Educational Association, was the exhaustion of the soil due to a social structure that failed to replenish and improve the land. 39. The barren fields resulting from the potato blight caused people to emigrate, resulting in the pooling of small holdings and the replacement of tillage with pasturage. But what was at first a natural tendency initially soon became a conscious and deliberate system. Chief here was the repeal of the Corn Laws as one of the direct consequences of the Irish disaster. 40 As Ireland lost its grain monopoly and cheap grain poured in from abroad, bread prices fell, and tenant farmer and cottier rents could not be paid. Meat and wool prices had been rising for some time and the demand was great. Meat and wool, Marx wrote, became the slogan, hence conversion of tillage into pasture. 41 In 1847-48, an Act of Parliament was passed that the Irish landlords had to support their own paupers. As a result, the Irish landlord class, already deep in debt, sought to clear their states of the impoverished population. Worsening the conditions of the old ascendancy class, the Encumbered Estates Act was passed in 1853 that forced the debt-ridden old Irish aristocrats to the hammer of the auctioneer or bailiff, thus driving them from the land just as starvation drove away their small tenants, subtenants, and cottagers. 42 The entire Irish situation in this period was thus summed up by the forcible eviction en masse of the population, the consolidation of farms, and the deterioration of the soil. Between 1851 and 1861, the total decrease of farms was 120,000, mainly affecting farms of less than 15 acres. 43. At the center of Marx's argument was the dramatic decline in estimated yield per acre of every major crop. In his December 1867 speech, he provided data indicating that, in 1851–56, wheat had declined by 9.6%, potatoes by 43%, and flax by 35%. 44 Although Ireland had previously exported vast quantities of wheat, it was now said by the ruling British colonial interests to be good only for cultivating oats. Indeed, by 1866, Ireland was exporting only an amount equivalent to a little more than a quarter of the wheat that it was importing. Becoming a net importer of grain was of course partly a product of the competition presented by cheap foreign grain following the repeal of the Corn Laws. But a more critical problem was the deterioration of the land itself, which was only compounded by the expulsion of the cottiers. In the Conacher/rack renting system, the farmer, Marx noted, had in a great measure trusted to his laborers to manure the land for him. 45 With the breakdown of that system following the Great Famine, the clearing of the estates, and the consolidation of farms, the process of manuring, hitherto carried out by the peasants with their spade agriculture and rich system of cultivation, was undermined. The law of replacement regarding soil nutrients, as identified by Justice von Liebig, was violated, generating a new, hardly less extreme modality of the metabolic rift, attributable to the new regime of food production. 46 Since the Exodus, Marx remarked, the land has been underfed and overworked. The resulting decline in agricultural productivity, he hastened to add, was not necessarily reflected in value terms, since under consolidation and the shift from tillage to pasturage rents and profits may increase, although the produce of the soil decreases. The total produce may diminish, and still the greater part of it be converted into surplus produce, falling to the landlord and great farmer. And the price of the surplus produce has risen. None of this, however, altered the fact that less food was being produced per acre. 47 The upshot was the sterilization, gradual, of the land, as in Sicily by the ancient Romans. 48. The rack renting system in which the laborers were ground to the dust was replaced by a regime since 1846, which though less barbarian in form, was in effect hardly less destructive, leaving no alternative but Ireland's voluntary emancipation by England or life and death struggle. 49 The most visible manifestation of the new agricultural regime, was, Marx pointed out, that in 1855–56, 1,032,694 Irishmen were replaced by 999,877 head of livestock, cattle, sheep, and pigs. 50 Marx wrote in Capital, having praised the fruitfulness of the Irish soil between 1815 and 1846, and proclaimed it loudly as destined for the cultivation of wheat by nature herself, English agronomists, economists and politicians suddenly discovered that it was good for nothing but the production of forage. 51 Or as Engels satirically put it, in 1812. England was at war with the whole of Europe and America, and it was much more difficult to import corn. Corn was the primary need. Now America, Romania, Russia, and Germany deliver sufficient corn, and the question now is rather one of cheap meat. And because of this Ireland's climate is no longer suited to tillage. Today England needs grain quickly and dependably. Ireland is just perfect for wheat growing. Tomorrow England needs meat. Ireland is only fit for cattle pastures. The existence of 5 million Irish is in itself a smack in the eye to all the laws of political economy. They have to get out, but where to is their worry. 52. The solution that the English and the Anglo-Irish landlord class imposed on colonial Ireland in the period after 1846 was what Marx called a fiendish war of extermination against the Cod-Iers 53. In employing the term extermination to describe the Irish condition, Marx and Engels, along with their contemporaries, such as Butt and Laverne, had in mind its twofold meaning as both exclusion and annihilation of the Irish peasantry. 54. The result of this quiet business-like extinction, as Marx called it, was the forced emigration, death, pauperization, and physical deterioration of the great mass of the Irish people. For the Irish, Marx observed in 1867, it is a question of a life and death struggle. The absolute increase in the number of deaf mutes, blind, insane, idiotic, and decrepit inhabitants, what could be called a corporeal rift, was a natural result of these conditions. In such circumstances, the Irish were forced to choose between ruin and revolution. 55. Hence, the Fenian upsurge. 56. Hence, the land war that was to follow. Each generation of Irish was forced in their own way to rise up against English rule. 57. Colonial Ireland and the metabolic rift. In discussing the absolute general law of accumulation in relation to Ireland in the first volume of Capital, Marx observed that the depopulation of Ireland had reduced the amount of cultivated land and hence the production of the soil, with a greater area given over to pasture. However, in referring to the decreasing production of grain that resulted, he noted that this was also accompanied by a decreased production per acre, which could not be separated from the fact that for a century and a half England has indirectly exported the soil of Ireland, without even allowing its cultivators the means for replacing the constituents of the exhausted soil. 58. The failure to maintain the soil metabolism was central to Marx's understanding of the extreme ecological degradation of colonial Ireland and was also emphasized in his December 1867 speech on Ireland, in which he indicated that the nutrients necessary to fertilize the Irish soil were exported with the produce and rent. 59. Marx's analysis here coincided with what Jonathan Swift in Maxims Controlled in Ireland and Thomas Pryor in A List of the Absentees of Ireland had both in 1729 called the drain of wealth from Ireland to England. 60. The full extent of this drain was made clear in the 1804 treatise An Essay on the Principle of Commercial Exchanges, written by John Leslie Foster, later appointed Baron of the Exchequer of Ireland, which documented the enormous payments of the Irish to the English in the form of rents to absentees. The great drain of value to absentee landlords was financed by the export of grain to England, for which the Irish themselves received nothing in return. The loss of the produce Ireland exported to pay the rent of absentee landlords forced it to seek increased imports. This, however, necessitated a vast borrowing of foreign funds, primarily in England, to finance Irish imports, leaving the country deeper and deeper in debt. 61. As Foster said, it is Ireland paid by Ireland to work for England. It is the part of England to enjoy, and of Ireland to labor. 62. As Marx noted, referring to a later report, Ireland was forced to contribute cheap labor and cheap capital to further the industrialization of England. 63. But the drain, as Marx so astutely emphasized, was not simply a question of economic values but of natural material use values. In the case of Ireland, an agrarian nation under colonial rule, what was being drained away was the most important use value of all the nutrients that were vital to the replenishment of the soil. Ireland was thus the site of an extreme metabolic rift, caught in the vice grip of economic and ecological imperialism, from which arose the necessity of ruin or revolution. 64. 3. Women, Nature, and Capital in the Industrial Revolution. The remarkable rise in recent years of social reproduction theory within the Marxist and revolutionary feminist traditions, identified with the studies of such figures as Taithi Bhattacharya, Johanna Brenner, Heather Brown, Paresh Chattopadhyay, Sylvia Federici, Susan Ferguson, Leopoldina Fortunati, Nancy Fraser, Fergus Haug, David McNally, Maria Mies, Ariel Sala, Lisa Vogel, and Judith Whitehead, to name just a few, has significantly altered how we look at Karl Marx's and Friedrich Engels's Treatment of women and work in 19th-century Britain. 13 Conclusions with respect to Marx's analysis are now so well established by contemporary scholarship that they can be regarded as definitive facts. 1. Marx made an extensive, detailed examination of the exploitation of women as wage slaves within capitalist industry, in ways that were crucial to his overall critique of capital. 2. His assessment of women's working conditions was deficient with regard to housework or reproductive labor. 2 and 3. Central to Marx and Engels's outlook in the mid-19th century was the severe crisis and threatened dissolution of the working-class family, to which the capitalist state in the late 19th century was compelled to respond with an ideology of protection, forcing women in large part back into the home. 3. Although all of the above points are now conclusively established, still lacking is a larger synthesis integrating these results with one another and with what decades of intensive historical research have taught us about women and work in the Industrial Revolution. By examining the historical specificity of the condition of women in England in the early to mid-19th century, we can better understand the assumptions regarding gender, family, and work influencing the writing of Engels as the condition of the working class in England and Marx's Capital. 4 The synthesis would throw light on such difficult problems as 1. Why did Marx not extend his critique to reproductive work within the household, which at times he seemed on the threshold of doing, and 2. How, if we follow Marx's argument that capital denies commodity value to housework and subsistence activity, is it possible to speak of the expropriation of reproductive labor? 5. Furthermore, since both nature and women's reproductive work are treated by classical political economy and by Marx in his critique of capital as a free gift to capital, a historical and theoretical synthesis of the kind that we propose here opens a wider conception of the robbing of both women's reproductive work and nature as realms external to the value circuit of capital in its ideal conception. 6 This analysis enables us to understand more fully the connections between social reproduction feminism and socio-ecological reproduction theory, associated in particular with Marx's theory of metabolic rift, in which natural cycles and flows are disrupted or even ruptured and species are depleted. Ultimately, the crucial issue today is how capital as a system engages in the creative destruction of the entirety of the social and ecological conditions sustaining human existence, including the family, the constitution of human beings, identity, the body, culture, the economy, and the environment, and how this makes the revolutionary expansion of human freedom through the reconstitution of society at large an absolute necessity for present and future generations. The woman question in Marx's day. As Federici points out, the woman's question of the time in which Marx was writing had to do primarily with the conditions of women's factory work in the Industrial Revolution. 7 In contrast to popular conceptions of a male-dominated factory workforce, the Industrial Revolution in England was initially founded on the labor of women and children. Symbolic of this, the spinning jenny was originally invented for use by a young girl, with its horizontal wheel placed in a way that made it extremely difficult for an adult worker to use it for any length of time. 8 From the late 18th century through the mid-19th century, nearly all working-class women, daughters, mothers, wives, and widows were compelled to enter the paid labor force. As historian Maxine Berg observes, when we talk of industry in the 18th and early 19th centuries, we are talking of a largely female workforce. Women workers were so dominant in the cotton, wool, silk, flax, lace, and other textile sectors at the core of industry, that up until the mid-19th century they constituted the main source of surplus value for the emerging industrial capitalist class. It was the female, and not the male, workforce, Berg notes, which counted in the most important high-productivity industry of the period, textiles. Many of these women workers were concentrated in proto-industrial occupations, where the female labor force outnumbered the male by 4 to 1 or even 8 to 1.9. In the early 19th century, more than 60% of married working-class women in Britain had a recorded occupation or positive earnings, primarily in industry or domestic service. These numbers were extremely conservative with respect to female labor participation in the workplace, since enumerators frequently underreported the occupational designations of married women, while the employment of young girls and women in such proto-industrial sectors as modern domestic industry, occurring in homes of employers or so-called mistresses' houses, were quite clearly seriously undercounted. Additionally, unmarried adult working-class women were not able to live without employment. Point 10 As Joyce Burnett has shown, based on the 1833 factory report of Drive James Mitchell, who collected data from over 200 factories across England, 56.8% of all factory workers on average in the industries sampled, cotton, wool, flax, silk, lace, potteries, dyehouse, and paper, were female. Women also dominated domestic service in the homes of the middle class and the wealthy by a very wide margin. Point 11 Indeed, the available data suggests that working-class women in the late 18th and early 19th century were employed as wage workers on as high or on an even higher level than working-class men. Once rural industries such as agriculture and mining and the urban trades, constituting a relatively privileged sector of the labor force still engaged in traditional crafts, and general commerce were excluded. Point 12 Given that female workers received much lower wages, 1/3 to 1/2 of that of males, they were hired preferentially in the new industries as factory operatives and in proto-industrial sectors. Point 13 In fact, for a while women's wages were so low that it was cheaper to pay them to pull barges along canals than to have horses do it, given the costs of maintaining the latter. Point 14 The reality that both sexes in proletarian families were equally part of the labor force was a mere given in Marx's day, and was not normally considered something that needed to be established. When the subject came up, it mainly had to do with contemporary demands to force women workers out of industry. Thus John Stuart Mill, writing in the Examiner in 1832, argued that we should wish to see a law established, interdicting altogether the employment of children under 14, and females of any age, in manufactories. Marx and Engels always strongly opposed restrictions on employment for adult women, an idea nonetheless supported by parts of the male workforce. Point 15 But though the general reality of women's employment in industry was not in doubt in Marx's day, he did, with his usual thoroughness, carefully examine the available statistics on the gender division within industry. Relying on the 1861 census for England and Wales, he factored out the upper classes, urban workers in skilled trades, commercial workers, unproductive workers generally, using scare quotes to indicate that this was by capitalist criteria, groups, such as members of the government, priests, lawyers, soldiers, etc., those too old or young to work, and the pauperized part of the population. Point 16 He was thus able to make rough estimates of the gendered division of the working class among those employed as productive workers in core industries or as domestic servants, both of which were central to proletarianization. Looking at textiles, the largest sector by far within manufacturing, he showed that only 27.6% of the workers were adult males. Although not directly indicated by Marx, the 1861 census revealed that female workers greatly predominated over male workers in the textile industry at every age, including children, 17 likewise. Among domestic servants only 11.4% were adult males. In contrast, in metalworks and metals manufacturing, a considerably smaller sector, women were only about 8% of the total. Marx's figures thus suggested that overall the industrial, manufacturing, workforce in the urban centers was predominantly female. Moreover, this was also true of domestic servants, considered unproductive workers in capitalist accounting since paid out of surplus value, who clearly constituted part of the proletarianized workforce. In emphasizing the severe oppression of young women in domestic service, Marx angrily observed that they were referred to in common parlance as little slavies, indicating that this was indeed close to the truth. Point 18. Although the Victorian censuses have been criticized in contemporary scholarship for underestimating the overall level of female employment and exaggerating the total number of domestic servants, none of this seriously undercuts Marx's main conclusions, which point to 1. The greater number of working-class women than working-class men employed in urban industry, excluding the trades and commerce, 2. The much higher employment of women than men in textiles, the most important industry, and Leading source of surplus value, in the Industrial Revolution. 3. The huge proportion of the nation's labor force dedicated to domestic service in the houses of the well-to-do, where women servants enormously outnumbered men, and 4. The slave-like conditions imposed on these female servants, who typically worked 18-hour days for almost no pay, under the most degrading conditions. 19. As recent literature has confirmed, Marx devoted substantial portions of Capital to describing the brutal working conditions of women in industry, whom he saw as far more heavily exploited than men. Women workers predominated in modern domestic industry, often working in mistresses' houses, which Marx associated with what he called the stagnant portion of the industrial reserve army, because of the precariousness of the labor. 20. Modern domestic industry, like modern manufacturing or modern handicraft, was largely unregulated, even after the passage of the Factory Acts and the 10-hour day bill. Pointing to the horrors in this sector of production, Marx highlighted the death of the 20-year-old Mary Ann Walkley, who had been employed in one of the better seamstress establishments or mistresses' houses. She had been forced to work continuously for 26.5 hours in a room packed with 30 other young women, making dresses for a ball in honor of the new Princess of Wales. They had only 1/3 of the necessary air in cubic feet per person, not unusual at the time. Looking at data on over 600 female patients treated in Nottingham General Dispensary, all of them lace makers and most between the ages of 17 and 24, Marx found that the numbers of those contracting tuberculosis had increased phenomenally in less than a decade, from 1 in 45 workers in 1852 to 1 in 8 in 1861, a measure of rapidly deteriorating working conditions and the severe compromising of workers' health. 21. Given that male workers, often husbands and fathers, were generally unable to earn wages sufficient to meet the subsistence needs of the family, including the social reproduction of labor power, and that adult women workers were often paid only 1/3 of male wages, capitalism in the mid-19th century, Marx emphasized, was increasingly propelling all members of the proletarian household into the workforce, simply to keep a single family afloat, in place of the man who has been dismissed. By the machine the factory may employ, perhaps, 3 children and 1 woman. Hence 4 times as many workers' lives are used up as there were previously, in order to obtain the livelihood of 1 working family. 22. The consequence was the abolition of disposable time, even time for consumption and for sleeping, on the part of all the members of the family, who frequently work 6 or even 7 days a week, often for 12 or more hours a day. These conditions contributed to the almost complete disintegration of the working class family. This situation was especially evident in the condition of women, who, then as now, were considered the main caretakers in the household. According to one contemporary account, reported by a factory inspector in 1844 as a typical case, a married factory operative had half an hour to dress, suckle her infant and carry it out to nurse, 1 hour for household duties before leaving home, half an hour for actually traveling to the mill, 12 hours actual labor, 1.5 hours for meals, half an hour for returning home at night, 1.5 hours for household duties and preparing for bed, leaving 6.5 hours for recreation, seeing and visiting friends and sleep, and in winter, when it is dark, half an hour extra time on the road to the mill and half an hour extra on the road home from the mill. 23. In the mid-19th century, as Margaret Hewitt observes in Wives and Mothers in Victorian Industry, the married textile operative was absent from her home before 6 o'clock in the morning till after 6 o'clock at night, sometimes later if she was working for an unscrupulous employer. The effect on children was horrendous. "What do they do?" asked Charles Dickens of the rector of a parish in a large English town. "What do they do with the infants of the mothers who work in the mills?" "Oh," replied the clergyman, "they bring them to me, and I take care of them in the churchyard cemetery." 24. In some localities, the mortality rate among infants under age 2 whose mothers were factory operatives was reported to be 50% or higher. 25. The major industrial districts, such as Manchester, Stockport, and Bradford, as Marx explained based on the Sixth Report of Public Health, 1864, had average annual mortality rates for children alive and less than 1 year of age of over 25%. The high death rates, apart from local causes, were principally due to the employment of mothers away from their homes, and to the neglect and maltreatment arising from their absence, including frequent poisoning of the infants with opiates. 26 In Lancashire in the mid-1850s, the portion of all married women operatives with children less than 1 year old averaged 21%. According to the 1851 census, 50% of women in their prime, many of whom were also mothers, had no husband to support them, and hence were part of the active labor force. As a result, even in the second half of the 19th century, when conditions improved somewhat, overall infant mortality in industrial districts ranged from around 19 to 25%. Wet nursing of infants was unaffordable for the working class, and cow's milk was prohibitively costly and frequently contaminated. Instead, infants in the working class were most often spoon-fed a pap made with bread soaked in water and sometimes sweetened with sugar. As Hewitt writes, and Marx had noted, to soothe the distressed cries of the infants, who were undernourished and suffering, often seriously, from an inappropriate diet, nurses were in the habit of administering gin and peppermint and certain other nostrums, such as Godfrey's cordial, Atkinson's Royal Infant's Preservative, and Mrs. Wilkinson's Soothing Syrup, along with opium, or laudanum, or morphine, which was an ingredient of all 27. The poor care of infants reflected the deficient diet and outright poverty of the urban working class in general, as well as the almost complete elimination of time for necessary tasks of recuperation and social reproduction within the working class family. The working class diet consisted mainly of tea and bread and tea, sometimes supplemented by potatoes and various condiments. Milk and meat of any kind were rarities, as were most vegetables. Adult workers ate about 10 pounds of bread a week on average, all of it purchased from bakers, and all of it seriously adulterated. 28 Domestic cooking facilities and implements were limited, and fuel was expensive. Water, often extremely polluted, had to be carried into the household, generally for long distances, and most frequently by women. There were no sanitary facilities. Sickness was widespread and epidemics frequent. The workers in industrial centers lived in overcrowded rented rooms and hovels, consisting usually of a single room, with only the barest of furniture, a bed, a table, and several chairs. 29 Most significant was the expropriation of nearly all the time necessary for the social reproduction of the proletarian family, even at a bare level of existence, a condition that could scarcely continue. The women who worked 14-hour days in the Midland factories during the 1830s, Caroline Davidson grimly writes in A Woman's Work Is Never Done, could survive without doing much housework at all. They and their families existed off wheaten bread and potatoes, washed down with tea or coffee, and lived, for the most part, in filthy houses. 30. Working class families, Marx and Engels observed, were in a severe state of crisis and dissolution, with the old patriarchal family structure collapsing amid the breakdown of the home as the center of production, followed by the massive entry of women into the labor force. The hope among early English radicals was that a new, more egalitarian family structure based on equality between the sexes would emerge within the working class struggle, a political aspiration that had appeared in the Owenite movement, but had largely subsided in the Chartist era. 31 In the meantime, it was clear that the working class family needed protection, given the murderous conditions with which it was then confronted. Though eventually some protection was provided on bourgeois terms by the factory legislation and the 10-hour day bill, the larger answer for Marx remained the workers' self-organization and equality in the workplace, constituting the seeds of the new society. As Marx wrote in 1880, the emancipation of the producing class involves all human beings without distinction of sex and race. 32. One reason for Marx's silence on the subject of women's reproductive work in the household, Federici suggests, was the near absence of such reproductive work in proletarian homes at the time of Marx's writing, given that the entire family was employed in the factories from sunup to sundown. She adds, Marx described the condition of the industrial proletariat of his time as he saw it, and women's domestic labor was hardly part of it. Although from the first phase of capitalist development, and especially in the mercantilist period, reproductive work was formally subsumed to capitalist accumulation, it was only in the late 19th century that domestic work emerged as the key engine for the reproduction of the industrial workforce. 33 Commenting on the shutting down of U.S. cotton mills during the Civil War, Marx observed that this at least had some positive effect for the women, who now had sufficient leisure, that is, time away from the factory, to give their infants the breast, instead of poisoning them with Godfrey's cordial, an opiate. 34 For Marx, the collective working group, which is composed of individuals of both sexes and all ages, must under the appropriate conditions turn into a source of humane development, although in its spontaneously developed, brutal, capitalist form, the system works in the opposite direction, and becomes a pestiferous source of corruption and slavery, since here the worker exists for the process of production, and not the process of production for the worker. 35 Most of these conditions were to abate in later years. The late 18th to mid-19th century proved to be a major discontinuity with respect to women's work roles, distinct both from earlier household-based production and the later separate spheres regime of the Victorian era. The share of occupied women fell by an average of 0.7% a year in the second half of the 19th century. From levels recorded as high as the 67.5% of married women working in Cardington in the 1780s, participation rates of married women in the whole country fell to 10% in 1911-36. Much of this change was due to factory legislation, the 10-hour day, rising wages, and the now official bourgeois ideology of the male breadwinner and the female housewife. The last served to strictly define gender roles in the newly emerging era of monopoly capitalism, in which relative surplus value, as opposed to absolute surplus value, was dominant. 37 Having run up against insuperable natural obstacles in its annihilation of time for the entire working class family, capital subsequently introduced a new regime of a family wage, whereby an adult man alone could theoretically earn enough to support his whole household. This wage was kept down, however, by women's increased social reproductive work in the household, which served as a free gift to capital. Moreover, the family wage was only applicable to male breadwinners in a privileged sector of the working class. 38 By 1884, in The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, Engels argued that women's emancipation required a new push to free women from confinement to the household, and the revolutionary reintroduction of women into the labor force, to break down the new bourgeois patriarchy and to establish the conditions for a more equal family. Today, in the great majority of cases, the man has to be the earner, the breadwinner of the family, and this gives him a dominating position which requires no special legal privileges. In the family, he is the bourgeois, the wife represents the proletariat. The peculiar character of man's domination over woman in the modern family, and the necessity, as well as the manner, of establishing real social equality between the two, will be brought out into full relief only when both are completely equal before the law. It will then become evident that the first premise for the emancipation of women is the reintroduction of the entire female sex into public industry, and that this again demands that the quality possessed by the individual family of being the economic unit of society be abolished. 39 Reproductive work, nature, and valorization. However necessary it is to acknowledge Marx's understanding of the crisis and dissolution of the working class family of his day, it cannot entirely account for the absence in his work of a detailed examination of social reproduction in the household. A deeper explanation lies in the very structure of his critique of capitalist political economy. Here it is crucial to understand that Marx's Capital was a critique, meant to uncover the inner logic and contradictions of the capitalist mode of production. The categories used, such as those associated with the labor theory of value which Marx adapted and developed from classical political economy, and which he believed allowed for the scientific examination of capital as a system, were not, for him, universal, but rather historically specific categories to be transcended along with the revolutionary transcendence of the capital system itself. Moreover, Marx, as is well known, structured his critique of bourgeois political economy in the form of successive approximations, moving from the more abstract analysis in Volume 1 of Capital to increasingly concrete levels of analysis in the unfinished second and third volumes. 40 Capital itself was originally conceived as simply the first of what would have been 5 different books, including volumes on landed property, wage labor, the state, international trade, and the world market and crisis. The incomplete nature of Marx's project, given that even Capital was unfinished, has constituted a major problem for later Marxian theorists attempting to build on his dialectical social science. As Michael Lebowitz has brilliantly argued, the unwritten book on wage labor would necessarily have been devoted to what Marx called the political economy of labor, as opposed to the critique of the political economy of property. 41 Logically, this would have required the incorporation of a detailed analysis of the social reproduction of labor power of a kind which Marx seemed at times to be on the threshold of providing but which lay analytically beyond the immediate critique of Capital. 42. At the root of this analysis was Marx's understanding of the capital relation itself, as depicted in classical bourgeois political economy. The inner logic of capital as a system of valorization and accumulation, as he explained in the Grundrisse of 1857-58, runs roughshod over all other inherited social and natural relations and conditions of production, which remain external to its own mode of production. 43 The development of the state is itself in part a product of the need to manage the alienated mediations, not only internal to the class system, but also between capital and the larger realm of existence, of which it is a part. 44 Capital, in its process of unlimited expansion, is presented with insuperable natural obstacles, including those imposed by the limits of the human body itself, resulting in the sheer robbery of every normal condition needed for working and living. 45 Constantly seeking to overcome but never able to transcend such natural obstacles, the system is periodically confronted with crises of accumulation, which, though seemingly resolved at each step of its progress, forever increase in scope. This aspect of Marx's critique, related to the boundary conditions of the system, is seen most readily in what he referred to in a qualified deference to classical bourgeois political economy as so-called primitive primary accumulation, which he preferred to treat as the problem of expropriation. 46 This stood for capital's necessary and continuing attempt to transcend or readjust its boundaries with respect to its external conditions of production, to further enhance the accumulation process. 47 Industrial capitalism requires as its initial basis the expropriation and monopolization of the land, essential for the generation of a proletarian labor force and for the development of capitalist landed property and farming. While, in a wider sense, the constant need for expropriation to create and recreate the basis of its rule, making the continuing exploitation of labor possible, stands for the reality that the capital system exists invariably in nature's midst and emerges out of prior household-based modes of production. 48 Driven to transcend its external and natural conditions of production, and treating them not as boundaries but as barriers to overcome, capital constantly seeks to expropriate what it can from its natural and social environment while also externalizing its costs onto realms outside its inner circuit of value. Especially in his theory of metabolic rift, but elsewhere as well. For example, his later ethnological studies of the family. Marx moved more and more toward embracing the contradictions of the inner and outer determination of capital as a system. 49 This reflected capitalism's own course of development, which increasingly raised the question of the activation of capital's absolute limits in relation to the family, the nation-state, and the environment. 50. Nevertheless, the critique of capital as a social relation had to be approached initially from the standpoint of its own ideal conception and intrinsic process, as presented in classical political economy, and in terms of its inner logic of commodity, value generation or valorization. This ideal conception of capital had to be subjected to a full critique at the outset, on an abstract level, as in the first volume of Capital. It was only then in Marx's project that the reality of concrete, historical capitalism could be approached, moving to lower levels of abstraction and hence a more comprehensive historical analysis. At the concrete level of historical capitalism, it became clear that the system required as a product of its own internal logic, and in order to maintain its drive to capital accumulation, the control of the boundaries represented by the terms of expropriation of the wider conditions of production that defined the overall system. In this sense, Rosa Luxemburg's emphasis on the dependence of capitalism as an imperial system on the constant expropriation of external areas reflected this same logic. 51 Capital's formation of the nation-state and its control of immigration and emigration were likewise means of controlling and managing the boundaries of its labor force, along with its natural and social boundaries in general. Still, from the system's own standpoint of the generation of value through commodity production, those areas outside commodity production, including both the reproduction of labor power and what could be expropriated from nature, were considered free gifts to capital and were excluded from the value and income calculus, a reality of the system that is as true today as when Marx was writing. 52 Hence, as Marilyn Waring has noted, the treatment of Mother Earth and the treatment of women and children in the system of national accounts have many fundamental parallels, and significantly, neither is included in value added. 53. Marx defined wealth in terms of the production of use values. However, bourgeois political economy, in what he characterized as its greatest contradiction, is interested only in exchange value, and increasingly reduces wealth merely to value generated in commodity production. 54 Use values derived from nature, natural processes, and the costs of the social reproduction of the household are therefore treated by the system as merely gratis, to be freely expropriated in its expansion. Here, in contrast to exploitation, there is no equal exchange, even on a formal basis, but actual robbery, usurpation, expropriation, dependence, and enslavement. 55. This contradiction between capital accumulation and its conditions of production underlies Marx's entire analysis. The exploitation at the heart of the system, whereby surplus value is extracted from labor, variable capital, can ultimately proceed only through the destruction of the life and body of the laborer, either in absolute or relative terms, as well as the removal of the worker from the means of production, in particular the earth. The annihilation of time and the damage to workers' physical and mental health, coupled with the outright robbery system through which nature itself is expropriated, with no concern for its reproduction, have devastating effects on the household and the wider metabolic relation to the environment. 56 Exploitation and expropriation thus have a dialectical relation in Marx's analysis. Neither can be understood without the other. Capturing this succinctly, Eleanor Marx wrote that women have been expropriated as to their rights as human beings, just as the laborers were expropriated as to their rights as producers. The method in each case is the only one that makes expropriation at any time and under any circumstances possible, and that method is force. 57 As Karl Marx put it, capital, in its process of self-valorization, usurped, expropriated the family labor necessary for consumption. 58. The logic of Marx's critique of political economy thus strongly suggests that necessary unpaid reproductive work forms the basis for the necessary paid labor, the wage, provided to the worker. The use values produced in the household and the time used up in their production where reproductive work is not simply annihilated, threatening the dissolution of the family, as in Marx's day, become appended to the system of capitalist exploitation. This expropriation of social reproductive work within the household helps decrease the value of labor and, particularly under monopoly capitalism, also promotes the realization of surplus value. Not only is this consistent with Marx's whole argument, and foreshadowed, but not actually analyzed with respect to housework, in Capital, but more important, it constitutes the reality of capitalist production. Industrial capitalism splits the old pre-industrial, patriarchal household economy, in which all work was regarded as essential and on a more or less equal footing, and divides it into a sphere of invisible household labor and public commodity-producing labor, both exploiting labor in industry and expropriating social reproductive work in the household. The actual division of labor between these two spheres, the capitalist workplace proper and housework, has historically been affected by the needs of capital accumulation as a whole, the size of the industrial reserve army of labor at a given time, the regulatory apparatuses of states, social inequalities, and social movements. Any understanding of reproductive productive labor in capitalism must consider these dialectical relationships. Marx at various times indicates that capitalism's definition of productive labor as that which contributes to the production of value/surplus value, which is historically specific to the capital system itself, and should not be confused with the wider productivity of human labor in general. For Marx, there is no doubt that non-commodity producing labor, contrary to capital's own accounting, is also social labor, or else social labor historically would simply be confined to capitalist commodity relations. Moreover, it is only insofar as social labor generates use values, and not exchange values, that one can speak of real work, in Marx's terms. He was absolutely clear, though unfortunately too brief, about the main contradiction related to the family and production in his time, that capital usurped the free labor for family sustenance by turning women into wage slaves within industry, while also subject to the patriarchal head of the household. 59. In the mid-19th century, as we have seen, it was women workers who generated both the highest rates of surplus value for capitalists and the maximum absolute amount of surplus value. This is in fact implicit throughout Marx's analysis. As Chattopadhyay writes, throughout the discussion of value determination by the quantity of abstract labor time going into a commodity, Marx refers to human mensch-like labor and not male man-like labor. In other words, commodity producing, abstract, labor, for Marx, is gender neutral. 60. Marx is clear that women are more exploited within commodity production than men, but additionally, given the dynamics of the capital system and social mores, their social reproductive work in the household is expropriated, through the expropriation of time used for the production of use values and/or in consumption work for the realization of surplus, perpetuating much of the dependent condition imposed on women in the patriarchal family. The expropriation of nature and social reproductive labor lying in the other hidden abodes outside the sphere of commodity production, as Fraser puts it, becomes crucial to Marx's entire understanding of capital as a system. 61. Engels later observed that capital in Germany was able to maintain lower wages for workers because larger portions of the cost of reproducing labor power were carried out unpaid in the household, in effect producing higher rates of exploitation and higher profits by indirectly expropriating non-commodity labor. 62. Regimes of social reproduction. Building on the foregoing analysis, a comprehensive account of the capital system necessitates addressing the background conditions of possibility, which includes the underlying relationships and conditions associated with social reproduction and ecological reproduction. As Fraser writes, social reproduction is an indispensable background condition for the possibility of economic commodity production in a capitalist society, where social reproduction and economic production are constituted as separate spheres. 63. Likewise, nature's capacity to support life and renew itself constitutes another necessary background condition for commodity production and capital accumulation. 64. Fraser stresses that these background conditions of capitalist valorization have a distinct character of their own, but they interact and change with the historical development of the capital system, which manifest in distinct regimes of social reproduction. Istvan Meszaros, drawing upon Marx, illuminated the alienated relationships that emerge with these historic transformations of capital. As Marx explained, human beings, by necessity, mediate their relationship to nature through labor. In this metabolic relationship, in which substances are exchanged and in the process changed, humans both confront the nature-imposed conditions of the processes operating in the material world and influence these circumstances through labor and the associated structure of production. Capitalist class society, however, produces a set of second-order mediations, what Marx called alienated mediations connected to commodity exchange, which result in the estrangement of humanity, labor, and nature. 65. According to Meszaros, the primary social metabolic functions without which humanity could not possibly survive even in the most ideal form of society, from the biological reproduction of the individuals to the regulation of the conditions of economic and cultural reproduction, are crudely equated with their alienated capitalist varieties second-order mediations, no matter how problematical the latter may be. The specific forms of domination associated with these second-order mediations, for example, the double day imposed on women and the pervasive destruction of ecosystems, are then misrepresented as natural and insurmountable, defying the mounting hardship and crises they entail. 66. All this is associated with the splitting of production and reproduction, and operates through the twin processes of exploitation and expropriation. For Fraser, expropriation is an ongoing, albeit unofficial in terms of capitalist accounting, mechanism of accumulation, which continues alongside the official mechanism of exploitation. 67. This process is evident in the historic transformation of social reproduction and the patterns of expropriation. As detailed earlier, during the Industrial Revolution in England, the conditions for social reproduction within the working-class family, which enabled the operation of the capitalist economy, were collapsing. So dire was the situation, Fraser notes, that even such astute critics as Marx and Engels mistook this early head-on conflict between economic production and social reproduction for the final word. Imagining that capitalism had entered its terminal crisis, they believed that, as it eviscerated the working-class family, the system was also eradicating the basis of women's oppression. But what actually happened was just the reverse. Over time, capitalist societies found resources for managing the contradiction, in part by creating the family in its modern, restricted form, by inventing new, intensified meanings of gender difference, and by modernizing male domination. 68. The splitting of reproduction and production becomes part of the constitution of the capital system, producing an alienated second-order mediation. While production depends on social reproduction, the latter is pushed to the boundary, the background, and serves as a realm of expropriation, on which the general system of capital accumulation depends. 69. The potential dissolution of the working-class family becomes a severe contradiction at the boundary of the system, as the social reproduction of workers is undermined. Fraser contends that efforts to address this key contradiction within the capital system led to 3 successive regimes of social reproduction following the early Industrial Revolution in England. In each regime, the social reproductive conditions for capitalist production have assumed a different institutional form and embodied a different normative order, first separate spheres, then the family wage, now the two-earner family. 70. The second half of the 19th century, in Fraser's account, saw the rise of a regime of liberal competitive capitalism, in which the separate spheres of social reproduction and production are firmly established for the first time. The dissolution of the working-class family served as a boundary, creating a problem for the capital system, which was then in a volatile phase. A series of social and political changes took place to try to protect families, while securing further accumulation. Middle-class reformers, disturbed by what they saw as the desexing of working-class women and the societal leveling of the sexes caused by women's employment as factory operatives, pushed for legislation to protect women and children. During this period, social reproduction and economic production were defined by the system as separate spheres. Fraser explains that in splitting off reproductive labor from the larger universe of human activities, in which women's work previously held a recognizable place, it was reduced to a newly institutionalized domestic sphere, where its social importance was obscured. 71. These efforts were accompanied by ideological justifications of male domination, in which it was asserted that men were the breadwinners and women were housewives. This position further amplified the fact that women had to share a subordinate position in every social class without exception. 72. Legislation such as the 10-Hour Day Bill and various factory acts made attempts to mitigate the exploitation of women and children in industry, which also played into the patriarchal ideology of the time. However, state legislation for protection was fraught with contradictions, given the larger context of economic production and the fact that the whole regulatory apparatus needed to establish a fully developed family wage system had not yet been developed. 73. The establishment of separate spheres was problematic given racial, ethnic, gender, and class divisions. Wages for industrial workers, men and women, remained low, and the absence of additional wages undermined social reproduction, which was further exacerbated by industrial pollution and poor quality food. Lost wages were not replaced by additional support from the state, limiting actual changes in the conditions families confronted. The regime of liberal competitive capitalism was thus defined in part by the formal, but not real, subsumption of reproductive work to the needs of the capitalist system. 74. For ecofeminist Mies, whose analysis in patriarchy and accumulation on a world scale provides a global counterpart to the same argument, the housewifeization, the creation of the separate spheres of breadwinner and housewife in this period, was intimately connected to the emergence of imperialism and superexploitation on a truly global scale, traditionally associated with the transition from competitive to monopoly capitalism. This involved expropriating additional wealth to be concentrated at the center of the system, part of which was used to support a better paid labor aristocracy and the whole emerging family wage system. These changes included destroying the integrated reproductive-productive relations of indigenous peoples, decimating the productive capacities of colonies to create new markets for British textiles, maintaining systems of slavery as long as possible to enrich European capitalists, and establishing a system of unequal ecological exchange to continue the robbing of the global South. 75. What Fraser calls the regime of state-managed capitalism, which is better understood in terms of monopoly capitalism, mainly arose after the Great Depression and Second World War and was characterized by the family wage. 76. During the monopoly capitalist period, the state in the global north played a larger role in regulating economic production and social reproduction, creating or expanding an array of social welfare programs and other forms of public spending, frequently in response to pressure from labor and other social movements, which institutionalized the male breadwinner/female homemaker model of the gendered family. These reforms were directed toward bolstering the conditions of social reproduction, following a long period of mass unemployment, extreme labor exploitation and conflict, poor education, and familial hardships. It involved distributing some of the surplus generated during a period of unusually high rates of economic growth and business unionism. At the same time, an overarching concern of monopoly capitalism was the realization of surplus value, especially given the increasing scale of commodity production and the mechanization of production in general. 77. This was the context in which the family wage became the norm, at least in relatively privileged, largely white sectors of the working class, particularly in the United States. During the mid-20th century, monopoly capital greatly expanded and developed the sales effort. 78. Figures like Harry Braverman and Susan Strasser highlighted how monopoly capitalism, in the words of the former, transformed households, as it penetrated into the daily life of the family and the community. 79. The expansion of the capital system created the universal market, whereby household provisioning and food production and eventually recreation, entertainment, elderly care, clothing, services, etc. were increasingly obtained through the marketplace. Batya Weinbaum and Amy Bridges explain that with the separation of spheres and the establishment of a family wage, the reproduction of labor in capitalist societies requires that the products and services produced with a view to profit be gathered and transformed so that they may meet socially determined needs. In this way, capital sought to qualitatively transform social reproductive work to aid in the realization of surplus value, adding consumption work for women. 80. Given the gendered division of labor in households, the increased free time allotted to women for social reproduction ended up realizing surplus value, serving the needs of a system of capital faced with saturated markets, rather than fulfilling human needs. Fraser emphasizes that social reproductive activity is absolutely necessary to the existence of waged work, the accumulation of surplus value and the functioning of capitalism as such. 81. Yet under monopoly capitalism, socially reproductive work is much more geared to the realization of surplus value than toward meeting the elemental needs of the family. Here there is a shift toward the real subsumption of social reproductive work made possible by the institutionalization, for a time, of the family wage for relatively privileged sectors of the working class. 82. Clearly, for many families of color in the United States, this condition never really applied, Women of color found low-waged work raising the children and cleaning the homes of white families at the expense of their own. 83. The resources that helped support the family wage and social entitlement programs were also reliant upon the ongoing expropriation from the periphery, including the periphery within the core. The lands of indigenous peoples throughout the world were expropriated to support development projects, such as the construction of dams. Additionally, throughout the global south, capital engaged in the super-exploitation of labor and the extreme expropriation of social reproductive work, relying on the position of semi-proletarianized households, such as families with access to small parcels of land to grow food, to help meet the reproductive needs not met by wages essential to many migrant labor systems. 84. The most recent social reproduction regime depicted by Fraser, the two-earner family, emerged in relation to globalized financialized capitalism. This period of global monopoly finance capital and neoliberalism is marked by privatization of public goods and the erosion or elimination of many of the social programs that supported social reproduction. It has involved the reincorporation and recruitment of relatively privileged working-class women into the paid workforce, in part due to inflation, declining real wages for working-class families, and increasing household debt, as well as to shifts in social norms inspired by feminist movements. Less privileged working-class women, who always had to work, find additional jobs in the expanding service and care sectors. More hours of paid work are thus required to support families, causing a pinch on the time available for domestic labor. Fraser notes that a consequence of this is a new, dualized organization of social reproduction, commodified for those who can pay for it and privatized for those who cannot, as some in the second category provide care work in return for low wages for those in the first. 85. Rather than closing the care gap, this situation creates a deficit, reminiscent of mid-19th century capitalism. Working-class women are caught in the double day, whereby they bear the responsibility both for earning wages and for unpaid household work. 86. Efforts to address this care gap have been heavily racialized, as migrant workers take on reproductive and caring labor previously performed by more privileged women. But to do this, the migrants must transfer their own familial and community responsibilities to other, still poorer caregivers, who must in turn do the same, and so on throughout the global hierarchy of nations. 87. All these processes are intensifying capitalism's inherent contradiction between economic production and social reproduction. 88. In contrast to the previous social reproduction regimes, whereby the state was used as a means of social protection, the state is firmly under the thumb of neoliberal monopoly finance capital. Social reproduction is being transgressed in a way that is systematically expropriating the capacities available for sustaining connections. Hence Fraser stresses that the boundary dividing social reproduction from economic production has emerged as a major site and central stake of social struggle, leaving open the question of what may emerge from this current care crisis. Social and ecological metabolisms. The logic of capital accumulation is that of a system that systematically expropriates its natural and social conditions of production while externalizing its costs on everything outside the circuit of capital, including its own conditions of production. 89. This is manifested in a continual, if shifting, care crisis in the realm of social reproduction and a deepening metabolic rift with respect to ecological reproduction. Moreover, both increasingly take on more global imperial dimensions. This is recognized by Fraser, who sees the boundary struggles of capitalism entailing not only the expropriation in various ways in different periods of social reproductive labor, but also the free riding on nature. As she puts it, structurally, capitalism assumes, indeed, inaugurates a sharp division between a natural realm, conceived as offering a free, unproduced supply of raw material that is available for expropriation, and an economic realm, conceived as a sphere of value, produced by and for human beings. Capitalism brutally separated human beings from natural, seasonal rhythms, conscripting them into industrial manufacturing, powered by fossil fuels and profit-driven agriculture, bulked up by chemical fertilizers. Introducing what Marx called a metabolic rift, it inaugurated what has now been dubbed the Anthropocene, an entirely new geological era in which human activity has a decisive impact on the Earth's ecosystems and atmosphere. 90. These struggles over social as well as ecological reproduction along with those over global imperial hegemony are what Mazaros was primarily concerned with in raising the question of the system of social metabolic reproduction. Today this problem is brought to the fore by the activation of capital's absolute limits, with respect to the system's fundamental boundaries, the microcosm of the household, the imperial system, and the earth system. As a creatively destructive metabolic order, the capital system expropriates its own conditions of production, externalizing the costs onto its social and natural environment. In this way, progress turns into retrogression. Both social reproduction theory and Marxian ecology have discovered this in different ways. Both point to the fact that, as Mazaros emphasized, we need to replace the current alienated system of social metabolic reproduction with an entirely different one aimed at substantive equality. 91. A similar view is offered by Salah, who argues that crises of social reproduction and the metabolic rift are intrinsically related, and that working-class women's struggles over social reproductive labor, when joined with what might be called the emergence of an environmental proletariat abroad, unified coalition of working humanity in revolt against ecological degradation and social exploitation constitutes the key to constructive revolutionary change. Here we can see an emerging synthesis in Marxist and revolutionary feminist theory, centering on the human nature metabolism. 92. Conclusion. In the normal operations of capitalist production, according to Marx, every sense organ is injured by the artificially high temperatures, by the dust-laden atmosphere, by the deafening noise, not to mention the danger to life and limb among machines which are so closely crowded together, a danger which, with the regularity of the seasons, produces its list of those killed and wounded in the industrial battle. The economical use of the social means of production, matured and forced as in the hothouse by the factory system, is turned in the hands of capital into systemic robbery of what is necessary for the life of the worker while he is at work, i.e. space, light, air, and protection against the dangerous or the unhealthy concomitants of the production process, not to mention the theft of the appliances for the comfort of the worker. 93. This robbery of the male and female workers' health within the workplace naturally carries over into the realm of the household and the social reproduction of labor power. In Marx's day, the demands put on the workers in industry tended to annihilate whatever time there was for the reproduction of labor power. By the late 19th century, however, capital had at least formally created separate, alienated spheres of housewife and breadwinner, firmly establishing the two realms of housework and paid work outside the home, thereby altering the conditions in both spheres. This transformed the family itself under monopoly capitalism, resulting in the relative rather than absolute expropriation of time within the household, though giving way in the most recent neoliberal period to new forms of absolute expropriation. Likewise, capital dealt with its first ecological crises, the degradation of the soil and rapacious deforestation, by means of new alienated mediations, synthetic fertilizers, which in the long run were to reappear as crucial aspects of a global metabolic rift that degrades nature even further. What is required in these circumstances is a struggle that will challenge capital's subjection of reproductive labor, its colonization of the people of the planet, and its degradation of the earth itself. 94. In this view, if the revolutionary struggle for socialism in the past failed, it is because it was not revolutionary enough, and did not take on the capital system and its particular social metabolic reproduction as a whole. It did not demand the reconstitution of human labor based on a society of associated producers and a world of creative labor aimed at the fulfillment of human potential, while rationally regulating the human metabolism with nature so as to protect the earth for future generations. It did not embrace the full diversity of human life and of the natural environment. 95. In our age, the revolutionary Anthropocene, such a mistake cannot be repeated. 4. Marx as a food theorist. Hunger is hunger, but the hunger that is satisfied by cooked meat eaten with a knife and fork differs from hunger that devours raw meat with the help of hands, nails, and teeth. Karl Marx. Food has become a core contradiction of contemporary capitalism. Point 1 Discussions of the economics and sociology of food and food regimes seem to be everywhere today, with some of the most important contributions made by Marxian theorists. Point 2 Amid plentiful food production, hunger remains a chronic problem, and food security is now a pressing concern for many of the world's people. Yet despite the severity of these problems and their integral relation to the capitalist commodity system, it is generally believed that Karl Marx contributed little to our understanding of food beyond a few general comments on subsistence and hunger. In their 1992 Introduction to the Sociology of Food, Stephen Menel, Anne Marcotte, and Annika H. van Otterloo declared that food as such is only of passing interest to Marx, quipping that the only mention of diet in an index of Marx's writings referred to a political assembly. 3. To be sure, the capitalist food regime at the time of the Industrial Revolution was far less developed than our own, and hence had only just begun to be theorized, by Marx and others. Nevertheless, Marx was such a keen observer of the political economy of capitalism and the metabolism of nature and society that lack of an analysis of food would represent a surprising and significant gap in his work. We will show that Marx in fact developed a detailed and sophisticated critique of the industrial food system in Britain in the mid-19th century, in the period that historians have called the Second Agricultural Revolution. For not only did he study the production, distribution, and consumption of food, he was the first to conceive of these as constituting a problem of changing food regimes, an idea that has since become central to discussions of the capitalist food system. As will become clear, food for Marx was far more than a passing interest. In his work one finds analyses of the development of agriculture in different modes of production, climate and food cultivation, the chemistry of the soil, industrial agriculture, livestock conditions, new technologies in food production and preparation, toxic additives in food products, food security, and much more. Moreover, these issues are not peripheral, but organically connected to Marx's larger critique of capitalism. Since Marx's analysis of food production and food regimes was not developed in a single text but integrated into his larger critique, which remained unfinished, and in some cases unpublished, it is understandable that many commentators have missed this aspect of his work altogether. Yet these issues were far from marginal to Marx, as he based his materialist conception of history on the notion of humans as corporeal beings, who needed, as the first premise of human existence, to produce their means of subsistence, beginning with food, water, shelter, clothing, and extending to all of the other means of life. 5 All labor, he wrote in Capital, is originally first directed towards the appropriation and production of food. 6. In outlining Marx's analysis of the commodification of food in capitalist society, we will proceed from food consumption to food production and food regimes, and finally to fundamental problems of the soil and the social metabolism of human beings and nature. The object here is to overturn the prevailing view, which focuses simply on questions of the cheapness of food and the irrational forms of food consumption prevalent in contemporary society, and to replace this with a deeper perspective that locates the contemporary food regime in the underlying material conditions of capitalist production, understood as an alienated metabolism of nature and society. 7. The food commodity. In his discussions of food consumption under capitalism, Marx is directly concerned less with consumption by the upper classes than with the nutritional intake of the great majority of the population, namely the working class, both urban and rural. Now, as in Marx's day, our knowledge of the diet of the Victorian working class relies primarily on official studies commissioned by John Simon, the chief medical health officer of the Privy Council, and the leading medical authority in England. Simon, whom Marx much admired, organized the first major investigations into British public health, and this research was the main source for Marx's epidemiological knowledge of the English working class in the 1860s. In his 1983 book Endangered Lives, Anthony Wall describes what Simon and his medical teams discovered about the working class diet. As in the country, so in the town, the staples were bread, potatoes, and tea. If the rural poor ate birds, then the urban poor ate parings of tripe, slink, prematurely born calves, or broxy, diseased sheep. Stocking weavers, shoemakers, needlewomen, and silk weavers ate less than 1 pound of meat a week and less than 8 ounces of fats. Bread formed the mainstay of their diet, with a weekly consumption which varied from almost 8 pounds a head in the case of the needlewomen to over 12 pounds per adult among the 2,000 or so agricultural laborers in Edward Smith's survey. Large numbers of workmen were getting their carbohydrates and calories mainly in bread, over 2 pounds of it daily. Dr. Buchanan, another of John Simon's team at the Privy Council's medical department, sadly concluded that there were multitudes of people whose daily food consists at every meal of tea and bread, bread and tea. While the total calorific intake might have been generally adequate, the Victorian working class diet was heavy in carbohydrates and fats, low in protein, and deficient in several vitamins, notably C and D. Nearly all the diets investigated reveal a serious lack of fresh green vegetables, a low protein intake, and very little fresh milk. For approximately 1/3 of the entire population there would be a 10-year period or so when the children were too young to contribute significantly to the family income, during which the family would be underfed. This must be put within the context of Victorian lifelong working hours, often arduous physical labor, and long walks to and from work. Modern nutritional studies show that adults walking a distance to work and engaged in strenuous activity may use 3,700 or more calories a day compared to an intake of only 2,099 calories per capita for the working class family, and that the body uses up far more calories when recovering from sickness. 8. It is in this context of a class-based Victorian system and its effects on the working class that Marx's discussions of food and nutrition should be viewed. In Capital, he reproduced tables compiled by Simon and his associates showing the inadequate nutritional intake of workers in the industrial towns, noting that employees of Lancashire factories barely received the minimum amount of carbohydrates, while unemployed workers received even less, and both employed and underemployed received less than the minimum quantity of protein. More than a quarter of the factory operatives surveyed consumed no milk in an average week. The weekly quantity of bread per worker varied from around 8 pounds for needlewomen to 11.5 pounds for shoemakers, amounting to an average of almost 10 pounds of bread. The average meat intake per worker, in contrast, was just 13.6 ounces per week. Agricultural workers were likewise deprived of the minimum carbonaceous food, carbohydrates, high in energy, and nitrogenous food, protein-rich. Of all agricultural workers in the United Kingdom, those in England were the worst fed. 9. The diet of a great part of the families of agricultural labourers, Marx wrote, is below the minimum necessary to avert starvation diseases. Drawing on a study by one of Simon's researchers, Dr. Smith, that surveyed the nutritional intake of convicts, Marx constructed a statistical table on the nutrition of various workers, and the results were startling. Agricultural laborers received only 61% as much protein, 79% as much non-nitrogenous nutrients, and 70% as much mineral matter as convicts did, while laboring twice as much. Marx considered the findings so important that he devoted the first 2 pages of his 1864 inaugural address of the International Working Men's Association to presenting some of these results. 10. Frederick Engels was equally concerned with nutrition. In 1845 he had pointed in the condition of the working class in England to the artificial food scarcity and inflated prices that contributed to the poor nutritional intake of urban workers, along with problems of contamination and spoilage. He treated scrofula as a disease related to nutritional deficiencies, an observation that, as Howard Waitskin explains in The Second Sickness, antedated the discovery of bovine tuberculosis as the major cause of scrofula and pasteurization of milk as a preventive measure. Likewise, Engels discussed the skeletal deformities associated with rickets as a nutritional problem long before the medical discovery that it was due to deficiencies in vitamin D. 11. Marx went beyond looking simply at the quantity and type of food and nutrients workers consumed. He also dealt with questions of food degradation, additives, and toxins, all associated with the transformation of food into a commodity. In the 19th century such discussions fell under the heading of adulteration, which classically carried a wider meaning than it does today, referring not only to mixing something else into a food, but more pejoratively to the corruption or debasement by spurious admixture. 12. The questions of what goes into food and why basic problems of contemporary food analysis arose here. Engels had raised these issues in The Condition of the Working Class in England, where he argued that the frequent adulteration of food was a key problem in nutrition. He cited an article from the Liverpool Mercury that explained that sugar was often mixed with a chemical substance from soap, cocoa was adulterated with dirt and mutton fat, and pepper was adulterated with dust from husks. 13. Marx's critique of adulteration in Capital transcended Engels's earlier work, reflecting the more detailed data and improved science of the 1860s, which made clear the degradation of commodified food being fed to workers and even to the middle class. Factory owners, food manufacturers, and shopkeepers took advantage of working-class customers by adulterating food products, not simply by watering them down, but by incorporating deceptive, dangerous, and even toxic ingredients into their production, and reducing their nutritive value, all to save costs and enhance their saleability. In researching this problem, Marx relied especially on the work of Arthur Hill Hassall, the pioneering Victorian scholar of food adulteration. Marx also drew on a report of H. S. Truman Hare, a royal commissioner charged with studying the conditions of journeyman bakers, as well as two parliamentary reports on food adulteration, published in 1862 and 1874, and the work of the French chemist Jean-Baptiste Alphonse Chevalier. 14. Hassall, a London physician, was the first to use a microscope effectively to detect food adulteration. He had already made a pioneering contribution in 1850 with a microscopic examination of the water supplied by the inhabitants of London and the suburban districts, showing for the first time, in the words of Mary P. English, the mass of organic refuse and living animalcules in the drinking water of the metropolis. It was Hassall's technique that would be employed by Surgeon Edwin Lancaster, the father of E. Ray Lancaster, Charles Darwin and Thomas Henry Huxley's protege, and Marx's friend, in his investigations of the 1854 cholera outbreak in Soho, during which Lancaster played a key role in the discovery of the waterborne source of the disease. 15. Hassall himself was invited to deliver a report to Parliament on the 1854 cholera epidemic, resulting in his dramatic report on the microscopical examination of different waters, principally those used in the metropolis, during the cholera epidemic of 1854, which included 27 enlarged engravings of microscopic samples of the city's water supply. Hassall soon turned to the study of food adulteration, and, with the encouragement of Lancet editor Thomas Wackley, published a series of articles on the topic. In 1851-54, he made a microscopic analysis of 2,500 food and drink samples. Hassall was able to detect alum toxic in large doses, used for whitening in bread, iron and mercury in pepper, copper in bottled pickles and fruits, and iron oxide in potted meats, fish, and sauces. Inspired by Hassall, Lancaster published a 103-page book titled A Guide to the Food Collection in the South Kensington Museum. In it he presented the details of food adulteration, listing over 80 common substances used to adulterate various foods and drinks. Lancaster's list included over 40 mineral substances, such as lead carbonate, or white lead, and carbonate of copper, used in tea, red lead, or lead chromate, used in cocoa, and chalk used in sugar. Hassall's work, including his 1857 adulterations discovered, or plain instructions for the discovery of frauds in food and medicine, which was utilized by Marx, led to the various parliamentary inquiries into adulteration. 16. Hassall defined adulteration as the intentional addition to an article, for purposes of gain or deception, of any substance or substances the presence of which is not acknowledged in the name under which the article is sold. He noted that such practices were often excused on the basis that customers wanted them, as in the use of various pigments to color food. The public was kept ignorant of the fact that these colors were produced by some of the most poisonous substances known. In estimating the effects of adulteration on health, Hassall emphasized that some of the metallic poisons used are what are called cumulative, that is, they accumulate in the body. Moreover, the great cause which accounts for the larger part of the adulteration which prevails, he wrote, is the desire of increased profit. 17. Marx traced such food adulteration to class. He quoted Truman Hare to the effect that the poor man, who lives on 2 pounds of bread a day, does not now get 1/4 part of nourishing matter, let alone the deleterious effects on his health. The bread, particularly of the poor, was commonly adulterated with alum, soap, pearl ash, potassium carbonate, chalk, Derbyshire stone dust and other similar ingredients. 18. As Marx noted, the bread of the poor was quite different from that of the rich. Produced in holes underground, as opposed to the finest bakeries, loaves bought by the poor were far more likely to be subjected to the adulteration of the flour with alum and bone earth. 19. By the early years of the Industrial Revolution, according to Marxian historian E. P. Thompson, bread production was characterized by 3 kinds of loaves: the finer white loaf for the wealthy, the intermediate household loaf for the middle class, and the brown loaf, full of waste, for the poor. Dark bread was suspect as offering easy concealment for noxious additives. All but the finest bread, available only to the rich, was adulterated, and even in high-end bakeries the quality of the bread and the conditions under which it was produced were suspect. 20. As Marx put it, Englishmen, with their good command of the Bible, knew well enough that man, unless by elective grace a capitalist, or a landlord, or the holder of a sinecure, is destined to eat his bread in the sweat of his brow, but they did not know that he had to eat daily in his bread a certain quantity of human perspiration mixed with the discharge of abscesses, cobwebs, dead cockroaches and putrid German yeast, not to mention alum, sand, and other agreeable mineral ingredients. 21. Here Marx was suggesting, based on his knowledge of the work of Truman Hare and Hassall, that some of these artificial additives such as alum and potassium carbonate, might be toxic in cumulative amounts. Of course, much of this dangerous adulteration, the contamination from people, cobwebs, cockroaches, and rodents, arose from the unsanitary conditions in which bread was produced, particularly for the poor. In his study Bread Manufacture, Marx stressed that the labor process compelled workers, in this case journeyman bakers, to begin work before midnight and complete their weekday shifts at 3 p.m. the next day, while on weekends they worked continuously from 10 p.m. on Thursday evening until Saturday evening without a break. The underground vaults where they worked were full of pestilential vapors and noxious gases that not only harmed the workers but entered the food. 22. The average lifespan of a working-class journeyman baker was just 42 years. The work of Chevalier provided another source for Marx's writings on food adulteration. Chevalier had shown that for each of 600 items he studied there were, in Marx's words, 10, 20, 30 different methods of adulteration, not only in food and drink, but also medicine. The most widely used medication of the time, opium, was adulterated with poppy heads, wheat flour, gum, clay, sand, etc. Some samples did not contain any trace of the drug at all. 23. The unhealthy and even poisonous contents of the Victorian working-class diet was thus a key concern of Marx's food analysis. Wall summed up the adulteration of food in Victorian England as follows. Much of the food consumed by the working-class family was contaminated and positively detrimental to health. The list of poisonous additives reads like the stock list of some mad and malevolent chemist: strychnine, Cocculus indicus, both are hallucinogens, and copperas in rum and beer, sulfate of copper in pickles, bottled fruit, wine, and preserves, lead chromate in mustard and snuff, sulfate of iron in tea and beer, ferric ferrocyanide, lime sulfate and turmeric in Chinese tea, copper carbonate, lead sulfate, bisulfate of mercury, and Venetian lead in sugar confectionery and chocolate, lead in wine and cider. All were extensively used and were accumulative in effect, resulting, over a long period, in chronic gastritis, and indeed, often fatal food poisoning. Red lead gave Gloucester cheese its healthy red hue, flour and arrowroot a rich thickness to cream, and tea leaves were dried, dyed, recycled again and again. As late as 1877 the local government board found that approximately a quarter of the milk it examined contained excessive water or chalk, and 10% of all the butter, over 8% of the bread, and over 50% of all the gin had copper in them to heighten the color. 24. Quoting Simon extensively, Marx argued that the dietary conditions of the working class were part of a larger dialectic of poverty, a symptom of the entrapment of the poor in capitalist society. As Simon wrote, privation of food is very reluctantly born. As a rule, great poorness of diet will only come when other privations have preceded it. 25. Menel, Marcotte, and Otterlou's dismissal of Marx on food notwithstanding, diet clearly played an underappreciated role in Marx's analysis. Indeed, the issues that concerned Marx, including the nutrition of workers, and the profit-driven adulteration and contamination of food, still concern us today. Food security remains an urgent problem in the United States, affecting some 15.8 million households in 2016, around 1 in 8.26. Only stringent federal regulations have kept the food supply relatively safe. But chemicals added to enhance color, flavor, or storage properties remain ubiquitous, and toxins in food, resulting from the introduction into the environment of some 80,000 new synthetic chemicals, not the product of evolution, are a major concern. 27. All of these problems are best understood in terms of the logic of capitalism, including its effects on food production and consumption, which Marx was already grappling with in the mid-19th century. Food regime change. Contemporary food regime analysis as a formal subject of inquiry grew out of the Marxian and world system traditions, particularly the work of Harriet Friedman and Philip McMichael, in the late 1980s. 28. From the start, it centered on the notion of global food regimes, based on specific and unequal distributions of power and resources, in contradistinction to mainstream analyses that depicted the history of food systems as a process of linear, continuous development and expansion. 29. The concept of the food regime thus stood for the historical specificity of given arrangements of production, exchange, distribution, and consumption. Friedman and McMichael focus on two regimes. The first, which in their analysis began in the 1870s, depended on colonial tropical imports to Europe, and on imports of grain and livestock from the settler colonies. In other words, a global system dictated by the needs of the metropolitan countries. The second food regime, emerging after the Second World War with the rise of U.S. hegemony and a post-colonial, if still imperialist, world, was organized around the export of surplus food, mainly grain, from the United States, and by the Green Revolution, dominated by agribusiness. Also important in the development of this second global food regime were exports to the wealthy countries of tropical fruits, especially bananas, and later of orange juice concentrate, mainly from Brazil, coffee, cacao for chocolate, spices, and so on. Other scholars have since tried to define a third, current food regime, in which globalization and emerging economies play an increasing role. Marx's theory of metabolic rift has been incorporated into some of these theories as a way of explaining disjunctures in food regimes. 30. The biggest weakness of food regime analysis has been its approach to agriculture during the Industrial Revolution, including its response to Marx's analysis. In 1996, Colin Duncan, a Canadian scholar with a background in Marxian theory, published The Centrality of Agriculture, in which he contended that mid-19th century agriculture in Britain remained in essence pre-industrial, or at most light industrial, and represented an ecologically balanced age in farming rooted in the famous Norfolk four-course system of crop rotation. 31. Duncan strongly rejected Marx's critical analysis of British agriculture in this period, claiming that he had seen only its flaws, and failed to recognize its pre-industrial, self-sufficient, and ecologically sound character. In advancing these ideas, Duncan rejected not only Marx, but also set aside the work of contemporary economic and agricultural historians who had reached conclusions that largely supported Marx's critical view. 32. Duncan began his book by contending that Marx was alarmist about the ecological effects of capitalism in his time. In particular, he argued that Marx's adoption of the German chemist Justus von Liebig's notion of the robbing of the soil, was quite untenable in general and indeed, probably nowhere less appropriate than in the case of England, the ostensible case study for capital. Duncan insisted that the English model of high farming in the mid-19th century, based on new scientific methods of cropping, was the most ecologically benign among all the highly productive farming systems the world has seen. Innovations in British high farming remained pre-industrial or proto-industrial, in his view, since they relied very little on mechanization and artificial chemicals, instead focusing on the development of biological or ecological technique. Notably, Duncan sought to glorify English agriculture of this period while ignoring the rest of the British Isles, including a colonized Irish agriculture, as if these could be separated. Nor did he give any real attention to English livestock raising, or the provision of fertilizer and what he called the crypto-industrial aspects of oil cake manufacture. Duncan considered the mechanization of agricultural technology negligible, a view that hardly took into account the changing reality. 33. Such an obviously deficient analysis might well have been ignored by subsequent scholars. But Duncan's vision of the ecologically benign character of English agriculture, including his criticisms of Marx, have been enthusiastically and uncritically adopted by Marxian food regime analysts and world system theorists, such as Friedman and McMichael. In her 2000 essay What on Earth is the Modern World System?, Friedman argued, following Duncan, that English high farming demonstrates that under specific conditions, capitalist agriculture was ecologically sustainable. In terms of energy, she contended, English high farming achieved the most productive and sustainable wheat farming ever known. The source cited in support of this statement, however, was a study of agriculture in England in the 1820s, prior to the advent of high farming. What destroyed English high farming, she argued, was not its internal ecological contradictions but its struggle to compete on the world market, especially with the advent of what was then known as the Great Depression in Europe, in the final quarter of the 19th century. This exposure to alien ecosystems, that is, competition from ecosystems outside England, along with the intrusion of the world market system, meant that high farmers were prevented from continuing their ecologically benign mix of domestic species. 34. Duncan's criticisms of Marx on English high farming were likewise taken up by Mindy Schneider and McMichael, who repeated the claim that it was the most ecologically sustainable form of high-productivity agriculture in history, and that its four-course rotation efficiently recycled nutrients. In the Norfolk rotation, wheat was grown in the first year, turnips in the second, barley, with clover and ryegrass undersown, in the third, and the clover and ryegrass grazed in the fourth. Turnips were fed to the cattle in the winter. The clover fixed nitrogen in the soil. Schneider and McMichael cited the existence of such a rotation as evidence of the ecological soundness of English high farming. Marx's analysis of agriculture under capitalism, Schneider and McMichael argued, following Duncan and Friedman, was therefore flawed and distorted, even in relation to his own time. Marx, they said, mistook the problems of soil for universal conditions, and failed to understand soil formation as a historical process, though here they overlooked the fact that Marx was a close student of the geology of soil formation and referred throughout his works to soils as historical products, unlike most earlier classical political economists. Schneider and McMichael consequently dismissed the historical relevance of Marx's theory of metabolic rift, drawn from the work of Liebig, in which the soil was depleted of its nutrients as food and fiber were sent to the cities. As they put it, the success and relative ecological sustainability of England challenge Marx. They charged that he neglected to include agriculture as a primary driver of the mechanisms of the metabolic rift. Rather, he made the error of focusing on the industrialization of agriculture as a disruptive force, turning a blind eye to the centrality of agriculture and its almost complete independence from industry in this period, as was later propounded by Duncan. 35. It is worth digressing somewhat to note that the Norfolk four-year rotation, the basis for most of the foregoing claims for the ecological superiority of English agriculture, did have some advantages, but still generated problems, and in any case was never universally applied, and was only one of multiple agricultural methods in use at the time. First, the benefits. 1. Only in 2 of the 4 years, in the cases of wheat and barley, did large quantities of products and therefore nutrients leave the farm. 2. The rotation facilitated pest control, including weeds, diseases, and insects. 3. Nitrogen fixation by legumes was what made the system sustainable, otherwise lower levels of available nitrogen would have decreased yields of the other crops. It is true, then, that a mixed animal crop system can be more ecologically sound than a cropping system by itself. But there were also drawbacks. 1. Nutrients were still being exported from farms in 2 of the 4 years, and they needed to be replaced. Of course, not that many nutrients per hectare were exported in animal products in such a system, because most passed right through the animal in the form of manure and urine, which, if captured and returned by farmers to the fields, could significantly limit this loss of nutrients. 2. The whole system was not motivated by sustainability but by increasing production and capital accumulation. It thus gave way, especially after the abolition of the Corn Laws, to a high farming system governed by the massive inputs of fertilizers. As economic historian Mark Overton has written, the development of chemical fertilizers and other external inputs undermined the system, creating an agriculture that depended on energy-intensive inputs. 36. Indeed, rather than identifying high farming of the mid-19th century with the Norfolk rotation, which had already long been in use, it should be seen as an overlay of intensive energy imports on the crop rotation system, culminating in the decline of grain production itself. As agricultural historian E. L. Jones explained, the main innovation of high farming, or more accurately high feeding, was intensity of operation, the feeding of purchased oil cake to the livestock on a lavish scale, to produce both meat and dung, the latter, with purchased agricultural fertilizers, in turn lavished on the arable land to promote high yields of grain, and fodder crops for the stock. The greater the scale of feeding farm-grown and bought-in fodder, and the heavier the applications of farm-produced and purchased fertilizer, the more the saleable produce and the more manure for the next round of cropping, that is, the higher the farming. This was the expanding circle that John Joseph Mecca, the most famous proponent of high farming, advocated. 37. The disappearance of anything like food self-sufficiency was implicit in the increased emphasis on meat and dairy production over cereal production after 1846, leading to the growth of pasturage, particularly in Scotland and Ireland, and marked the decline of the more sustainable, mixed animal crop system. Although the growth of pasturage and of an agriculture centered on meat production in some ways alleviated the soil nutrient problem, since a ruminant-based system of food production can recycle nutrients more efficiently, it was only possible as a result of a shift to imports of wheat and other grains. In effect, a large part of the British metabolic rift was transferred abroad, to the main exporters of grain to Britain, Germany, Russia, and the United States, depleting their own soils and permitting the British to concentrate on sheep and cattle. 38. By the 1870s, imports of guano and nitrates began to drop, while imports of bones, oil cakes, and seeds for domestic oil cake production continued to skyrocket. The decreased reliance on guano and nitrate imports reflected England's shift during the Golden Age away from domestic grain production. However, imports of bones continued to increase, primarily as inputs for the superphosphate industry, the first chemical fertilizer. Likewise, oil cakes and seeds for their production were increasingly imported as high-energy imports fed to cattle to spur growth and yield a richer manure. 39. At the same time, as part of the same logic, Britain was importing more and more of its wheat, to be consumed primarily by the working class. The historical sequence is thus clear. Following the repeal of the Corn Laws in 1846, wheat imports soared, and by the end of the century the share of wheat in Britain produced domestically had fallen from 90% to less than 25%. In the 1860s, while Marx was at work on Capital, British wheat imports had already risen to more than a third of domestic consumption. 40. The writing was already on the wall for English agriculture, which would be done in by an unbalanced emphasis on livestock, a vastly expanded land area devoted to pasturage, and the massive infusion of grain, fertilizer, and energy inputs from abroad. With this history in mind, it becomes clear that the criticisms of Marx by Duncan, Schneider, and McMichael not only missed the larger context of Marx's analysis but also ignored the wider body of research on the history of British agriculture. Although the notion of a golden age of English agriculture in the third quarter of the 19th century was common in the work of economic historians in the early 20th century, subsequent scholarship overturned this idea well before Duncan wrote his book. Far from ignoring the question of food regimes, Marx can be credited with introducing into political economy the concept of what he himself called the new regime of industrial capitalist food production, connected to the repeal of the Corn Laws and the triumph of free trade after 1846. He associated this new regime with the conversion of large tracts of arable land in Britain, driven by the reorganization of food production around developments in livestock breeding and management, and by crop rotation, coupled with related developments in the chemistry of manure-based fertilizers. In the mid-1850s, these trends were already apparent. Close to 25% of wheat consumed in Britain was imported, 60% of it from Germany, Russia, and the United States. 41 The 1830s and 1840s had been characterized by a soil fertility crisis, due to the lack of fertilizers to replace the nutrients shipped as food and fiber to the cities and thus lost to the soil. Hence, in addition to new forms of stock management and breeding and the system of crop rotation, the new regime was characterized by intensified efforts to augment fertilizers, partly by chemical means, partly by imports of guano and other natural fertilizers. Guano imported from Peru was not only rich in phosphates, but also had as much as 30 times the nitrogen of most manures. 42 The use of legumes as part of the rotation system helped provide at least some of the needed nitrogen for grains and turnips. On top of all this was the increased use of machinery in agriculture. Marx also emphasized that British agriculture, even within the British Isles, was an imperial system, particularly in English control of Irish agriculture. He noted that Irish manure was also in effect exported to England, and Ireland gained little or nothing in return, an early form of unequal ecological exchange. 43 In Marx's view, the industrialization of agriculture led initially to a period of progress, but carried with it deep ecological and economic contradictions, threatening the future of British agriculture. Marx did not of course deny the initial economic advances achieved under the new regime of high farming. As he wrote in Capital, the repeal of the Corn Laws gave a marvelous impulse to English agriculture. Drainage on the most extensive scale, new methods of stall feeding and the artificial cultivation of green crops, the introduction of mechanical manuring apparatus, new treatment of clay soils, increased use of mineral manures, employment of the steam engine and all kinds of new machinery, more intensive cultivation in general, are all characteristic of this epoch. The actual productive return to capital of the soil rose rapidly. Greater outlay of capital per acre, and as a consequence more rapid concentration of farms, were essential conditions of the new method. At the same time the area under cultivation increased from 1,846 to 1,856.44. Nevertheless, Marx was deeply concerned with the contradictions and dangers of the new regime of food production. Two central issues, beyond the more general problem of the metabolic rift, stood out in his critique. The first was the shift in British agriculture from cereal and grain production for human consumption to increased pasturage and forage crops to supply an agriculture increasingly geared toward meat and dairy. Cereal or grain production was clearly aimed at feeding the working population, which, as described above, lived largely on bread. Meat production, and to some extent dairy, primarily fed the upper classes. Nor was there any doubt, even then, which use of land grain or meat and dairy was most efficient in the overall production of food for human consumption. Second, Marx also worried about the abuse of animals under new methods of breeding for meat and fat content, introduced by Robert Bakewell and others. Sheep and cattle breeds were developed to be rounder and broader, carrying larger loads of flesh and fat relative to bone structure, to the point that animals could often barely support their own weight. The growth rate of animals bred for meat production accelerated, with sheep and cattle subject to butchering after 2 rather than 5 years. Calves were weaned earlier, in order to increase dairy industry production. English bullocks in the period were increasingly stall-fed and kept tightly confined. Cattle were fed a concoction of ingredients to speed up growth, including imported oil cakes, which produced a richer manure. Each bullock was fed some 10 pounds of oil cake a day, and slaughtered the moment it reached maturity. 45. Sheep still grazed on pastures in the high farming system, forming a major part of the Norfolk system of crop rotation, in which legumes and cover crops replaced fallow fields. Legumes partially enriched the soil by fixing nitrogen from the atmosphere, a process that was not yet understood when Marx was writing. This, however, encouraged the growth of pasturage over grain production. The population working the land was further replaced by sheep, part of the process of the enclosure of communal land that was by then well developed in England and expanding elsewhere in the British Isles. Marx's analysis of this new regime focused especially on the French agriculturalist Léonce de Lavern's 1854 study The Rural Economy of England, Scotland, and Ireland. Laverne was a strong supporter of the meat-based, dairy-based English high farming model, with its Norfolk rotation, use of forage crops, and its enhanced and accelerated feeding, breeding, and butchering, all described in great detail in his work, which Marx studied closely, along with Walter Good's 1866 Political, Commercial, and Agricultural Fallacies. Laverne contended that Bakewell, in showing how to speed the growth of meat and fat in animals, had established himself as an innovator on the level of Richard Arkwright and James Watt. Agriculture had decisively changed in the British Isles, Laverne wrote, from a natural process into more and more a manufacturing process. Each field will henceforth be a kind of machine. The steam engine sends forth its columns of smoke over the green landscapes. 46. However, Marx rejected many of Laverne's claims for the superiority of English high farming. Among these were Laverne's assertions about soil nutrition and his emphasis on the advantages of meat and dairy-based food production. Marx noted the extreme deformities in animals, stall feeding, earlier weaning of calves, and high levels of pasturage initiated by this new regime, in contrast to cereal and grain production for the general populace. While Laverne argued that France should follow the English example and shift from grain to meat, Marx took the opposite view. He also emphasized the reliance of English agriculture on energy-intensive inputs from abroad, and stressed, based on the works of Good and Laverne, that the English high farming system shortened the turnover time for cattle, violating natural processes. 47. The treatment of animals under the new regime was another critical issue for Marx. The cattle, usually of the short-horned Durham breed, Laverne observed, are there shut up loose in boxes, where they remain till ready for the shambles. The flooring under them is pierced with holes, to allow their evacuations to fall into a trench below. In 1851 the Economist trumpeted the superiority of box feeding of bullocks, which confined them almost completely to stalls. 48 All of this struck Marx, as he wrote in an unpublished notebook, as disgusting. Feeding in stables, he declared, created a system of cell prison for the animals. In these prisons animals are born and remain there until they are killed off. The question is whether or not this system connected to the breeding system that grows animals in an abnormal way by aborting bones in order to transform them to mere meat and a bulk of fat, whereas earlier, before 1848, animals remained active by staying under free air as much as possible, will ultimately result in serious deterioration of life force. 49. This question, as Marx posed it, was more ecological than economic, and capitalist agriculture, with its emphasis on commodity value and purely instrumentalist orientation, could offer no answer. Nor was there room in the dominant attitude toward food production for sympathy toward animals, which were treated as mere machines or raw materials for human use. 50. The new regime of industrial capitalist agriculture, Marx suggested, led to further expropriation of land, since meat-based agriculture required fewer laborers than grain-based systems. This could be seen most dramatically in Ireland where, between 1855 and 1866, 1,032,694 Irishmen were displaced by about 1 million cattle, pigs, and sheep. 51 He noted similar developments in Scotland. 52 After the repeal of the Corn Laws, Ireland lost its grain monopoly within the English colonial tariff system, and hence grain was imported from outside the British Isles, while Irish fields lay waste. Marx dryly observed that Laverne and his fellow bourgeois agronomists had suddenly discovered that Ireland, once thought fit only for growing grain, was destined by Providence for pastures. 53 Marx's ultimate concerns in all of this were the food and nutrients available to the working class under the new system of industrialized agriculture. As we have seen, Marx recognized that the new regime of high farming was initially characterized by significant growth, and that it contained deep internal contradictions that would lead to its eventual demise. Both insights anticipated the subsequent analyses of economic historians of British agriculture, who more than a century later arrived at the same conclusions. Since the high farming system's contradictions were first highlighted, in 1968, by F. M. L. Thompson in his essay The Second Agricultural Revolution, historians have largely repudiated the notion of a golden age of agriculture in England in the third quarter of the 19th century. As E. J. T. Collins, co-editor of Part 7, 1850–1914, of the multi-volume Agrarian History of England and Wales, wrote in 1995. By the early 1900s, Britain was importing over 3/4 of its bread grain and nearly 1/2 of its temperate foodstuffs, where a century before she had been almost self-sufficient. In a number of important respects 19th century agriculture failed, not just in the Great Depression the last quarter of the 19th century in Europe, but in the prior Golden Age. The high farming period, 1850–73, is conventionally depicted as one of unprecedented technical progress. Recent research however is now suggesting that agricultural growth rates were significantly higher in the second quarter of the century under the Corn Laws than in the third quarter, the Golden Age, suggesting that after an impressive start, the Second Agricultural Revolution and its new scientific husbandry quickly lost momentum. The trend is similar to that inferred from the national accounts, with one estimate suggesting an average annual growth rate of upwards of 1.5% between the 1830s and 1850s, falling to 0.5 to 0.7% over the following 2 decades, and another more recent one, a mere 0.2% between 1856 and 1873, compared with 2% for the whole economy. After a strong performance in the second quarter of the century, wheat yields leveled off from the later 1850s, and declined slightly between 1868 and 1880. Not just the arable sector but, the livestock sector appears to have underperformed. Indeed, the agricultural evidence suggests only a modest improvement in meat output, of at best 1% per annum, and between the early 1850s and later 1860s only a fraction of that. By this reading the Second Agricultural Revolution would appear to have run out of steam long before the onset of the Great Depression beginning in 1873. Agricultural growth rates between 1850 and 1875 averaged, according to Collins, 0.8% per annum at most. 54. Collins's explanation for the failure of English high farming was similar to Marx's, the inability to rapidly increase the productivity of the soil per hectare as required by the accumulation process, despite growing amounts of imported nutrients, a problem referred to as a technological plateau. 55. The shift of food production from grains to sheep and cattle, which appeared to circumvent the metabolic rift, only exported it elsewhere, to those countries now feeding Britain with imported grain. High energy inputs could not keep the new meat and dairy-oriented economy from stagnating. Meanwhile, despite the Corn Law repeal, persistent high prices for grain plagued the economy in the mid-1850s, as Marx stressed. Collins writes that concerns about food security in the third quarter of the century were rampant. Grain prices in the mid-1850s were higher than at any point since the 1810s and very little lower in the early and mid-1870s than in the 1840s. The Golden Age, indeed, saw a resurgence of food riots. An unruly mob looted bakers' shops in Liverpool in February 1855, and disturbances broke out subsequently in London and Liverpool. 56 hence, nothing could be further from the truth than the claim that British high farming represented a golden age, a worldwide peak of self-sufficient, ecologically sustainable, high-productivity agriculture. The metabolic rift and the new regime of food production. At the root of food production for Marx was the question of the soil, and thus of soil chemistry, geology, agronomy, and other natural sciences. A given means of production, he argued, could be judged in part by the means of nourishment it derived from the soil. 57 Capitalism, while promoting increased productivity in agriculture, also caused a metabolic rift by robbing the soil of its nutrients. 58. It is precisely here, however, that some on the left have faulted Marx's analysis. Eco-socialist Daniel Tanuro has criticized Marx for being very ironical regarding Laverne's declaration that, in the latter's words, all the principal elements needed for the growth of forage plants could be obtained by them from the atmosphere, suggesting that Marx, despite his close attention to soil chemistry, had made an error here, a fault that Tanuro oddly attributed to Marx having privileged Liebig's science over traditional knowledge. 59. Here it is important to take a close look at the facts. In Laverne's view, only cereal crops exhausted the soil, while forage crops that fed livestock were self-renewing. 60 Yet we now know that for almost all plants it is only carbon, via CO2, that is derived from the atmosphere. This means that the other 16 essential chemical elements have to be derived from the soil except in the case of legumes, such as clover, alfalfa, peas, and beans, which can obtain one of the nutrients they need, nitrogen, by the symbiotic bacteria living in their root nodules, thereby drawing nitrogen gas, N2, from the atmosphere and converting it to a form that plants can use. But legumes too are dependent on the soil for the other 15 essential nutrients, and like all plants, as Marx following Liebig argued, they rob the soil of its nutrients. 61. Given these basic conditions of soil chemistry, a strictly grass/legume system organized around ruminants could circumvent this by exporting fewer nutrients per unit of land. But this means that grains would need to be imported, because the system would no longer be self-sufficient in the production of food, and particularly the grains that fed the 19th century working class. Moreover, the actual attempts constantly to expand production in the high farming period within a livestock-based system required energy-intensive fertilizer inputs. When agriculture became a capitalist enterprise, it needed to try to increase output and value added continuously, just as in any other sector. Capitalism, as Marx emphasized, is the opposite of an ecologically self-sufficient system. Criticisms of Marx's metabolic rift analysis by other leftist food regime theorists are typically more wide-ranging and less precise, with no more basis in reality. Duncan wrote that Marx thought guano was applied to English fields because their fertility had been exhausted. There is no evidence for this view. There is ample evidence, however, that English farmers were enthusiastic about getting more out of their land, and for this reason alone they desired guano. 62. But the fact is that the soil had been exhausted from its natural state. Normally during the first years following conversion of forest to agriculture, sufficient nutrients are available from nutrients stored in the soil for high crop yields. It is only about 20 years, Marx noted in The Poverty of Philosophy in 1847, since vast plots in the eastern counties of England were cleared, they had been left uncultivated from the lack of proper comprehension of the relation between the humus and the composition of the subsoil. Thus farmers were often enthusiastic simply to return the fertility of soils to something close to its original level. Further, Duncan's point here ignores that Marx was writing about a system governed by capital accumulation, in which the failure to expand engenders crises. Farmers not only desired, but were required by the sanctions of the market, to extract more from the soil in each successive cycle of production, on pain of economic failure. This meant that a metabolic rift, caused by the intensive robbing of soil nutrients and a boom and bust cycle, was built into industrial capitalist agriculture. 63 The system's underlying logic was to draw more and more energy inputs from outside the economy. This was well captured by the Doncaster Agricultural Assembly, which declared in 1828 that 1 ton of German bone dust saves the importation of 10 tons of German corn. 64. The reality is that England imported 88,540 tons of guano in 1847-50 and 209,460 tons in 1868-71, showing a huge growth in intensity of the application of this natural fertilizer, far exceeding the growth rate of agriculture. The same could be said for bones and oilseed cakes, imports of which increased by similar proportions. This was a necessity driven by the intensive extraction of nutrients from the soil. It is for this reason that Good was to declare in 1866, "We have scoured the globe for raw bones and guano." 65. In this context, it is difficult to know what to make of Schneider and McMichael's claim, against Marx, that English high farming was a sophisticated form of self-renewing agriculture. 66 It was, as we have seen, and as Marx indicated, a system that required massive net energy inputs in the form of fertilizers and material inputs from abroad that increased far more rapidly than did productivity in agriculture. It also required, even in the heyday of high farming, the massive and rapidly increasing import of wheat, the main staple of the populace. English agriculture in the Golden Age was geared more and more to meat production. For Marx, the new regime of food production was industrial, in the sense that it relied heavily on the application of science to agriculture, in this case geology, chemistry, and physiology, heavy use of energy inputs, factory-like production, and a simplified, degraded division of both labor and nature. 67 Machinery, too, was increasingly applied, and while that machinery was initially powered by farm animals, not fossil fuels, the use of steam engines in agricultural production was beginning. Duncan's claim that English high farming was pre-industrial hence makes as little sense as it does to describe it as a self-sufficient and benign ecological system. 68. All of this points to the power of Marx's theory of metabolic rift, which captures the reality of changing food regimes and ever-shifting ecological crises. As Michael Carolin argues in The Sociology of Food and Agriculture, the key to theorizing the ecological footprint of food systems is Marx's metabolic rift thesis. Disconnecting people from the land, he continues, caused major disruptions in the soil nutrient cycle in the form of too few nutrients in the countryside and far too much in the cities, often in the form of sewage. And the solution to this problem was it to repair the rift by bringing agricultural practices in line with ecological limits? No. The solution was to exacerbate the rift through artificial fertilizers. This solution may have relieved certain tensions in the short term, but it failed to deal with the root of the rift, namely, producing food in ways that ignore ecological limits. 69. Marx's analysis of the new regime of food production in mid-19th century industrial Britain therefore takes us in a full dialectical circle. An examination of the conditions involved in the consumption of food nutrients leads to the question of the whole regime of industrial capitalist food production, and from there to the issue of the soil and capitalism's alienated social metabolism. In Marx's own words, capitalist production only develops the techniques and the degree of combination of the social process of production by simultaneously undermining the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the workers. 70. 5. Marx and alienated speciesism. Few contemporary scholarly controversies on the left are more charged than those surrounding Karl Marx's view of the status of animals in human society. Some left animal rights scholars allege that Marx was speciesist in his early writings. Moreover, it is contended that, despite their later adherence to Darwinian views, Marx and Friedrich Engels never fully transcended this deeply embedded speciesist outlook, which therefore infected historical materialism as a whole. These critics concentrate their objections primarily on the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, claiming that Marx presented an anthropocentric and dualist perspective of a chasm, rather than a continuity, between non-human and human animals, thereby justifying an exploitative and instrumentalist approach to human-animal relations that ignored or denied animal suffering and was blind to the basic conditions of animal existence. Pioneering eco-socialist Ted Benton offered the classic criticism of Marx in this respect, arguing that Marx's predominant approach to human-animal relations, particularly in his early writings, was not only speciesist, but, by virtue of its anthropocentric humanism, constituted a quite fantastic species narcissism. Marx's views, he added, were rooted in Cartesian dualism, which radically separated the human being, mind, from the animal, machine. Marx, Benton told his readers, saw animals as permanently fixed in their capacities. In describing how the alienation of labor reduced human beings to an animal-like condition, Marx was said to have downgraded non-human animal life altogether. 1. Other animal rights critics of Marx have followed suit. Renzo Llorente claims that a certain speciesism was constitutive of Marx's thinking, and that his whole theory of alienated labor was predicated on a division between human and non-human animals. 2. John Senbonmatsu alleges that Marx advanced the extermination in the realm of thought of the sensuous existence, and experiences, of billions of other suffering beings in the world on earth. 3. Catherine Perlow insists that Marx committed ideological violence against animals, while David Steibel contends that Marx considered animals merely instrumentally valuable, like any machine. 4. The term speciesism was coined by Richard Ryder in 1970, and is defined in the 1985 Oxford English Dictionary as discrimination against or exploitation of certain animal species, based on an assumption of mankind's superiority. 5. But while speciesism is formally defined as differentiation between humans and animals leading to discrimination against and exploitation of other species, some animal rights scholars have sought to expand this to apply to any differentiation between the human species and other animal species, whether or not this is actually used to justify discrimination or abuse. 6. Thus Benton declares that Marx draws a sharp contrast between the human and the animal that cuts away the ontological basis for a critical analysis of forms of suffering shared by both animals and humans. 7. Here the charge is not that Marx ever directly sought to justify the suffering of animals, for which there is no evidence, but simply that his humanist ontology undermines the whole ontological basis for the recognition of animal suffering. Hence, Benton declares that humanism equals speciesism, in direct opposition to Marx's notion that a fully developed humanism equals naturalism. 8. What is most remarkable about these criticisms of Marx as a speciesist thinker is that they typically rely on taking a handful of sentences from one or two texts out of context, and ignore Marx's wider arguments and his intellectual corpus as a whole. Coupled with this is the neglect of the larger historical conditions, intellectual influences, and debates out of which Marx's treatment of the human-animal dialectic arose, even though this is crucial to any meaningful understanding of his thought in this area. This includes, 1. His studies of Epicurus and Lucretius, 2. His knowledge of the German debate on animal drives and animal psychology, most notably the work of Hermann Samuel Riemarus, 3. His critique of René Descartes on animals and mechanism, 4. His use of Ludwig Feuerbach's notion of species being, 5. His incorporation of Charles Darwin's evolutionary theory, and, 6. His development of the concept of socio-ecological metabolism based on Justus von Liebig and others. In addition, claims that classical historical materialism was speciesist necessarily downplay Friedrich Engels's explorations of animal-human ecology. It is important to recognize that Marx's discussions of animals were primarily historical, materialist, and natural scientific in orientation. Marx and Engels's examinations of the position of animals in society were therefore not directed at issues of moral philosophy, as is the case for most of their critics. By the same token, the value of classical historical materialism in this area is what it teaches us concretely with regard to the changing relations between human beings and other animals, particularly with respect to evolving ecological conditions, including what Marx called the degradation of animal life under capitalism. 9. Although it was obviously not the major focus of his work, which was devoted to developing a critique of the capitalist mode of production, Concern for and affinity with animals is not absent from Marx's analysis. Point 10 Overall, his consideration of the human-animal dialectic was affected by a conception of the historical specificity of human-animal relations, associated with different productive modes. This gave rise to Marx's critique of what political scientist Bradley J. MacDonald has called the alienated speciesism arising from the capitalist alienation of nature. Point 11. Epicurus and the human-animal dialectic. Marx's historical materialist thinking was deeply affected by his explorations of Epicurean materialism, the subject of his doctoral thesis. Point 12 Central to Epicureanism is a proto-evolutionary perspective and an emphasis on the close material relationship of humans and other animals, as all life emerges from the earth. Animals, like humans, are viewed as sentient beings that experience pain and pleasure. Point 13 Epicureanism addresses environmental destruction, including the death of species. Point 14 As Marx put it, for Epicurus, the world is my friend. 15. Ironically, given the emphasis of Epicurean materialism on a strong human-animal connection and the influence of this on Marx, both Benton and Steibel in their criticisms chose to quote, out of context, a statement from Marx's Epicurean notebooks, in which he declares, if a philosopher does not find it outrageous to consider man as an animal, he cannot be made to understand anything. 16 For Benton, this is clear and compelling evidence of an extreme and unequivocal human/animal dualism on Marx's part. Point 17 Similarly, for Steibel, it is an indication that Marx at this early stage lacks a naturalist perspective and takes an overall instrumentalist approach to animals. Point 18 Neither critic, however, examines the actual context in which the sentence appeared, that is, Marx's critique of Plutarch's attack on Epicurean materialism for rejecting a religion based on fear. Thus, in the immediately preceding sentence, which neither Benton nor Steibel quote, Marx conveys what he takes to be Plutarch's view, for in fear, and indeed an inner, inextinguishable fear, man is determined as animal, that is, devoid of reason and freedom, and it is absolutely indifferent to the animal how it is kept in check. 19 In this passage, Marx is objecting to Plutarch's anti-Epicurean polemics in that Epicurus actually makes a pleasant life impossible and against Calotes. Point 20 In these works, particularly the former, Plutarch, following Plato, claimed that the religion of the masses should be based on fear, including the fear of the afterlife, the hell of the populace. Point 21. Marx's fierce conflict with Plutarch, in the context of the latter's attack on the Epicurean critique of religion and immortality, is the basis of an appendix to his dissertation titled Critique of Plutarch's Polemic Against the Theology of Epicurus, only a fragment of which survives, where the same critical observations on Plutarch are put forth. Marx's argument is that reason allows human beings to transcend what Plutarch sees as animals' inner fear that cannot be extinguished. 22 Here, Marx, following Epicurus, acknowledges the kinship between animal suffering and human suffering. He also highlights, in opposition to Plutarch, the corporeal basis of human beings, linking them to other animals since humans have immortal souls no more than animals do, while stressing the potential of humanity to raise itself by practical reason, that is, self-conscious material existence. Point 23. Nevertheless, a close examination of the passage that Benton and Steibel quote and the surrounding text indicates that Marx here is less concerned with non-human animals than the question of human beings shorn of reason. This makes any attempt to see this passage as a denigration of non-human animal life as misleading to an extreme. Lack of knowledge of Epicurean materialism by animal rights critics affects the criticisms of Marx in other ways as well. In an attempt to demonstrate that Marx sees animals purely instrumentally, Steibel quotes Marx's statement in the economic and philosophical manuscripts that nature too, taken abstractly, for itself, and rigidly separated from man, is nothing for man. Unaware that this is an allusion to one of Epicurus's principal doctrines, Steibel concludes that Marx means that nature, including animal life, is at best of instrumental value. 24 Yet, no classically educated individual in Marx's own day could have failed to recognize in Marx's statement Epicurus's famous declaration, which Marx quoted throughout his life: death is nothing to us. For what has been dissolved has no sense experience, and what has no sense experience is nothing to us. 25. Hence, in writing that nature separated from humanity, that is, outside sensuous, material interaction, was nothing to humanity, Marx was highlighting that human beings were objective, corporeal, sensual beings, the very point of his critique of George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel in this part of the economic and philosophical manuscripts. Removed from sensual connections to the earth, which define human beings just as they define all corporeal beings as living, suffering beings, it was obvious that nature in Marx's, as in Epicurus's, terms was nothing for man. Divorced from nature, human beings, like non-human animals, have no existence at all. Far from promoting an instrumentalist approach to animals, what Marx is emphasizing here is the material relation that governs the existence of humans and all species. Rather than representing a separation of humans from other animals or a moral justification for the utilitarian use of the latter, this statement was an expression of their shared existence as physical beings. As Joseph Fracchia argues, for Marx, it was human corporeal organization that both identified human beings as animals and served to distinguish them from all other animals. 26. Indeed, far from denying the connection between human beings and other animals, Marx wrote in On the Jewish Question in 1843, prior to his economic and philosophical manuscripts, that the view of nature which has grown up under the regime of private property and of money is an actual contempt for and practical degradation of nature. In this sense, Thomas Muntzer declares it intolerable that all creatures have been made into property, the fish in the water, the birds in the air, the plants on the earth. All living things must also become free. 27. The critique of Cartesian animal machines. Seeking a broad philosophical foundation for what he sees as Marx's dualistic view of humans and animals, Benton repeatedly suggests that Marx's so-called speciesist approach to the human-animal relation is trapped in the paradigmatic dualist philosophy of Descartes. 28. In his 1637 Discourse on Method, Descartes associated human beings with the mind, while animals were relegated to the status of machines or natural automata, a view that was to have an enormous impact on the development of Enlightenment thought. 29. However, missing from Benton's description of Marx's alleged Cartesian dualism is any recognition of the 18th and early 19th century critique of the Cartesian animal-machine notion within German philosophy and psychology, of which Marx was the heir. German romantic, idealist, and materialist thinkers alike challenged the Cartesian animal-machine hypothesis and, in the process, generated a new revolutionary understanding of animal, and human, psychology. 30. Marx based his own criticisms of Descartes' animal-machine notion on this long-standing anti-Cartesian tradition within German philosophy. The central figure in the German philosophical revolt against the Cartesian notion of the animal-machine was the deist, and virulently anti-Epicurean, philosopher Riem Aarhus, whose discoveries in animal psychology, and animal ethology, in the mid-18th century influenced thinkers such as Immanuel Kant, Johann Gottfried Herder, Johann Gottlieb Fichte, Hegel, and Feuerbach. 31. Riem Aarhus adamantly rejected the Cartesian reduction of animals to machines. He also objected to the French philosopher and psychologist Étienne Bonnat de Condillic's notion that non-human animals had a consciousness and an ability to learn from the environment, essentially identical to human beings. In response to such conceptions, Riem Aarhus in his Drives of Animals, 1760, introduced the concept of trieb or drive, generally translated until the 20th century as impulse or instinct, since there was then no clear English equivalent. In what was gradually to emerge as the basic explanatory category in psychology, Riem Aarhus argued that there were innate drives in animals, including human beings, that interacted with sensations. 32. Drive, trieb, for Riem Aarhus thus stood for the capacity of the animal to pursue a beneficial end without any individual reflection, experience, and practice, without any training, example, or model, from birth onward, with an artfulness ready from birth that was masterful in achieving its end. 33. Riem Aarhus developed a taxonomy of 10 classes and 57 subclasses of drives, of which the most important were skillful drives, Kunsttrieb, more specifically, artifice or skillful activity in the form of innate rule-governed capacities for certain actions which he used to describe the surprising productive proficiency of bees, spiders, and other animals. His notion of a skillful drive was that of an innate drive that was also agential, that is, an elective drive, incorporating an element of choice. 34 It was this analysis that strongly influenced Marx, who was fascinated with Reimarus's notion of skillful drives. 35 For Reimarus, non-human animals lacked access to the more abstract, generic, related to genus, conceptions of things, and therefore to the higher levels of reasoning, such as conceptual relation, metacognition, inference, reflection, and language. 36 Nevertheless, animals had, to a degree, consciousness and imagination responding to sense stimuli, which interacted with their basic drives. In his philosophy of history, Kant argued on this basis that the human species was defined by its freedom to transcend innate drives and to develop conscious ends based on the perception of general human psychological and ethical needs. 37 Herder added that the broader, more generic concepts that characterized human consciousness, in comparison to non-human animals, were a product of a much wider, more universal set of experiences reflecting relatively undetermined human interactions with the environment, allowing them to rise above some of their stronger animal drives. 38 In an advanced guide to psychological thinking, Robert Och indicates that, following the publication of Reimarus's Drives of Animals, the concept of drive, Trieb, was incorporated into the analysis of animal psychology and students of animal behavior were forced to work within Reimarus's frame. 39 Animals of various kinds were seen as exhibiting complex, innate drives that were unlearned, uniform, and too intelligent to be reduced to Cartesian mechanical terms. If the human species was distinct, in Reimarus's theory, it was due to its capacity to work with generic concepts, while the Cartesian relegation of animals to the status of machines was considered philosophically and psychologically bankrupt. Marx's attempt to develop a social ontology of labor arose on this basis, relying on the most advanced animal, and human, psychology of his day. He was very impressed by Reimarus's conception of animals' skillful drives and evoked it throughout his work, for example, when comparing the production of nests and dwellings on the part of the bee, the beaver, the ant, etc. to the more conscious production exercised by human labor. A spider, Marx wrote in Capital, in accordance with Reimarus's notion of skillful drives, conducts operations which resemble those of the weaver, and a bee would put many a human architect to shame by the construction of its honeycomb cells. But what distinguishes the worst architect from the best of bees is that the architect builds the cell in his mind before he constructs it in wax. 40 Like other animals, Marx stated in the economic and philosophical manuscripts, that the human being is on the one hand equipped with natural powers, with vital powers, he is an active natural being, these powers exist in him as dispositions and capacities, as drives Trieb. On the other hand, as a natural, corporeal, sensuous, objective being he is a suffering, conditioned and limited being, like animals and plants. That is to say, the objects of his drives exist outside him as objects independent of him, but these objects are objects of his need, essential objects, indispensable to the exercise and confirmation of his essential powers. To say that man is a corporeal, living, real, sensuous, objective being with natural powers means that he has real, sensuous objects as the object of his being. 41. What stands out here is the strong materialism and naturalism of Marx's analysis, which unites human beings with non-human animals through the concept of drive related to various dispositions and faculties. 42 If the human species has more developed social drives, needs, and capacities compared to other animals, as reflected in human production and social labor, these arise through a corporeal organization that unites humanity with the rest of life. It follows that even though non-human animal species lack the self-conscious social drives characteristic of human beings as Homo faber, they nonetheless remain objective, sensuous beings, with their own distinct forms of species life, which reflect their own corporeal organization, drives, needs, and capacities. Benton and others have strongly criticized Marx's concept of species being, which he took from Hegel and Feuerbach, for setting humanity and order above non-human animals, thus exhibiting speciesism. Here two misunderstandings abound. Species being, Gattungswesen, sometimes translated as generic being, stood, in Marx's analysis, for distinctively human species drives and capacities leading to a higher level of consciousness or self-consciousness, connected to generic consciousness, objectification, and the universal character of human production. 43. Feuerbach, building on Riemarus, Kant, Herder, and Fichte, had argued that it was the self-consciousness of human beings that allowed them to see themselves as part of a generic or species being, that is, as social beings, and this constituted the essential difference between them and other animals. Strictly speaking, he wrote, consciousness is given only in the case of a being to whom his species, his mode of being, is an object of thought. Although the animal experiences itself as an individual, this is what is meant by saying that it has a feeling of itself. It does not do so as a species. The inner life of man is constituted by the fact that man relates himself to his species generically, to his mode of being. 44. Marx took over some aspects of Feuerbach's conception of species being, particularly the notion that distinctively human consciousness was a generic consciousness or developed species consciousness. 45. Marx, however, connected this both to the postulate of animal drives underlying non-human and human psychology, and to the notion of human beings as laboring beings, homo faber. 46. In Marx's materialist conception, human beings actively and self-consciously transform their relation to nature and thus their own needs and potentials through their production. Hence, if, in his theory of alienation, Marx saw this capacity for self-conscious development as characterizing human rather than non-human animals, this was not conceived as an invidious distinction aimed at justifying the domination of the latter, but merely a recognition of human needs, powers, and capacities for active self-development in history, exercised through the labor and production process. Benton, Llorente, and Senbonmatsu all censure Marx for contending that human beings, when alienated from their labor, are reduced to those dispositions they have in common with non-human animals: eating, drinking, procreating, and, at most, fashioning their dwellings and dressing up, while being estranged from their specifically human species being as creative, laboring producers. 47. In this, the early Marx is supposed to have advanced a speciesist ontology. However, Marx's classical historical materialist analysis does not deny that human beings share a close kinship with other animals biologically and psychologically, including numerous common drives. Rather, he suggests that the human species is distinctive in its capacity to produce more universally and self-consciously, and thus is less one-sidedly limited by specific drives than other animals. Humanity is therefore able to transform nature in a seemingly endless number of ways, constantly creating new human needs, capacities, and powers. 48. This character of human beings as self-conscious species beings also generates the capacity of self-alienation through the development of the division of labor, private property, class, commodity production, etc. Alienation is seen by Marx as a uniquely self-imposed human problem, not to be confused with animal suffering, in which human beings also partake, which is not the product of such self-alienation. This self-alienation of humans, the product of human history, is also an estrangement from nature and other natural beings, resulting in an alienated speciesism in capitalist society, as in the Cartesian designation of animals as machines. 49. Marx was acutely aware of the ecological conditions of animals and of the destruction and pollution wrought on them by capitalism. Hence, in the German ideology, Marx and Engels famously commented, "The essence of the fish is its being, water. The essence of the freshwater fish is the water of a river. But the latter ceases to be the essence of the fish and is no longer a suitable medium of existence as soon as the river is made to serve industry, as soon as it is polluted by dyes and other waste products and navigated by steamboats, or as soon as the water is diverted into canals where simple drainage can deprive the fish of its medium of existence." 50. Marx was a strong critic of Cartesian metaphysics, for its removal of the mind/soul from the realm of the animal and the reduction of the latter to mere mechanical motions. 51 In Marx's words, Descartes, in defining animals as mere machines, saw with the eyes of the period of manufacture. The medieval view, on the other hand, was that animals were assistants to man. 52. Marx, Darwin, and Evolution. Benton compares the early Marx unfavorably to the early Darwin, who indicated in 1839 in his notebooks that humans had similar facial expressions to that of the orangutan in the zoo, thereby indicating the relatedness of humans and animals. 53 However, Marx, 9 years Darwin's junior, and who might not have seen an orangutan, argued only a few years later, in 1843, that the commodification of animals was an example of the degradation of nature by human society, a point that Darwin himself hardly grasped at this or any other stage. 54 A year later, in the economic and philosophical manuscripts, Marx explicitly noted the close relationship between human beings and other animals as objective natural beings. 55. Such an emphasis on strong human-non-human animal connections were hardly the dominant view of the time. Charles Lyell, in his path-breaking Principles of Geology, 1830-33, with which Marx as well as Darwin were familiar, devoted 4 chapters to the extinction of species, much of which justified the killing off of animal species by humans. If we wield the sword of extermination against animals, as we advance, Lyell wrote, we have not reason to repine at the havoc committed, nor to fancy, with the Scotch poet Robert Burns, that we violate the social union of nature, or complain, with the melancholy Jacques Shakespeare, as you like it, that we are mere usurpers, tyrants, and, what's worse, to fright the animals, and to kill them up in their assigned and native dwelling place. We have only to reflect, that in thus obtaining possession of the earth by conquest, and defending our acquisitions by force, we exercise no exclusive prerogative. Every species which has spread itself from a small point over a wide area, must, in like manner, have marked its progress by the diminution, or the entire extirpation, of some other. 56. Marx and especially Engels took careful note of the human destruction of local ecologies and species through the worldwide expansion of capitalism. Yet, in contrast to Lyell, there is no moral justification of these actions and consequences to be found in their analysis. Instead, there is a critique of how the system of capital generated and alienated speciesism. For example, Engels made references to the effects wrought by invasive species, goats, introduced by European colonists onto the island of St. Helena. Here, one sees a concern over the resulting destruction of indigenous ecology. 57. Evolutionary ideas in a general sense had long preceded the publication of Darwin's Origin of Species in 1859 and its theory of natural selection. 58 Therefore, it should not surprise us that, as a consistent materialist, Marx incorporated evolutionary ideas into his perspective from the beginning, as early as 1844, insisting, against the religious view, on the spontaneous generation of species sometime in the distant geological past. He saw non-human and human animal species as sharing an evolutionary and morphological kinship. 59 If Marx metaphorically said in 1857 that human anatomy contains a key to the anatomy of the ape, the metaphor was nonetheless rooted in a genuine morphological kinship between humans and the higher primates. 60. Marx would have been well aware of Carl Linnaeus's classification of Homo sapiens as among the primates in close proximity to the ape. 61 He had studied in the gymnasium in Trier under the famous German geologist Johann Steininger. Later, at the University of Berlin, Marx attended lectures in anthropology given by Heinrich Steffens, a natural philosopher as well as an important geologist and mineralogist. Marx was familiar with Georges Cuvier's discourse on the revolutionary upheavals on the surface of the globe. 62 His interest in geology was to continue for the remainder of his life. As late as 1878, he was copying into his notebooks excerpts from the prominent English geologist Joseph B. Jukes's The Student's Manual of Geology, paying careful attention to geological extinction of species resulting from shifting isotherms, climate zones, due to paleoclimatic change. 63. In July 1858, just 2 weeks after the famous presentation of papers by Darwin and Alfred Russell Wallace, establishing them as Cody's covers of natural selection as a basis for evolution, Engels wrote to Marx that comparative physiology gives one a withering contempt for the idealistic exaltation of man over the other animals. At every step one bumps up against the most complete uniformity of structure with the rest of the mammals, and in its main features this uniformity extends to all vertebrates and even less clearly to insects, crustaceans, earthworms, etc. 64. Marx and Engels both strongly admired Darwin's Origin of Species, referring to it as the book which, in the field of natural history, provides the basis for our views. 65. And no wonder, because, as Frackia indicates, Marx is positing in the German ideology of human corporeal organization as the first fact of human history amounts to a Copernican upheaval precisely because, it is the human complement to Darwin's approach to animal organisms in general. 66. In response to the new knowledge that was developing in the natural sciences, Marx and Engels went even further in their critique of the Cartesian notion of animal machines. Thus, Engels provided in the part played by labor in the transition from ape to man what Stephen Jay Gould called the best 19th century case for gene-culture coevolution, which is the form that all theories of human evolution, accounting for the development of the human brain and language, must take. 67. In that same work, Engels dealt with the complex evolution of animals in relation to their environments, not simply by adapting to their environments but as dialectical subjects-objects of evolution. 68. It goes without saying, he wrote, that it would not occur to us to dispute the ability of animals to act in a planned, premeditated fashion. 69. In Notes to the Dialectics of Nature, which he obviously intended to develop further, he wrote, "We have in common with animals all activity of the understanding, induction, deduction, and hence also abstraction, Didos Engels's dog generic concepts, quadrupeds and bipt, analysis of unknown objects, even the cracking of a nut is the beginning of analysis, synthesis, in animal tricks, and, as the union of both, experiment, in the case of new obstacles and unfamiliar situations. In their nature all these modes of procedure, hence all means of scientific investigation that ordinary logic recognizes, are absolutely the same in men and the higher animals. They differ only in degree of development of the method in each case. On the other hand, dialectical thought, precisely because it presupposes investigation of the nature of concepts themselves, is only possible for man, and for him at a comparatively high stage of development. 70. Likewise, Marx suggested in his notes on Adolf Wagner that animals were capable of distinguishing theoretically everything that pertained to their needs. In the paragraph immediately following, he noted ironically, and grimly, that it would scarcely appear to a sheep as one of its useful properties that it is edible by man, drawing broad parallels between the expropriation, and suffering, of animals and the exploitation of workers. Marx believed his 3 small dogs displayed an intelligence akin to humans. 71. Marx and Engels thus adopted a view identical with Darwin in the Descent of Man, that the difference in mind between man and the higher animals, great as it is certainly one of degree and not of kind. Indeed, like Darwin, they can be said to have subscribed, in general, to the view that the immense superiority of human beings when compared to even the higher animals can be attributed to human intellectual faculties, social habits, and corporeal structure. 72. Alienated speciesism and the metabolic rift. Given his historical materialist approach, which actively incorporated evolutionary and scientific insights, Marx was able to assess how the development of capitalism transformed animal relationships, created an alienated speciesism, and fostered widespread animal suffering. Along these lines, John Berger, in his essay Why Look at Animals, warns that viewing non-human animals as simply the source of meat, leather, or milk is ahistorical and involves imposing a 19th century conception backwards across the millennia. 73. He indicates that there is both corporeal continuity and distinction between humans and other animals, as they are both like and unlike. Stressing that the specific relationships between them have historically been altered due to changes in socio-economic and cultural conditions, he points out that the 19th century, in Western Europe and North America, saw the beginning of a process, today being completed by 20th century corporate capitalism, by which every tradition which has previously mediated between man and nature was broken. Before this rupture, animals constituted the first circle of what surrounded man. Perhaps that already suggests too great a distance. They were with man at the center of his world. Such centrality was of course economic and productive. Whatever the changes in productive means and social organization, men depended upon animals for food, work, transport, and clothing. 74. Marx's analysis of the historical development of capitalism highlighted this transition in animal relations. For him, Descartes' depiction of animals as machines represented the status that animals were accorded in capitalist commodity production. Marx took note of the ongoing changes, such as the reduction of non-human animals to a source of power and the altering of their corporeal organization and very existence, imposed in order to further the accumulation of capital. In Capital, Marx presented the dynamic relationship between humans and farm animals, illuminating their close proximity and interdependence. In the earliest period of human history, he indicated, domesticated animals, i.e. animals that have undergone modification by means of labor, that have been bred specially, play the chief part as instruments of labor along with stones, wood, bones and shells, which have also had work done to them. 75. At the same time, he specifically focused on how the historical development of capitalism, including the division of town and country that accompanied it, shaped these conditions, reducing animals simply to instruments and raw materials, as reflected in the general logic of the system. Animals and plants which we are accustomed to consider as products of nature, Marx explained, may be, in their present form, not only products of, say, last year's labor, but the result of a gradual transformation continued through many generations under human control, and through the agency of human labor. As regards the instrument of labor in particular, they show traces of the labor of past ages, even to the most superficial observer, in the great majority of cases. A particular product may be used as both instrument of labor and raw material in the same process. Take, for instance, the fattening of cattle, where the animal is the raw material, and at the same time an instrument for the production of manure used to fertilize agricultural fields. 76. Within this system of generalized commodity production, non-human animals often have varying relationships to capital. In the second volume of Capital, Marx described how capitalists assess the lives of cows in relation to production. Cattle as draft animals are fixed capital, when being fattened for slaughter they are raw material that eventually passes into circulation as a product, and so not fixed but circulating capital. 77. The corporeality of non-human animals raised, for capital, the issue of the costs, including those associated with turnover time, determined by the eco-regulatory aspects of natural reproduction. In the case of living means of labor, explained Marx, such as horses, the reproduction time is prescribed by nature itself. Their average life as means of labor is determined by natural laws. Once this period has elapsed, the worn-out items must be replaced by new ones. A horse cannot be replaced bit by bit, but only by another horse. 78. While distinct in form, horses, for capital, were simply interchangeable Cartesian machines. The mid-19th century, when Marx was writing, was a time of major transformation in human-non-human animal relations. Although animal power had long been in use, such as in plowing fields and transporting goods, the mechanization associated with capitalist development was radically altering animal relations. Capitalists carefully calculated whether human, non-human animal, or machine power could best enhance profits. In some cases in England, the costs associated with raising and caring for horses to pull barges along rivers and canals exceeded that of hiring women to carry out the same task, due to their extraordinarily low wages, and the fact that the costs of social reproduction in the household were not included in their wages, resulting in women often replacing horses as barge pullers. 79. Capital invariably seeks to employ science and technology to speed up production in order to shorten the time associated with natural, ecoregulatory processes, such as the growth of animals, with the object of reducing turnover time and speeding up the realization of profits. 80. As Marx explained, in the context of sheep husbandry, it is impossible, of course, to deliver a 5-year-old animal before the end of 5 years. But what is possible within certain limits is to prepare animals for their fate more quickly by new modes of treatment. This was precisely what Robert Bakewell managed to do. Previously, British sheep, just like French sheep as late as 1855, were not ready for slaughter before the 4th or 5th year. In Bakewell's system, 1-year-old sheep can already be fattened, and in any case they are fully grown before the 2nd year has elapsed. By selective breeding, Bakewell reduced the bone structure of his sheep to the minimum necessary for their existence. These sheep are called the new Leicesters. 81. Here, Marx quoted French agriculturalist Léonce de Laverne, author of The Rural Economy of England, Scotland, and Ireland, who advocated further expanding meat and dairy production. The breeder can now send 3 to market in the same space of time that it formerly took him to prepare 1, and if they are not taller, they are broader, rounder, and have a greater development in those parts which give most flesh. Of bone, they have absolutely no greater amount than is necessary to support them, and almost all their weight is pure meat. 82. In his critical notes on Laverne, Marx objected to these new methods of animal production for meat and dairy, as the pursuit of endless profits led to a broad range of animal suffering and corporeal abuse inherent in a mode of alienated speciesism in which animals were not viewed as living beings but as machines to be manipulated as such. Sheep that were bred so as to decrease bone structure, in Marx's words, aborting bones in order to transform them to mere meat and a bulk of fat, had a hard time supporting their own weight and standing due to their much larger, heavier bodies and weaker skeletal frames. To increase milk production for the market, calves were weaned earlier. Cattle were increasingly confined to stalls and were fed oil cakes and other high-energy input concoctions designed to accelerate the rate of growth. 83. Under previous agricultural practices, Marx observed, animals remained active by staying under free air. Confined to stalls with the attendant box feeding meant that in these prisons animals are born and remain there until they are killed off. This resulted in serious deterioration of life force and growth deformities in their bodies, which were regarded as mere parts, grist for the mill of capital. For Marx, all of this was disgusting. It amounted to a system of prison cells for the animals. 84. Today, such capitalist methods for speeding up and commodifying natural reproduction also include the use of growth hormones, massive concentrated animal feeding operations, and extensive use of antibiotics to treat ailments that arise from the conditions under which animals are raised. These approaches have only become more intensive and widespread throughout animal production for meat and dairy, as in the case of chickens, pigs, cows, sheep, and fish. 85. As environmental sociologist Ryan Gunderson stresses, the vast expansion of animals confined to industrialized production is directly linked to the ceaseless pursuit of capital accumulation. 86. Through this analysis, Marx detailed how capitalist development created an alienated mediation between human beings and nature, in this case, non-human animal species. This alienated speciesism reduces animals to machines within factory farms, and animals throughout the world confront extermination due to destruction of habitat, climate change, and ocean acidification, all associated with the general workings of capitalism in the contemporary period. This rupture takes on an ironic character, MacDonald points out, as the more their dismembered bodies intersect with ours via commodity circulation as meat, leather, glue, etc., the more they ultimately disappear from human life. 87. This finding, associated with alienated speciesism under capitalism, is similar to the dynamics that accompany the alienation of nature in general. As Raymond Williams indicated, the deeper the alienation from nature, the more intensive the real interaction with the biophysical world in regard to the resources used in commodity production and the generation of waste that pollutes ecosystems. 88. These broad concerns regarding the operations of the capitalist system, ecological conditions, and alienated speciesism are intertwined in Marx's consideration of the metabolism of nature and society. In the 1850s and 1860s, Liebig, the leading German chemist, explained that due to the shipment of crops to distant locations, British high farming techniques were violating the law of replenishment or compensation, resulting in failure to return to the soil the nutrients that had been removed. This robbery system led to the despoliation of agricultural lands. Marx took up Liebig's analysis, including the conception of metabolic relations. He developed an even richer socio-ecological metabolic approach focusing on the metabolic rift, whereby an alienated social metabolism, in contradiction to the universal metabolism of nature, disrupts or ruptures natural cycles, systems, and flows. 89. With the repeal of the Corn Laws in 1846, which ushered in free trade, Marx identified several trends within what he called the new regime of capitalist food production. This included a further deepening of the metabolic rift in the soil nutrient cycle, increasing the scale of the mechanized expropriation of animals, themselves treated as mere machines, or machine parts. 90. There was a drive to shift Britain toward greater meat and dairy production as part of the Norfolk rotation system, and other similar rotations, which primarily served the wealthier population. As a result, more land was converted to pasturage and for growing forage crops, such as legumes, rather than cereal and grains, while expanding the impacts of animal grazing. With more farm animals on the land, fewer workers were needed. Under this new food regime, wheat production in Britain plummeted, leading to massive imports of grain in order to feed the general population. 91. Irish lands were converted to pastures to raise pigs, cattle, and sheep, displacing much of the rural population. 92. New Leicester sheep were sent to Ireland to breed with native sheep to develop a variety that provided greater profits for capital, without any regard for the health of the animals. 93. Intensive agricultural practices expropriated the nutrients from the soil in Britain and abroad, giving rise to the increasing reliance on importing both agricultural inputs and grains. Here, the metabolic rift was expanded, robbing the nutrients of distant lands, whether it was in the form of cereal and grains for human consumption, guano to repair the degraded land, or rapeseed in the production of oil cake to feed farm animals to enrich their manure. 94. While Laverne celebrated the imposition of industrialized agricultural operations, intensifying animal production for meat and dairy, Marx strongly implied that a grain-based system of agriculture was a more efficient system for providing food for the population as a whole and ensuring the long-term vitality of the land. 95. Marx's critique of alienated speciesism, associated with the degradation of humans and non-human animals, can be considered part of his wider ecological critique, linked to the metabolic rift. 96. The metabolic rift is not limited to external, inanimate nature, but also encompasses the expropriation of corporeal beings, where non-human animals are reduced to machines in a system predicated on constant expansion, which ignores and increases their suffering. Indeed, when the question of non-human animals arose, his analysis transcended the merely ecological framework, displaying an affinity with animals, which, for Marx, are limited, objective, suffering beings like humans themselves. 97. Marx never lost his close connection to Epicurean materialism. The Epicureans taught that animal suffering and human suffering are alike, for they both pertain to natural beings. In books I and II of De Rerum Natura, the great Roman poet Lucretius presented 5 attacks on sacrificial practices, beginning with his description of Agamemnon's sacrifice of his daughter Iphigenia to the altar of the gods, and ending, as if to emphasize human affinity with animals, with a bereaved cow. For oft in front of noble shrines of gods, a calf falls slain beside the incensed altars, a stream of hot blood gushing from its breast, the mother wandering through the leafy glens, bereaved seeks on the ground the cloven footprints. With questing eyes she seeks if anywhere Her lost child may be seen, she stands, and fills with moaning. The woodland glades, she comes back to the byre. Time and again in yearning for her calf. 98. No one could fail to recognize from such a passage that human suffering and animal suffering, as Marx suggested, are akin. Revolutionary struggle is necessary to transcend the alienation of nature associated with capitalism. Marx clearly recognized that the uprooting of alienated speciesism is part of this fight. If fully developed humanism is to become naturalism, it is necessary to forge a new human-animal dialectic, one grounded in the Epicurean principle that the world is my friend. Echoing Muntzer, Marx declared, all living things must also become free. 99. 6. Capitalism and the paradox of wealth. Marx concludes his radical critique in Capital with the affirmation that capitalist accumulation is founded on the destruction of the basis of all wealth, human beings and their natural environment. Samir Emin. Today orthodox economics is reputedly being harnessed to an entirely new end, saving the planet from the ecological destruction wrought by capitalist expansion. It promises to accomplish this through the further expansion of capitalism itself, cleared of its excesses and excrescences. A growing army of self-styled sustainable developers argues that there is no contradiction between the unlimited accumulation of capital, the credo of economic liberalism from Adam Smith to the present, and the preservation of the earth. The system can continue to expand by creating a new sustainable capitalism, bringing the efficiency of the market to bear on nature and its reproduction. In reality, these visions amount to little more than a renewed strategy for profiting on planetary destruction. Behind this tragedy-come farce is a distorted accounting deeply rooted in the workings of a system that sees wealth entirely in terms of value generated through exchange. In such a system, only commodities for sale on the market really count. External nature, water, air, living species outside the system of exchange is viewed as a free gift to capital. Once such blinders have been put on, it is possible to speak, as the leading U.S. climate economist William Nordhaus, winner of the Sveriges Riksbank, Bank of Sweden, Prize in Economic Sciences in memory of Alfred Nobel for 2018, has, of the relatively unhindered growth of the economy a century or so from now, under conditions of business as usual, despite the fact that leading climate scientists see following the identical path over the same time span as absolutely catastrophic both for human civilization and life on the planet as a whole. Point 2. Such widely disparate predictions from mainstream economists and natural scientists are due to the fact that, in the normal reckoning of the capitalist system, both nature's contribution to wealth and the destruction of natural conditions are largely invisible. Insulated in their cocoon, orthodox economists either implicitly deny the existence of nature altogether or assume that it can be completely subordinated to narrow, acquisitive ends. This fatal flaw of received economics can be traced back to its conceptual foundations. The rise of neoclassical economics in the late 19th and early 20th centuries is commonly associated with the rejection of the labor theory of value of classical political economy and its replacement by notions of marginal utility/productivity. What is seldom recognized is that another critical perspective was abandoned at the same time, the distinction between wealth and value, use value and exchange value. With this, the possibility of a broader ecological and social conception of wealth was lost. These blinders of orthodox economics, shutting out the larger natural and human world, were challenged by figures inhabiting what John Maynard Keynes called the underworlds of economics. This included critics such as James Maitland, Earl of Lauderdale, Karl Marx, Henry George, Thorstein Veblen, and Frederick Soddy. Today, in a time of unlimited environmental destruction, such heterodox views are having a comeback. Point 3. The Lauderdale Paradox. The ecological contradictions of the prevailing economic ideology are best explained in terms of what is known in the history of economics as the Lauderdale Paradox. James Maitland, the 8th Earl of Lauderdale, 1759–1839, was the author of an inquiry into the nature and origin of public wealth and into the means and causes of its increase, 1804. In the paradox with which his name came to be associated, Lauderdale argued that there was an inverse correlation between public wealth and private riches such that an increase in the latter often served to diminish the former. Public wealth, he wrote, may be accurately defined to consist of all that man desires, as useful or delightful to him. Such goods have use value and thus constitute wealth. But private riches, as opposed to wealth, required something additional, that is, had an added limitation, consisting of all that man desires as useful or delightful to him, which exists in a degree of scarcity. Scarcity, in other words, is a necessary requirement for something to have value in exchange, and to augment private riches. But this is not the case for public wealth, which encompasses all value in use, and thus includes not only what is scarce but also what is abundant. This paradox led Lauderdale to argue that increases in scarcity in such formerly abundant but necessary elements of life as air, water, and food would, if exchange values were then attached to them, enhance individual private riches, and indeed the riches of the country conceived of as the sum total of individual riches but only at the expense of the commonwealth. For example, if one could monopolize water that had previously been freely available by placing a fee on wells, the measured riches of the nation would be increased at the expense of the growing thirst of the population. The common sense of mankind, Lauderdale contended, would revolt at any proposal to augment private riches by creating a scarcity of any commodity generally useful and necessary to man. Nevertheless, he was aware that the bourgeois society in which he lived was already, in many ways, doing something of the very sort. He explained that in particularly fertile periods Dutch colonialists burned spicaries or paid natives to collect the young blossoms or green leaves of the nutmeg trees to kill them off, and that in plentiful years the tobacco planters in Virginia, by legal enactment, burned a certain proportion of tobacco for every slave working their fields. Such practices were designed to increase scarcity, augmenting private riches, and the wealth of a few, by destroying what constituted public wealth in this case, the produce of the earth. So truly is this principle understood by those whose interest leads them to take advantage of it, Lauderdale wrote, that nothing but the impossibility of general combination protects the public wealth against the rapacity of private avarice for, from the beginning, wealth, as opposed to mere riches, was associated in classical political economy with what John Locke called intrinsic value, and what later political economists were to call use value. 5 Material use values had, of course, always existed, and were the basis of human existence. But commodities produced for sale on the market under capitalism also embodied something else, exchange value, value. Every commodity was thus viewed as having a twofold aspect, consisting of use value and exchange value. 6 The Lauderdale paradox was nothing but an expression of this twofold aspect of wealth/value, which generated the contradiction between total public wealth, the immense collection of use values, and the aggregation of private riches, the sum of exchange values. David Ricardo, the greatest of the classical liberal political economists, responded to Lauderdale's paradox by underscoring the importance of keeping wealth and value, use value and exchange value, conceptually distinct. In line with Lauderdale, Ricardo stressed that if water, or some other natural resource formerly freely available, acquired an exchange value due to the growth of absolute scarcity, there would be an actual loss of wealth reflecting the loss of natural use values even with an increase of private riches. 7. In contrast, Adam Smith's leading French follower, Jean-Baptiste Say, who was to be one of the precursors of neoclassical economics, responded to the Lauderdale paradox by simply defining it away. He argued that wealth, use value, should be subsumed under value, exchange value, effectively obliterating the former. In his letters to Malthus on political economy and stagnation of commerce, 1821, Say thus objected to the definition of which Lord Lauderdale gives of wealth. It was absolutely essential, in Say's view, to abandon altogether the identification of wealth with use value. As he wrote, Adam Smith, immediately having observed that there are two sorts of values, one value in use, the other value in exchange, completely abandons the first, and entirely occupies himself all the way through his book with exchangeable value only. This is what you yourself have done, sir, addressing Thomas Robert Malthus, what Mr. Ricardo has done, what I have done, what we have all done, for this reason that there is no other value in political economy. Consequently, wealth consists in the value of the things we possess, confining this word value to the only admitted and exchangeable value. Say did not deny that there were things indeed which are natural wealth, very precious to man, but which are not of that kind about which political economy can be employed. But political economy was to encompass in its concept of value, which was to displace altogether the concept of wealth, nothing but exchangeable value. Natural or public wealth, as opposed to value in exchange, was to be left out of account. Point 8. Nowhere in liberal political economy did the Lauderdale paradox create more convolutions than in what Marx called the shallow syncretism of John Stuart Mill. Point 9. Mill's Principles of Political Economy, 1848, almost seemed to collapse at the outset on this basis alone. In the preliminary remarks to his book, Mill declared, after say, that wealth, then, may be defined, as all useful or agreeable things which possess exchangeable value, thereby essentially reducing wealth to exchange value. But Mill's characteristic eclecticism and his classical roots also led him to expose the larger irrationality of this, undermining his own argument. Thus, we find in the same section a penetrating treatment of the Lauderdale paradox, pointing to the conflict between capital accumulation and the wealth of the commons. According to Mill, things for which nothing could be obtained in exchange, however useful or necessary they may be, are not wealth in the sense in which the term is used in political economy. Air, for example, though the most absolute of necessaries, bears no price in the market, because it can be obtained gratuitously. To accumulate a stock of it would yield no profit or advantage to anyone, and the laws of its production and distribution are the subject of a very different study from political economy. But though air is not wealth, mankind are much richer by obtaining it gratis, since the time and labor which would otherwise be required for supplying the most pressing of all wants, can be devoted to other purposes. It is possible to imagine circumstances in which air would be a part of wealth. If it became customary to sojourn long in places where the air does not naturally penetrate, as in diving bells sunk in the sea, a supply of air artificially furnished would, like water conveyed into houses, bear a price, and if from any revolution in nature the atmosphere became too scanty for the consumption, or could be monopolized, air might acquire a very high marketable value. In such a case, the possession of it, beyond his own wants, would be, to its owner, wealth, and the general wealth of mankind might at first sight appear to be increased, by what would be so great a calamity to them. The error would lie in not considering, that however rich the possessor of air might become at the expense of the rest of the community, all persons else would be poorer by all that they were compelled to pay for what they had before obtained without payment. Point 10. Mill signaled here, in line with Lauderdale, the possibility of a vast rift in capitalist economies between the narrow pursuit of private riches on an increasingly monopolistic basis, and the public wealth of society and the commons. Yet, despite these deep insights, Mill closed off the discussion with his preliminary remarks, rejecting the Lauderdale paradox in the end, by defining wealth simply as exchangeable value. What Say said with respect to Smith in The Wealth of Nations that he entirely occupied himself all the way through his book after his initial definitions with exchangeable value only therefore applied also to Mill in his Principles of Political Economy. Nature was not to be treated as wealth but as something offered gratis, that is, as a free gift from the standpoint of capitalist value calculation. Marx and the Lauderdale paradox. In opposition to Say and Mill, Marx, like Ricardo, not only held fast to the Lauderdale paradox but also made it his own, insisting that the contradictions between use value and exchange value, wealth and value, were intrinsic to capitalist production. In The Poverty of Philosophy, he responded to Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's confused treatment, in The Philosophy of Poverty, of the opposition between use value and exchange value by pointing out that this contradiction had been explained most dramatically by Lauderdale, who had founded his system on the inverse ratio of the two kinds of value. Indeed, Marx built his entire critique of political economy in large part around the contradiction between use value and exchange value, indicating that this was one of the key components of his argument in Capital. Under capitalism, he insisted, nature was rapaciously mined for the sake of exchange value, the earth is the reservoir, from whose bowels the use values are to be torn. 11. This stance was closely related to Marx's attempt to look at the capitalist economy simultaneously in terms of its economic value relations, and its material transformations of nature. Thus Marx was the first major economist to incorporate the new notions of energy and entropy, emanating from the first and second laws of thermodynamics, into his analysis of production. 12. This can be seen in his treatment of the metabolic rift, the alienated metabolism between human beings and the earth, which in this case was brought on by the shipment of food and fiber to the city, where nutrients withdrawn from the soil by plants ended up polluting the air and the water instead of being returned to the fields in the countryside. In this conception, both nature and labor were robbed, since both were deprived of conditions vital for their reproduction. As Marx argued, not fresh air and water but polluted air and water had become the mode of existence of the worker. 13. Marx's analysis of the destruction of the wealth of nature for the sake of accumulation is most evident in his treatment of capitalist ground rent and its relation to industrial agriculture. Ricardo had rooted his agricultural rent theory in the original and indestructible powers of the soil, to which Marx replied, the soil has no indestructible powers, in the sense that it could be degraded, that is, subject to conditions of ecological destruction. It is here in Marx's treatment of capitalist agriculture that the analysis of the metabolic rift and the Lauderdale paradox are brought together within his overall critique. It is here, too, that he frequently refers to sustainability as a material requirement for any future society, the need to protect the earth for successive generations. A condition of sustainability, he insisted, is the recognition that no one, not even an entire society or all societies put together, owns the earth, which must be preserved for future generations in accordance with the principles of good household management. For a sustainable relation between humanity and the earth to be possible under modern conditions, the metabolic relation between human beings and nature needs to be rationally regulated by the associated producers in line with their needs and those of future generations. This means that the vital conditions of life and the energy involved in such processes need to be conserved. 14. For Marx, few things were more important than the abolition of the big private monopolies in land that divorced the majority of humanity from 1. A direct relation to nature, 2. The land as a means of production, and 3. A communal relation to the earth. He delighted in quoting at length from Herbert Spencer's chapter in Social Statics, 1851, the right to the use of the earth. There, Spencer openly declared, equity does not permit property in land, or the rest would live on the earth by sufferance only. It is impossible to discover any mode in which land can become private property. A claim to the exclusive possession of the soil involves land-owning despotism. Land, Spencer insisted, properly belongs to the great corporate body society. Human beings were co-heirs to the earth. 15. Ecology and the labor theory of value. Ironically, green thinkers, both non-socialist and socialist, frequently charge that the labor theory of value, to which Marx adhered in his critique of capitalism, put him in direct opposition to the kind of ecologically informed value analysis that is needed today. In Small is Beautiful, E. F. Schumacher observed that in modern society there is an inclination to treat as valueless everything that we have not made ourselves. Even the great Dr. Marx fell into this devastating error when he formulated the so-called labor theory of value. Environmental sociologist Luis Barbosa, a contributor to 20 Lessons in Environmental Sociology, 2009, has written that Marx believed raw materials are given to us gratis, for free, by nature, and that it is human labor that gives it value. Thus, Marx failed to notice the intrinsic value of nature. Social ecologist Matthew Humphrey gives credence to the view that Marx's attachment to the labor theory of value, in which non-human nature is perceived as valueless, can be taken as an indication of his anthropocentric outlook. 16. Even Marxian theorists have sometimes advanced similar misconceptions. Jean-Paul Deliage has complained that Marx attributes no intrinsic value to natural resources in making labor the only source of value. David Harvey, based on a similar narrowly economistic interpretation of classical historical materialism, has gone so far as to declare that Marx could not abide social theories that depended on so-called natural conditions or forces to explain anything about capitalism. To be sure, Harvey states in Marx, Capital and the Madness of Economic Reason that capital rests materially on its metabolic relation with nature. Nevertheless, this observation does not lead, as in Marx, to an analysis of natural limits to capital. Rather, Harvey adopts the notion of the free gifts of nature in an entirely uncritical sense, insisting, in capital's own terms, that nature is a storehouse of free gifts that capital can use without paying anything, a view more akin to that of Ricardo than Marx, since the wider ecological contradictions embedded in the narrow bourgeois conception of value are obscured. 17. Here it is important to understand that certain conceptual categories that Marx uses in his analysis, such as nature being a free gift to capital and the labor theory of value itself, were inventions of classical liberal political economy that were integrated into his critique of classical political economy only insofar as they exhibited the real tendencies and contradictions of the system. Marx employed these concepts as part of a deep-seated anatomization of bourgeois society and its limited social categories, with the object of transcending it. The idea that nature was a free gift for exploitation was explicitly advanced by the physiocrats, and by Smith, Malthus, Ricardo, and Millwell before Marx. 18. Moreover, it has been perpetuated in mainstream economics long after Marx. Although accepting it as a reality of an alienated bourgeois political economy, Marx was nevertheless acutely aware of the social and ecological contradictions that this entailed. Thus, he argued in Capital that even though the free appropriation of nature was the basis of all production, and all property, the historically specific notion of the free gift of nature to capital was characteristic of the capitalist mode of production. In his economic manuscript of 1861 to 1863, he chided Malthus for falling back on the crude physiocratic notion of the environment as a gift of nature to man, while ignoring that the expropriation of nature for production and the entire value framework built upon this in capitalist society was a fundamental flaw of bourgeois social relations. 19. For Marx, with his emphasis on maintaining the earth for future generations, capital's unceasing expropriation of the natural environment pointed to the absolute contradiction between the realm of natural wealth and the juggernaut of capital accumulation that systematically robbed it. Nevertheless, since the treatment of nature as a free gift to capital was intrinsic to the workings of the capitalist economy, it continued to be included as a basic proposition underlying neoclassical economics. It was repeated as an axiom in the work of the great late 19th century neoclassical economist Alfred Marshall, and has continued to be advanced in orthodox economic textbooks. Hence, the 10th edition of Economics, 1987, a widely used introductory textbook by Campbell McConnell, states the following: land refers to all natural resources, all free gifts of nature which are usable in the production process. And further along in the same book we find, land has no production cost, it is a free and non-reproducible gift of nature. 20. Indeed, so crucial is this notion to neoclassical economics that it continues to live on in mainstream environmental economics. For example, Nick Hanley, Jason F. Shogren, and Ben White state in their influential Introduction to Environmental Economics, 2001, that natural capital comprises all free gifts of nature. 21. Green critics, with only the dimmest knowledge of classical political economy, or of neoclassical economics, often focus negatively on Marx's adherence to the labor theory of value, the notion that only labor generates value. Yet it is important to remember that the labor theory of value was not confined to Marx's critique of political economy but constituted the entire basis of classical liberal political economy. Misconceptions pointing to the anti-ecological nature of the labor theory of value arise due to conflation of the categories of value and wealth since, in today's received economics, these are treated synonymously. It was none other than the Lauderdale paradox, as we have seen, that led Say, Mill, and others to abandon the autonomous category of wealth, use value, helping to set the stage for the neoclassical economic tradition that was to follow. In the capitalist logic, there was no question that nature was valueless, a free gift. The problem, rather, was how to jettison the concept of wealth, as distinct from value, from the core framework of economics, since it provided the basis of a critical and what we would now call ecological outlook. Marx, as noted, strongly resisted the jettisoning of the wealth-value distinction, going so far as to criticize other socialists if they embraced the value equals wealth misconception. If human labor were one source of wealth, he argued one that became the basis of value under capitalism, nature was another indispensable source of wealth. Those who, falling prey to the commodity fetishism of capitalist value analysis, saw labor as the sole source of wealth were thus attributing supernatural creative power to labor. Labor, Marx pronounced at the beginning of the Critique of the Gotha program, is not the source of all wealth. Nature is just as much the source of use values, and it is surely of such that material wealth consists, as is labor, which itself is only the manifestation of a natural force, human labor power. In the beginning of Capital, he cited William Petty, the founder of classical political economy, who had said, "Labor is the father of material wealth, the earth is its mother." 22 Man and nature, Marx insisted, were the two original agencies in the creation of wealth, which continue to cooperate. Capitalism's failure to incorporate nature into its value accounting, and its tendency to confuse value with wealth, were fundamental contradictions of the regime of capital itself. Those who fault Marx for not ascribing value to nature, Paul Burkett wrote, should redirect their criticisms to capitalism itself. 23. As with Lauderdale, though with greater force and consistency, Marx contended that capitalism was a system predicated on the accumulation of value, even at the expense of real wealth, including the social character of human labor itself. The capitalist, Marx noted, adopted as his relation to the world, après moi le déluge, 24 or, as he was frequently to observe, capital had a vampire-like relation to nature, representing a kind of living death maintained by sucking the blood from the world. 25. Unworldly economists and their critics. Nevertheless, the whole classical conception of wealth, which had its highest development in the work of Ricardo and Marx, was to be turned upside down with the rise of neoclassical economics. This can be seen in the work of Karl Menger, one of the founders of the Austrian School of Economics and of neoclassical economics more generally. In his Principles of Economics, published in 1871, only 4 years after Marx's Capital, Menger attacked the Lauderdale paradox directly. The reference to it as a paradox may have originated with him, arguing that it was exceedingly impressive at first glance, but was based on false distinctions. For Menger, it was important to reject both the use value/exchange value and wealth/value distinctions. Wealth was based on exchange, which was now seen as rooted in subjective utilities. Replying to both Lauderdale and Proudhon, he insisted that the deliberate production of scarcity in nature was beneficial to capital. Standing Lauderdale on his head, he contended that it would make sense to encourage a long-continued diminution of abundantly available, non-economic, goods such as air, water, natural landscapes, since this must finally make them scarce in some degree and thus components of wealth, which is thereby increased. In the same vein, Menger claimed that mineral water could conceivably be turned eventually into an economic good due to its scarcity. What Lauderdale presented as a paradox or even a curse, the promotion of private riches through the destruction of public wealth, Menger, one of the precursors of neoliberalism in economics, saw as an end in itself. 26. This attempt to remove the paradox of wealth from economics led to scathing indictments by Henry George, Thorstein Veblen, and Frederick Soddy, along with others within the underworld of economics. In his best-selling work Progress and Poverty, 1879, George strongly stressed the importance of retaining a social concept of wealth. Many things are commonly spoken of as wealth which in taking account of collective or general wealth cannot be considered as wealth at all. Such things have an exchange value, insomuch as they represent as between individuals, or between sets of individuals, the power of obtaining wealth, but they are not truly wealth from a social standpoint, inasmuch as their increase or decrease does not affect the sum of wealth. Such are bonds, mortgages, promissory notes, bank bills, or other stipulations for the transfer of wealth. Such are slaves, whose value represents merely the power of one class to appropriate the earnings of another class. Such are lands, or other natural opportunities, the value of which is but the result of the acknowledgement in favor of certain persons of an exclusive right to their use, and which represents merely the power thus given to the owners to demand a share of the wealth produced by those who use them. By enactment of the sovereign political power debts might be cancelled, slaves emancipated, and land resumed as the common property of the whole people, without the aggregate wealth being diminished by the value of a pinch of snuff, for what some would lose others would gain. 27. Carefully examining the changing definitions of wealth in economics, George roundly condemned Say, Mill, and the nascent Austrian school of economics for obliterating the notion of use value and defining wealth entirely in terms of exchange value. Produced wealth, he argued, was essentially the result of exertion impressed on matter, and was to be associated with producible use values. Value came from labor. Like Marx, George drew upon the basic tenets of Greek materialism, most famously extolled by Epicurus and Lucretius, arguing that nothing can be created merely by labor, nothing can come out of nothing. 28. Other economic dissidents also challenged the narrow orthodox economic approach to wealth. Veblen contended that the main thrust of capitalist economics under the regime of absentee ownership was the seizure of public wealth for private benefit. Calling this the American plan because it had been worked out more consistently and more extensively in the United States than elsewhere, he referred to it, in Lauderdale-like terms, as a settled practice of converting all public wealth to private gain on a plan of legalist seizure marked especially by the seizure of the fertile soil and its conversion to private gain. The same rapacious system had its formative stages in the United States in slavery and in the debauchery and manslaughter entailed on the Indian population of the country. 29. Soddy, the 1921 Nobel Prize winner in chemistry, was an important forerunner of ecological economics. He was an admirer of Marx, arguing that it was a common error to think that Marx saw the source of all wealth as human labor. Marx, Soddy noted, had followed Petty and the classical tradition in seeing labor as the father of wealth, the earth as the mother. 30. The bounty of nature was part of the general wealth of the world. Reviving the Lauderdale paradox, in his critique of mainstream economics, Soddy pointed out that the confusion enters even into the attempt of the earlier classical economists to define wealth, though the modern neoclassical economist seems to be far too wary a bird to define even that. Thus we find that wealth consists, let us say, of the enabling requisites of life, or something equally unequivocal and acceptable, but, if it is to be had in unlimited abundance, like sunshine, or oxygen or water, then it is not any longer wealth in the economic sense, though without either of these requisites life would be impossible. In this, Soddy wrote, the economist, ignorant of the scientific laws of life, has not arrived at any conception of wealth, nor given any thought to the costs to nature and society, given the degradation of the environment. 31. Turning to Mill's contorted treatment of the Lauderdale paradox, Soddy referred to the curious inversions of those who, based on making market exchange the sole criterion of value/wealth, thought that the creation of scarcity with respect to food, fuel, air, etc., made humanity richer. The result was that the economist has effectually impaled himself upon the horns of a very awkward dilemma. 32. Despite the strong criticisms arising from the underworld of economics, however, the dominant neoclassical tradition moved steadily away from any concept of social/public wealth, excluding the whole question of social, and natural, costs within its main body of analysis. Thus, as ecological economist K. William Capp explained in his landmark Social Costs of Private Enterprise in 1950, despite the introduction of an important analog to the orthodox tradition with the publication of Arthur Cecil Pigou's Economics of Welfare, it remained true that the analysis of social costs is carried on not within the main body of value and price theory but as a separate system of so-called welfare economics. Capp traced the raising of the whole problem of social wealth/social costs to none other than Lauderdale, while viewing Marx as one of the most devastating critics of capitalism's robbing of the earth. 33. The return of the Lauderdale paradox. Today Lauderdale's paradox is even more significant than it was when originally formulated in the early 19th century. Water scarcities, air pollution, world hunger, growing fuel shortages, and the warming of the earth are now dominant global realities. Moreover, attempts within the system to expand private riches by exploiting these scarcities, such as the worldwide drive to privatize water, are ever present. Hence, leading ecological economist Herman Daly has spoken of the return of the Lauderdale paradox, this time with a vengeance. 34. The ecological contradictions of received economics are most evident in its inability to respond to the planetary environmental crisis. This is manifested both in repeated failures to apprehend the extent of the danger facing us, and in the narrow accumulation strategies offered to solve it. The first of these can be seen in the astonishing naivete of leading orthodox economists, even those specializing in environmental issues, arising from a distorted accounting that measures exchange values but largely excludes use values, that is, issues of nature and public wealth. Nordhaus was quoted in Science magazine in 1991 as saying, "Agriculture, the part of the economy that is sensitive to climate change, accounts for just 3% of national output. That means there is no way to get a very large effect on the U.S. economy just through the failure of agriculture." In this view, the failure of agriculture in the United States would have little impact on the economy as a whole. Obviously, this is not a contradiction of nature but of the capitalist economy associated with its inability to address material realities. Oxford economist Wilfred Beckerman presented the same myopic view in his book Small is Stupid, 1995. Claiming that even if the net output of U.S. agriculture fell by 50% or by the end of the next century, this is only a 1.5% cut in GNP. This view led him to conclude elsewhere that global warming under business as usual would have a negligible effect on world output. Likewise, Thomas Schelling, a winner of the Sveriges Riksbank Prize in Economic Sciences in memory of Alfred Nobel, wrote in Foreign Affairs in 1997, "Agriculture in the developed world is practically the only sector of the economy affected by climate, and it contributes only a small percentage, 3% in the United States, of national income. If agricultural productivity were drastically reduced by climate change, the cost of living would rise by 1 or 2%, and at a time when per capita income will likely have doubled." 35. The underlying assumption here that agriculture is the only part of the economy that is sensitive to climate change is obviously false. What is truly extraordinary in such views is that the blinders of these leading neoclassical economists effectively prevent even a ray of common sense from getting through. GDP measurements become everything, despite the fact that such measurements are concerned only with economic value added, and not with the entire realm of material existence. There is no understanding here of production as a system involving nature and humanity, outside of national income accounting. Even then, the views stated are astonishingly naive, failing to realize that a decrease by half of agricultural production would necessarily have an extraordinary impact on the price of food. Today, with a tsunami of hunger sweeping the world, and at least 1 billion people worldwide lacking secure access to food, these statements by leading mainstream environmental economists seem criminal in their ignorance. According to the Food Security International Network's Global Report on Food Security 2019, 113 million people in 53 countries were experiencing acute hunger in 2018.36. The same distorted accounting, pointing to modest projected impacts on the economy from global warming, led Nordhaus in 1993 to classify climate change as a second-tier issue, and to suggest that the conclusion that arises from most economic studies is to impose modest restraints, pack up our tools, and concentrate on more pressing problems. Although he acknowledged that scientists were worried about the pending environmental catastrophe associated with current trends, the views of most economists were in his opinion more sanguine. No wonder Jason Hickel responded to news of Nordhaus's receiving the Sveriges Riksbank Prize in Economic Sciences in memory of Alfred Nobel in 2018 with an article in Foreign Policy titled "The Nobel Prize for Climate Catastrophe 37. None of this should surprise us. Capitalism's general ideological orientation with respect to public welfare, as is well known, is one of trickle-down economics. Human labor is exploited and natural resources are expropriated with the object of generating immense riches at the top of society, which is justified by the false promise that some of this affluence will inevitably trickle down to those below. In a similar way, the ecological promises of the system could be called trickle-down ecology. We are told that by allowing unrestrained accumulation the environment will be improved through ever greater efficiency, a kind of secondary effect. The fact that the system's celebrated efficiency is of a very restricted, destructive kind is hardly mentioned. A peculiarity of capitalism, brought out by the Lauderdale paradox, is that it feeds on scarcity. Hence, nothing is more dangerous to the capitalist system than abundance. Waste and destruction are therefore rational for the system. Although it is often supposed that increasing environmental costs will restrict economic growth, the fact is that under capitalism such costs continue to be externalized on nature, and society, as a whole. This perversely provides new prospects for private profits through the selective commodification of parts of nature, public wealth. All of this indicates that there is no real feedback mechanism from rising ecological costs to economic crisis that can be counted on to check capitalism's destruction of the biospheric conditions of civilization and life itself. By the perverse logic of the system, whole new industries and markets aimed at profiting on planetary destruction, such as the waste management industry and carbon trading, are being opened up. These new markets are justified as offering partial, ad hoc solutions to the problems generated non-stop by capital's laws of motion. 38. In fact, the growth of natural scarcity is seen as a golden opportunity to further privatize the world's commons. This tragedy of the privatization of the commons only accelerates the destruction of the natural environment, while enlarging the system that weighs upon it. This is best illustrated by the rapid privatization of fresh water, which is now seen as a new megamarket for global accumulation. The drying up and contamination of fresh water diminishes public wealth, creating investment opportunities for capital, while profits made from selling increasingly scarce water are recorded as contributions to income and riches. It is not surprising, therefore, that the UN Commission on Sustainable Development proposed, at a 1998 conference in Paris, that governments should turn to large multinational corporations in addressing issues of water scarcity, establishing open markets in water rights. Gerard Mestrallet, CEO of the global water giant Suez, has openly pronounced, "Water is an efficient product. It is a product which normally would be free, and our job is to sell it. But it is a product which is absolutely necessary for life." He further remarked, "Where else can you find a business that's totally international, where the prices and volumes, unlike steel, rarely go down?" Such statements about profiting on water shortages need to be put in a context in which over 2 billion people now live in countries experiencing high water stress with severe water scarcity rapidly increasing. 39. Not only water offers new opportunities for profiting on scarcity. This is also the case with respect to fuel and food. Growing fuel shortages, as world oil demand has outrun supply, has led to a global shift in agriculture from food crops to fuel crops. This has generated a boom in the agro-fuel market expedited by governments on the grounds of national security concerns. The result has been greater food scarcities, inducing an upward spiral in food prices and the spiking of world hunger. Speculators have seen this as an opportunity for getting richer quicker through the monopolization of land and primary commodity resources. Point 40. Similar issues arise with respect to carbon trading schemes, ostensibly aimed at promoting profits while reducing carbon emissions. Such schemes continue to be advanced despite that experiments in this respect thus far have been a failure in reducing emissions. Here, the expansion of capital trumps actual public interest in protecting the vital conditions of life. At all times, ruling class circles actively work to prevent radical structural change in this as in other areas, since any substantial transformation in social-environmental relations would mean challenging the treadmill of capital production itself, and launching an ecological cultural revolution. Indeed, from the standpoint of capital accumulation, global warming and desertification are often viewed as blessings in disguise, increasing the prospects of expanding private riches. We are thus driven back to Lauderdale's question, what opinion, he asked, would be entertained of the understanding of a man, who, as the means of increasing the wealth of a country, should propose to create a scarcity of water, the abundance of which was deservedly considered one of the greatest blessings incident to the community. It is certain, however, that such a projector would, by this means, succeed in increasing the mass of individual riches. 41. Numerous ecological critics have, of course, tried to address the contradictions associated with the devaluation of nature by designing new green accounting systems that would include losses of natural capital. 42. Although such attempts are important in bringing out the irrationality of the system, they run into the harsh reality that the current system of national accounts does accurately reflect capitalist realities of the non-valuation/undervaluation of natural agents, including human labor. Power itself. To alter this, it is necessary to transcend the system. The dominant form of valuation, in our age of global ecological crisis, is a true reflection of capitalism's mode of social and environmental degradation, causing it to profit from the destruction of the planet. In Marx's Critique, value was conceived of as an alienated form of wealth. 43. Real wealth came from nature and labor power and was associated with the fulfillment of genuine human needs. Indeed, it would be wrong, Marx wrote, to say that labor which produces use values is the only source of the wealth produced by it, that is, of material wealth. Use value always comprises a natural element. Labor is a natural condition of human existence, a condition of material interchange metabolism between man and nature. 44. From this standpoint, Lauderdale's paradox was not a mere enigma of economic analysis, but rather the supreme contradiction of a system that sees nature as a mere means of accumulation. 7. The meaning of work in a sustainable socialist society. Fie upon this quiet life. I want work. William Shakespeare, Henry IV. Part I, Act 2, SC. 4. The nature and meaning of work, as it pertains to a future society, has deeply divided ecological, socialist, utopian, and romantic thinkers since the Industrial Revolution. 1. Some radical theorists have seen a more just society as merely requiring the rationalization of present-day work relations, accompanied by increased leisure time and more equitable distribution. Others have focused on the need to transcend the entire system of alienated labor and make the development of creative work relations the central element of a new revolutionary society. In what appears to be an effort to circumvent this enduring conflict, current visions of sustainable prosperity, while not denying the necessity of creative work, often push it into the background, placing their emphasis instead on an enormous, unprecedented expansion of leisure hours. 2. Increased non-work time seems an unalloyed good, and is easily imaginable in the context of a no-growth society. In contrast, the very question of work is fraught with inherent difficulties, since it goes to the roots of the current socio-economic system, its division of labor, and its class relations. Yet it remains the case that no coherent ecological mapping of a sustainable future is conceivable without addressing the issue of homo faber, that is, the creative, constructive, historical role in the transformation of nature, and hence the social relation to nature, that distinguishes humanity as a species. Within late 19th century socialist utopian literatures, it is possible to distinguish two broad tendencies regarding the future of work, represented on one side by Edward Bellamy, author of Looking Backward, and on the other by William Morris, author of News from Nowhere. Bellamy, standing for a view familiar to us today, saw enhanced mechanization, together with comprehensive technocratic organization, as the basis for increased leisure time, considered the ultimate good. In contrast, Morris, whose analysis derived from Charles Fourier, John Ruskin, and Karl Marx, emphasized the centrality of useful, enjoyable, artistic work, requiring the abolition of the capitalist division of labor. Today the mechanistic view of Bellamy more closely resembles popular conceptions of a sustainable economy than does Morris's more radical outlook. Thus, the notion of liberation from work as the foundation of sustainable prosperity has been strongly advanced in the writings of first-stage eco-socialist and degrowth thinkers like André Gortz and Serge Latouche. 3. We contend here that the idea of near-total liberation from work, in its one-sidedness and incompleteness, is ultimately incompatible with a genuinely sustainable society. After first examining the hegemonic view of work in the history of Western thought, going back to the ancient Greeks, we turn to a consideration of the opposing ideas of Marx and Adam Smith. This leads to the issue of how socialist and utopian thinkers have themselves diverged on the question of work, focusing on the contrast between Bellamy and Morris. All of this points to the conclusion that the real potential for any future sustainable society rests not so much on its expansion of leisure time, but rather on its capacity to generate a new world of creative and collective work, controlled by the associated producers. The hegemonic ideology of work and leisure. The narrative found today in every neoclassical economics textbook portrays work in purely negative terms, as a disutility or sacrifice. Sociologists and economists often present this as a transhistorical phenomenon, extending from the classical Greeks to the present. Italian cultural theorist Adriano Tilger famously declared in 1929, "To the Greeks work was a curse and nothing else," supporting his claim with quotations from Socrates, Plato, Xenophon, Aristotle, Cicero, and other figures, together representing the aristocratic perspective in antiquity. 4. With the rise of capitalism, work was classified as a necessary evil requiring coercion. In 1776, at the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, Adam Smith in The Wealth of Nations defined labor as a sacrifice, which required the expenditure of toil and trouble, of our own body. The worker must always lay down his ease, his liberty, and his happiness. A few years earlier, in 1770, an anonymous treatise titled An Essay on Trade and Commerce appeared, written by a figure, later thought to be J. Cunningham, whom Marx described as the most fanatical representative of the 18th century bourgeoisie. It advanced the proposition that to break the spirit of independence and idleness of English laborers, ideal workhouses should be established imprisoning the poor, turning these into houses of terror, where they should work 14 hours a day in such fashion that when mealtime was deducted there should remain 12 hours of work full and complete. Similar views were promoted in subsequent decades by Thomas Robert Malthus, leading to the New Poor Law of 1834.6. Neoclassical economic ideology today treats the question of work as a trade-off between leisure and labor, downplaying its own more general designation of work as a disutility in order to present it as a personal financial choice, and not the result of coercion. 7 Yet it remains true, as German economist Stefan Ratzel observed in 2009, that at bottom, work, in neoclassical theory, is seen as a bad necessary to create income for consumption. 8. This conception of work, which derives much of its power from the alienation that characterizes capitalist society, has of course been challenged again and again by radical thinkers. Such outlooks are neither universal nor eternal, nor is work to be regarded simply as a disutility, though the conditions of contemporary society tend to make it one, and thus necessitate coercion. 9. Indeed, the myth that the ancient Greek thinkers in general were anti-work, representing a historical continuity with today's dominant ideology, was refuted by the Marxian classicist and philosopher of science Benjamin Farrington in his 1947 study Head and Hand in Ancient Greece. Farrington showed that such views, though common enough among the aristocratic factions represented by Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, were opposed by the pre-Socratic philosophers, and contradicted by the larger historical context of Greek philosophy, science, and medicine, which had originated in traditions of hands-on craft knowledge. The central illumination of the Milesians, the fountainhead of Greek philosophy, Farrington wrote, was the notion that the whole of the universe works in the same way as the little bits of it that are under man's control. Thus every human technique developed in the work process, such as those of cooks, potters, smiths, and farmers, was evaluated not simply in terms of its practical ends, but also for what it had to say about the nature of things. In Hellenistic times, the Epicureans, and later Lucretius, carried forward this materialist view, theorizing the realm of nature based on experience derived from human craft work. All of this is evidence of the enormous respect accorded work, and artisanal labor in particular. Point 10. Materialists in antiquity thus built their ideas around an intimate knowledge of work and respect for the insights it gave into the world, in sharp contrast to the idealists, who, representing the aristocratic disdain for manual labor, promoted celestial myths and anti-work ideals. This vision could be seen in a statement attributed to Socrates by Xenophon: "What are called the mechanical arts carry a social stigma and are rightly dishonored in our cities." OC 4.2. In contrast, nothing could be further from the worldview of the Greek materialists, who saw work as the embodiment of the organic, dialectical relations between nature and society. Point 11. Smith's possessive individualist conception of work, 2 millennia later, drew on some of these ancient, aristocratic class prejudices, such as those attributed to Socrates, running afoul once again of the materialist standpoint. Writing in 1857-58, Marx declared in response to Smith, "In the sweat of thy brow shalt thou labor," was Jehovah's curse on Adam. And this is labor for Smith, a curse. Tranquility appears as the adequate state, as identical with freedom and happiness. It seems quite far from Smith's mind that the individual, in his normal state of health, strength, activity, skill, facility, also needs a normal portion of work, and of suspension of tranquility. He is right, of course, that in its historic forms as slave labor, serf labor, and wage labor, labor always appears as repulsive, always as external forced labor, and not labour, by contrast, as freedom, and happiness. In such social formations, labor has not yet created the subjective and objective conditions for itself, in which labor becomes attractive work, the individual's self-realization. A. Smith, by the way, has only the slaves of capital in mind. Point 12. Here Marx argued that Smith's idea of freedom as not labor, far from being an immutable truth, was the product of specific historical conditions, associated with exploited wage labor. Labor becomes attractive work, for Marx, only under unalienated circumstances, when it is no longer a commodity. This requires new, higher forms of social production under the control of the associated producers. All of this has its roots, of course, in Marx's powerful early critique of alienated labor in his economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844.13. For Marx, human beings were fundamentally corporeal beings. To remove humanity from its material corporeal relations, by radically separating mental and manual labor, was to guarantee human alienation. Point 14. Socialist utopianism, Bellamy and Morris. Yet if socialists could be expected to reject the hegemonic view of work relations associated with capitalism, the extent to which this translated into fundamentally different views of work relations from that of the status quo varied within socialist literature itself. Though little read today, Bellamy's Looking Backward, published in 1888, was the most popular book of its time after Uncle Tom's Cabin and Ben-Hur, selling millions of copies and translated into more than 20 languages. Eric Fromm noted that in 1935, Three outstanding personalities, Charles Beard, John Dewey, and Edward Weeks, each separately ranked Bellamy's novel second only to Marx's Capital among the most influential books of the preceding half-century. 15. Bellamy's utopian novel appeared in a period of rapid economic expansion, industrialization, and concentration of capital in the United States. The protagonist, Julian West, wakes up in Boston in the year 2000 to discover a society entirely transformed along socialist lines. 16 The trust-building tendencies of the Gilded Age had led to the creation of one giant monopolistic firm, which was then nationalized, bringing the economy under total control by the state. The result was a highly organized, egalitarian society. All individuals were required to join the army of workers at 21, spend 3 years working as a common laborer, and then advance to some skilled occupation, with compulsory labor ending at age 45. Every citizen over the course of his or her life could expect to be turned into a man or woman of leisure. In Bellamy's view, work was still conceived as a pain, not a pleasure, and the point was ultimately to transcend it. Morris, then the principal force behind the London-based Socialist League, wrote a highly critical review of Bellamy's book, focusing on its descriptions of work and leisure. He followed this in 1890 with his own socialist utopian novel, News from Nowhere, which presented a sharply contrasting view of work in a higher society. Morris, in E. P. Thompson's words, was a communist utopian, with the full force of the transformed Romantic tradition behind him. 17 The principal influences on his understanding of the role of work in society were Fourier, Ruskin, and Marx, all of whom had criticized, albeit from sharply distinct political perspectives, the division of labor and the distorted, alienated work relations under capitalism. From Fourier, Morris took the idea that work could be so structured as to be enjoyable. 18 From Ruskin, he adopted the idea that decorative arts and architecture of the late medieval era pointed to the different conditions in which artisans had then lived and worked, allowing them freely to channel their spontaneous thoughts, beliefs, and aesthetics into all that they made. As Thompson wrote, Ruskin was the first to declare that men's pleasure in their work by which they make their bread lay at the very foundations of society, and to relate this to his whole criticism of the arts. 19 From Marx, Morris took the historical materialist critique of the exploitation of labor that lay at the root of the cash nexus of capitalist class society. The resulting synthesis led to Morris's famous proposition, art is man's expression of his joy in labor. Creative, fulfilling work, he argued, was essential to human beings, who must either be making something or making believe to make it. Looking at the historical connection between art and labor in pre-industrial times, Morris contended that all men that have left any signs of their existence behind them have practiced art. There was always a definite sensuous pleasure in labor insofar as it was art, and in art insofar as it was unalienated labor, and this pleasure increased in proportion to the freedom and individuality of the work. The primary goal of society should be the maximization of pleasure in work, in the process of fulfilling genuine human needs. It was the lack of this pleasure in daily work under capitalism, Morris observed, that has made our towns and habitations sordid and hideous insults to the beauty of the earth which they disfigure, and all the accessories of life mean, trivial, ugly. 20. Morris decried the wasted labor devoted to turning out endless amounts of useless commodities, such as barbed wire, 100-ton guns and advertising boards for the disfigurement of the green fields along the railways and so on. He also criticized adulterated wares, seeing these as nothing but the waste of human lives, and the accompanying pollution of the natural and social environment. 21. Morris's examples were well chosen. Barbed wire and 100-ton guns were metonyms for British imperial warfare and weapons production. Today the United States spends over $1 trillion a year in actual as opposed to acknowledged military spending. 22 By advertising boards he meant the whole phenomenon of marketing. Today more than $1 trillion a year is spent on marketing in the United States. 23 With his reference to adulterated wares, he was underscoring the whole problem of adulteration of foods, or the development of additives primarily for sales and cost-cutting purposes, as well as the production of various shoddy goods, characterized by what is now called planned obsolescence. Today the penetration of the sales effort into the production process, as described in the 1920s by Thorstein Veblen in Absentee Ownership and Business Enterprise in Modern Times and in the 1960s by Paul Baron and Paul Sweezy in Monopoly Capital, affects almost all commodities. Although it is generally assumed that the production costs of commodities in today's society are socially necessary costs in some objective sense, a very large portion of the costs of commodities are in fact unnecessary from a production standpoint and are instead related to aspects of commercial product design, advertising, packaging, fashion, model changes, product obsolescence, and the like that have to do with the costs of selling rather than producing the goods. 24. In Morris's view, the production of socially non-reproductive and harmful goods was a waste of human labor. 25 He wrote, "But think, I beseech you, of the product of England, the workshop of the world, and will you not be bewildered, as I am, at the thought of the mass of things which no sane man could desire, but which our useless toil makes and sells." 26. In criticizing such production for its waste, lack of aesthetic value, and labor alienation, Morris was not attacking machine production itself, but rather insisting that production should be organized in such a way that the human being was not reduced, as Marx had said, to an appendage of a machine. As Morris himself put it, the worker was degraded in industrial capitalist society to not even a machine, but an average portion of that great and almost miraculous machine, the factory. 27. In words similar to Marx's discussion of alienated labor in the 1844 Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts, Morris declared in his 1888 lecture Art and its Producers, "The interest of the factory worker's life is divorced from the subject matter of his labor. The proletarians' work has become employment, that is, merely the opportunity of earning a livelihood at the will of someone else. Whatever interest still clings to the production of wares under the system has wholly left the ordinary workman, and attaches only to the organizers of his labor, and that interest commonly has little to do with the production of wares, as things to be handled, looked at, used, in short, but simply as counters in the great game of the world market." 28. For Morris, Bellamy's vision was the unmixed modern one, unhistoric and unartistic. It presented the ideal of the middle-class professional, which, in the utopian Boston of looking backward, became available to everyone after a few years of ordinary labor. The impression which Bellamy produces is that of a huge standing army, tightly drilled, compelled by some mysterious fate to unceasing anxiety for the production of wares to satisfy every caprice, however wasteful and absurd, that may cast up among them. In sharp contrast, Morris declared that the ideal of the future does not point to the lessening of man's energy by the reduction of labor to a minimum, but rather the reduction of pain in labor to a minimum, so small that it will cease to be pain. There was no barrier to labor being creative and artistic, provided that production was not determined by a narrow concept of productivity geared to capitalist profits. Bellamy's utopia, with its deadening economical semi-fatalism, was concerned unnecessarily with finding some incentive to labor to replace the fear of starvation, which is at present our only one, whereas it cannot be too often repeated that the true incentive to useful and happy labor must be pleasure in the work itself. 29. News from Nowhere presented Morris's own utopian vision. A man named William, called William Guest by those he meets but meant to symbolize Morris himself, awakes from a dream, though it is left intentionally ambiguous whether he is still dreaming throughout, to find himself in London in the early 22nd century, around a century and a half after a revolutionary outbreak in the 1950s that led to the creation of a communal socialist society. 30. In the utopia of Nowhere, technology is used to reduce tedious labor, but not to dysentery work in general. Production is instead aimed at genuine needs and artistic production. New, less destructive forms of energy exist, and pollution has been eradicated. Workers, following the great change, remain tied at first to the mechanistic view of work, but gradually, under the guise of pleasure that was not supposed to be work, work that was pleasure began to push out the mechanical toil. Machines could not produce works of art, and works of art were more and more called for. Art and science were shown to be inexhaustible, as were the possibilities of human creativity through meaningful work, thereby displacing the earlier capitalist production of a vast quantity of useless things. 31. Today Morris's vision will no doubt strike some as a quaint and moralizing artistic critique of capitalism. Thinkers like Luc Boltanski and Yves Chiapello see the defeat of such a critique, represented by figures as various as Morris and Charles Baudelaire, as one of the main results of late 20th century post-Fordist flexibility and innovation. The new spirit of capitalism, they argue, entails pervasive integration of artistic forms into capitalist production. However, the weakness of Boltanski and Chiapello's analysis lies precisely in its conflation of surface appearances with the root character of the system. They thus fall prey to commodity fetishism in its newest, most fashionable forms, failing to recognize the full extent to which the artistic critique and the social critique are inextricably connected and insurmountable within the capitalist system. After the 2007 to 2009 crisis of global capitalism, the classical social and artistic critiques of alienation and exploitation represented by Marx and Morris seem more relevant than ever. 32. A particular strength of Morris's vision of labor in News from Nowhere lies in his depiction of relative gender equality in the workplace. In a chapter titled The Obstinate Refusers, which provides the only instance of a master craftsperson actually at work in Morris's utopian romance, that position is occupied by a woman, Mistress Philippa, a stone carver or mason. Although the foreman is male, it is Philippa who determines when and in what form the work takes place. Her daughter is also a stone carver, while a young man serves the meal. Work in the Society of Nowhere is thus no longer strictly gendered, though Morris built contradictions into his analysis in this respect, depicting a world still in the process of change. 33. Like Marx, Morris united his analysis of the possibility of creative, unalienated labor with ecological issues, recognizing that the degradation of human work relations and of nature were inseparably connected. For Marx, ownership of the land was akin to and just as irrational as the ownership of human beings, leading to the enslavement and exploitation of both. Likewise, for Morris, in capitalist society, as Clara voices it in News from Nowhere, people sought to make nature their slave, since they thought nature was something outside them. 34. Morris argued in his day that coal production should be halved, both because of the human wasting and health-destroying labor it required, and the massive pollution it generated. A more rational society, he argued, could allow for deep cuts in coal production while going further in fulfilling human needs, allowing for new realms of human advancement. 35. The critique of the division of labor. Marx and Morris both argued that the repulsion toward work in bourgeois society was a product of the alienated organization of labor, a view that combined the aesthetic and political economic critiques of capitalism. From the earliest human civilizations, and even before, divisions of labor had developed between the genders, between town and country, and between mental and manual labor. Capitalism had extended and deepened this unequal division, giving it an even more alienated form by divorcing workers from the means of production and imposing a rigidly hierarchical labor regime that not only divided workers in the tasks they performed, but also fragmented the individual. This detailed division of labor was the basis of the whole class order of capital. Hence, overthrowing the regime of capital meant first and foremost transcending the estrangement of work, and creating a deeply egalitarian society based on the collective organization of labor by the associated producers. The critique of the division of labor under capitalism was not a minor element for Morris, any more than it was for Marx. In a free translation from the French edition of Marx's Capital, Morris wrote, "It is not only the labor that is divided, subdivided, and portioned out betwixt divers men, it is the man himself who is cut up, and metamorphosed into the automatic spring of an exclusive operation." Karl Marx. 36. Morris, who complained of the degradation of the operative into a machine, saw this as the essence of the socialist, and romantic, critique of the capitalist labor process. 37. These issues were brought to the fore once again in the late 20th century in Harry Braverman's 1974 Labor and Monopoly Capital, The Degradation of Work in the 20th Century. Braverman documented how the rise of scientific management under monopoly capitalism, as exhibited in the work of Frederick Winslow Taylor's Principles of Scientific Management, had made the formal subsumption of labor to capital into a real material process. 38 The centralization of knowledge and control of the labor process within management allowed for an enormous extension of the detailed division of labor, and thus enhanced profits for capital. What Braverman called the general degradation of work under monopoly capitalism captured the material basis of the growing alienation and de-skilling of working life for the vast majority of the population. Nevertheless, the evolution of technology and human capacities pointed toward new revolutionary possibilities that were more in tune with Marx than Smith. As Braverman wrote, modern technology in fact has a powerful tendency to break down ancient divisions of labor by reunifying production processes. The reunified process in which the execution of all the steps, for example, in Smith's pin-making case, is built into the working mechanism of a single machine would seem now to render it suitable for a collective of associated producers, none of whom need spend all of their lives at any single function and all of whom can participate in the engineering, design, improvement, repair, and operation of these ever more productive machines. Such a system would entail no loss of production, and it would represent the reunification of the craft in a body of workers far superior to the old craft workers. Workers can now become masters of the technology of their process on an engineering level and can apportion among themselves in an equitable way the various tasks connected with this form of production that has become so effortless and automatic. 39. For Braverman, therefore, the development of technology and human knowledge and capacities, together with automation, allowed for a fuller, more creative relation to the work process in the future, breaking with the extreme detailed division of labor that characterized a capitalist system geared only to profitability. New openings existed for non-alienated work and artistry on the job, reclaiming at a higher level what had been lost with the demise of the craft worker. But this required radical social change. A key aspect of Braverman's argument was criticism of Marxism itself, in the form it had developed in the Soviet Union, where degraded work environments similar to those of capitalism had arisen, but without the coercion of unemployment, resulting in chronic problems of productivity. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, he pointed out, had advocated the adoption of aspects of Taylor's scientific management in Soviet industry, claiming that it combined the refined brutality of bourgeois exploitation and a number of the greatest scientific achievements in the field. Subsequent Soviet planners disregarded the more critical elements of Lenin's argument and implemented unmodified Taylorism, in a direct mirroring of the crudest methods of capitalist labor management. In the USSR and on the left in general, Marx's and Morris's critique of the capitalist labor process was thus largely forgotten, and the horizon of progress reduced to relatively minor improvements in work conditions, some degree of workers' control, and centralized planning. The similarity of Soviet and traditional capitalist practice, Braverman wrote, strongly encourages the conclusion that there is no other way in which modern industry can be organized, a conclusion, however, that went against the real potential for the development of human capacities and needs embedded in modern technology. 40 Alienation and the degradation of work were not inherent in modern work relations, but were enforced by priorities of profit and growth that had been partly replicated in the Soviet Union, undermining the original liberatory promise of Soviet society. A world of creative work. The foregoing suggests that the essence of a future sustainable socialist society must be located in the labor process in Marx's terms, the metabolism of society and nature. Visions of a post-capitalist future that pivot on the expansion of leisure time and general prosperity, without addressing the need for meaningful work, are bound to fail. Yet today most depictions of a future sustainable society take work and production as economically and technologically determined, or as simply displaced by automation, and focus instead on maximizing leisure as society's highest aim, often coupled with basic income guarantees. 41 This can be seen in the works of theorists such as Latouche and Gortz. The former defines degrowth, of which he is a principal proponent, as a social formation beyond the work-based society. Dismissing left arguments for the development of a society in which work takes on a more creative role as pro-work propaganda, Latouche instead argues for a society in which leisure and play are as highly valued as work. 42. Gortz's early eco-socialist analysis adopts a similar stance. In his 1983 Paths to Paradise, subtitled On the Liberation from Work, he returns to Aristotle's aristocratic notion that life is most rewarding outside the mundane realm of labor. Gortz envisions a vast reduction in working time, the end of the society of work with employees working only 1,000 hours annually over the course of 20 years of employment. Gortz's idea of the reduction of formal work, made inevitable in a future society, is in effect that of a society in which everyone is petty bourgeois, a gift of the microelectronic revolution and automation. Standard work relations, as conceived in Paths to Paradise, would be dominated by automation, and the resulting reduction in working hours would allow the most enjoyable, professional jobs to be shared out among more people. Yet all of this takes second place to the promise of a vast increase in free time, enabling individuals to engage in all sorts of autonomous activities, portrayed as individual leisure pursuits and home-based production and not in terms of associated labor. The normal capitalist workplace is left essentially to Taylorist scientific management, while the more complex questions surrounding automation and the degradation of work are scarcely examined. Freedom is seen as not work in the form of pure leisure, or as home-based or informal production. The alternative socialist view, which centers on the transformation of work itself in a future society, is flatly dismissed as a dogma of the disciples of the religion of work. 43. Yet the kinds of total automation and robotization now projected for advanced capitalist society, which are frequently treated as representing inevitable, teleological tendencies prompting discussions of a world without work, do not sit well with the conception of a steady-state economy and society, where human beings would be neither appendages to machines nor their servants. 44. Nor is today's dominant fatalism sufficiently grounded in a critique of contemporary capitalist contradictions. In today's advanced political economy, it can be argued, productivity is not too low but too high. Mere quantitative development measured in output or GDP growth is therefore no longer the key challenge in meeting social needs. In a more rational society based on abundance, as Robert W. McChesney and John Nichols argue in People Get Ready, the qualitative aspects of working conditions would be emphasized. 45. Work relations would be seen as a basis of equality and sociability, rather than inequality and asociality. Repetitive, de-skilled jobs would be replaced by forms of active employment that emphasize all-around human development. The joint stock of knowledge of society that constitutes technology would be used for the promotion of sustainable social progress, rather than for the profits and accumulation of a very few. Not only do human beings need creative labor in their roles as individuals, they also need it in their social roles, since work is constitutive of society itself. A world in which most people are removed from work activities, as pictured in Kurt Vonnegut's futuristic novel Player Piano, would be little more than a dystopia. 46. The wholesale cessation of labor, as represented in many post-work schemes, could only lead to a kind of absolute alienation, the estrangement from the core of life activity, which requires that human beings be transformative agents interacting with nature. To abolish work would constitute a break with objective existence in its most meaningful, active, and creative form, a break with human species being itself. 47. The failure in some visions of a sustainable prosperity to confront the full potential of freely associated human labor only serves to undermine the often courageous critiques of economic growth that characterize some of today's radical ecological visions. The unfortunate consequence is that many of the arguments for a prosperous no-growth society have more in common with Bellamy than with Morris, or Marx, since they focus almost exclusively on the expansion of leisure as not work, while downplaying humanity's productive and creative possibilities. In truth, it is impossible to imagine a viable future that does not focus on the metamorphosis of work. For Morris, as we have seen, art and science were the two inexhaustible realms of human creativity that all people could participate in actively within the context of associated human labor. In a prospective socialist society characterized by sustainable prosperity that recognizes material limits as its essential principle in accord with Epicurus's notion that wealth, if limits are not set for it, is great poverty, it is crucial to envision entirely new socially and ecologically reproductive work relations. 48 The received notion that the maximization of leisure, luxury, and consumption is the primary goal of human progress, and that people will refuse to produce if not subject to coercion and driven by greed, loses much of its force in light of the deepening contradictions of our overproductive, overconsumptive society. The prevailing view goes against what we know anthropologically with respect to many pre-capitalist cultures, and falls short of a realistic conception of variable human nature, one that takes into account the historical evolution of human beings as social animals. The motivation to create and to contribute in one's life to the social reproduction of humanity as a whole, coupled with the higher norms enforced by collective labor, provide powerful stimuli for continuing free human development. The universal crisis that marks our time necessitates an epoch of uncompromising revolutionary change, one aimed at harnessing human energy for creative and socially productive work within a world of ecological sustainability and substantive equality. In the end, there is no other way in which to conceive a truly sustainable prosperity. 8. Marx's Ecology and the Left. One of the lasting contributions of the Frankfurt School of social theorists, represented especially by Max Horkheimer and Theodor Adorno's 1944 Dialectic of Enlightenment, was the development of a philosophical critique of the domination of nature. Critical theorists associated with the Institute for Social Research at Frankfurt were deeply influenced by the early writings of Karl Marx. Yet their critique of the Enlightenment domination of nature was eventually extended to a critique of Marx as an Enlightenment figure, especially in relation to his mature work in Capital. This position was expressed most notably in the work of Horkheimer and Adorno's student, Alfred Schmidt, author of The Concept of Nature in Marx. Due largely to Schmidt's book, the notion of Marx's anti-ecological perspective became deeply rooted in Western Marxism. Such criticisms were also closely related to questions raised regarding Friedrich Engels's Dialectics of Nature, which was said to have improperly extended dialectical analysis beyond the human social realm. First-stage eco-socialists such as Ted Benton and André Gortz added to these charges, contending that Marx and Engels had gone overboard in their alleged rejection of Malthusian natural limits. So all-encompassing was the critique of the dialectic of the Enlightenment within the main line of the Frankfurt School, and within what came to be known as Western Marxism, defined largely by its rejection of the dialectics of nature associated with Engels and Soviet Marxism, that it led, ironically, to the estrangement of thinkers in this tradition not only from the later Marx, but also from natural science and hence nature itself. 1 Consequently, when the ecological movement emerged in the 1960s and 1970s, Western Marxism, with its abstract, philosophical notion of the domination of nature, was ill-equipped to analyze the changing and increasingly perilous forms of material interaction between humanity and nature. Making matters worse, some Marxian theorists such as Neil Smith and Noel Castry responded by inverting the Frankfurt School critique of the domination of nature with the more affirmative notion of the production of nature, which conceived nature and its processes as entirely subsumed within social production. 2. Matters changed, however, with the rise in the late 1990s of a second-stage eco-socialism that returned to Marx's materialist ecological approach, and particularly to his concept of social metabolism, while also reincorporating elements of Engels's ecological thought. This development represented a sharp break with the earlier Frankfurt School, influenced approach to the question of Marx and nature. Surveying this history, we will examine the debates on Marxian ecology that have emerged within the left, while pointing to the possibility of a wider synthesis, rooted in Marx's concepts of the universal metabolism of nature, the social metabolism, and the metabolic rift. Criticisms of Marx's concept of nature. Paul Burkett described Schmidt's The Concept of Nature in Marx in 1997 as perhaps the most influential study ever written on Marx's view of nature. The book appeared in Germany in 1962, the same year as Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, often seen as the starting point of the modern environmental movement. The concept of nature in Marx began as Schmidt's dissertation in philosophy, written between 1957 and 1960 under the supervision of Horkheimer and Adorno, and was impregnated with the influence of critical theory, for it thus antedated the modern environmental movement both historically and philosophically. Yet Schmidt's work, carrying the imprimatur of the Frankfurt School, would come to shape the attitudes of many new left theorists toward Marx in the context of the burgeoning environmental movement of the 1960s to 1980s. As Marxian geographer Neil Smith put it in 1984, Schmidt's book was considered the definitive study of nature in Marx. 5. The concept of nature in Marx was deeply affected by the broader Weberian pessimism of the Frankfurt School, which viewed the domination of nature as an intrinsic characteristic of modernity or the dialectic of the Enlightenment. 6. Under Enlightenment civilization, Horkheimer and Adorno declared, either men will tear each other to pieces or they will take all the flora and fauna of the earth with them, and if the earth is then still young enough, the whole thing will have to be started again at a much lower stage. 7. Although Schmidt brought a number of important, positive contributions to the understanding of nature in Marx, it was his more pessimistic conclusions about the mature Marx, in the spirit of Horkheimer and Adorno, that proved most influential. Rejecting the outlooks of utopian Marxist theorists such as Bertolt Brecht and Ernst Bloch who, based on the early Marx, sought a reconciliation between humanity and nature through socialism, Schmidt concluded. The mature Marx withdrew from the utopian theses expounded in his early writings. In later life he no longer wrote of a resurrection of the whole of nature. The new society is to benefit man alone, and there is no doubt that this is to be at the expense of external nature. Nature is to be mastered with gigantic technological aids, and the smallest possible expenditure of time and labor. It is to serve all men as the material substratum for all conceivable consumption goods. When Marx and Engels complain about the unholy plundering of nature, they are not concerned with nature itself but with considerations of economic utility. The exploitation of nature will not cease in the future, but man's encroachments into nature will be rationalized, so that their remoter consequences will remain capable of control. In this way, nature will be robbed step by step of the possibility of revenging itself on men for their victories over it. 8. The last phrase was a reference to Engels, whose views on the need for human beings to control their social relation to nature under socialism in order to prevent ecological crises, which he referred to metaphorically as the revenge of nature, were interpreted by Schmidt as a case for the extreme rationalization and external control of nature. 9. There was no real room in Engels, any more than in Marx, Schmidt insisted, for anything but a one-sided, conqueror's approach to nature despite Engels's criticisms of precisely this perspective. Engels was reinterpreted as representing a crude, one-sided domination of nature outlook, with the implication that such views could be foisted on Marx himself. In the end, classical historical materialism was reduced to a reified, mechanistic worldview, which advocated a narrow instrumentalism, geared to unrestrained productivism, as the only possible forward course for humanity. The mature Marx, in what became the predominant Frankfurt School interpretation, associated with Horkheimer and Adorno, thus led inexorably to the same Weberian iron cage with respect to the instrumentalist rationalization of nature as did both capitalism and Soviet Marxism. 10. Close readers of Schmidt's work were no doubt puzzled by the contradictions in his reading of Marx. For Schmidt could not have arrived at these conclusions, in an otherwise sophisticated philosophical reading of Marx's theory of nature, without turning the early Marx against the later Marx, Marx against Engels, Marx against Brecht and Bloch, and even, as we shall see, the mature Marx against the mature Marx. 11. Brilliant as Schmidt's analysis was, it was colored by a double polemic, first, against those who sought to apply the broad anthropological, humanistic, and ecologically utopian perspectives of the early Marx to the later Marx, and second, against all those associated with a more classical historical materialism who suggested that a more sustainable path of development could be achieved under socialism. 12. Schmidt's study was further compromised by a threefold failure to comprehend the depths of Marx's critique. First, Schmidt's deterministic notion of technology and industrialization under capitalism, and automatically carrying this over into socialism, obscured the significance in this context of Marx's historically specific critique of the capitalist value form, in which value, emanating from labor alone, stood in contradiction to wealth, derived from both nature and labor. 13 This failure to encompass the full range of Marx's critique led Schmidt, along with Horkheimer and Adorno, to a scrutiny of technology that went no deeper than Max Weber's notion of formal rationality. In contrast, for Marx the goal was not a society aimed at endless quantitative expansion of exchange value but rather the fulfillment of qualitative needs, use value. This meant that technology had to be seen in terms of humanity's changing metabolic relations with nature through production. Second, Schmidt saw Marx's emphasis on the metabolism of nature and society as a broad philosophical metaphor, a form of speculative metaphysics. It was not treated principally as a scientific category, related to actual material exchanges and systemic, thermodynamic, processes, though he recognized that element in Marx. 14 Third, he attributed to Marx a conception of external nature as consisting of unchanging, invariant laws, that is, a passive, dualistic, and rigidly positivist conception of nature, in which even evolutionary development within nature, outside humanity, conformed to narrowly delineated, fixed processes. Nature, outside of human nature and human society, was in this vision both passive and mechanical. Although Schmidt briefly discussed a more dialectical concept of nature in Marx, ultimately Marx was interpreted as adhering in his mature phase to a mechanistic positivistic scientific view. 15 The attitude of the mature Marx, Schmidt wrote, has in it nothing of the exuberance and unlimited optimism to be found in the idea of the future society prescribed in the Paris manuscripts. It should rather be called skeptical. Men cannot in the last resort be emancipated from the necessities imposed by nature. 16 Hence, Marx was transformed into a forerunner of the skepticism, world-weariness, and dualistic division between natural science and social science, and between non-human nature and society, that characterized Schmidt's own mentors, Horkheimer and Adorno. Indeed, Adorno went so far as to declare that Marx underwrote something as arch-bourgeois as the program of an absolute control of nature. 17. Adhering to a neo-Kantian epistemological outlook with respect to nature and society, Horkheimer and Adorno, along with Schmidt, rejected both the Hegelian idealist philosophy of nature and the Marxian materialist dialectics of nature, associated especially with Engels, while simultaneously rejecting the early Marx's unlimited optimism toward the reconciliation of naturalism and humanism. The dialectic, in the Frankfurt School view, was applicable only to the reflexive realm of society and human history. Natural science, insofar as it was directed at the external, objective world apart from human beings, was depicted as inherently positivistic and separate from the human sciences. Hence, some of the most influential early Frankfurt School thinkers, with the partial exception of Herbert Marcuse, were themselves caught in the contradictions of what they called the dialectic of enlightenment, falling prey to a larger neo-Kantian epistemological dualism between nature and society from which there was no exit. This did not prevent them from simultaneously developing a negative philosophical critique of the Enlightenment domination of nature, but it was one that had no meaningful relation to praxis. Here their views were closest to Weber's well-known critical pessimism with respect to the Enlightenment. 18 As in Weber's tragic vision, the iron cage of formal rationality offered no visible escape, pointing inexorably to the disenchantment and domination of nature, against which one could only offer empty protests. For Horkheimer, the decay of civilization in modern times arises from the fact that men cannot utilize their power over nature for the rational organization of the earth, a problem that he attributed to the formal rationalization common to both capitalism and socialism, and endemic to the modern human relation to the environment. 19 The decay of civilization was associated with the reactionary rise of new repressive tendencies such as fascism, in which raw nature, in revolt against reason. represented animality, primitiveness, and crude Darwinism. Whenever man deliberately makes nature his principle, Horkheimer wrote, he regresses to primitive usages. Animals do not reason. In summary, we are the heirs, for better or worse, of the Enlightenment and technological progress. A vain attempt to escape this trap could only lead to a world of barbarism. It followed that Marx's notion of liberation was inevitably forced to accede to the Enlightenment vision of implacable technological progress as the determining force in history. In this sense, Horkheimer was quite distant from his Frankfurt School colleague Marcuse, who saw more room for struggle against the repressive use of technology and for the development of a non-alienated human ecological metabolism. 21. Schmidt recognized the abstract possibility of a more revolutionary critical interpretation of Marx's view of nature. 22. Yet he dismissed this reading, not so much in terms of Marx's own analysis, but rather those of mid-20th century critical theory, represented by Horkheimer and Adorno. We should ask, he wrote, whether the future society socialism will not be a mammoth machine, whether the prophecy of Dialektik der Aufklärung, dialectic of enlightenment, that human society will be a massive racket in nature will not be fulfilled, rather than the young Marx's dream of a humanization of nature, which would at the same time include the naturalization of man. 23. The utopian young Marx, in his view, was refuted by the realist mature Marx, who succumbed to the technocratic rationality of the Enlightenment. As a result, Marxism offered no way out of the massive racket in nature. Schmidt's account of Marx's concept of nature, with all of its inconsistencies and convolutions, positing one contradiction after another in Marx's own analysis, reduced historical materialism in the end to a repressive Enlightenment vision, one that reinforced and served to justify Frankfurt School skepticism, pessimism, and worldly alienation. Such views were in many ways a product of the divisions within Marxism that began in the 1930s and deepened after 1956. 24. Western Marxism, as a distinct, largely philosophical, tradition, tended to see classical Marxism, particularly Engels, but also extending to Marx himself, as falling prey to positivism. Commenting on this tendency, William Lace, a former student of Marcuse, observed in The Domination of Nature that Alfred Schmidt's excellent book, attempts, unsuccessfully, to present Marxism as an extreme form of Saint-Simonianism, that is, reflecting an inherently techno-industrial relation to the conquest of nature. 25. Likewise, for Neil Smith, Schmidt depicted the socialist relation to nature as conceived by Marx as pretty much like capitalism except worse, The Domination of Nature. 26. In Becket's more critical judgment, Schmidt's analysis of the concept of nature in Marx ended up in a quagmire of environmental despair. 27. Despite these limitations, Schmidt, in what can be considered the most original and profound part of his work, centered his argument on Marx's now famous concept of social and ecological metabolism. Here, he wrote, Marx introduced a completely new understanding of man's relation to nature. 28. The metabolism category, as employed by Marx in relation to the labor process, made it possible to speak meaningfully of a dialectic of nature. The notion of social metabolism thus pointed to what Marx himself had called the possibility of a higher synthesis in the human-nature relation. 29. Nevertheless, Marx's metabolism argument was ultimately marginalized in the later parts of Schmidt's analysis. 30. Schmidt suggested that Marx's notion of metabolism as a dialectical mediation between nature and society through labor and production involved recourse to a form of metaphysical speculation, one that constituted a negative, non-historical ontology. 31. He erroneously attributed Marx's use of the metabolism concept primarily to the influence of the crudely mechanistic scientific materialist Jacob Moleschott rather than Roland Daniels and Justus von Liebig, the two thinkers Marx drew on most directly. Schmidt saw it as both pre-bourgeois, in the backward-looking sense of a utopian, almost mystical attempt to resurrect a past unity, and mechanistic, leading him to dismiss what he previously described as a meaningful dialectic of nature. 32. Ultimately failing to comprehend the full complexity and range of possibility opened up by Marx's concept of social metabolism, an approach that was at once philosophical, political, economic, and ecological, Schmidt rejected it as a metaphysical, metaphorical, and mechanical category, reflecting a peculiarly unhistorical dialectic of the process of metabolism, a rigid cyclical form of nature that was anterior to man. 33 Recognizing that Marx had introduced a materialist dialectic that connected nature and society, human production/reproduction and the natural material conditions of existence, Schmidt nonetheless pulled back, wishing to avoid the question of a dialectic of nature. He thus limited the dialectic to an abstracted social realm. This general outlook on Marx's concept of nature was carried forward and reinforced in various ways in the first stage eco-socialism that arose in the 1970s and 1980s. Early eco-socialist thinkers, following Schmidt, criticized Marx and Marxism for allegedly downplaying natural limits to economic growth, and thus ecological constraints. They therefore eclectically promoted the greening of Marxism by grafting onto Marx's analysis neo-Malthusian notions of environmental constraints, together with purely ethical views of the nature-humanity interrelationship associated with deep ecology and ecologism. 34 Although they constituted an important self-critique on the part of left theorists, these arguments generally avoided any close scrutiny of the foundations of historical materialism, particularly where issues of natural science were involved. The revival of Marxism in the 1960s and 1970s took for granted, in the critical assessment of historian Eric Hobsbawm, the non-applicability of Marx's thought, as distinct from that of Engels, which was regarded as separable and different, to the field of the natural sciences. 35 The new Marxism of this period, as distinct from earlier periods of historical materialism, left the natural sciences totally to one side. Marx's comprehensive analysis of the natural conditions underlying production and the capitalist economy was generally elided in studies of his work, or dismissed as uninteresting and inessential even in early eco-socialist accounts. The Western left concluded that an ecological outlook occupied at best only a marginal place in Marx's historical materialism, and was largely discarded in his later economic works. 36 Expressing what was then the general view within Western Marxism, Perry Anderson wrote in 1983 that problems of the interaction of the human species with its terrestrial environment were essentially absent from classical Marxism. 37 This claim, however, nullified not only Engels's voluminous discussions of the relation of human beings to their natural physical environment, but also the extensive discussions of natural material relations and natural science, and within these, ecological concerns by Marx himself. 38 For an important first-stage eco-socialist like Benton, Marx had gone overboard in his critique of Thomas Robert Malthus, to the point of exhibiting a reluctance to recognize nature-imposed limits to human development altogether. Malthus, meanwhile, was himself to be critically reappropriated in the process of the greening of Marxism. 39 Gortz declared that socialism as a movement was on its last legs, hobbled by its narrow productivism, inherited from classical Marxism, and by its lack of a reflexive modernist view of nature-society relations. 40 Likewise, Marxian economist James O'Connor, editor of the journal Capitalism Nature Socialism, declared that Marx hinted at, but did not develop, the idea that there may exist a contradiction of capitalism that leads to an ecological theory of crisis and social transformation. 41 Alain Lipietz, writing in Capitalism Nature Socialism, went even further, declaring that Marx underestimated the irreducible character of ecological constraints and adopted the biblico-Christian ideology of the conquest of nature. 42 Such first-stage eco-socialist thinkers commonly attributed the alleged ecological blind spots in Marx's political economy to intrinsic flaws in the labor theory of value. Since all value was derived from labor power, environmental sociologist Michael Redcliffe wrote, it was impossible for Marx to conceive of a natural limit to the material productive forces of society. 43 Yet what Redcliffe and others failed to notice was that it was this very one-sidedness of the value form in capitalism, when seen apart from the natural form, that lay at the center of Marx's critique associated with the contradiction between wealth, derived from natural material use, values, and value or exchange value, which left out nature altogether. In Marx's view, once it was recognized that nature constituting, together with labor, one of the two sources of all wealth was not included in the capitalist value calculus, but was treated as a free gift to capital, it was impossible not to recognize both the existence of natural limits and capital's destructive tendency to override them, in its unending drive to accumulation. 44. First-stage eco-socialists therefore erroneously perceived Marx's critique of capitalism as, at best, neutral with respect to ecological issues and, at worst, anti-ecological, even if the early Marx had alluded to the possibility of a unity of naturalism and humanism. Yet socialism, in the view of these thinkers, remained essential, chiefly for its critique of labor exploitation. Early eco-socialist thinkers thus grafted green concepts onto historical materialist analysis, creating a hybrid, centaur-like construct. In the case of Benton, perhaps the most articulate spokesperson for first-stage eco-socialism, elements of Marx's critique of political economy, such as his political hostility to Malthusian natural limits arguments, the priority given to value theory, his neglect of ecological processes, and his alleged Prometheanism, or extreme productivism, all obstructed the development of historical materialism as an explanatory theory of ecological crisis. These presumed shortcomings of Marxism required an interdisciplinary collaboration between a revised historical materialism and ecology. 45. Yet as commendable as such a program appeared on the surface, without a thoroughgoing exploration and reconstruction of Marx's own analysis of the nature-society dialectic, the hope for higher synthesis could only end up as an eclectic mishmash in which the critical power of the historical materialist tradition would be lost. More important, the criticisms of Marx within first-stage eco-socialist theory were often distorted, not only in their understanding of Marx's own ecological conceptions, but in the adoption of views, for example Malthusianism, that were antagonistic to a fully developed Marxian ecology. The production of nature, a new human exemptionalism. Other left theorists took an entirely different tack, distant from both the Frankfurt School and first-stage eco-socialism. Geographer Neil Smith embraced the basic structure of Schmidt's interpretation of Marx, but sought to stand it on its head, contending that Schmidt had himself advanced a quintessentially bourgeois conception of nature out of his reading of Marx. If Schmidt's concept of nature in Marx had argued that the mature Marx was caught in the technological determinism and extreme productivism that characterized the dialectic of Enlightenment, Smith offered a far more positive reading, depicting Marx's view as one of the production of nature, or the constant reinvention and transformation of nature through production. As Smith's follower Noel Castries acknowledged, Smith sought to solve the problem with a one-way causality from production to nature, leading to a hyper-constructionist outlook. Nature was reduced to a passive concept. Smith's production of nature analysis, Castries noted, looked more at how capitalism produces nature and less at how produced nature affects capitalism. 46. For Smith, in Castries' words, nature becomes internal to capitalism. 47. This kind of anthropomorphic monism subsumed nature almost completely within society, in an effort to solve the problem of dualism, which Smith and Castries charged characterized nearly all other views of the environmental problem. 48. Hence, in Smith's inverted Frankfurt School perspective on the domination of nature, nature as a whole was envisioned in almost Baconian terms as increasingly produced by human beings for their own ends. It was possible, he argued, to speak of the real subsumption of nature in its entirety within human production. The late 20th century, he proclaimed, marked the infiltration of society into the last remnants of a recognizably external nature. Indeed, there was no longer any meaningful nature anywhere apart from human beings. Nature is nothing if it is not social. The production of nature, in Smith's words, was capitalized all the way down. From this perspective, the historical production of nature represented the unity of nature toward which capitalism drives. In this ever-increasing, capitalist-generated unity, first nature, that is, nature at its most elemental, was produced from within and as a part of second nature, that is, nature as transformed by society. Smith effectively dismissed any recognition of external nature as a dynamic, evolutionary force outside and beyond, and often interacting with, humanity itself, as dualism, fetishism of nature, and nature washing. Natural science was itself to be faulted for focusing on so-called laws of nature outside society. 49. Given Marx's own treatment of nature, Smith went so far as to argue, it may not be unreasonable to see in his vision also a certain version of the conceptual dualism of nature. 50. Marx himself was therefore partly to blame for the rise of left apocalypticism, which Smith identified with contemporary environmentalism with its dualistic outlook. 51. Castries followed the same line as Smith, emerging as a major proponent of the production of nature approach, though in a slightly more nuanced form. Castries stated that Marx did not himself provide a systematic account of nature. This task was left to Alfred Schmidt. 52. The brilliance of Schmidt's analysis, for Castries, was reflected in his detection of a fundamental flaw in Marx. Although Marx apparently envisioned a harmonious balance of nature and society in his anticipatory utopian vision, this pointed to a subtext of a will to power, that is, an affection for technology in the service of human well-being which could unintentionally turn into the domination of nature, and ironically, after Adorno and Horkheimer, into the domination of humans themselves. 53. Following Smith, Castries leveled the accusation of dualism at almost all Marxist analysts of nature. Society relations, from classical Marxism to the present hardly sparing Marx himself, whose saving grace, in Castries' view, was that he had inspired Smith's unifying conception of the production of nature. 54. In this view, the production of nature perspective eliminated the dualism arising from the separateness of nature by subsuming nature in society. Yet most contemporary eco-socialists, Castries suggested, had failed to incorporate this advance of Smith, and had reintroduced nature's putative separateness in their treatments of Marx. 55. Production of nature analysis, Smith and Castries declared, had gone beyond classical Marxism, in that it rejected altogether the idea of external nature, which had infected even Engels's dialectics of nature. As Smith correctly observes, Castries pronounced, nature separate from society has no meaning. 56. A developed Marxian approach in this realm rejected the notions of universal and external nature, since such conceptions inevitably led to the crudities of naturalism and dualism. On this basis, Smith and Castries discarded entirely Marx's vision of a materialist, open dialectic in which human beings and society form a part of nature, and exist within it, in a complex, mediated, co-evolutionary relationship. 57. The production of nature argument was rooted in a binary conception that pitted dualism against monism. In this view, which lacked the concept of dialectical mediation in order to escape dualism, one was forced to choose between either a monistic doctrine of universal nature or, at the opposite extreme, a monistic doctrine of the production of nature by society, sometimes given an added nuance by reference to co-production, and to a double or hyphenated reality. 58. The production of nature school chose the latter, a monist, hypersocial constructivism, such that nature and natural conditions were entirely subordinated to human production. This in essence is the view that environmental sociologists criticize as human exemptionalism, the anthropocentric notion that human beings are largely exempt from natural laws, or can imperialistically transform them as they wish. 59. The logical result was Smith's critique of environmental apocalypticism, directed at the environmental movement. Writing in 2015 about the political consequences of Smith's production of nature analysis, Castries noted that certain strands of environmental and body politics operative outside universities are now, like Smith himself, dispensing with nature as an ontological referent. Here he cited the book Breakthrough, written by leading ecological modernists Michael Schellenberger and Ted Nordhaus. 60. In a generic sense, Castries declared, this mirrors Smith's insistence that we need new terms of radical political discourse. 61. Ironically, Castries failed to note that Schellenberger and Nordhaus's analysis represented exactly the opposite, new terms of reactionary political discourse. The Breakthrough Institute, which Schellenberger and Nordhaus head, is the principal ideological think tank in the United States dedicated to the single-minded promotion of capitalist ecological modernization. As self-designated post-environmentalists, thinkers associated with the Breakthrough Institute see technological innovation and market mechanisms as the solution to all environmental problems and entirely compatible with unlimited economic growth and capital accumulation. They are thus sharp critics of radical ecology and of environmentalism in general. 62. Marx, Metabolism, and the Metabolic Rift. To escape such one-sided views, whether idealist or mechanistic, monist, or dualist, which have dominated much left analysis of the nature-society relation since Schmidt, it is necessary to turn to Marx's Ecology itself, in which the materialist conception of history and the materialist conception of nature formed a dialectical unity. By excavating the ecological foundations of classical historical materialism, second-stage eco-socialist theorists since the late 1990s have moved well beyond earlier misconceptions, creating the basis for a wider ecological synthesis. Here the analysis has pivoted on the dialectical approach implicit in Marx's triadic scheme of the universal metabolism of nature, the social metabolism, and the metabolic rift. 63. Although in Marx's analysis it still makes sense abstractly to differentiate nature and natural processes from the labor and production process, there is no longer any pure nature on earth untouched by human society, nor is there any pure realm of society free from the dire natural material consequences of human actions. In the Anthropocene epoch, it is therefore all the more necessary to explore the complex, dialectical natural social interconnections between the Earth system as a whole and capitalism as a system of alienated social metabolic reproduction within that Earth system. Today the drive to capital accumulation is disrupting the planetary metabolism at cumulatively higher levels, threatening irreversible, catastrophic impacts for countless species, including our own. It is in the theorization of this ecological and social dialectic, and in the development of a meaningful praxis to address it, that Marx's analysis has proven indispensable. Second-stage eco-socialism sought to return to Marx and earthly questions. The aim was to draw on the ecological foundations of classical historical materialism to develop a more unified socio-ecological critique. British Marxist sociologist Peter Dickens was among those who took initial steps to open up such an analysis. In his 1992 book Society and Nature, Towards a Green Social Theory, he focused on Marx's early writings, such as the economic and philosophic manuscripts, insisting that this work provides key insights into how the organization, processes, and relations of the capitalist system alienated humanity from nature. He proposed that people's understanding of nature tends to be shaped by their lived experiences within a society dominated by commodity production. Although some of the baggage of first-stage eco-socialism, such as an assumption that Marx in his mature works largely ignored natural limits and promoted an extreme productivism, still remained, Dickens's work nonetheless represented a turning point. He was critical of simply grafting deep ecology positions onto a revised Marxism. He insisted on the need to extend Marx's method, which included both a historical materialist and dialectical assessment of the relationship between society and nature. From a critical realist orientation, he explained that larger emergent properties and boundaries within the biophysical world must be recognized, and that the capitalist system was overloading these self-regulating ecosystems and stretching them to a point at which they could no longer cope. 64. Second-stage eco-socialist scholarship called into question the tendency to pit the young Marx against the mature Marx, Marx against Engels, and natural science against social science. Paul Burkett explained that elemental ecological ideas ran throughout Marx's work, even though the language in which he expressed them changed. Marx had moved over the course of his studies from highly abstract to more consistently historical and social relational concepts. 65 Burkett also pointed out that Marx and Engels were both committed to a materialist and social scientific approach to nature, which served as the basis for extending and developing their analysis, creating opportunities for complementary work between the social and natural sciences. 66 In other words, they insisted upon employing both a materialist conception of history and a materialist conception of nature as necessary counterparts. 67. Their efforts to analyze the interactions and transformations in the dialectical nature-society relationship was greatly enhanced by Marx's use of metabolic analysis. Here Marx's critique of political economy merged with his assessment of ecological relations, illuminating the interpenetration of nature and society, as well as the scale and processes through which these interactions had historically developed. Marx embedded socio-economic systems in ecology and explicitly studied the interchange of matter and energy between the larger environment and society. 68 Ecological economist Marina Fischer-Kowalski has proposed that social metabolic analysis, arising out of Marx's work, can illuminate the coupling of human and natural systems, because it cuts across the great divide between the natural sciences and the social sciences. 69 The engagement and development of Marx's triadic scheme metabolism of nature, social metabolism, and metabolic rift helped solidify the second stage of eco-socialist analyses and served as the springboard for the third stage, with the result that this methodology is now widely used to address many of today's most pressing ecological challenges. In developing his metabolic analysis, Marx drew on a long scientific and intellectual history. In the early 19th century, physiologists introduced the concept of metabolism to examine the biochemical processes between a cell and its surroundings, as well as the interactions and exchanges between an organism and the biophysical world. The physician and communist Roland Daniels, who was Marx's friend and comrade, extended the use of metabolism to whole complexes of organisms, foreshadowing its application in ecosystem analysis. 70 Although Daniels's work was not published for more than a century, due to his untimely death in his mid-30s, he contracted pneumonia while in prison during the Cologne communist trials. The broad idea he represented would, through the investigations of other thinkers, become the basis for examining higher levels of organization and interdependency, including the interchange of matter and energy, between human societies and the larger environment. The German chemist Justus von Liebig helped generalize the concept of metabolism, using it to study the exchange of nutrients between Earth and humans. 71 He explained that soil required specific nutrients such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium to produce vegetation. As plants grew, they absorbed soil nutrients. To maintain soil fertility, these nutrients had to be recycled back to the land. Marx, who closely followed scientific debates and discoveries, incorporated the concept of metabolism into his critique of political economy, explaining that he employed the word to denote the natural process of production as the material exchange Stoffwechsel between man and nature. 72 He recognized that humans are dependent on nature and can create nothing without it. 73 For the earth itself is a universal instrument, for it provides the worker with the ground beneath his feet and a field of employment for his own particular process. 74 As a result, there is a necessary metabolic interaction between humans and the earth. Labor serves as a process between man and nature, a process by which man, through his own actions, mediates, regulates and controls the metabolism between himself and nature. 75 The labor process, including exchanges with ecological systems, is influenced by the dominant economic systems and social institutions, defining what Marx saw as the social metabolism. The complex, nuanced ecological worldview in Marx's formulation is evident in his conception of both the universal metabolism of nature and the social metabolism. 76 The universal metabolism of nature stood for the broader biophysical world. 77 Specific cycles and processes constitute and help regenerate ecological conditions. Human society exists within the earthly metabolism, continually interacting with its external natural environment in the production of goods, services, and needs. As a result, the social metabolism operates within the larger universal metabolism. Under capitalist commodity production, this relationship takes on such an alienated form that it generates ecological crises, manifesting as a rift in the metabolism between society and nature, or disjunctures within both the social metabolism and the wider universal metabolism. This demands the restoration of these necessary conditions. The natural boundary to human production, as George Lukács, following Marx, stated, can only retreat, It can never fully disappear. 78. Marx avoided subordinating nature to society, or vice versa, allowing him to elude the pitfalls of both absolute idealism and mechanistic science. 79. His metabolic analysis recognizes that humans and the rest of nature are in constant interaction, resulting in reciprocal influences, consequences, and dependencies. These processes emerge within a relational, thermodynamic whole, the universal metabolism of nature. Humans transform nature through production. However, they do not do so just as they please, rather they do so under conditions inherited from the past, of both natural and social history, remaining dependent on the underlying dynamics of life and material existence. 80. Each mode of production generates a distinct social metabolic order that influences the interchange and interpenetration of society and ecological systems. 81. The social metabolic order of capital, for example, is expressed as a unique historical system of socio-ecological relations developed within a capitalist mode of social organization. Human social systems exchange with, work within, and draw on ecological systems in the process of producing and maintaining life and socio-cultural conditions. Yet within the social metabolic order of capital, this process materializes in a manner unlike other previous socio-ecological systems. The practical activities of life are shaped by the expansion and accumulation of capital. Marxian economist Paul Sweezy explained that in their pursuit of profit, capitalists are driven to accumulate ever more capital, and this becomes both their subjective goal and the motor force of the entire economic system. 82. The compulsion to accumulate leads to continuous cycles of creative destruction, and destructive creation, as novel productive and distributive methods are developed and exploitable resources expanded to power industry and manufacture commodities. The needs of capital are imposed on nature, increasing the demands placed on ecological systems and the production of wastes. To illustrate such social metabolic analysis, it is useful to consider how Marx, drawing on the work of chemists and agronomists, analyzed the transformations associated with capitalist agricultural production. He explained that soil fertility is not so natural a quality as might be thought, it is closely bound up with the social relations of the time. 83. In many pre-capitalist societies, farm animals were directly utilized in agricultural production. They were fed grains from the farm, and their nutrient-rich manure was reincorporated into the soil as fertilizer. People who lived in the countryside primarily consumed food and fiber from nearby farms. Their waste was likewise integrated into the nutrient cycle, helping maintain soil fertility. This particular metabolic interchange was transformed in large part by the enclosure movement, the rise of the new industrial systems, and social relations associated with capitalist development. A wider, more alienated division between town and country emerged, as food and fiber from farms were increasingly shipped to distant markets, which transferred the nutrients from one location to another. The nutrients in food were squandered, and treated as mere waste accumulated as pollution within cities and rivers. 84. Liebig, in his letters on modern agriculture, argued that these emerging social conditions contributed to the disruption of the soil nutrient cycle. In the introduction to the 1862 edition of his Organic Agriculture in its application to chemistry and physiology, better known as agricultural chemistry, he described the modern intensive farming practices of Britain as a system of robbery that exhausted the nutrients within the soil. 85. In Capital, Marx similarly suggested that new agricultural practices, including the application of industrial power, increased the scale of operations, transforming and intensifying the social metabolism, while exacerbating the depletion of the soil nutrients. 86. As a result, large-scale capitalist agriculture, Marx argued, progressively disturbs the metabolic interaction between man and the earth. 87. Along with the various mechanisms used to intensify production and increase profits, it created a metabolic rift in the soil nutrient cycle, robbing the soil and ruining the more long-lasting sources of that fertility. 88. As it violated the universal metabolism associated with the soil nutrient cycle, also conceived as a law of restitution, the rift undermined soil fertility and the conditions that supported human society. These nutrients from the consumption of food and fiber in the urban centers of the capitalist world were lost to the soil, and were turned into mere waste polluting the cities. Reflecting on the industrialization of farming, Marx lamented that agriculture no longer finds the natural conditions of its own production within itself, naturally, arisen, spontaneous, and ready to hand, but these exist as an independent industry separate from it, and, with this separateness, the whole complex set of interconnections in which this industry exists is drawn into the sphere of the conditions of agricultural production. 89 In his discussion of the genesis of capitalist ground rent in Volume 3 of Capital, he explained that the drive to capital accumulation reduces the agricultural population to an ever-decreasing minimum and confronts it with an ever-growing industrial population crammed together in large towns. In this way it produces conditions that provoke an irreparable rift in the interdependent process of social metabolism, a metabolism prescribed by the natural laws of life itself. The result of this is a squandering of the vitality of the soil, which is carried by trade far beyond the bounds of a single country. 90. In the 19th century, the rift in the soil nutrient cycle posed a significant environmental problem for European agriculture and societies. Numerous attempts were made to find affordable means of enriching the soil. Bones were ground up and spread across fields, and massive quantities of guano and nitrates were imported from Peru and Chile to Britain and other regions of the global north to sustain agricultural production. 91 The social relations associated with this metabolic rift expanded from the local to the national and international levels, as the bounty of the countryside and distant lands was transferred to urban centers of the global north. Just prior to the First World War, the process for producing nitrates by fixing nitrogen from the atmosphere was developed, allowing for the large-scale production of artificial nitrogen fertilizer. Nevertheless, the failure to recycle nutrients still contributes to the ongoing depletion of soil by intensive agricultural practices. As a result, the metabolic rift in the soil nutrient cycle remains a persistent problem of the modern social metabolic order. 92. Dickens's 2004 book Society and Nature, Changing Our Environment, Changing Ourselves highlighted the important advances of the second stage of eco-socialism, especially the centrality of a historical materialist conception of both nature and society, the nature-society dialectic, and metabolic analysis. He engaged a broad range of Marx's works, exploring the depth of Marx's ecology. He considered how distinct modes of production involved different demands and interactions with the larger environment, and explained based on earlier research into Marx's theory of metabolic rift that the notion of an ecological rift, one separating humanity and nature and violating the principles of ecological sustainability, continues to be helpful for understanding today's social and environmental risks. 93 Importantly, Dickens showed how to extend this analysis to contemporary environmental problems, especially those associated with cities. He proposed that three metabolic problems plague modern cities, namely the provision of an adequate water supply, the effective disposal of sewage and the control of air pollution. These problems highlight how humanity's metabolism with nature is not being ultimately destroyed but is being overloaded in the context of a particular kind of social and spatial organization. 94. Marxist metabolic research continues to thrive. In many ways, as the late Del Weston argued in The Political Economy of Global Warming, the metabolic rift is at the crux of Marx's ecological critique of capitalism, denoting the disjuncture between social systems and the rest of nature. 95 It has been employed to analyze metabolic relations and ecological rifts in contemporary agricultural, climatic, oceanic, hydraulic, and forest systems. 96 Other theorists have used the concept of the metabolic rift, and Marx's ecological materialism in general, to develop a Marxist ecofeminism that explores the relation between rifts in nature and in gender relations. 97. Much of this recent scholarship examines how the social metabolism of capitalism as a global system has created specific environmental problems in the modern era by transgressing the universal metabolism of nature. The intensification of the social metabolism demands more energy and raw materials, generating an array of ecological contradictions and rifts. 98 Other analysts consider how, as capitalism confronts environmental problems or obstacles such as a shortage or exhaustion of particular natural resources, it pursues a series of shifts and technological fixes to maintain its expansion. In this way, environmental problems are addressed by incorporating new resources into the production process, changing the location of production, or developing new technologies to increase efficiency. Yet far from mending ecological rifts, such shifts often simply create new cumulative problems, generating additional disruptions on a larger scale. 99 It is clear that the required metabolic restoration necessitates an ecological and social revolution to overturn the social metabolic order of capital aimed at the creation of a higher society in which the associated producers rationally regulate the social metabolism in accord with the requirements of the universal metabolism of nature, while allowing for the fulfillment of their own human needs. 100. Marx and Nature in the Anthropocene, Toward a Critical Synthesis. Horkheimer and Adorno wrote The Dialectic of Enlightenment during the Second World War while in exile in the United States. They intended it as an account of the extreme domination of nature and domination of humanity that characterized all of the warring countries, all of which were in various ways heirs of the Enlightenment. It was followed several years later by Horkheimer's Eclipse of Reason, which argued that through fascism in Europe and social Darwinism in the United States, the domination of nature had provoked a revolt of nature, which was being harnessed in reactionary ways to reinforce the domination of both nature and society. For Horkheimer, whenever nature is exalted as a supreme principle and becomes the weapon of thought against thinking, against civilization, thought manifests a kind of hypocrisy, and so develops an uneasy conscience. Indeed, the Nazi regime as a revolt of nature became a lie the moment it became conscious of itself as a revolt. The lackey of the very mechanized civilization capitalism that it professed to reject, it took over the inherently repressive measures of the latter. 101. Social Darwinism emerged, Horkheimer argued, as the main growth of the Enlightenment, and thus represented a repressive force harnessed to a naturalistic revolt against machine civilization, creating an even greater repression. The result, he wrote, was a huge Faustian tragedy. The history of man's efforts to subjugate nature, he explained, is also the history of man's subjection of man. 102 Yet, he insisted, there was no going back, we are the heirs, for better or worse, of the Enlightenment and technological progress. To oppose these by regressing to more primitive stages does not alleviate the permanent crisis they have brought about. On the contrary, such expedients lead from historically reasonable to utterly barbaric forms of social domination. 103 Projecting a highly abstract, idealist philosophical argument, he concluded that the sole way of assisting nature is to unshackle its seeming opposite, independent thought. 104. It was in this context, as indicated above, that Schmidt wrote the concept of nature in Marx. As in Horkheimer and Adorno's work, Schmidt treated the dialectic of the Enlightenment as a form of the domination of nature, from which there was virtually no escape. Schmidt insisted that Marx, like George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, saw the labor process as the mere outsmarting and duping of nature. 105 According to Schmidt, even when Marx pointed to nature as a co-producer with labor, it was in the context of the promotion of narrow human ends. 106 The needs of external nature were entirely foreign to Marx's whole outlook. Bloch's humane Marxian philosophy of hope was thus in reality a hopeless utopian quest, which turned into an empty apocalyptic vision. 107. Smith accepted the main formulations of Schmidt's analysis, while inverting the Frankfurt School critique, and promoting the production of nature as the Marxian ideal, a view that Smith acknowledged could not be found in Marx himself. Here the problem of the domination of nature simply disappeared before the unceasing expansion of the human production of nature. He thus dismissed the environmental movement's growing resistance to this unsustainable economic exploitation of nature as left apocalypticism, condemning such apocalypticism even more absolutely than Schmidt had in his criticism of Bloch's so-called apocalyptic vision. Nature, in Smith's view, was increasingly without any reality at all, outside of its production by human beings. 108. It is here, however, that we discover, by way of contrast to the social monism of the production of nature thesis, the liberatory potential that still lingered in the work of the more adamantly socialist humanist thinkers associated with the Frankfurt School. For in their concern with the domination of nature alongside the domination of humanity, the more critical and praxis-oriented representatives of the Frankfurt School never cease to notice the contradictions of capitalism and the possibility of transcending contemporary reality. At the very inception of the Institute for Social Research in Frankfurt, in 1932, Erich Fromm, in his seminal paper The Method and Function of an Analytic Social Philosophy, pointed to Marx's notion of the labor process as a metabolic relation, an integrated dialectic of nature and society. 109 Here he underscored the significance of Bukharin's 1925 book Historical Materialism, often dismissed for its mechanistic materialism, for its insight into this aspect of Marx's analysis. Lukács, writing only a few years after History and Class Consciousness in his Taylism manuscript of 1925, 26 Though this reflected in part his break with Western Marxism, argued that a meaningful dialectics of nature in Marx was embodied in his theory of the labor process as the metabolic relation between humanity and nature. Furthermore, given that human life is based on the metabolism with nature meant, for Lukács, that certain truths which we acquire in the process of carrying out this metabolism have a general validity. 110. Marcuse, the most directly ecological of the early Frankfurt School thinkers, though this was mainly manifested in his later writings, declared, history is also grounded in nature. And Marxist theory has the least justification to ignore the metabolism between the human being and nature, and to denounce the insistence on this natural soil of society as a regressive ideological conception. 111. In Marcuse's more hopeful, dissenting Frankfurt School vision, rooted in Marx's economic and philosophical manuscripts, it was possible to conceive of an ecologically based liberation movement. What is happening, he wrote in Counter-Revolution and Revolt, is the discovery, or rather rediscovery, of nature as an ally in the struggle against the exploitative societies in which the violation of nature aggravates the violation of man. The discovering of the liberating forces of nature and their vital role in the construction of a free society becomes a new force in social change. 112. Dickens likewise drew inspiration from Marx's early writings, emphasizing in his early Society and Nature, towards a green social theory that a sociology of ecological liberation could be developed on the basis of the work of the young Marx. In his later book, Society and Nature, Changing Our Environment, Changing Ourselves, Dickens criticized Horkheimer and Adorno's fearsome anti-Enlightenment critique as sheer pessimism. 113 Instead, Dickens argued for a more positive, ecological revolutionary vision, rooted in Marx's theory of metabolic rift. Marx's early naturalist humanist background, he observed, led him to undertake no less than an analysis of what would now be called environmental sustainability. In particular, he developed the idea of a rift in the metabolic relation between humanity and nature, one seen as an emergent feature of capitalist society. 114 The goal ultimately needed to be the creation of a sustainable and egalitarian society, able to mend the metabolic rift between nature and society. 115. Still, not all on the left would agree with second-stage eco-socialists in this respect, nor with the need to focus on the question of the ecological rift or domination of nature engendered by capitalist society. According to Smith, writing in the 2007 Socialist Register, the Frankfurt School, referring mainly to Horkheimer, Adorno, and Schmidt, always dualistically conceived the domination of nature as an inevitable condition of the human metabolism with nature. Similarly, ecological essentialists, his term for radical ecologists, generally recognize a parallel attempt at domination, but they see it not as inevitable but as a destructive social choice. In sharp contrast, Smith's own production of nature thesis rejected both of these so-called dualistic views. The domination of nature thesis, encompassing both perspectives, is a cul-de-sac. The only political alternatives are an antisocial, literally, politics of nature, or else resignation to a kinder, gentler domination. 116 For Smith, the externality and universality of nature are not to be taken as ontological givens. The ideology of external cum universal nature harks back to a supposedly Edenic, pre-human, or suprahuman world. 117. Indeed, Smith, in the name of combating dualism, went so far as to dismiss the entire ecological struggle to mitigate climate change, writing, in the end, the attempt to distinguish social, that is, anthropogenic vis-a-vis natural contributions to climate change is not only a fool's debate but a fool's philosophy. It leaves sacrosanct the chasm between nature and society, nature in one corner, society in the other, which is precisely the shibboleth of modern Western thought that the production of nature thesis sought to corrode. One does not have to be a global warming denier to be a skeptic concerning the way that a global public is being stampeded into accepting wave upon wave of technical, economic, and social change, framed as necessary for immediate planetary survival. 118. On this basis, he condemned what he called the apocalyptic tone of imminent environmental doom, associated with much of science and the environmental movement. 119. By inverting the Frankfurt School's critical domination of nature thesis, and turning that into an uncritical production of nature notion, a kind of anthropomorphic social monism, Smith, Castry, and other like-minded thinkers effectively denaturalize social theory to an extreme, imposing ecological blinders. 120. What is excluded is a more developed, dialectical perspective, pointing to the alienation of nature under capitalism. In contrast, the enduring value of Marx's ecological materialism, incorporating such critical concepts as the universal metabolism of nature, the social metabolism, and the metabolic rift, is that it points in a co-evolutionary and co-revolutionary direction, highlighting the need for a new order of social metabolic reproduction rooted in substantive equality. 121. Here social and natural necessity, natural science and social science, humanity and the earth become one human-mediated totality, in a wider universal struggle pointing to a revolutionary dialectic of humanity and the earth, in which the necessary outcome is a world of sustainable human development. It is this higher synthesis of the various Marxian ecological and social critiques, building on the foundations of historical materialism, that we are most in need of today. 9. Value isn't everything. The rapid advances in Marxian ecology in the last 2 decades have given rise to extensive debates within the left, reflecting competing conceptions of theory and practice in an age of planetary ecological and social crisis. One key area of dispute is associated with the attempt by a growing number of radical environmental thinkers to deconstruct the labor theory of value in order to bring everything in existence within a single commodity logic, replicating in many ways the attempts of liberal environmentalists to promote the notion of natural capital, and to impute commodity prices to ecosystem services. One for many in green circles, Karl Marx and a long tradition of Marxian theorists are to be faulted for not directly incorporating the expenditure of physical work/energy by extra-human nature into the theory of value. Indeed, for a number of contemporary left environmental thinkers, like Georgos Kallis, Dinesh Wadiwal, and Zaratas Demir Yasin, not only human beings but also nature/animals/energy produce economic value under capitalism. 2. For others adopting a more circuitous approach, like world ecologist Jason W. Moore, the distinctive role of labor in the generation of value is formally acknowledged, but the law of value in a capitalist society is defined as a law of cheap nature. Labor's contribution to the production of value is viewed as epiphenomenal, largely determined by the wider appropriation of work or energy, in the sense of physics, carried out by the web of life as a whole. 3. In this new law of value, as explained in Moore's 2015 book, Capitalism in the Web of Life, the ultimate basis of valorization is the capitalist appropriation of the unpaid work of both organic and inorganic actors, focusing in particular on the 4 cheaps, labor, power, energy, food, and raw materials, or what he referred to 2 years later, in A History of the World in 7 Cheap Things, written with Raj Patel, as the 7 cheaps, adding nature, work, money, lives, and care work, while subtracting labor, power, and raw materials. The 4 or 7 cheaps, taken together, thus replace labor power as the real foundation of value. In this more expansive approach to value, the labor theory of value is relegated to a ghost-like existence, an ethereal substance, while the real basis of valorization now is the entire web of life, pointing to an everything theory of value. Is not the real question, more pointedly asks, the value of everything, for? To be sure, liberal environmental criticisms of Marxian value theory go back to the beginnings of contemporary green theory. Such criticisms rest on the systematic conflation of two distinct meanings of value: intrinsic value, or the value that we attribute to things in themselves and to our relations, and commodity value. Writing in 1973 in Small is Beautiful, E. F. Schumacher contended that there is a tendency in modern society to treat as valueless everything that we have not made ourselves. Even the great Dr. Marx fell into this devastating error when he formulated the so-called labor theory of value. 5. Charges of this kind commit the fallacy of confusing Marx's critique of capitalist commodity value with the question of intrinsic value, or with wider trans-historical cultural notions of value as worth. Crucial here is the recognition that Marx was the greatest critic of the capitalist value form. As Moishe Postone rightly observed in Time, Labor, and Social Domination, Marx was concerned primarily with the abolition of value as the social form of wealth. 6. Marx's Capital thus sought to explain value relations under capitalism as part of a historical process of transcending them. He distinguished between real wealth consisting of use values, representing what he called the natural form within production, and value/exchange value, that is, the value form associated with specifically capitalist production. 7. Socialism has as its specific goal overcoming the narrow value form so as to allow for the development of a rich world of needs, while rationally regulating the metabolism between humanity and nature. It is thus the failure to perceive Marx's analysis as critique far removed in that respect from liberal political economy, whose concepts are designed to validate the existing order and are therefore presented as trans-historical ideals, that underlies the mistaken green criticisms of Marxian value theory. Marx did not seek to defend or validate capitalist value relations, much less to universalize them by extending them to other realms of reality. Rather, in his perspective, the revolutionary goal was to abolish the system of commodity value altogether, and to replace it with a new system of sustainable human development controlled by the direct producers. For Marx, the narrow pursuit of value-based accumulation, through the robbery of the earth itself, at the expense of eternal natural necessity, generated a metabolic rift in the relation between human society and the larger natural world of which it was an emergent part. 8. Coupled with the related class contradictions of capitalism, these conditions pointed to the need for the expropriation of the expropriators. Hence, the great advantage of the Marxian ecological critique over the standard green theory criticisms of capitalism is precisely that it focuses on the historical materialist basis of contemporary ecological destruction, and points to the means of their transcendence. Rather than countering capitalism with a set of trans-historical values or ideals, its focus is on a critique of the existing mode of commodity production, accumulation, and valorization, a critique that extends to capitalism's relentless undermining of the environmental conditions of existence and of the Earth system itself. In Marx's theory, commodity value is not everything and is distinguished from real wealth, use values. 9. But if such traditional green criticisms of Marxian theory are easily answered, recent developments within post-humanist thought, which today are transforming the character of green theory, have gone much further in the attempted demolition of classical historical materialism. This has occurred through the promotion of two closely connected arguments: 1. Deconstruction of social labor as the basis of value, to be replaced by what is seen as a more inclusive physiological or energetic theory of value, and 2. Subsumption of the entire web of life, in all of its aspects, under the law of value of the world commodity economy. The object of such analyses is the destabilization of value as an economic category, on which the classical Marxian critique of capitalism, with its focus on the twofold alienation of labor and nature, ultimately depends. 10. In contrast, a coherent ecological critique of capitalism requires an understanding of the dialectical contradiction between the natural form and the value form inherent in the commodity economy. Post-humanist ecological critiques and Marx's concept of social labor. Although Marxian economics has often been faulted by green theorists of various kinds for not developing a physiological or energetic theory of value, and for tracing value exclusively to human labor, there is no extant economic theory, whether classical, neoclassical, neo-Ricardian, or contemporary ecological economics, that sees nature as directly productive of economic value, or value added, in the contemporary capitalist economy. With minor exceptions, all economics from the classical period to the present has perceived what nature itself provides, independent of human labor/human services, as a free gift to the economy, an idea that goes back to the classical theorists Adam Smith, Thomas Robert Malthus, David Ricardo, and Karl Marx, and is carried forward in contemporary neoclassical and Marxian economics. Nature, of course, provides the material basis of production and affects productivity, and rents are applied to everything from the soil to fossil fuels, and enter price determination in that way. Yet commodity value in the most general sense is viewed in all schools of economics as a distinctly human product, reflecting the actual working of the capitalist economy. For many environmental theorists, who confuse intrinsic value with economic value, to exclude animal labor or energy from a conception of value is simply anthropocentric. From a classical Marxist perspective, however, the critique of capitalist commodity production captures not only the inner logic of the accumulation process, but also the limitations and contradictions of the system, marked by the distinctions between, on the one hand, the natural form, use value, concrete labor, and real wealth, and the value form, exchange value, abstract labor, and value. Point 11. Both the economic and ecological contradictions of capitalism have their source in the contradictions between the valorization process and the material basis of existence inherent in capitalist commodity production. To deny the historically specific character of abstract labor as a form of social labor under capitalism is to deny the extreme character of the valorization process under capitalism and the full extent of the expropriation of nature that it entails. Nevertheless, we are seeing today numerous attempts to conceptualize commodity value as the product not just of human labor, but of animal labor in general and, beyond that, of energy in general. Wade Iwell, criticizing Marx, argues that animal labor should be seen as directly analogous to human labor in its role in the economy, and that there is a lack of analysis of the specific value role of animals, not merely as commodities but as producers of value, i.e., laborers. There is thus a need for an animal labor theory of value to complement or even to replace the labor theory of value. In this view, the body and its metabolism are sources of surplus that can be examined by analyzing the animal labor time of factory animals. Hence, there is a common physiological and energetic basis to value production characterizing both humans and other animals. Point 12. Callis writes in Do Bees Produce Value? In an exchange with Eric Swingedeu, the work done by nature should be integrated within the core of the Marxian theory of value production under capitalism, not delegated to the margins, with concepts like productivity or rent. Like Moore, Callis insists that value should be extended to work, in the sense of physics, where it measures the energy transferred when a force is applied to an object. Isn't it obvious, he asks, that the socially necessary labor time for a jar of honey is not determined only by the labor of beekeepers, but also by the labor of bees? In this view, value is not produced only by humans but also by ecosystems and fossil fuels. It follows that if the bees and fossil fuels do an extraordinary amount of labor, without which, the total value produced would be several times smaller, then a value theory should be developed that directly accounts for the work they do. An extension of the labor theory of value, he suggests, could include as value whatever is produced from whoever does work, human or non-human, paid or unpaid. 13. Yasin, drawing on Moore and on various reflections in Stephen Bunker's 1985 Under Developing the Amazon, criticizes Marx's theory of metabolic rift as dualist for externalizing ecology and not incorporating it directly in Marxian value theory. She therefore proposes a value theory of nature, which would do exactly that. She justifies this by means of a startling misreading of Marx. Quoting Marx's statement, "It is a tautology to say that labor is the only source of exchange value, and accordingly of wealth insofar as this consists of exchange value," Yasin oddly concludes that Marx is denying labor is the only source of value, as is often assumed. 14 However, Marx is merely pointing to a logical tautology, nothing more. There is no question that for Marx abstract labor is the only source of commodity value in a capitalist economy, something he reiterates over and over. In contrast, real wealth, as distinct from value, is the product of both nature and labor. 15. Nevertheless, Yasin offers as a solution a value theory of nature, one that internalizes nature within the capitalist world ecology. In line with Moore. 16 Here she draws on Bunker's criticisms of the labor theory of value and the notion that extractive resources create value independently of labor, and rent. 17 For Yasin, this provides a conceptual lens of nature as value forming as well. 18 In this conception, nature is no longer outside capitalism in any sense, even in the sense of the externalization of nature by capital. In this way, the so-called epistemological rift between capitalism and nature embodied in Marx's theory of metabolic rift is dissolved. 19 According to Yasin, the value theory of nature is a perspective that incorporates ecological energy in the conception of economic value creation. How this actually works in economic terms is not explained. 20. None of these ideas are new or clearly thought out. Although viewed as 21st century criticisms of Marx, these same outlooks were in fact countered by him in his day, since they are, in Jean-Paul Sartre's words, little more than a rejuvenation of pre-Marxist ideas, a so-called going beyond Marxism that is only a return to pre-Marxism. 21 This can be seen in terms of Marx's, and Frederick Engels's, responses to the physiocrats, and to thinkers in their own day such as Karl Rosseler and Sergei Podolinsky. The French physiocrats, writing for a largely agricultural society, saw land as the unique source of wealth. 22 However, while correct in their emphasis on the material basis of production, they failed to recognize the social basis of capitalist valorization in labor, the analysis of which was to characterize British political economy. In Marx's terms, the physiocratic doctrine was based on a confusion of value with material substance, that is, between use value, natural form, and exchange value, value form. 23 Nevertheless, the physiocratic way of thinking stands as a constant reminder of the importance of the natural form of the commodity, and of the contradiction between real wealth, in terms of natural material use values, and value. One of Marx's earliest and most gifted Russian followers was the economist Nikolai Sieber. 24 In the early 1870s, Sieber began to publish a series of articles in the journal Znanie, Knowledge. 25 In the first of these, he replied to a German review of Marx's Capital by Rosseler, who had rhetorically asked why the food in the stomach of a worker should be the source of surplus value, whereas the food eaten by a horse or an ox should not. 26 Sieber replied that Marx's Capital was concerned with human society and not domesticated animals, and thus was directed only at the surplus value created by human beings. As Marx indicated in his notes, the answer, which Sieber does not find, is that because in the one case the food produces human labor power, people, and in the other not. The value of things is nothing other than the relation in which people are socially to each other, one which they have as the expression of expended human labor power. Mr. Rosseler obviously thinks, if a horse works longer than is necessary for the production of its labor power, horsepower, then it creates value just as a worker who worked 12 hours instead of 6 hours. The same could be said of any machine. 27. Here, Marx points to the basis of value in social labor, adding that in capitalist value accounting, animals are viewed as machines and their contribution to production treated in exactly the same way. If Sieber did not grasp the essential point at first, he did subsequently, perhaps as a result of correspondence with Marx. In 1877, Eugene Zhukovsky, a follower of Ricardo, criticized Marx for arguing that only human labor created surplus value. Zhukovsky argued, as explained by James D. White, that anything which bore fruit, be it a tree, livestock, or the earth, all were capable of providing exchange value. For Zhukovsky, one of the main sources of value was nature. 28. In response to Zhukovsky, Sieber said that a good Ricardian ought to be able to grasp that human labor was the sole source of value, which reflected the division of labor and the fragmentation of society. In the following year, the classical liberal political economist Boris Chicherin presented essentially the same argument as Zhukovsky. 29. Here, Sieber's response was unequivocal, cutting into the commodity fetishism basic to the classical liberal view. But to people it appears as though things exchange themselves one for another, that things themselves have exchange value, etc., and that the labor embodied in the thing given is reflected in the thing received. Here lies the whole groundlessness of the refutations of Mr. Chicherin, and before him of Zhukovsky, that neither the one nor the other could understand, or wanted to understand, that Marx presents to the reader the whole doctrine of value and its forms not on his own behalf, but as the peculiar way people at a given stage of social development necessarily understand their mutual relations based on the social division of labor. In fact, every exchange value, every reflection or expression of it, etc., represents nothing but a myth, while what exists is only socially divided labor, which by the force of the unity of human nature, seeks for itself unification and finds it in the strange and monstrous form of commodities and money. 30. There is no trans-historical rationality to the capitalist valorization process, nor should this be attributed to it. Rather, it is based on a strange and monstrous alienation of labor, along with the alienation and externalization of nature itself. Here it is important to understand that, in Marx's theory, concrete labor, that is, physiological labor directly involved in the production/transformation of natural material use values, the labor of individual human beings relying on brain, blood, and muscles is in dialectical opposition to that abstract labor upon which capitalist valorization is based. 31. Concrete labor is defined by Marx as a condition of existence, an eternal natural necessity which mediates the metabolism between man and nature, and therefore of human life itself. 32. Abstract labor, in contrast, is a specifically capitalist social construct in which labor is homogeneous and removed from all its concrete, physical aspects, including the metabolism of human labor itself. Value is then a kind of reified labor reflecting social equalizations of an abstractly homogeneous human labor. 33. Marx argued that it is abstract labor in this sense, reflecting a definite social relation between human beings, that is the basis of value, not concrete, physiological labor. For this reason, not an atom of matter enters into the objectivity of commodities as values. 34. As Isaac Rubin noted in his celebrated essays on Marx's theory of value, the expenditure of physiological energy as such is not abstract labor and does not create value. 35. For Marx, then, value, as opposed to use value, is not some universal, physical quality inherent in production throughout history. Rather, it is the crystallization of capitalist relations of production and accumulation. To refer to an animal, physiological, or energy theory of value is to miss the point of the specifically reified character of value in capitalist society, the source of its increasingly distorted creative destruction of the world at large. Even in Marx's day, attempts were made to transform the labor theory of value into a general energy theory of value. However, such attempts inevitably failed to comprehend the specific, social basis of abstract labor and of value under capitalism, seeing this as a mere physical process. The notion of an energy theory of value was raised by one of Marx's early followers, Sergei Podolinsky, often considered the leading 19th-century precursor of contemporary ecological economics. 36. Podolinsky attempted to integrate thermodynamics into the analysis of the economy and raised the question of the transformation of the labor theory of value into an energetic theory of value. Marx studied Podolinsky's work closely, taking extensive notes on the latter's work, and commenting on it in letters to Podolinsky that have been lost. However, It was Engels who provided a detailed assessment of Podolinsky's analysis in 2 letters to Marx. 37 Engels praised Podolinsky's argument for its integration of thermodynamics with the theory of production, but criticized Podolinsky for his crude calculations of energy transfers from agricultural labor, which excluded such factors as the energy contained in the fertilizer and the coal used in production. Engels also noted Podolinsky's failure to comprehend the enormous complexities of calculating all the quantitative and qualitative inputs of energy entering both into the human metabolism in the process of human labor and the reproduction of labor power. There is little doubt that Marx and Engels would have strongly rejected Podolinsky's notion of human beings as Sadi Carnot's perfect thermodynamic machine. 38. Engels elsewhere criticized attempts to calculate the energy going into even the simplest products in order to generate an energy theory of value, emphasizing that such calculations were virtually impossible given the nature of joint production. 39 Beyond this, of course, proponents of an energy theory of value failed to understand, as Marx stressed, that economic value was a social relation specific to capitalist society, rooted in class and the division of labor, not a universal, physical reality. Nicholas Georges-Korojan, the founder of modern 20th-century ecological economics, sided with Engels against Podolinsky, insisting on the irrationality of an energy theory of value, which could not begin to comprehend the social basis of value in a capitalist economy. 40 All existing comprehensive conceptions of economic valuation, though differing amongst themselves, necessarily focus on the social basis of economic value. For critical ecological economists, the contradictions of the narrow capitalist value form create ecological, as well as economic, rifts that are inherent in the nature of the system. Indeed, for Georges-Korojan it was this that led to the ecological destructiveness of the prevailing economic order, and the creation of massive environmental problems resulting from its distorted conception of growth. 41. An idealistic approach to value that looks for trans-historical bases of economic valuation, even if these are based on physical properties, fails to comprehend the integrative, dialectical levels that constitute emergent reality. The economic relations of society can no more be explained by energetics than they can be explained by selfish genes. 42 Both are forms of reductionism that neglect the distinctive nature of historical reality. Attempts to generate a more harmonious view of reality by incorporating all of nature into the system of economic valuation fail to perceive that the existing system of production is not a harmonious, but rather an alienated, one. Expansive value theory and the decentering of labor value. The most ambitious attempt to deconstruct the labor theory of value from a post-humanist left ecological standpoint is to be found in the work of Moore, particularly in his Capitalism in the Web of Life. Moore's analysis influenced Callas, Waddiwell, and Yassin in their criticisms of Marxian value theory and in their calls for a more general physiological or energy theory of value. 43. Moore takes as a central epistemological basis of his work the elimination of Cartesian dualisms, which he perceives everywhere, including in the distinction between society and nature. 44 The goal is a social monist analysis, or what he calls a monist and relational view, in which everything in the web of life consists of bundles of human and extra-human natures. 45 The object here is to dissolve, in the manner of Bruno Latour, all objective distinctions. 46 Accompanying this approach is a conflating of various meanings of concepts. Recognizing that there are two classic meanings of value, viewed as intrinsic worth and economic, commodity, value, Moore proposes to meld them together into a single, monist analysis. Opposed to the views of Marxists, who since Marx have defended the law of value as an economic process, he proposes to unite within one single framework both economic value and the broad analysis of those objects and relations that capitalist civilization deems valuable. 47. This conflation of Marx's value critique with the notion of value as a broad, normative cultural pattern, characteristic of civilizations in general, is accomplished in Moore's analysis via a metamorphosis of Marx's historical notion of the law of value into a trans-historical category. Marx and all subsequent Marxian economists have viewed the law of value as standing for the laws of motion of capitalism, the system's equilibrating characteristics based on the process of equal exchange, and the distribution of class-based income forms. Point 48. As the U.S. Marxian economist Paul Barron succinctly explained, in Marx, the law of value can be seen as a set of propositions describing the characteristic features of the economic and social organization of a particular epoch of history called capitalism. This organization is characterized by the prevalence of the principle of quid pro quo in economic, and not only economic, relations among members of society, by the production, and distribution, of goods and services as commodities, by their production and distribution on the part of the independent producers with the help of hired labor for an anonymous market with the view to making profit. Point 49. In contrast to Marx's notion of the law of value, as depicted here, for more, all civilizations have laws of value, broadly patterned priorities for what is valuable and what is not. 50. Although law of value is often employed in More's work in ways that suggest its affinity to the Marxian critique, in his world ecology theory it metamorphoses into a suprahistorical category, one of such vagueness that it embraces not only all activity of civilizations, but also the work/energy of the entire Earth system over hundreds of millions of years insofar as it impacts human production. Related to this, More systematically conflates the concept of work as in physics, where it is identified with the expenditure of energy, with the labor of human beings within society. In this way, he develops a universal concept of appropriated unpaid work, encompassing everything from a lump of coal to household labor. Both the lump of coal and a woman engaged in social reproduction in the household are said to have their work appropriated without pay. Point 51. Indeed, most work in the world, we are told, is unpaid. This, of course, follows logically quite apart from the issue of unpaid subsistence work and household labor from a framework in which a waterfall, a living tree, and the ocean tides, indeed nearly all of what we call organic and inorganic existence insofar as it bears upon production, are to be regarded as unpaid. 52. It is the appropriation of such unpaid material existence that More sees as the main basis of the capitalist system, the source of its dynamism, and which is summed up by the law of value. This is operationalized in his notion of cheap nature. In his original conception of the four cheaps, labor power is seen as just one cheap alongside others in a single flat ontology that also encompasses food, energy, and raw materials. In his later conception of seven cheaps, with Patel, labor power disappears altogether to be subsumed under the more general category of work, which encompasses all energetic flows and all potential energy from whatever source, organic or inorganic, the activity of the universe. Point 53. Similarly, in the name of combating dualism, More strives to conflate nature and society, subsuming the former within the latter. Any concept of nature as a larger environment of which human beings are only a part, and which is therefore partly external to them, is downgraded, as is natural science itself. In its place we are given conflated Ladurian conceptions of bundles of human and extra-human natures, and such capacious categories as the web of life, world ecology, oikios, a classical Greek word associated with theophrastus, meaning a plant's suitable place or location, appropriated by More as a way of avoiding such terms as nature and ecology, and the Capitalism. 54. On top of this, there are constant references to hyphenated couplets such as capitalism in nature/nature in capitalism. Point 55. In all of this, the goal is to subsume nature within capitalist society, or at the very least to reduce everything to bundles, webs, and imbroglios. Point 56. Such views rely, in Ladurian fashion, on a flat ontology of human and non-human actors where everything is seen as existing on a single plane, and constantly intermixed and conflated mere networks or webs without clear demarcations, as opposed to a dialectical critical realism that emphasizes complexity, mediation, and integrated levels, in a changing, evolving universe. Point 57. Just as there cannot be any opposition of society or capitalism to nature, as this is alleged to be a dualistic perspective, so there cannot be, in More's general conflationist method, Any ecological crisis distinguished from economic crisis. 58 The ecological problem can only be seen through the lens of the accumulation of capital, not outside of it. It is to be viewed in terms of market criteria and not in terms of the effects on ecosystems and the climate, much less the struggle for sustainable human development. Marx's concept of the metabolic rift addressing the contradictions between capitalism and nature is rejected as rooted in a dualistic, not dialectical, understanding. Proceeding on the basis of such questionable logical and methodological principles, More's world ecology takes as its main object a certain destabilization of value as an economic category. 59 This is accomplished by seeing value as the product of work in the sense of physics, that is, as energy. In his new, expansive law of value, as he frequently explains, value does not work unless most work is not valued. 60 This, however, is a truism insofar as most work here refers to the work/energy of the entire Earth system and indeed the universe as a whole. The ancient solar energy embodied in fossil fuels, the work of a river, the growth of ecosystems, all of which are to be regarded as unpaid work or potential work. Given that work in terms of physics encompasses the entire physical realm, it is obvious that it is of greater quantitative significance than the mere exercise of labor power, however measured. Labor's energy is dwarfed by fossil fuel energy. Coal and oil, More tells us, are dramatic examples of this process of appropriating unpaid work, constituting the real, hidden foundation of the law of value. 61. But what is it exactly that is unpaid in relation to coal and oil? In economics, the free gift that coal and oil provide is the result of ancient sunlight, going back millions of years, which formed coal, oil, and natural gas as low-entropy energy sources. It is this that gives fossil fuels their use value. At the base of the value edifice, for More, is the accumulated unpaid work that occurs in the form of fossil fuels produced through the Earth's biogeological processes over hundreds of millions of years. 62. In Marxian political economy, the pricing of natural resources is determined by monopoly rents. Such resources, which represent crucial use values for production, capable of enhancing labor productivity, acquire, but do not create, value via rents based on scarcity that are deductions from the surplus value generated in the economy. 63 At the same time, the extraction, refining, distribution, transport, and storage of these resources in the commodity economy involve value added from the employment of human labor. Yet, none of this is considered in More's analysis. The entire theory of rent is excluded. Marx's complex distinction between natural material use value and exchange value/value is replaced with one singular law of value. The work of a barrel of oil or a waterfall or a turnip or a cow is unpaid, which then is presented as the hidden ecological source of value, lying behind labor power itself. For good reason, More writes, Jason Hribel asks, are animals part of the working class? Given all the unpaid work they perform. 64 The capital relation, More goes on to tell us, transforms the work/energy of all natures into value. Or, as we learn at another point, the law of value is all about the transforming of nature's work into the bourgeoisie's value. 65 In More's green arithmetic, unpaid work in the form of the Earth's biogeochemical processes plus unpaid subsistence labor constitute the greater part of what underlies the law of value, while the exploitation of labor power within production dwindles into insignificance in comparison. It would be wrong, though, to attribute all of this simply to post-humanist ecology. Rather, More's disentering of the Marxian labor theory of value and his notion that nature's work should be treated as the hidden source of value grows largely out of various tendencies in liberal environmental thought. A key basis for his analysis is Richard White's historical treatment of the Columbia River, the organic machine. White arranges his history rather spaciously around what he says are qualities that humans and the Columbia River share, energy and work, though, in contrast to More, White points out that there are huge differences between human work and the work of nature. Still, White, in an analogy that guides his analysis, writes, like us, rivers work. They absorb and emit energy, they rearrange the world. 66. Of greater importance is More's strong adherence to the notion of unpaid ecosystem services, as developed by liberal neoclassical economists, notably Robert Costanza. Costanza is famous for trying to promote an energy theory of economic value within a liberal neoclassical economic perspective, in effect, a cost of production theory ultimately rooted in solar energy. This led Paul Burkett, in his Marxism and Ecological Economics, to refer to the extreme reductionism, as well as historical irrationality, of Costanza's approach. 67 Costanza's attempt to promote a notion of nature as economic value resulted, in the 1990s, in a major split in the journal Ecological Economics, of which he was the chief editor. The more radical theorists, associated with the great, pioneering systems ecologist Howard Odum, argued, in effect, for an approach that distinguished between use value/real wealth and exchange value/value, that is, between the natural form and the value form, along lines similar to Marx, utilizing Odum's notion of emergy or embodied energy as a natural material or use value category counterposed to economic value. Odum later sought to synthesize his system's ecology with Marxian theory in this regard, and developed a theory of unequal ecological exchange on this basis. 68. Odum's radical ecological approach ran directly against the liberal tendencies of Costanza, Odum's former student. This led to a growing conflict between the radical ecological economists and natural scientists associated with Odum, on the one hand, and the liberal neoclassical-oriented theorists around Costanza, on the other. Alf Hornborg, a cultural anthropologist with connections to Marxian theory, played a key polemical role as a critic of Odum's approach within the journal, attacking both Odum and Marx and siding with Costanza. 69 In the end, Odum and his radical associates on the editorial board were virtually banned from the publication. 70. More subsequently incorporated Costanza-like ecosystem services and energy value approaches into his analysis. 71 His work thus took the form of a Marxified version of the mainstream ecosystem services argument, associated with Costanza's estimates of the tens of trillions of dollars that ecosystems provide unpaid each year to the world economy, calculated on the basis of the imputation of commodity values to natural processes. 72 Rather than addressing the ecological contradictions of the capitalist system, and the inherent opposition between natural material use values and exchange value, as did radical and Marxian ecological economists, Costanza and his team of liberal ecological economists wrote of the need to embrace the notion of natural capital. Solutions to environmental contradictions were seen as requiring the internalization of nature within the commodity economy. The ecological problem was thus reduced to the presumption that everything in nature, insofar as it could be seen as aiding the economy, directly or indirectly, had value and needed to be given a price of view underpinned by the concept of natural capital. 73. More's main concrete innovation in Capitalism and the Web of Life and Other Works was to seek to turn Costanza's perspective on its head, arguing that capitalism throughout its history is rooted in the fact that extra human work, as well as much human work, is appropriated without pay. Nevertheless, from a classical Marxian perspective, the severe weaknesses of an analysis that largely rejects the labor theory of value along with the distinctions between use value, exchange value, and rent theory, while idealistically seeking to expand the notion of value production to all work/energy in nature, are all too apparent. The natural form and the value form. The substance of value in a capitalist economy is, in Marx's conception, abstract labor. The value form, or exchange value, is thus to be distinguished from the natural form, or use value. The natural form stands for the tangible, sensible form of existence, involving natural material and technical properties and constituting real wealth. The value form of the commodity is its social form, which points to the general concept of value as a crystallization of abstract labor. 74 It is the opposition between the natural form and the value form, inherent to capitalist production, that generates the economic and ecological contradictions associated with capitalist development. By the very fact that capitalism is a system of accumulation, the value form comes to dominate completely over the natural form in commodity production. as useful activity directed to the appropriation of natural factors, in one form or another. Marx writes, labor is a natural condition of human existence, a condition of material interchange metabolism between man and nature. However, every commodity obtains its exchange value, its value form, precisely through the alienation of its use value, often leading to the destruction of the metabolism between human beings and nature. 75 Out of this arises Marx's general conception of the metabolic rift, or the irreparable rift in the interdependent process of social metabolism, a metabolism prescribed by the natural laws of life itself. 76. The logic of capitalism, associated with the law of value, is a formally rational one, which is at the same time substantively irrational, with the irrational aspects gradually taking on ever greater importance. Indeed, capitalism is based at the outset, via so-called primitive accumulation, on the externalization of natural properties. Such organic properties, though incorporated in production as use values and representing the natural form of the commodity, are alienated in their value form and excluded from value, based on abstract human labor. 77 Natural properties, including human natural properties, that is, human corporeal existence, are thus approached one-sidedly only insofar as they facilitate the production of value. A further level of externalization occurs through the imposition of many of the costs of production on nature, including human corporeal existence, which is outside the circuit of value, as externalities, with the negative effects falling not only on the environment, but also on human beings. The result is that capitalism promotes the creative destruction of life itself, extending eventually to the entire Earth system. Ahistorical, idealistic attempts to envision the internalization and integration of social and environmental costs within the market system, or to see nature as the true source of value, only play down the social, including class and other forms of oppression, and ecological contradictions of the capitalist system. The goal of that system is the accumulation of capital. To put a price on a forest, so that its work/energy is no longer unpaid, that is, to commodify it to turn it into so many millions of board feet of standing timber is no more likely to save the forest than the lack of a price. This is because the real issue is not the so-called tragedy of the commons, but the system of capital accumulation. 78 Songbirds are dying off because their habitats are being destroyed by the historical expansion of the system, not simply because they are considered valueless from the standpoint of the market. Whales are killed to be sold directly as a market commodity, while they are also being annihilated as a side effect of the expansion of the system through the destruction of their ecosystems. All of this suggests that sustainable human development requires not the incorporation of nature into the system of value, but the abolition of commodity value itself. Any form of analysis that seeks to eliminate the deep-seated dialectical contradictions between the natural form and the value form, between the capitalist economy and the larger socio-ecological metabolism in order to imagine a more harmonious integration, is inherently caught in a narrow, monistic view, one that fails to comprehend the complex, interdependent dialectics of nature and humanity in an attempt to reduce all the levels of existence to a singular metabolism. 79 Such a false harmony can only be, in Marx's words, the flat, stilted product of a thin, drawn, antithetical reflection that seeks to redraw boundaries rather than to eliminate the system that through its externalization and alienation has generated these rifts in material existence. 80 What is called for today is not a radical revaluation of nature, but a revolutionary ecological and social transformation, a new realm of freedom as necessity, directed at the rational regulation of the metabolism of nature and society by the associated producers. 81 Here is Rhodes, jump here. 82. 10. The Planetary Emergency, 2020 to 2050. Capitalism today is caught in a seemingly endless crisis, with economic stagnation and upheaval circling the globe. 1 While the world has been fixated on the economic problem, global environmental conditions have been rapidly worsening, confronting humanity with its ultimate crisis, one of long-term survival. The common source of both of these crises resides in the process of capital accumulation. Likewise, the common solution is to be sought in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, going beyond the regime of capital. Point 2. It is still possible for humanity to avert what economist Robert Heilbronner once called ecological Armageddon. 3. The means for the creation of a just and sustainable world currently exist, and are to be found lying hidden in the growing gap between what could be achieved with the resources already available to us, and what the prevailing social order allows us to accomplish. It is this latent potential for a quite different human metabolism with nature that offers the master key to a workable ecological exit strategy. The approaching ecological precipice. Science today tells us that at most we have a generation in which to carry out a radical transformation in our economic relations, and our relations with the earth, if we want to avoid a point of no return, after which vast changes in the Earth's climate will likely be beyond our ability to prevent and will be irreversible. Point 4. At that point it will be impossible to stop the ice sheets in Antarctica and Greenland from continuing to melt, and the sea level from rising by as much as tens of meters. 5. Nor will we be able to prevent the Arctic sea ice from vanishing completely in the summer months, or carbon dioxide and methane from being massively released by the decay of organic matter currently trapped beneath the permafrost, both of which represent positive feedback for dangerously accelerating climate change. Extreme weather events are already becoming more frequent and destructive. A research article in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in 2012 indicated that the record-breaking heat wave that hit the Moscow area with disastrous effect in 2010 was made 5 times more likely, in the decade ending in that year, as compared with earlier decades, due to the warming trend. This meant an approximate 80% probability that it would not have occurred without climate warming. Other instances of extreme weather, such as the deadly European heat wave in 2003 and the serious drought in Oklahoma and Texas in 2011, have been shown to be significantly impacted by earth warming. Hurricane Sandy, which devastated much of New York and New Jersey at the end of October 2012, was undoubtedly amplified to a considerable extent by climate change. In the past few years, meteorological research has determined that the likelihood of an event such as the 2017 heat wave in the Euro-Mediterranean region has increased by 3 times when compared to the 1950s, while the likelihood of a severe drought on the northern Great Plains such as occurred in 2017 was found to have increased by 1.5 times compared to only decades before. According to the American Meteorological Association, climate scientists projected as early as the 1990s that global warming would at some point become sufficiently strong to push an extreme event beyond the bounds of natural variability. Since 2016, climate change impacts have escalated to the extent that scientists have documented various extreme weather events that could not have happened without the warming of the climate through human-induced climate change. For example, the record sea temperatures in the Tasman Sea between New Zealand and Australia in 2017 would have been impossible, a recent study determined, aside from climate change. The climate danger threshold, or the point of irreversible climate change, is usually thought of as a 2 degrees Celsius (3.6 degrees Fahrenheit) increase in global average temperature, which has been described as equivalent at the planetary level to the cutting down of the last palm tree on Easter Island. Reaching this threshold could put the Earth system on a pathway to a hothouse Earth, or irreversible pathway driven by biogeochemical feedbacks. An increase of 2 degrees Celsius in global average temperature coincides roughly with cumulative carbon emissions of around 1 trillion metric tons. Based on current emissions trends, it is predicted by climate scientists at the University of Oxford that we will hit the 1 trillion metric ton mark in a decade and a half. We could avoid emitting the trillionth metric ton at present if we were to reduce global anthropogenic carbon emissions beginning immediately by an annual rate of more than 3% a year. 6. To be sure, climate science is unable to pinpoint precisely how much warming will push us past the planetary tipping point. 7. But all the recent indications are that if we want to avoid planetary disaster, we need to stay at all costs below a 2 degrees Celsius increase in global average temperature, and preferably below 1.5 degrees Celsius. As a result, most of the governments in the world, as part of the 2015 Paris Climate Accord, signed on to staying below 2 degrees Celsius, and if possible below a 1.5 degrees Celsius increase. Compared to the issue of staying below 2 degrees Celsius, all the discussions of what the climate will be like if the world warms to 3 degrees Celsius, 4 degrees Celsius, or all the way to 6 degrees Celsius, are relatively meaningless. 8 Well before such catastrophic temperatures are attained, we will likely have already reached the limits of our ability to control the climate change process, and we will then be left with the task of adapting to apocalyptic ecological conditions, spinning out of control. In the words of James Hansen, the world's leading climatologist, we are facing a planetary emergency, since if we approach 2 degrees Celsius we will have started a process that is out of humanity's control. 9. Keeping global temperature increases below 2 degrees Celsius is correlated with the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, target of avoiding at all costs carbon concentration in the atmosphere of 450 parts per million, ppm. However, long-term climate stability, according to the scientific consensus, requires a carbon concentration of no more than 350 ppm, essentially equal to the mid-20th century level as compared to the current level of about 415 ppm. A carbon concentration of 350 ppm is still in reach if net carbon emissions globally are reduced by 45% below 2010 levels by 2030 and to zero by 2050. Zero net emissions by 2050 are necessary to stay below 1.5 degrees Celsius and by 2070 to stay below 2 degrees C. But this would still require negative emissions of around 150 billion metric tons, essentially sucking carbon out of the atmosphere, through either improved agricultural and forestry practices, agriculture, forestry, and other land use (AFOLU), or, more questionably, bioenergy and carbon capture and sequestration, BICS, and/or direct air carbon capture and sequestration, DOCS, technologies. All IPCC scenarios for stabilizing the climate now require the removal of 100 billion to 1 trillion metric tons of carbon from the atmosphere by means of carbon dioxide removal, CDR, through some combination of AFOLU, BICS, or DOCS. In its 2018 report, the IPCC, for the first time, considered low-energy/sustainable development approaches that would allow for a more rapid decrease in carbon emissions with afforestation as the only CDR option considered. 10. In its 2014, Fifth Assessment, AR5, report, most mitigation scenarios considered by the IPCC had included BICS. In the intervening years, however, there have been strong criticisms of this approach, as indicated in the IPCC's 2018 Global Warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius report. 11 According to an article in Earth's Future by Lena Arboisen of the Max Planck Institute of Meteorology and others, implementing BICS on the scales imagined would require utilizing a major fraction of the global land surface, natural or agricultural areas, with intolerably large environmental and social costs. Failing to attain zero net carbon emissions by 2050 would undoubtedly force today's younger generations to experiment with various geoengineering technologies, involving purposeful intervention in the Earth system, including solar radiation management, with potentially even more catastrophic consequences to world populations, compounding the overall problem of climate change. 12. Many people thought that the great financial crisis would result in a sharp curtailment of carbon emissions, helping to limit global warming. Carbon emissions dipped by 1.4% in 2009, but this brief decline was more than offset by a record 5.9% growth of carbon emissions in 2010, even as the world economy as a whole continued to stagnate. This rapid increase was attributed primarily to the increasing fossil fuel intensity of the world economy, and to the continued expansion of emerging economies, notably China. 13 Although there were frequent claims that global carbon emissions were flattening after 2015, this has now been shown to be an illusion, with global carbon emissions increasing by 1.6% in 2017, and by 2.7% in 2018, reaching an all-time high. U.S. carbon emissions, meanwhile, rose by 3.4% in 2018. Both the absolute decoupling of economic growth and carbon emissions and the flattening out of carbon emissions globally after 2015, two panaceas raised in the last few years, have proved to be false. The decline in global carbon intensity, carbon emissions per GDP, of the global economy in 2017 was 2.6%. This was not enough to meet even the inadequate commitments of nations in the Paris Accords to a 3% per year reduction in carbon intensity. In contrast, the rate of reduction in carbon intensity necessary to stay below 2 degrees Celsius, given economic growth, is estimated to be 6.4% per annum. 14. In an influential article published in Nature Climate Change, Asymmetric Effects of Economic Decline on CO2 Emissions, Richard York used data from over 150 countries between 1960 and 2008 to demonstrate that carbon dioxide emissions do not decline in the same proportion in an economic downturn as they increase in an economic upturn. Thus, for each 1% in the growth of GDP per capita, carbon emissions grew by 0.733%, whereas for each 1% drop in GDP, carbon emissions fell by only 0.43%. These asymmetric effects can be attributed to built-in infrastructural conditions, factories, transportation networks, and homes, meaning that these structures do not disappear during recessions and continue to influence fossil fuel consumption. It follows of necessity that a boom-and-bust economic system cannot reduce carbon emissions. That can only be achieved by an economy that reduces such emissions on a steady basis along with changes in the infrastructure of production and society in general. 15. Indeed, there is reason to believe that there is a strong pull on capitalism in its current monopoly finance phase to seek out more fossil fuel intensive forms of production the more deeply it falls into the stagnation trap, resulting in repeated attempts to restart the growth engine by, in effect, giving it more gas. The notion that a stagnant-prone capitalist growth economy, what Herman Daly calls a failed growth economy, would in the long run be even more intensively destructive of the environment as a whole was advanced as early as 1976 by the pioneering Marxist environmental sociologist Charles H. Anderson. As Anderson put it, as the threat of stagnation mounts, so does the need for throughput in order to maintain tolerable growth rates. 16. The hope of many that peak crude oil production and the end of cheap oil would serve to limit carbon emissions has proven false. It is clear that in the age of enhanced worldwide coal production, fracking, and tar sands oil, there is no shortage of carbon with which to heat up the planet. Today's known stocks of oil, coal, and gas reserves are at least 5 times the planet's remaining carbon budget, amounting to 2.8 gigatons in carbon potential, and the signs are that the capitalist system intends to burn it all. 17 As Bill McKibben observed in relation to these fossil fuel reserves, yes, this coal and oil is still technically in the soil. But it's already economically above ground. 18 Corporations and governments count these carbon resources as financial assets, which means they are intended for exploitation. Not too long ago, environmentalists were worried about the world running out of fossil fuels, especially crude oil. Now this has been inverted by climate change concerns. Nor is this all. As bad as the climate crisis is, it is important to understand that it is only a part of the larger global ecological crisis, since climate change is merely one among a number of dangerous anthropogenic rifts in planetary boundaries that have come to define the Anthropocene. 19 Ocean acidification, destruction of the ozone layer, loss of biological diversity, the disruption of the nitrogen and phosphorus cycles, growing freshwater shortages, land cover change, and chemical pollution all represent global ecological transformation/crises. Already we have crossed the planetary boundaries, designated by scientists based on departure from Holocene conditions, not only in relation to climate change, but also with respect to species extinction and the nitrogen cycle. Extinction is occurring at about 1,000 times the background rate, a phenomenon known as the sixth extinction, which refers back to the 5 previous periods of mass extinctions in Earth history, the most recent of which, 65 million years ago, resulted in the demise of the dinosaurs. Nitrogen pollution now constitutes a major cause of dead zones in oceans. Other developing planetary rifts, such as ocean acidification, known as the evil twin of climate change since it is also caused by carbon emissions, and chronic loss of fresh water supplies, which is driving the global privatization of water, are of growing concern. All of this raises basic questions of survival, the ultimate crisis confronting humanity. 20. The scale and speed of the ecological challenge, manifested not only in climate change but also in numerous other planetary rifts, constitutes irrefutable evidence that the root cause of the environmental problem lies in our socio-economic system, particularly in the dynamic of capital accumulation. The ultimate crisis. Faced with such intractable problems, the response of the dominant interests has always been that technology, supplemented by market magic and population control, can solve all problems, allowing for unending capital accumulation and economic growth without undue ecological effects by means of an absolute decoupling of growth from environmental throughput. Thus, when asked about the problems posed by fossil fuels, including tar sands oil, shale oil, and gas, and coal, President Obama responded, "All of us are going to have to work together in an effective way to figure out how we balance the imperative of economic growth with very real concerns about the effect we're having on our planet. And ultimately, I think this can be solved with technology." 21. Even some versions of the proposed Green New Deal, though not the most radical and comprehensive versions, try to reduce the climate problem to a mere technological question, setting aside wider social and ecological questions. 22. Yet, the dream that technology alone, considered in some abstract sense, can solve the environmental problem, allowing for unending economic growth without undue ecological effects through an absolute decoupling of one from the other, is quickly fading. 23. Not only are technological solutions limited by the laws of physics, namely the second law of thermodynamics, which tells us that it is not possible to convert one form of energy to another with 100% efficiency, but they are also subject to the laws of capitalism itself. 24. Technological change under the present system routinely brings about relative efficiency gains in energy use, reducing the energy and raw material input per unit of output. Yet, this seldom results in absolute decreases in environmental throughput at the aggregate level. Rather, the tendency is toward the ever greater aggregate use of energy and materials. This is captured by the well-known Jevons paradox, named after the 19th-century economist William Stanley Jevons, who pointed out that gains in energy efficiency almost invariably increase the absolute amount of energy used, since such efficiency feeds economic expansion. Jevons highlighted how each new steam engine from James Watt's famous engine on was more efficient in its use of coal than the one before, yet the introduction of each improved steam engine nonetheless resulted in a greater absolute use of coal. 25. In reality, the Jevons paradox as originally conceived is merely a restrictive application of the efficiency paradox of capitalism in general. Gains in labor productivity, for example, do not generally lead to fewer overall working hours in the economy, since the object of all such gains is to promote further accumulation. New areas of labor expansion are therefore generated. As Karl Marx remarked, the lessening of toil is by no means the aim of the application of machinery under capitalism. The machine is a means for producing surplus value and enhancing capital accumulation without end. 26. Marx captured the expansive nature and logic of capitalism as a system in what he called the general formula of capital, or MCM. In a simple commodity economy, money exists merely as an intermediary to facilitate exchange between distinct commodities associated with definite use values, or CMC. The exchange begins with one use value and ends with another, with the consumption of the final commodity constituting the end of the process. Capitalism, however, takes the form of MCM, with money, M, being exchanged for labor and material means of production with which to produce a new commodity, C, to be exchanged for more money, M, which realizes the original value plus added value, that is, surplus value or profit, M plus delta M. Here the process does not logically end with the receipt of M. Rather, the profit is reinvested so that it leads in the next phase to MCM, and then to MCM, in an unending sequence only interrupted by periodic economic crises. Capital in this conception is nothing but self-expanding value, and is indistinguishable from the drive to accumulate on an ever-increasing scale, accumulate, accumulate. That is Moses and the prophets. 27. This ceaseless drive for the amassing of greater and greater wealth, requiring more and more throughput of energy and resources, as well as reserves of labor, generating more waste, constitutes the absolute general law of environmental degradation under capitalism. 28. Today the scale of the human economy has become so large that its everyday activities, such as carbon dioxide emissions and fresh water use, now threaten the fundamental biogeochemical processes of the planet. Ecological analysis points irrefutably to the fact that we are up against the Earth's limits. Not only is continued exponential economic growth no longer possible for any length of time, it is also necessary to reduce the ecological footprint of the world economy. And since there is no such thing as an absolute decoupling of the economic growth from the throughput of energy and materials taken as a whole, this means that exponential economic growth, particularly in the rich countries, must cease, while economies must be aimed at the rational satisfaction of human needs. 29 As an immediate objective, the world economy must wean itself entirely from fossil fuels as an energy source well before the 1 trillion metric ton of carbon is emitted into the atmosphere. 30. Monopoly capital and economic/ecological waste. In order to understand why the ecological problem is so intractable for capitalism, and what this tells us about the necessary exit from our present planetary emergency, it is useful to look at a passage by Monthly Review editors Harry Magdoff and Paul M. Sweezy, written more than 4 decades ago, but well worth examining at length today. Take the deep-seated faith that increasing production and productivity are the sovereign panacea for all the ills of capitalism. It is clear that this myth has been severely shaken as we have become aware of growing shortages of raw materials and energy sources and of the increasingly severe impact of multifarious forms of pollution on the health and well-being of whole populations. Instead of a universal panacea, it turns out that growth is itself a cause of disease. But how is one to stop growth and yet keep capitalist enterprise afloat? In the absence of growth, for example, industries that produce machinery and other means of production would wither, since they would be confined to making only replacement equipment. Declining capital goods industries in turn would result in reduced employment and thus declining consumer demand, which in turn would end up in shutdowns of factories manufacturing consumer goods. But this is only one side of the picture. Suppose we forget about trying to control growth and instead focus on abating the effects of growth by reducing pollution and arranging for a more rational use of raw materials and energy. Such an approach, it is clear, would entail a high degree of social planning, nothing less than a wholesale redirection of the economy involving, among other things, changes in population distribution, methods of transportation, and plant locations, none of which can be subjected to real social planning without violating the rights of private property in land, factories, stocks, and bonds, etc. From whichever side the problem is approached, controlling growth or restructuring existing production, transportation, and residential patterns, we come up against antagonisms and conflicts of interest that capitalists and those charged with protecting capitalist society cannot, in the very nature of the case, face up to. In the final analysis, what stands in the way of any effective action is the contradiction between the social potential of present-day technology and the antisocial results of private ownership of the means of production. 31. Despite the fact that environmental problems are immeasurably worse than in 1974, when the above was written, this analysis has lost none of its relevance. Today it is even more evident that the economic growth of the existing system, rather than being a universal panacea, is a cause of disease. Thus, it is even more the case that what is essential for success is a reversal, not a mere slowing down, of the underlying trends of the last few centuries. 32 Nevertheless, where capitalism is concerned, mere quantitative expansion is a requirement for the existence of the system itself. Capitalism, as Murray Bookchin observed, can no more be persuaded to limit growth than a human being can be persuaded to stop breathing. Attempts to green capitalism, to make it ecological, are doomed by the very nature of the system as a system of endless growth. 33. Matters are no better on the other side of the picture, as portrayed by Magdoff and Sweezy. Capitalism's inability to engage in social and economic planning is reflected in decades of failed environmental policy. Although there have been some relatively minor environmental improvements, all attempts at comprehensive planning and action of the kind needed to avert what the scientific community is pointing to as a sure path of destruction have been systematically repulsed by the system. Instead, technological change is invoked as a deus ex machina, supposedly allowing us to proceed along the current path of production, distribution, and consumption. There is no doubt that the social technological potential already exists to address our most chronic environmental problems and to improve human existence if we were to use present human capacities and natural resources in a rational and planned way. Yet, this existing potential is simply discarded, as all such rational solutions necessarily cross swords with the antisocial and anti-ecological results of private ownership of the means of production. Capitalism in its monopoly stage is a system with such a high level of labor productivity that it is constantly prone to overaccumulation of capital and stagnation due to market saturation and scarcity of profitable outlets for productive investment. In order to continue to exist and reap monopolistic profit margins under these conditions, it has mutated into an economy of built-in waste, both economic and ecological. Ours is a society characterized by 1. A gargantuan and ever-expanding sales effort penetrating into the structure of production itself, 2. Planned obsolescence, including planned psychological obsolescence, 3. Production of luxury goods for an opulent minority, 4. Prodigious military and penal state spending, and 5. The growth of a whole speculative superstructure in the form of finance, insurance, and real estate markets. It is a characteristic of such a system that much of the vast economic surplus of modern society shows up as economic waste built into production itself. All of this uses up enormous amounts of energy and resources and contributes to the ecological end waste dumped on the planet. It also maximizes the toxicity of production, since plastics and other petrochemical-based goods are more toxic as well as cheaper economically. 34 It is for this reason that leading systems ecologist Howard T. Odum, in a paper on Marx, insisted that the key to addressing our environmental problem necessarily involves eliminating built-in luxury and waste, including the enormous social overhead costs of an irrational, class-exploitative society. 35 Among the early theorists of monopoly capitalism at the beginning of the 20th century, it was the iconoclastic U.S. economist and sociologist Thorstein Veblen who most powerfully argued that a system dominated by giant corporations, prone to overproduction and overcapacity associated with its monopolistic pricing policy, was inherently characterized by the proliferation of economic waste. 36 The result was the undermining of the use-value structure of production, leading to a squandering of natural resources and human labor, a growing gap between the actual and potential production, and a failure to fulfill genuine social needs. Under monopoly capitalism, characterized by what economists call monopolistic competition, the producers, Veblen wrote, have been giving continually more attention to the saleability of their product, so that much of what appears on the books as production cost should properly be charged to the production of saleable appearances. The distinction between workmanship and salesmanship has progressively blurred in this way, until it will doubtless hold true now that the shop cost of many articles produced for the market is mainly chargeable to the production of saleable appearances. It is presumably safe to say that the containers account for one-half the shop cost of what are properly called packaged goods, and for something approaching one-half of the price paid by the consumer. In certain lines, doubtless, as example in cosmetics and household remedies, this proportion is exceeded by a very substantial margin. 37 Veblen's argument on the proliferation of economic waste in the world of the giant corporation had an enormous influence on political economic critics in the United States and elsewhere for much of the 20th century, including figures such as Scott Nearing, K. William Capp, Vance Packard, Joan Robinson, and John Kenneth Galbraith. 38 However, It was the Marxian political economists Paul A. Baron and Sweezy, in their work Monopoly Capital, who were to take Veblen's insight the furthest. The sales effort that characterized monopoly capitalism, they argued, went far beyond mere advertising and sales promotion. Rather, what had emerged was a condition in which the sales and production efforts interpenetrate to such an extent as to become virtually indistinguishable, signaling a profound change in what constitutes socially necessary costs of production as well as in the nature of the social product itself. Baron and Sweezy referred to this phenomenon in their correspondence as the interpenetration effect. They illustrated this by referring to an influential economic study that had been carried out in regard to changes in car models. Estimating the direct yearly costs of car model changes in the 1950s, most of which were related simply to appearance or to the horsepower race, the study's authors demonstrated that such costs were staggeringly high, amounting to over 25% of the total costs of the cars sold. And none of this included the related costs attributable to waste that were expended over the life of the vehicles, such as planned obsolescence, higher repair costs, and increased gasoline consumption. Nor did it question the enormous monopolistic profits of automobile manufacturing corporations or the huge dealers' markups, running at 30 to 40%. 39. The theory of monopoly capital thus suggests that the economic waste of capitalist society is not only found on the surface of society, as evident in military spending, advertising, speculation, and the like, but rather extends into production in ways that are rarely analyzed even by radical social and environmental critics of the system. It is generally assumed today that any good produced is manufactured under optimum conditions and is aimed at the satisfaction of consumer sovereignty. But nothing could be further from the truth in either case. Much of the production in today's U.S. economy constitutes economic waste in Veblen's sense of expenditure that does not serve human life or human well-being as a whole and belongs to the category of unproductive labor. 40. As Baron and Sweezy put it, the designer of a new model of a consumer durable good, the engineer retooling the factory for the production of that model, the blue-collar worker affixing chrome to the automobile or compounding a new edition of a toothpaste, the printer manufacturing a fancy new wrapper for an old soap, and the construction worker helping to build a new corporate crystal palace are all members of the huge sales army which is supported by a considerable part of society's output. 41. It follows that a great deal of the labor in modern production is unproductive, both in the sense of not contributing to but rather being paid out of society's economic surplus, and in the sense of carrying out functions necessary to capitalism but not to a rationally ordered society. This also represents the destruction of the rational use-value structure of the capitalist economy, since production is no longer dominated by social use values, c, but increasingly by specifically capitalist use values, ck, having as their sole purpose the promotion of exchange value. The problem of MCM is then transformed by the introduction of such specifically capitalist use values into one of MCKM. The quantitative advancement of exchange value, and hence economic growth as measured in our society, can no longer be assumed to constitute an advancement of human welfare in aggregate, but more likely constitutes the opposite, becoming the chief source of today's ultimate crisis. 42. In his 1960 book The Waste Makers, Packard quoted leading industrial designer Brooks Stevens, who said, "Our whole economy is based on planned obsolescence." Nevertheless, Stevens, in line with defenders of the corporate system more generally, denied that this constituted a system of organized waste, on the questionable grounds that it contributed positively to economic growth. 43. Taking all of this into consideration, it is clear that we live in a world not of increasing real wealth but rather of ilth, to use John Ruskin's memorable term. 44. In their pioneering Index of Sustainable Economic Welfare in For the Common Good, 1994, Herman Daly and John Cobb provided an analysis of total economic welfare, incorporating ecological costs in addition to traditional income data, demonstrating that per capita sustainable economic welfare was in decline, beginning in the 1980s. even while GDP was on the rise. 45 But this attempt at a more accurate reckoning of changes in material welfare, since it did not scrutinize the actual production process itself, only scratched the surface of the irrationalities built into the laws of motion of contemporary monopoly finance capital and its increasingly destructive relation to the environment. 46. Today the ever more wasteful nature of capitalist production, viewed from a qualitative or use-value perspective, is starkly evident. The packaging industry, much of which is devoted to marketing wares, is the third largest industry in the world after food and energy. 47 It has been estimated that packaging costs an average of 10 to 40% of non-food produce items purchased. The packaging of cosmetics sometimes costs 3 times as much to produce as the actual contents. 48 Around 300 million tons of plastic are produced globally each year. Only 2/3 of this is enough, according to The Guardian, to cover the 48 contiguous states of the US in plastic food wrapping. Advertising for some products, such as soap or beer, is 10 to 12% of the retail cost per unit sold, while with some toys advertising is 15% of the retail cost. 49 The sales promotion budgets of corporations meanwhile have historically exceeded that of their advertising budgets. 50 Hundreds of billions of dollars are spent on marketing services in the United States alone. 51 There is no obvious way of estimating the full cost of the economic and ecological waste built into the irrational structure of production under such a system. Nevertheless, it is clear that it is evident everywhere. Much, if not most, of the final price of goods is related to costs associated mainly with the realization of capitalist profits through the enhancement of sales, and it encourages waste within production since the design of products is subordinated to sales needs. It follows that social and ecological planning geared directly to the production of necessary use values and not the artificial promotion of exchange value could promote genuine human needs at a sharply reduced ecological cost. This is even more the case if we recognize the possibility of social planning of essential consumption, food, housing, health services, education, urban structure, transportation, etc. Mainstream environmental critics often attribute the increasingly wasteful and destructive forms of consumption that blight our society to the failings of the ordinary consumer under the assumption of consumer sovereignty, one of the principal tenets of orthodox economics. But with the sales effort governing the production of the commodities themselves, consumer sovereignty is a mere illusion. Individuals in monopoly capitalist society are subject to relentless marketing propaganda nearly every moment of their waking lives. Indeed, as Galbraith argued through his famous dependence effect, the structure of consumption is largely dependent on the structure of production, and not the other way around. 52. Marketing commodities in ways that exploit the alienation of human beings in monopoly capitalist society is now a fine art. As early as 1933, sociologist Robert S. Lind observed in a monograph titled The People as Consumers, written for the President's Research Committee on Social Trends, that advertising, branding, and style changes were designed to take full advantage of the social insecurity and alienation brought on by changing economic conditions. Corporations looked on job insecurity, monotony, loneliness, failure to marry, and other situations of tension as opportunities for elevating more and more commodities to the class of personality buffers. At each exposed point the alert merchandiser is ready with a panacea. 53. The symbolic need that commodities thus attain in our society is crucial to what Juliet Shore has called the materiality paradox, that is, the selling of material goods to satisfy needs that cannot be met by material commodities. 54. Ironically, it is this inability to obtain genuine satisfaction from these commodities that ensures capital a permanent market. Marketing plays on these social vulnerabilities, creating an endless series of new wants, enhancing the overall wastefulness of the system. Monopoly capitalism demands an ever faster circulation of commodities in order to increase sales. Durability is the enemy of the system. Maximum profits are thus generated by a throwaway culture. The economic life of cell phones in the United States is only a couple of years due to both planned and psychological obsolescence, with the result that 140 million cell phones reached what the Environmental Protection Agency refers to as their end of life, EOL, in 2007. Some 250 million computers and peripherals reached their EOL in the same year. 55 Steve Jobs urged customers to buy an iPod every year to keep up with the latest technology. 56 More than 150 billion single-use beverage containers are purchased in the United States every year, while 300 million takeout cups are bought and discarded each day. Since the 1960s, one-time use containers have risen from 6% of packaged soft drinks to 99% by 2012. As of 2015, some 6.5 billion metric tons of plastic waste has been generated in total, around 9% of which has been recycled, 12% has been incinerated, and 79% has accumulated in the environment generally or in landfills. In 2014, plastic recycling in the United States was less than a third the level of Europe and a little more than a third that of China. The more than 100 billion pieces of mostly unwanted junk mail delivered to homes and businesses in the United States each year add 50 million tons of greenhouse gases annually. In an economy designed to maximize overall waste, products are systematically made so as to no longer be reparable. Consumers are therefore compelled to discard them and return to the market and buy them again. 57. Similarly, waste in the food system is encouraged by the whole structure of production, distribution, and consumption. According to the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, around half of all fruit and vegetable and seafood products, and 60% of all root and tuber crops in the United States and Oceania are lost or wasted, primarily in the service sector and at the consumer level. Meanwhile, actual food waste, discarding food that could be eaten, in sub-Saharan Africa and South and Southeast Asia is only about 6 to 10% of that of North America and Europe. 58. The macro inefficiency of the system, the lack of anything resembling social and economic planning, and the prodigious mountains of waste, are omnipresent realities wherever we turn, though, like the proverbial fish in the water, we are often unable to see it. The structure of cities organized around a car-first transportation system, the proliferation of strip malls, urban traffic congestion, the casino economy, the litigious society, the war economy, the penal state, and the lavish, conspicuous consumption of the 1% all point to a world of extreme excess, accompanied by tremendous social deprivation and environmental degradation. It is estimated that the average U.S. licensed driver age 16 or older spends around 300 hours a year behind the wheel. In the 1980s, U.S. drivers drove an average of about 10,000 miles a year, today it is around 13,000. Americans drove 3.2 trillion miles on U.S. roads in 2016. For each million cars in the United States, asphalt paving equaling nearly 200,000 football fields is required. 59. A number of studies have shown that the economic surplus in the United States, much of which finds its statistical trace in economic waste associated with advertising, military spending, and other forms of socially unproductive output, constitutes more than 50% of GDP. 60 To this should be added the unnecessary costs associated with the interpenetration effect. None of this, moreover, considers the actual harm inflicted on human beings and the environment, so-called negative externalities. Indeed, capitalism, as Cap once argued, is an economy of unpaid costs. 61. What all of this means is that most of the economy is directed at anything but the needs of the vast majority of the human beings who work and generate output. For all its stinginess, Marx wrote, capitalist production is thoroughly wasteful with human material, just as it is very wasteful of material resources, so that it loses for society what it gains for the individual capitalist. 62. The result under today's monopoly finance capital is that by any rational standards the material progress at present is becoming more negative all the time. As Barry Commoner and Anderson both pointed out as early as the 1970s, we are overshooting nature's capacity to sustain our economic activities and thereby generating an enormous ecological debt that must eventually be paid merely for our continued survival. 63. Odum, who spent the last 2 decades of his life perfecting a devastating ecological critique of neoclassical economics in which he repeatedly emphasized the overlap between his views and Marx, provided perhaps the clearest and most comprehensive general analysis in his day of what needs to be done in the face of the planetary crisis. He argued that it was possible to find a social resolution to conditions of climax accumulation represented by ecological overshoot by altering the structure of production and consumption on a global scale, as well as reorienting the economic system to real wealth in terms of use values. This meant recognizing that a principal waste in our society is using fuels in non-productive activity. We drive more cars than necessary, drive them too often, and drive cars with too much horsepower. We use cars for commuting because cities are not organized with alternative transportation. Because higher costs of energy do cause people to eliminate some stupid wastes, higher fuel taxes may be needed in the United States for these wasteful uses. Crucial to the development of sustainable economic conditions, Odum insisted, was the elimination of unequal ecological exchange. He demonstrated that in the late 1990s the United States was gaining 2.5 times more real wealth in natural material use values, measured in terms of embodied energy, than it exported, mainly to the disadvantage of underdeveloped countries. Needed social change also required controlling global capitalism's inherent tendency for short-term exploitation of resources, which could undermine the national/international resource basis, causing collapse. Capitalist growth was identified, in his conception, as a large-scale analog of wheat overgrowth. Globally, the exclusive dominance of large-scale capitalism should be replaced with an emphasis on cooperation with the environment and among nations. 64. In order to transcend what he called a cancerous capitalism that overdrafted resources and energy, Odum insisted that it would be essential to eliminate the economic and ecological waste and luxury that did not support jobs, real productivity, and real wealth. Hence, he suggested that it would be essential, among other things, to 1. Change industry from a focus on construction, that is, net investment, to maintenance, replacement investment. 2. Place an upper limit on individual incomes. 3. Reduce unearned income from interest and dividends. 4. Downsize by reducing upper-level salaries rather than discharging employees. 5. Provide public work programs for the unemployed. 6. Decentralize organizational hierarchy. 7. Limit the power of private cars. 8. Eliminate plastic discard packaging. 9. Prioritize ecological net production over consumption. 10. Promote an optimal economy through high diversity, efficient cooperation. 11. Share information without profit. 12. Promote equity between nations in ecological exchange, and 13. Use agricultural varieties that need less input. Odum was clear that this transition required a break with imperial capitalism. 65. Socialistic ideals about distribution, he observed, are more consistent with a steady state than growth, whereas for capitalism it was exactly the opposite. 66. The Global South and the Ultimate Crisis. Ecological footprint analysis tells us that the world is in overshoot, currently using resources at a rate that would be sustainable for almost 2 Earths. The main source of this environmental overdraft is to be found in the excesses of the rich countries, which are now, however, being duplicated to a considerable extent throughout the globe. Indeed, if the whole world population were to have the ecological footprint per capita of the United States, 4 Earths would be needed. 67. The very size of the ecological footprint of a rich economy such as the United States is an indication of its heavy reliance on unequal ecological exchange, extracting resources from the rest of the globe, particularly underdeveloped countries, in order to enhance its own growth and power. Odum was able to demonstrate concretely that while the United States received more than twice as much embodied energy from trade as it exported, Ecuador was exporting 5 times the embodied energy that it received. Trade between the two was thus enormously disadvantageous to Ecuador in real wealth terms, while providing a massive ecological benefit to the U.S. economy. 68 To a large extent, the current wealth of the rich countries has been based on a historic system of ecological robbery. It follows that the downsizing of ecological footprints to get the world back in accord with environmental limits must necessarily fall disproportionately on the rich capitalist countries. The only just and sustainable solution is one of contraction and convergence, whereby global per capita carbon emissions and ecological footprints are equalized, along with the elimination of imperialist rent, including both economic and ecological unequal exchange. 69 Moreover, carbon emissions are cumulative. The United States and Britain have each generated carbon emissions per capita since the Industrial Revolution that are 10 times the global mean, with a corresponding responsibility for its mitigation. 70. The Global South is in many ways more immediately imperiled than the North by climate change and by the other planetary rifts. It is here too that an international peasant movement, La Via Campesina, has emerged, and with it hopes of the development of an environmental proletariat. 71 Meanwhile, the propaganda machine of the rich capitalist countries portrays emerging economies, notably China, where carbon emissions now exceed those of the United States but where per capita emissions are far lower, as constituting the single greatest threat to the environment. Understanding the relation of the Global South to the ultimate crisis is therefore crucial. Comparison of the economy-ecology nexus of underdeveloped countries with that of developed monopoly capitalist economies only serves to highlight the waste-ridden character of the latter. High levels of energy and carbon, fossil fuel, intensity have characterized the major industrial countries in the post-Second World War era. 72 This high energy intensity was made possible by the imperial system of ecological, and economic, unequal exchange. Stripped of their vast imperial ecological and fossil fuel subsidies, the rich economies would be readily perceived as the inefficient systems they are. 73. Simon Kuznets, often viewed as the foremost figure in the development of national income accounting in the United States, pointed to some of the crucial contradictions in comparing the GDPs of developed and underdeveloped economies. In a 1949 article, National Income and Industrial Structure, Kuznets argued that the rich capitalist countries were grossly overvalued in national income terms in comparison with less industrialized and less commercialized economic formations, because all purchases that passed through the market, even costs that were mere offsets for the inefficiency and destructiveness of concentrated industrial capitalist production, were seen as enhancing national income and economic growth. 74 Yet, it was well known, with specific reference to China, that pre-industrial or underdeveloped economies were able to produce a higher nutritional content at lower cost, were more efficient in respect to distance in the bringing together of producers with consumers, and in not requiring the packaging and processing of produce to avoid spoliation, and were able to provide security to individuals over their life cycle through the organization of family and community life, which in the rich economies requires insurance. 75. Kuznets argued that much of what was counted as income and economic growth in modern industrial society, such as extra transportation and handling, could be netified, or netted out, as mere offsets to the inefficiencies and destructiveness of concentrated industrial and urban life. Here Kuznets included unnecessary dependence on the automobile, much of the cost of housing, the enormous amounts spent on distribution, transportation, and communication, expenditures on banks, employment agencies, brokerage houses, etc. A great deal of what was counted as GDP and as economic growth therefore consisted of nothing more than libations of oil on the machinery of industrial society. In highly industrialized economies, production, in the narrow sense of converting hides into shoes, Kuznets observed, accounts for merely a small part of the values of finished goods, whereas in the underdeveloped economies it accounts for practically all of it. The transportation and distribution activities in an industrial society can thus be clearly seen as offsets to the real material disadvantages of large-scale, machine manufacturing. For Kuznets, then, many of the additional costs incurred by advanced industrial societies were intermediate offsets to negative features associated with those societies, adding nothing essential to final use values. However, from a social planning or socialist perspective, as in Barron and Sweezy's analysis, the criticism went even deeper, since the bulk of these artificial social costs could be classified not just as offsets to urban industrial life, but as products of the exploitative, profit-centered, and monopolistic character of the capitalist economy, and thus socially irrational in that sense as well. 76. Ironically, Kuznets is today often associated with what is known as the environmental Kuznets curve, or an inverted U-shaped curve standing for the hypothesis that environmental conditions initially worsen with industrialization and income growth, and then eventually improve at higher levels of industrialization and income, reversing the negative environmental effects. Kuznets had presented a similar hypothesis with respect to the effect of economic development on inequality. He did not, however, extend this argument to the quite different realm of the environment. Rather, his name was simply stamped on the hypothetical environmental Kuznets curve by later economic analysts. Not only has the environmental Kuznets curve been shown to be false when environmental effects as a whole are considered, but Kuznets's own discussion of economic formations and their ecological aspects actually constitutes one of the most powerful theoretical counters to the environmental Kuznets curve postulate. 77. Indeed, it is impossible today to make a reasonable case for the environmental benefits of the system of capital accumulation. In today's increasingly globalized monopoly finance capital, the ecological, social, and economic irrationalities of the organization of production are visible on a planetary scale. This is particularly the case with agribusiness, given its heavy, almost exclusive, dependence on intensive carbon inputs at every stage of the production process, including fertilizer production, its destruction of subsistence farming, its vast food processing, packaging, and supermarket chains, and its global distributional and transportation networks that maximize food miles. According to the New York Times, cod caught off Norway is shipped to China to be turned into fillets, then shipped back to Norway for sale. This is due primarily to the global labor arbitrage, which takes advantage of low unit labor costs in China and other poor countries. For China, unit labor costs in 2014 were only about 45% of the US level, leading multinational corporations to carry out production in the global south due to its cheap labor, while shipping these goods to the global north for final consumption. The global labor arbitrage explains why it is that half of Europe's peas are grown and packaged in Kenya. One study looked at a typical Swedish breakfast of bread, butter, cheese, apple, coffee, cream, orange juice, and sugar, and concluded that the food had traveled the equivalent of 24,901 miles, the circumference of the planet, much of this because of differential wage costs between the global north and south. The average food item in U.S. consumption now travels over 1,500 miles from field to table. Food miles associated with consumption in the United Kingdom amounted to the equivalent of 33 billion vehicle kilometers in 2002. 78. Again and again, agribusiness has been shown to be less efficient in producing food per acre, as opposed to food per unit labor cost, than intensive, small organic farming, which is also less damaging to the environment and is far superior in providing a livelihood for people and whole communities on the land. 79. Hence, La Via Campesina claims that in order to provide food security, livelihoods, jobs, and human health, as well as to protect the environment, global food production has to be in the hands of small-scale sustainable farmers, as opposed to large, monopolistic agribusiness corporations and supermarket chains. The moral of the tale, Marx observed in the 1860s, is that the capitalist system runs counter to a rational agriculture, or that a rational agriculture is incompatible with the capitalist system, and needs either small farmers working for themselves or the control of the associated producers. 80. The world revolt of small-scale farmers increasingly places ecology at the forefront, as groups of rural workers organize to fight the logic of capital in order to establish social control over ecological material relationships and forge more meaningful, less alienated, and more sustainable conditions for life. According to environmental sociologists Mindy Schneider and Philip McMichael in the Journal of Peasant Studies, Marx's concept of the metabolic rift, in the context of an international peasant mobilization embracing the science of ecology, has become the focal point of attempts to restore forms of agriculture that are environmentally and socially sustainable. 81. Odum insisted that increasing constraints on fossil fuel use would spell the end of today's petro-farming system. The high yields from industrial agriculture generated a very cruel illusion because the citizens, the teachers, and the leaders did not understand the energetics involved. A whole generation of citizens thought that higher efficiencies in using the energy of the sun had arrived. This was a sad hoax, for people of the developed world no longer eat potatoes made from solar energy. People are really eating potatoes made partly of oil. 82. Without the subsidy provided by fossil fuels, today's agribusiness system would simply collapse. As a result, it will be necessary to return to more ecologically efficient forms of traditional agriculture combined with modern know-how. In this way, the knowledge system will in many ways be inverted. Rather than agribusiness corporations providing technical directions to traditional peasant farmers, small peasant farmers will provide much of the inspiration for the most appropriate agricultural practice, rooted in thousands of years of cumulative knowledge of soil cultivation, supplemented by the advancements associated with modern agroecology. Policies about population and development appropriate to low-energy restoration, Odum wrote, may be like those formerly found in low-energy cultures like the Yanomamo Indians of Venezuela. 83. The notion that the areas of the global south, including China and India, can easily incorporate the billions of people now engaged in small-scale agriculture into their overcrowded urban centers is the product of a development ideology according to which the rich countries of Western Europe are said to have rapidly absorbed their own rural populations within their emerging, industrialized cities. In reality, there were huge waves of emigration of Europeans to the colonies, taking the pressure off the cities. In the United States, which was a receiving ground for much of this European emigration, urbanization occurred much more gradually. By 1900, nearly 80% of the British population lived in cities, while 40% of the US population did. It took until 1960 before 70% of the US population resided in cities, and until 2000 before it reached 80%. Such an industrialization-urbanization pattern, relying on mass emigration, is clearly not feasible in today's global south, which does not have the outlet for mass emigration on the scale now needed. Indeed, in the age of Donald Trump, walls against migrants are rapidly being built in the United States and Europe. Nor do developing countries today have the favorable economic conditions expansion into a whole new continent, albeit leading to the genocidal conquest of the original inhabitants, under which the United States emerged as a world industrial power. What is happening instead in many countries is the huge growth of urban slums as people migrate from the countryside into cities that contain insufficient employment opportunities. Around one-third of the world's city dwellers now live in slums. 84. In response to these realities, governing agricultural development, urbanization, and the movement of peoples, a new rural reconstruction movement has emerged in China, associated in particular with the pioneering ecological thinking of Wen Taijun that rejects large-scale farming agribusiness systems as a viable pattern of development in today's circumstances. Instead, agriculture is to be rooted in the village system of collective land rights, the product of the Chinese Revolution, and the utilization of traditional knowledge of some 240 million small household farmers, further informed by contemporary ecological science. This transformation of food production and socio-ecological relationships also involves expanding rural education, medical services, and infrastructure. This strategy is committed to the 3 Ps, the people's principles, people's livelihood, people's solidarity, and people's cultural diversity. 85. The Society of Sustainable Human Development. Labor, Marx insisted, is first of all, a process between man and nature, a process by which man, through his own actions, mediates, regulates and controls the metabolism between himself and nature. 86. It is the central metabolic relation between human beings and the natural environment that is now being called into question by capitalism on a planetary scale, generating constant and ever-growing metabolic rifts. 87. Even as global monopoly finance capital falls prey to an endless stagnation crisis due to its own internal contradictions, it is also crossing all ecological boundaries in its drive for endless accumulation, thus activating its external contradictions on the broadest, most planetary scale. 88. Economic growth under capitalism is inseparable from an increase, to quote Daly, in the metabolic flow of useful matter and energy from environmental sources, through the economic subsystem, production and consumption, and back to environmental sinks as waste. The key to a sustainable society is thus the rational regulation of this metabolic flow relative to natural cycles that regenerate the economy's resource depletion and absorb its waste emissions, as well as providing countless other natural services. 89. Recognizing these material constraints, and the fact that production was ultimately nothing but the relation between human beings and nature, Marx defined socialism as a society in which socialized man, the associated producers, govern the human metabolism with nature in a rational way, accomplishing it with the least expenditure of energy and in conditions most worthy and appropriate for their human nature. 90. We are a long way from the rational, social regulation of the human metabolism with nature envisioned by Marx in the 19th century. Today the rift in this metabolism is threatening the entire planet as a place of habitation for humanity and countless other species. The gravity of the problem that faces us in addressing both the current planetary emergency and the inordinately destructive social metabolism of capital should not be downplayed. In order to avoid catastrophic climate change, it will be necessary, science tells us, to find a way to keep the fossil fuels in the ground. We need to stay well below 1 trillion metric tons of carbon emissions if we are to have a reasonable chance of avoiding irreversible and catastrophic climate change. Rapidly cutting fossil fuel consumption, however, means removing the energy subsidy on which today's system of global monopoly finance capitalism critically relies, calling the whole system into question. 91. At the same time, it will be necessary to reverse the other planetary rifts, such as species extinction, the rupture of the nitrogen and phosphorus cycles, ocean acidification, the depletion or overuse of fresh water, the elimination of natural vegetative ground cover, and the degradation of the soil in order to not close off the future. Here too we are forced to confront the nature of our social system. The really inconvenient truth is that there is no possible way to accomplish any, much less all, of these things other than by breaking with the underlying logic of the accumulation of capital, MCM, and today's even deadlier MCKM. What is required both for long-term human survival and for the creation of a new condition of plenitude is a smaller ecological footprint for the global economy, coupled with a system of comprehensive social, technological, and economic planning, one that is of, by, and for the people. 92. It means abandonment of the myth of absolute economic growth as the panacea for all of society's ills, and the shift to a sustainable, steady-state economy rooted in sustainable human development rather than the accumulation of capital. 93. Nevertheless, the grim reality is that climate change and other planetary rifts demand urgent action within a timeline of a generation or less, leaving virtually no options other than revolutionary social change. In its 2018 report, the IPCC declared that what was required by 2050 were system transitions that were unprecedented in terms of scale. Will Stephan and a team of Earth system scientists, writing for the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in 2018, declared that to avoid a pathway to hothouse Earth in which the planet would heat up uncontrollably beyond a certain threshold, likely represented by a 2 degrees Celsius increase in global average temperature, as nonlinear feedbacks came into play, fundamental transformations in the present dominant socio-economic system are required. As Minkhili cautioned, in the rise of China and the demise of the capitalist world economy, barring a very rapid shift away from capitalism, the system will inevitably lead us into global catastrophe, even omnicide. And if this were to occur, Even if socialism triumphs in the second half of the century, the task for future socialist governments will no longer be about preventing catastrophes but trying to survive them as they are taking place. All that can be said with certainty is that the sooner the world reverses the logic of capitalism in a global movement towards socialism, the greater the chance for human survival. 94. It is impossible to think of anything at all concerning the elementary conditions of social metabolic reproduction, Istvan Meszaros wrote, which is not lethally threatened by the way in which capital relates to them, the only way in which it can as a mere means to accumulation. Indeed, as early as 1971, at the opening of the modern environmental era, Meszaros declared, "A basic contradiction of the capitalist system of control is that it cannot separate advance from destruction, nor progress from waste, however catastrophic the results. The more it unlocks the powers of productivity, the more it must unleash the powers of destruction, and the more it extends the volume of production, the more it must bury everything under mountains of suffocating waste. The concept of economy is radically incompatible with the economy of capital production, which, of necessity, adds insult to injury by first using up with rapacious wastefulness the limited resources of our planet, and then further aggravates the outcome by polluting and poisoning the human environment with its mass-produced waste and effluence." 95. Ironically, it is in the very waste and destructiveness of what Odum called the cancerous capitalism of today that we are able to discover the potential for a more rational, just, and sustainable society. Barron and Sweezy, looking at the explosive growth of finance, already visible in their time, together with advertising, product differentiation, artificial obsolescence, model changes, and the other devices of the sales effort, observed, the prodigious volume of resources absorbed in all these activities does in fact constitute necessary costs of capitalist production. What should be crystal clear is that an economic system in which such costs are socially necessary has long ceased to be a socially necessary economic system. 96. 11. The long ecological revolution. Aside from the stipulation that nature follows certain laws, no idea was more central to the scientific revolution of the 17th century, and to the subsequent development of what came to be known as modern science, than that of the conquest, mastery, and domination of nature. Up until the rise of the ecological movement in the late 20th century, the conquest of nature was a universal trope, often equated with progress under capitalism, and sometimes socialism. To be sure, the notion, as utilized in science, was a complex one. As Francis Bacon, the idea's leading early proponent, put it, nature is only overcome by obeying her. Only by following nature's laws, therefore, was it possible to conquer her. 1. After the great Romantic poets, the strongest opponents of the idea of the conquest of nature during the Industrial Revolution were Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, the founders of classical historical materialism. Commenting on Bacon's maxim, Marx observed that in capitalism the discovery of nature's autonomous laws appears merely as a ruse so as to subjugate it under human needs, particularly the needs of accumulation. Yet despite its clever ruse, capital can never fully transcend nature's material limits, which continually reassert themselves, with the result that production moves in contradictions which are constantly overcome but just as constantly posited. Its treatment of natural limits as mere barriers to be overcome, not as actual boundaries, gives capital its enormously dynamic character. But that same refusal to recognize natural limits also means that capital tends to cross critical thresholds of environmental sustainability, causing needless and sometimes irrevocable destruction. 2 Marx pointed in Capital to such rifts in the socio-ecological metabolism of humanity and nature engendered by capital accumulation, and to the need to restore that metabolism through a more sustainable relation to the earth, maintaining and even improving the planet for successive human generations. As boni paterfamilias, good heads of the household. 3. In his Dialectics of Nature, written in the 1870s, Engels turned the Baconian ruse on its head in order to emphasize ecological limits. Let us not, however, flatter ourselves overmuch on account of our human victories over nature. For each such victory nature takes its revenge on us. Each victory, it is true, in the first place brings about the results we expected, but in the second and third places it has quite different, unforeseen effects which only too often cancel out the first. Thus at every step we are reminded that we by no means rule over nature like a conqueror over a foreign people, like someone standing outside nature, but that we, with flesh, blood, and brain, belong to nature, and exist in its midst, and that all our mastery of it consists in the fact that we have the advantage over all other creatures of being able to learn its laws and apply them correctly. Point 4. Although key parts of Marx and Engels' ecological critique remained long unknown, their analysis was to have a deep influence on later socialist theorists. Still, much of actually existing socialism, particularly in the Soviet Union from the late 1930s through the mid-1950s, succumbed to the same extreme modernizing vision of the conquest of nature that characterized capitalist societies. A decisive challenge to the notion of the domination of nature had to await the rise of the ecological movement in the latter half of the 20th century, particularly following the publication of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring in 1962. The new ecological criticism of the environmental destruction brought on by modern science and technology and by unbridled industrialism associated with a simplistic notion of human progress focusing on economic expansion alone led to an alternative emphasis on sustainability, coevolution, and interconnection, of which ecology was emblematic. Science was said to have been misused, insofar as it had aided in the violation of nature's own laws, ultimately threatening human survival itself. Through the development of the concept of the biosphere and the rise of the Earth system perspective, in which Soviet ecology played a crucial role, science increasingly came to be integrated with a more holistic, dialectical view, one that took on new radical dimensions that challenged the logic of the subordination of the Earth and humanity to profit. Point 5. Recent years have brought these issues renewed relevance, with the climate crisis and the introduction of the Anthropocene as a scientific classification of the changed human relation to the planet. The Anthropocene is commonly defined within science as a new geological epoch succeeding the Holocene epoch of the last 12,000 years, a changeover marked by an anthropogenic rift in the Earth system since the Second World War. 6. After centuries of scientific understanding founded on the conquest of nature, we have now, indisputably, reached a qualitatively new and dangerous stage, marked by the advent of nuclear weapons and climate change, which the Marxist historian E. P. Thompson dubbed exterminism, the last stage of civilization. 7. From an ecological perspective, the Anthropocene, which stands not just for the climate crisis, but also rifts in planetary boundaries, generally marks the need for a more creative, constructive, and coevolutionary relation to the Earth. In eco-socialist theory, this demands the reconstitution of society at large on a more egalitarian and sustainable basis. A long and continuing ecological revolution is needed, one that will necessarily occur in stages, over decades and centuries. But given the threat to the Earth as a place of human habitation marked by climate change, ocean acidification, species extinction, loss of fresh water, deforestation, toxic pollution, and more, this transformation requires immediate reversals in the regime of accumulation. This means opposing the logic of capital, whenever and wherever it seeks to promote the creative destruction of the planet. Such a reconstitution of society at large cannot be merely technological, but must transform the human metabolic relation with nature through production, and hence the whole realm of social metabolic reproduction. Point 8. No revolutionary movement exists in a vacuum. It is invariably confronted with counter-revolutionary doctrines designed to defend the status quo. In our era, ecological Marxism, or eco-socialism, the most comprehensive challenge to the structural crisis of our times, is being countered by capitalist eco-modernism, the outgrowth of an earlier ideology of modernism, which from the first opposed the notion that economic growth faced natural limits. If eco-socialism insists that a revolution to restore a sustainable human relation to the Earth requires a frontal assault on the system of capital accumulation, and that this can only be accomplished by more egalitarian social relations and more consciously co-evolutionary relations to the Earth, Eco-modernism promises precisely the opposite. 9 Ecological contradictions, according to this ideology, can be surmounted by means of technological fixes and continued rapid growth in production, with no fundamental changes to the structure of our economy or society. 10 The prevailing liberal approach to ecological problems, including climate change, has long put capital accumulation before people and the planet. It is maintained that through new technologies, demographic shifts, such as population control, and the mechanisms of the global free market, the existing system can successfully address the immense ecological challenges before us. In short, the solution to the ecological crises produced by capitalist accumulation is still more capitalist accumulation. All the while, we have been rapidly nearing the climate cliff, that is, the breaking of the carbon budget, represented by the trillionth metric ton of carbon released into the atmosphere, now less than a decade and a half away if current trends continue. 11. In these dire circumstances, it is dispiriting but not altogether surprising that some self-styled socialists have jumped on the eco-modernist bandwagon, arguing against most ecologists and eco-socialists that what is required to address climate change and environmental problems as a whole is simply technological change, coupled with progressive redistribution of resources. Here again, the Earth system crisis is said not to demand fundamental changes in social relations and in the human metabolism with nature. Rather, it is to be approached in instrumentalist terms as a formidable barrier to be overcome by means of extreme technology. The best current example of this tendency on the left in the United States is the summer 2017 issue of Jacobin, titled Earth, Wind, and Fire. According to the authors featured in the weightier second half of this special issue and their related works, the solution to climate change and other ecological problems is primarily one of innovation in the development and application of new technologies and does not require a critique of the process of capital accumulation or economic growth. Activist groups such as Greenpeace and most eco-socialists come under attack for their catastrophism or apocalypticism, their direct action, and their emphasis on the need for qualitative changes in the human relation to the environment. 12 Indeed, most of the issue, packed with colorful charts and graphics, espouses a techno-optimism in which ecological crises can be solved through a combination of non-carbon energy, including nuclear power, geoengineering, and the construction of a globe spanning negative emissions energy infrastructure. If this stance is socialist, it is only in the supposedly progressive, eco-modernist sense of combining state-directed technocratic planning and market regulation with proposals for more equitable income distribution. In this vision, ecological necessities are once again subordinated to notions of economic and technological development that are treated as inexorable. Nature is not a living system to be defended, but a foe to be conquered. As if to punctuate this position, the Jacobin issue includes as an epigraph a quotation from Leon Trotsky, taken from his Literature and Revolution, 1924. Faith merely promises to move mountains, but technology, which takes nothing on faith, is actually able to cut down mountains and move them. Up to now this was done for industrial purposes, mines, or for railways, tunnels. In the future this will be done on an immeasurably larger scale, according to a general industrial and artistic plan. Man will occupy himself with re-registering mountains and rivers, and will earnestly and repeatedly make improvements in nature. In the end, he will have rebuilt the earth, if not in his own image, at least according to his own taste. We have not the slightest fear that this taste will be bad. 13. Trotsky was hardly alone in promoting such reckless productivism in the early 1920s, and can be at least partly excused as an individual of his time. To repeat the same error nearly a century later, however, when we face the destabilization of the world's ecosystems and human civilization, is to capitulate to the forces of destruction. The current attempt to claim the conquest of nature and eco-modernization as a socialist project is dangerous enough that it warrants a thorough critique. Otherwise, we risk turning back the clock on the vital political and theoretical advances made by the ecological left over the last half-century. The new Promethean socialism. The first half of Jacobin's playfully titled Earth, Wind, and Fire issue is fairly uncontroversial from a left standpoint, cataloging capitalism's environmental depredations and calling for radical change. However, editorial board member Connor Kilpatrick sets the tone for the issue's second part when he suggests that Donald Trump and capitalist entrepreneurs appeal to a broad public by promising a future of economic growth and new technology, while the ecological movement offers only a politics of fear-mongering and austerity. 14. The second half makes the implications of Kilpatrick's criticism explicit, developing over the course of several articles a thoroughly eco-modernist, techno-utopian vision that is ultimately incompatible with the goals and methods of the grassroots ecological movement. The penultimate article in the issue, Lee Phillips and Michael Rosworski's Planning the Good Anthropocene, along with Phillips's prior work, captures the essence of this putatively progressive eco-modernist perspective. Phillips is the author of the 2015 book Austerity, Ecology and the Collapse Porn Addicts, and Rosworski is a Toronto-based union researcher and commentator, who frequently writes for Jacobin. 15. In his book, Phillips directs polemical attacks on such varied left thinkers, living and dead, as Theodore Adorno, Ian Angus, David Harvey, Max Horkheimer, Derek Jensen, Naomi Klein, Annie Leonard, Herbert Marcuse, Bill McKibben, Louis Mumford, Juliet Shore, Richard York, and ourselves. He also challenges the concept of planetary boundaries of leading Earth system scientists. At the same time, Phillips gives his eco-modernist seal of approval to Orel Ellis, Roger Pielka Jr., and the Breakthrough Institute, where both are senior fellows, Alex Williams and Nick Cernacek, authors of the Accelerate Manifesto, and Slavoj Zizek, for his dismissal of the notion of Mother Earth. One chapter in Phillips's book, criticizing Greenpeace's Leonard, is titled In Defense of Stuff. Another, attacking the work of ourselves and others associated with Monthly Review, is called There Is No Metabolic Rift. Phillips dismisses the idea that Marx advanced ecological values, despite mountains of evidence to the contrary, and accuses the entire ecological left of doom-mongering and catastrophism. Klein is said to promote an eco-austerity that is ultimately no different from the neoliberal version. Phillips flatly rejects the notion that there are limits to economic growth, asserting that you can actually have infinite growth on a finite world, by making more with less. According to some estimates, he informs us, the planet can sustain up to 282 billion people, by using all the land. 16. For Phillips, bigger is beautiful. The socialist must defend economic growth, productivism, Prometheanism. The former Soviet Union, for example, is faulted not for its extreme productivism, but for its lack of democratic planning and insufficient concern for human welfare. He presents a sweepingly anthropocentric definition of nature: we are nature, and all that we do to nature is natural. It follows that our skyscrapers are not separate from nature, they are nature. By the very same logic, one might add, so are our nuclear weapons. Human progress means transgressing all purported natural limits. Viewed in these terms, energy is freedom. Growth is freedom. Other species have value only insofar as they provide utilitarian benefits to society. Thus we should care when species go extinct, not because of their intrinsic worth, but because the loss of species means a decline in the effectiveness of the services that living systems provide to humans. 17. Overall, the new left of the 1960s and its successors are faulted for rejecting the Promethean ambition of ever more production, more stuff. Likewise, Phillips sees the Brazilian landless workers movement as out of step with social needs, precisely because it attempts to reconnect workers to the land. What is required is a high-energy planet, not modesty, humility, and simple living. Eco-modernism would concentrate the land and rely on large-scale agricultural production. 18. So enamored is Phillips of nuclear power as the solution to climate change that he says that a substantial, global reversal of neoliberalism and an embrace of a strong, democratic public sector ethos is climatically advantageous, mainly because it will allow us to deploy what is absolutely the strongest weapon we have in our arsenal against global warming, namely nuclear power. No mention of Fukushima here. 19. Phillips and Rosworski bring this same perspective to their contribution to Jacobin's special issue and were no doubt enlisted for that precise purpose. They tout nuclear power as a viable alternative to fossil fuels, as part of a broader eco-modernist fantasy in which economic growth has no limits and humanity rules as the collective sovereign of Earth. Although they endorse some form of state planning, they raise no direct objection to the commodification of nature, labor, and society under capitalism, and seem unconcerned by the ways that existing structures of production and consumption distort and exploit human needs. Instead, the future lies entirely with the new machines that can provide humanity with ever more goods, while commanding on an ever-increasing scale the biogeochemical processes we must understand, track, and master in order to coordinate ecosystems. The goal is self-consciously one of Promethean control of nature through science and technology. It is hardly surprising therefore that Phillips's outlook, as first articulated in Austerity Ecology and the Collapse-Born Attics, has been lauded by the premier corporate-funded eco-modernist think tank, the Breakthrough Institute, or that the title phrase of the Phillips and Rosworski piece, The Good Anthropocene, is lifted directly from Breakthrough Institute's An Eco-Modernist Manifesto. 20. In another bold appropriation, Peter Frase, author of the 2016 book For Futures, Life After Capitalism, titles his contribution to the issue By Any Means Necessary, a phrase made famous by Malcolm X, but here denoting planetary-wide interventions in nature. For Futures shows Frase to be enamored with the idea of the Promethean mastery over the Earth. The grand future he depicts in what purports to be a realistic eco-socialist scenario, albeit drawing on science fiction, consists of terraforming our own planet, reconstructing it into something that can continue to support us and at least some of the other living creatures that currently exist, in other words making an entirely new nature. Like Phillips and Rosworski, Frase has no interest in reducing our impact on nature or treading lightly on the Earth, rather, we must manage and care for nature in order to better serve our own interests. Following the conservative philosopher of science and Breakthrough Institute senior fellow Bruno Latour, Frase insists that in the face of the global ecological crisis we need to be engaged in loving our Frankenstein monsters. That is, we must learn to identify with the technological industrial world we have created, or are in the process of creating, with its planned markets, smart parking meters, robo-bees, and new potentialities for geoengineering the planet, all viewed as perfectly compatible with socialist ecology. 21. In By Any Means Necessary, Frase focuses on climate change. Chiding the ecological movement for its green moralizing, he calls on the left to embrace wholeheartedly attempts to geoengineer the planet. He praises Oliver Morton's 2015 book The Planet Remade, which proposes to inject sulfur aerosols into the atmosphere to block the sun's rays, though scientists have pointed out that the added calamitous effects of this are likely to be far worse than global warming alone. Point 22. Frase himself makes a case for cloud brightening, by which clouds can be made to reflect more sunlight away from the Earth. We have to recognize, he writes, that we are, and have been for a long time, the manipulators and managers of nature. If the left fails to embrace planetary geoengineering, the bourgeoisie will simply carry out their work without us. In Frase's view, socialists have no choice but to climb onto the geoengineering bandwagon, even if this means going against the ecological movement. Still, the purpose of raising the prospect of geoengineering in a left context, he says, is not as a substitute for decarbonization, but as part of a larger portrait of eco-socialism. There is no danger, Frase assures us, to be found in geoengineering technology itself, only in how it is managed, a sophism akin to guns don't kill people, people do. Defending himself in advance against the charge of hubris and Prometheanism, he states, no doubt with an eye on Engels, that the socialist project does not aim at controlling nature. Nature is never under our control, and there are always unintended consequences. But missing from his analysis is any notion that social relations must change in order to effect qualitative shifts in the human metabolism with nature. For Frase, the object seems to be keeping the whole juggernaut going as much as possible, with neither social nor ecological relations seriously addressed in what amounts to a technological tinkerer's solution. The only alternative to such an extreme eco-modernist strategy, we are led to believe, is a hair shirt austerity, a term that he uses in common with Phillips to ridicule the ecological movement. Point 23. Daniel Aldana Cohen's article The Last Stimulus promotes a form of green Keynesianism. Against those on the left who argue for the need to develop a steady-state economy, a system no longer governed by the drive for unsustainable and destructive economic growth, Cohen insists that we should take seriously the hype surrounding green capitalism. Global political and financial leaders now want to invest $1 trillion a year in clean energy alone. The budget for climate adaptation policies will be comparably huge. Business as usual is changing fast. Thanks to political pressure, millions of workers' retirement funds are already investing in a happy old age in a stable climate. Globally, trillions of dollars in workers' retirement savings are up for grabs. Regional and national governments all over the world are setting up green banks, financial institutions to help shape the booming investment in the energy transition. This past year, employment in the solar sector expanded 17 times faster than in the economy as a whole. From this, Cohen derives his thesis that so far, green capitalists are the ones shaping the future. They get it? We could too. While not an advocate of unbridled Prometheanism like Phillips and Fraser, he nevertheless sees the solution largely in the fairly conventional terms of state management of technology, the market, and urban development. Point 24. Christian Parenti, a Nation columnist and author of Tropic of Chaos, Climate Change and the New Geography of Violence, 2012, is the best known of the earth, wind, and fire contributors. The foreboding title of his article, If We Fail, refers to the worst-case scenario of unmitigated climate change, namely the Venus syndrome. As described by climatologist James Hansen and recounted by Parenti, the Earth would end up a lifeless rock swathed in boiling hot, toxic, water vapors. Parenti seizes on this apocalyptic image to urge the left to accept drastic technological solutions, which fortunately, he says, are well within reach. Citing an experiment in Iceland, he advocates the building of carbon capture and sequestration, CCS, plants that would strip carbon from the atmosphere and sequester it by depositing it in basalt rock. This CCS in basalt approach, he claims, offers a fairly simple, ready-made solution to the climate problem. The only difficulty he sees is that such a CCS scheme must be sponsored by the state rather than private enterprise, since it offers few opportunities for profit. And this is where progressives with their support of affirmative government have an essential role to play. The good news is that a radical climate solution, counterintuitively perhaps, requires that we use more, not less, energy. But energy, in the form of solar energy, is the one economic input that is truly infinite. Parenti does not, however, address the immense obstacles to the building of CCS plants on the scale and with the speed he imagines. As the energy analyst Václav Smil has pointed out, in order to sequester just a fifth of current CO2 emissions, we would have to create an entirely new worldwide absorption gathering compression transportation storage industry whose annual throughput would have to be about 70% larger than the annual volume now handled by the global crude oil industry, whose immense infrastructure of wells, pipelines, compressor stations, and storage took generations to build. CCS technology requires unimaginable quantities of water, as much as 130 billion tons every year, or about half the annual flow of the Columbia River, would be needed to capture and sequester carbon dioxide equal to the annual emissions of the United States alone. And the problems only start there, since the larger technological, economic, and ecological obstacles to such massive attempts at negative emissions technologies are gargantuan, raising unimaginable difficulties. Although not discussed by Parenti, similar problems of scale arise with respect to the most favored carbon dioxide removal approach among scientists, since it is theoretically capable of providing negative emissions, namely, bioenergy with carbon capture and sequestration, BCS. Implementation of such schemes on a global scale would, however, require a very large portion of the land area and water currently used by world agriculture, imposing intolerable environmental and social costs. More rational schemes propose improved agriculture and forestry, rooted in agroecology, for which Cuba is currently the most developed model. If Phillips in his analysis argues that all is nature, that everything in society, from farms to factories to skyscrapers, is natural, Parenti suggests the opposite, all is society, to the point that the natural world can scarcely be said to exist at all. It is easy from this standpoint to argue, as he does, in favor of meat factories and fish farms as partial solutions to our ecological problems, while the consequences for ecosystems and the animals themselves are rendered invisible. Our mission as a species, he writes, is not to retreat from, or to preserve, something called nature, but rather to become fully conscious environmental makers. Extreme technology under public ownership will be central to a socialist project of civilizational rescue, or civilization will not last. In both these views, all is nature and all is society, employed in this way, the object is identical, to wish away ecological contradictions and seek the total conquest of the environment, effectively maintaining, rather than fundamentally transforming, existing social and economic structures. Point 25. In a short article, We Gave Greenpeace a Chance, cultural critic Angela Nagel takes that organization and the broader ecological movement to task. She rejects what she calls Greenpeace's diminutive direct action and the deep green primitivism often associated with the radical environmental movement. Instead, she opts once again for hyper-technological solutions to environmental problems, including the global expansion of nuclear energy plants, declaring that human interference in the natural world is now the only way to save it. With respect to Trump's claim that global warming is a myth concocted by China to make U.S. manufacturing non-competitive, Nagel quips that on first hearing this, her only sense of shock was that someone was actually talking about manufacturing again. Like Phillips, Rosworski, Fraze, and Parenti, she urges the left to abandon its aversion to ambitious technologies and Promethean modernity and to love our monsters. Point 26. Other articles in the issue launch similarly one-sided attacks on the Sierra Club, Bronco Marcetic, People Make the World Go Round, and food cooperatives. Jonah Walters, beware your local food cooperative. In the latter article, we are led to believe that some of the more radical food cooperatives in the 1970s were simply the product of Maoist true believers and self-styled guerrillas, schooled in the messianic Marxism-Leninism of the late New Left and following the model of the Black Panther Party in a series of pejoratives designed to throw scorn on these experiments. Point 27. What is remarkable about the contributions to Jacobin's special issue on the environment and related works by its writers and editors is how removed they are from genuine socialism, if this involves a revolution in social and ecological relations, aimed at the creation of a world of substantive equality and environmental sustainability. What we get instead is a mechanistic, techno-utopian solution to the climate problem that ignores the social relations of science and technology, along with human needs and the wider environment. Unlike ecological Marxism and radical ecology generally, this vision of a state-directed, technocratic, redistributive market economy, reinforced by planetary geoengineering, does not fundamentally challenge the commodity system. The ecological crisis brought on by capitalism is used here to justify the setting aside of all genuine ecological values. The issue's contributors instead endorse a good Anthropocene, or a renewed conquest of nature, as a means of perpetuating the basic contours of present-day commodity society, including, most disastrously, its imperative for unlimited exponential growth. Socialism, conceived in these terms, becomes nearly indistinguishable from capitalism, not a movement to replace generalized commodity society, but homologous with the fundamental structure of capitalist modernity. At best, this represents a foreshortening of the socialist vision for the sake of success in the liberal political arena. But the cost of such a compromise with the status quo is the loss of any conception of an alternative future. The long ecological revolution. How then are we to see the necessary ecological and social revolution of our time? In the 19th century, Engels emphasized the imperative for society to develop in accord with nature as the only genuine scientific view. Freedom does not consist in any dreamt of independence from natural laws, but in the knowledge of these laws, and the possibility this gives of systematically making them work towards definite ends. This holds good in relation both to the laws of external nature and to those which govern the bodily and mental existence of men themselves, two classes of laws which we can separate from each other at most only in thought but not in reality. 28. Moreover, there was no way to shortchange natural necessity. Engels argued that the Baconian ruse of the conquest of nature, obeying nature's laws for the sole purpose of promoting capital accumulation, would ultimately prove disastrous, since it ignored the larger consequences in the pursuit of short-term gain. In contrast, the object of scientific socialism was not a vain attempt to conquer nature, but rather the advancement of human freedom in accord with the conditions imposed by the material world. 29. Today, the growing awareness of such problems, and of the inescapable human connection to the natural world as a whole, has led scientists to explore more sustainable forms of development, as in agroecology, biomimicry, and systems of ecological resilience. The overarching goal of an ecological society, Fred Magdoff and Chris Williams write in their book Creating an Ecological Society, is to maintain the long-term health of the biosphere while equitably providing for human needs. 30. This is not an impossible task, but it does require the development of science at a higher level, one not simply concerned with mechanical manipulation of the earth and its inhabitants for private gain, but founded on the understanding and concern for the complex collectivities that constitute living systems and human life itself. This requires ecological planning, but that in turn is only possible if social relations also change, reconceiving freedom in terms of needs deeper and wider than those of individual self-interest in a commodity economy. What this means is that we should not be stampeded by the climate crisis, however catastrophic its likely consequences, into embracing the very same attitudes toward the human relation to the natural world that generated the current unprecedented threats to human civilization. To do so is to seal our fate. We cannot escape the long-term ecological consequences of capitalist development through the Faustian bargain of building more and more nuclear power plants around the globe, or by recklessly injecting sulfur particles into the atmosphere, all for the purpose of infinitely expanding commodity production and capital accumulation. Beyond their technical and economic infeasibility, such plans must be opposed because of the immense, unforeseen repercussions that would inevitably result. To argue, for example, for CCS, or BICS, technology as the primary solution to the climate crisis is to argue for devoting an immense share of resources to such plants, rivaling in scale the world's entire existing energy infrastructure, with all sorts of added ecological and social costs and consequences. 31. There are better and faster ways of addressing the climate crisis through revolutions in social relations themselves. Moreover, any purportedly socialist approach to environmental problems that focuses only on climate change, ignoring or even rejecting the idea of other planetary boundaries, and sees the solution as purely technological, represents a failure of nerve. It constitutes a refusal to embrace a new, wider realm of freedom, to meet the challenge that historical reality now imposes on us. 32. Humanity cannot continue to develop in the 21st century without embracing more collective and sustainable forms of production and consumption in line with biospheric realities. Here it is important to recognize that today's monopoly finance capitalism is a system built on waste. The larger part of production is squandered on negative, or specifically capitalist, use values, in such forms as military spending, marketing expenditures, and the inefficiencies, including planned obsolescence, built into every product. The consumption of ever more meaningless and destructive goods is offered as a substitute for all those things that people truly want and need. 33. Indeed, as Marxist economist Paul A. Barron wrote, people steeped in the culture of monopoly capitalism do not want what they need and do not need what they want. 34. Beyond the mere physical necessities of food, shelter, clothing, clean water, clean air, and so on, these needs include love, family, community, meaningful work, education, cultural life, access to the natural environment, and the free and equal development of every person. The capitalist order drastically limits or perverts all of this, creating artificial shortages in essential goods in order to generate a driving desire for non-essentials, all for the purpose of greater profitability and polarization of income and wealth. The United States alone currently spends more than $1 trillion a year both on the military and on marketing, the latter aimed at inducing people to buy things that they would not otherwise be disposed to purchase. 35. There is no doubt that the current planetary ecological crisis requires technological change and innovation. Improvements in solar and wind power and other alternatives to fossil fuels are an important part of the ecological equation. It is not true, however, that all the technologies needed to address the planetary emergency are new, or that technological development alone is the answer. The wonders of smart machines notwithstanding, there is no solution to the global ecological crisis as a whole compatible with capitalist social relations. Any ecological defenses erected in the present must be based on opposition to the logic of capital accumulation. Nor can intervention by the state, acting as a kind of social capitalist, do the trick. Rather, a long ecological revolution adequate to the world's needs would mean altering the human social metabolism with nature, countering the alienation of both nature and human labor under capitalism. Above all, we must be concerned with maintaining ecological conditions for future generations, the very definition of sustainability. From this standpoint, a multitude of things can be done now, if humanity mobilizes itself to create an ecological society. 36 Given the vast waste inherent in the regime of monopoly finance capital, which has penetrated into the very structure of production, it is possible to implement forms of revolutionary conservation that both expand the realm of human freedom and allow for rapid readjustment to the necessity imposed by the Earth system crisis. It is far more efficient and feasible to cut carbon emissions drastically than it would be to construct a globe-spanning CCS infrastructure, which would rival or exceed in size the current world energy infrastructure. It would be far more rational to carry out a rapid, revolutionary phase-out of carbon emissions than to risk imposing new threats to the diversity of life and human civilization through attempts to geoengineer the entire planet. Ecological Marxism offers an opening up of human freedom and creativity in manifold ways, calling upon humanity as a whole to rebuild its world on ecological foundations in line with the Earth itself. Promises of a global technological fix which becomes more nonsensical if one looks beyond climate change to the numerous planetary boundaries threatened by the capitalist conquest of nature can only lead to elite politics and elite management. It is the ultimate hubris, the final call for the human domination of nature as a means of class domination. Such Promethean views are designed to avoid the reality of the contemporary social and ecological crisis, namely, that revolutionary changes in the existing relations of production are unavoidable. Modernizing the forces of production is not enough, more important is establishing the conditions for sustainable human development. Much can be learned from indigenous and traditional forms of working the land, because human society under capitalism has become alienated from the earth. It follows that less alienated societies offer vital insight into the practice of a more sustainable existence. Critics on both left and right might reply that it is too late for an ecological revolution. The answer to this is, as Magdoff and Williams eloquently state, too late for what? To struggle for a better world means taking the world as it is and working to transform it. Although the ecological and political conditions and trends are in many respects quite desperate, we are not condemned to continue degrading the environment or our social conditions. A certain amount of global warming will continue regardless of what we do with all of its negative side effects. However, we can stop the slide to an even more degraded Earth, poorer in species and in the health of remaining species. We can use the vast amount of available human and material resources to reorient the economy to benefit all people. An ecological society will allow us to do all the things that are currently off the table, that capitalism has repeatedly shown itself unable to achieve, providing all people with the ability to develop their full potential. 37. But to achieve these things, we will need to break with business as usual, that is, with the current logic of capital, and introduce an entirely different logic, aimed at the creation of a fundamentally different social metabolic system of reproduction. To overcome centuries of alienation of nature and human labor, including the treatment of the global environment and most people divided by class, gender, race, and ethnicity as mere objects of conquest, expropriation, and exploitation, will require nothing less than a long ecological revolution, one that will necessarily entail victories and defeats and ever-renewed striving, occurring over centuries. It is a revolutionary struggle, though, that must commence now with a worldwide movement toward eco-socialism, one capable from its inception of setting limits on capital. This revolt will inevitably find its main impetus in an environmental proletariat, formed by the convergence of economic and ecological crises and the collective resistance of working communities and cultures, a new reality already emerging, particularly in the global south. It will necessarily be a battle fought disproportionately by the young, given the enormous burden being put on today's youth, but the struggle must be waged by us all. 38. In the long ecological revolution before us, the world will necessarily proceed from one earthly struggle to another. If the advent of the Anthropocene tells us anything, it is that humanity, through a single-minded pursuit of economic gain benefiting a relative few, is capable of producing a fatal rift in the biogeochemical cycles of the planet. It is time therefore to find another path, one of sustainable human development. This constitutes the entire meaning of revolution in our time.